"Hey, Hydra!" A slogan rang out in unison in the house. The sound sounded a little dull through the door. Leo Irwin, who had been waiting outside the door for a while, heard the slogan and knew that the meeting was about to end. There is a regular meeting every morning and evening in this secret base of Hydra. With Leo's status, he can certainly attend, but he has more important tasks to do every night, so he only needs to attend the regular meeting in the morning. Leo waited patiently at the door, deliberately standing straight. After a while, the door creaked open, and a tall and charming woman walked out of the house. Her blood-red lips seemed to be releasing a fatal temptation. A strong desire emerged in Leo's eyes. At the same time, he skillfully lowered his head, raised his hands flat, and shouted loudly, "Hey, Hydra!" But the charming woman didn't even look at Leo, and walked straight along the corridor. A white strong man followed him out of the house. His hair fell to his neck, and one arm reflected the metallic luster under the corridor light. Leo showed a look of jealousy in his eyes at the right time. The sturdy man didn't even look at Leo, and followed the seductive woman and disappeared into the corner of the corridor. Leo put down his arms and curled his lips at the disappearing back of the seductive woman. Every time he did this set of funny movements, he had countless slots in his heart, but rationality drove him to complete the set of movements and shouted the slogan, "Long live Hydra!" Because, if Leo showed a little disrespect for Hydra, the iron fist of the Winter Soldier would mercilessly hammer Leo's head. The sturdy man who just passed was Bucky Barnes, Captain America's closest teammate in World War II. Later, he was transformed into the Winter Soldier by Hydra, and a chip was implanted in his brain to control his mind. Now he is the gold medal fighter of Hydra. Being killed by Bucky's iron fist is still the best result. If it falls into the hands of the seductive woman Original Sin, it would be really worse than death. Original Sin, Sienna Schmidt, the daughter of Red Skull, is now the person in power of Hydra. Treat enemies ruthlessly, treat your own people ruthlessly. So since he came here, Leo has been trying to find a way to leave this dangerous place so as not to lose his life in vain. Unfortunately, he has not found a suitable opportunity to escape. Don't look, everyone has gone far away. An electronic and synthetic sound came from below Leo. Leo turned his head and saw a robot with only limbs, no head, and a height of about 15 meters. There was an electronic display screen on the robot's chest, and on it was an old man wearing glasses. It was Dr. Zora who uploaded his consciousness. She is not something you can afford. She can drain you in one night. Only the Winter Soldier can bear it. Don't have these fantasies, kid. Have all the instruments been debugged? All debugged, teacher. Dr. Zola hummed, and then jumped forward, and Leo hurried to catch up. Leo, male, one of the typical travelers on Earth. Traveling through the world, Marvel Universe. The identity of the crossover, Leo Irwin, is an Asian youth who looks exactly like Leo on Earth. His parents are Hydra agents and have died in the performance of their missions. The original owner Leo's identity in the base is Dr. Zola's student and assistant. For some unknown reason, Leo on Earth woke up in the body of Leo in the Marvel Universe after a nap, and read through all the memories of the original owner. Therefore, he was able to disguise himself well and survive in the Hydra base. When he just crossed over, Leo was hesitant, afraid, and extremely homesick, because there is a beautiful and virtuous wife at home, and two twins who have just turned 1 year old. However, half a year has passed, and Leo can only suppress his longing deeply in his heart, and turn to think about how to survive well in this world. The Hydra base must not stay for a long time. Not only because Leo can't stand the antics of the organization, but also because the people here are familiar with the original owner Leo, and they will be exposed if they are not careful. For example, the original owner Leo was obsessed with the charming Sienna, so every time Leo met Sienna, he would secretly express his implicit desire to avoid others noticing anything unusual. After a while, Leo followed Dr. Zora to the laboratory. After a simple check of a few instruments, Dr. Zora said, "Everything is the same as usual. If there is an emergency, use the emergency wake-up function to wake me up." Dr. Zora told Leo and then lay on a special mechanical rack. Dr. Zora uploaded his consciousness to the computer, and with the network system of the entire base, his computing speed can match that of an Intel latest computing chip. But his daily computing volume is too large, which makes his consciousness unbearable, so Dr. Zora has to sleep on a special device for 6 hours every day. This is not only to restore energy, but also to use the equipment to determine his main consciousness among countless backup bodies around the world. As Dr. Zora's student and assistant, Leo needs to debug the dormant equipment every night, so he doesn't need to attend the regular meetings in the evening. "Teacher, I have been doing this process for 8 years and I am very familiar with it. I can complete it with my eyes closed, so you can sleep without worry. You'd better keep your eyes open." Unfortunately, Dr. Zora did not understand the humor of the flower grower, and reminded Leo repeatedly in a stiff manner. Leo agreed repeatedly, then pulled down a handle to send Dr. Zora into dreamland. The analyzable target autonomous consciousness multifunctional robot was found, and the current analysis completion rate is 50%. When Leo focused his attention on the carrier where Dr. Zora was sleeping, a line of light green transparent small words suddenly appeared clearly on his retina. He silently said in his heart, "Attributes." A line of lists appeared in front of Leo. Name, Leo Irwin. Occupation, mechanic. Occupational skills, mechanical force refining method, mechanical force analysis skills, basic combat, basic firearms proficiency. Specialties, computer expertise, physics expertise, genetics expertise. Knowledge mastered, computer manufacturing, gun manufacturing. Mechanical force refining method, a mechanic's exclusive training method, which can refine the energy that permeates the universe into mechanical force. Note, the refining speed is related to the host's physical fitness, and the upper limit of mechanical force can passively and permanently enhance the host's physical fitness. Mechanical force analysis, consume mechanical force and spirit, analyze any item, and you can obtain knowledge in drawings. This is Leo's benefit of crossing the mechanic system. Now part of the attributes in the system panel are the original owner Leo's, and the other part is the new knowledge that Leo learned after crossing over with mechanical force analysis, such as gun manufacturing and other knowledge. This is also the capital for Leo to survive in this world, and it is the basis for Leo to leave the Hydra base. After all, the Marvel Universe is a world where gods and demons are everywhere, superheroes and criminals are as numerous as dogs, and the Earth here is facing the danger of destruction at any time. However, the current timeline is still relatively low. Captain America is still sleeping at the bottom of the North Sea, Thor is still in Asgard to prove that he is an excellent successor, Dr. Bruce Banner has not mutated yet, and Tony Stark has not yet created his Iron Man. Because at the regular meeting 2 months ago, Sienna proposed the plan to kill Howard Stark, and now there is no time to put it into action. So it is still early now, and Leo does not need to worry about being lucky enough to choose one of the two by the purple potato bald guy. There is still a lot of time for Leo to grow, especially the mechanic system, which gives Leo unlimited growth potential. After half a year of exploration, Leo is now familiar with the use of the system. The 50% analysis completion of Dr. Zora's robot body is the result of Leo's efforts for nearly 4 months. Begin analysis. Staring at Dr. Zora, the invisible mechanical force in his eyes permeated, and Leo seemed to see through everything in his eyes. After a while, the mechanical force that was finally accumulated was consumed by him, and the analysis completion rate only increased by 1% after the accumulation of these few days, reaching 51%. Looking at this situation, it will take several months to completely analyze the robot. The mechanical force in Leo's body has an upper limit, which is related to his physical fitness. The increase of mechanical force can also increase physical fitness. It seems that a wonderful positive feedback loop is formed between mechanical force and physical fitness. However, the actual situation is that after half a year of mechanical force training, Leo's current physical fitness barely exceeds that of a well-trained soldier. The total amount of mechanical force can only barely support him to take out a pistol from his waist through the air. The mechanical force was consumed, and Leo could not use the mechanical force analysis skill again. He turned off the lights in the laboratory, created a perfect sleeping environment for Dr. Zora, and then went into a small room next to the laboratory to start refining mechanical force. After more than an hour, the mechanical force in Leo's body was full again, but he did not return to the laboratory to analyze Dr. Zora's robot body again. In the past, every time Dr. Zora went to sleep, Leo could analyze it 3 times. If the number of times is too many, Leo's spirit will be a little bit exhausted, and he needs to have a good sleep to recover. But today Leo has a more important analysis target, and the analysis completion of the target is estimated to be full today. This will be the first powerful weapon he has successfully analyzed in half a year. Repressing the excitement in his heart, Leo walked quickly to the north side of the base. Leo pushed open a door on the north side of the base. The room was empty. This was another laboratory, but it was much smaller than Dr. Zola's private laboratory. However, it was small but complete, with all the necessary instruments and facilities. Leo walked to the operating table and skillfully prepared. Not long after, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the door, and then the Winter Soldier Bucky pushed the door open. Bucky's face was serious and expressionless. If it weren't for the blush on his face, Bucky would look as cold as in the movie. "Sit down." Leo pointed to the chair next to him. Bucky no longer ignored Leo this time and sat down obediently. Leo picked up the tools at hand and began to disassemble Bucky's mechanical arm. In the base, Bucky's machinery needs to be maintained once a week. At the beginning, the maintenance work was done by Dr. Zola himself, but later, Dr. Zola took on more and more projects, and this work was handed over to his assistant Leo. When Leo came here, the original owner Leo had already helped Bucky maintain the mechanical arm for more than a year. Therefore, when Leo disassembled the robotic arm, his technique was skillful and the process was smooth, without causing any discomfort to Bucky. Even if Leo heard Bucky, so what? Bucky was now forced to have a secondary personality controlled by the control chip, and the main personality was hiding in some corner of his mind. The program set by the secondary personality required that the Winter Soldier must obey the orders and suggestions of the maintenance personnel in this laboratory. After a series of operations, the robotic arm was removed. "How does it feel?" Leo asked Bucky casually while holding the robotic arm with both hands and placing it on the mechanical table. "No abnormal feeling," Bucky answered without any fluctuations in his tone. Then Leo ignored him and concentrated on operating the robotic arm on the mechanical table. He charged the robotic arm and checked its performance with a special instrument. The inspection results showed that everything was normal. This was the result Leo liked to see the most, because he didn't need to disassemble the robotic arm to replace parts, which saved a lot of trouble. Next, he just had to wait patiently for the charging to end. "Begin analysis." Leo stared at the mechanical arm in front of him and activated the mechanical force analysis skill. The target that can be analyzed is panbionic power mechanical arm. The current analysis completion is 99%, and it is being analyzed. The mechanical force is slowly consumed, and the analysis completion in his eyes has successfully jumped from 99% to 100%. Analysis completed. Obtain the blueprints panbionic power mechanical arm and micro high compression battery. Obtain the knowledge micro machining technology and muscle sensing technology. A series of unfamiliar knowledge suddenly appeared in Leo's mind, and he quickly understood, digested, and absorbed it. The long-coveted Winter Soldier mechanical arm was in hand, and Leo couldn't help but squint happily. With these blueprints and knowledge, he can secretly transform a mechanical arm suitable for his own use. This is not only an improvement in his personal martial arts, but also increases his bargaining chips for escaping from the base. If he is given enough time and ways to acquire knowledge, he thinks that he can eventually run through the entire Hydra base by himself and roam freely in the Marvel Universe from then on. It will take 2 hours for the robotic arm to be fully charged. During this time, Leo usually goes to restore the mechanical force and then analyze the robotic arm again. But now that the drawings of the robotic arm are in hand, he finally has time to try another thing. Leo sat in front of the computer and wrote a piece of code that he had been thinking about for a long time in his mind, and then loaded it into a signal transmitter on the desktop. Driven by the program, the transmitter began to emit waves of a specific frequency band. The intensity of the wave is not large, only enough to radiate the entire laboratory. After a while, Bucky, who was originally expressionless, began to have a rich expression on his face, revealing a look of struggle and pain. "Who am I? I am the Winter Soldier. No, I am Bucky Barnes. Is there a way?" Leo saw that Bucky had signs of awakening his main consciousness, and knew that the code he wrote worked. The controller installed in Bucky's head was designed by Dr. Zola according to the instructions of the Red Skull. Dr. Zola certainly kept the source code. However, the source code was confidential, so Leo didn't know. But as Dr. Zola's student and assistant, he could guess. According to Dr. Zola's habit of writing code, Leo pondered for 2 months and wrote a code that tried to interfere with the function of the control chip in Bucky's brain. Looking at Bucky's reaction now, Leo guessed correctly, and the code was effective. "Papa." Leo slapped Bucky's pretty face twice. Of course, these 2 slaps were not for Leo's revenge for Bucky's frequent indifference to him, but to make Bucky sober up. "Hey, man. Wake up." But Bucky was still confused and didn't react much to external stimuli. "Papa," another 2 crisp slaps. "Hey, Bucky Barnes, wake up. Remember Steve Rogers? He and the Red Skull died together." Finally, perhaps the last sentence worked. Bucky shuddered all over, and his eyes regained a little clarity. Steve is dead." "No, who are you? Where am I now? Don't ask who I am or where you are. All the answers are hidden in your chaotic memory. Your lucidity is time-limited. I'll give you 1 minute to sort out your thoughts." After saying that, Leo stared at the screen again. On the screen was a monitoring software he wrote himself, which could monitor abnormal signals in the house. Leo used the program to interfere with the control chip in Bucky's brain. He didn't know whether the control terminal in Sienna's hands would have a warning prompt. Leo took a huge risk in doing this. It was his first time, so he couldn't delay it for too long. 1 minute later, Leo sat in front of Bucky. It must be said that Bucky's mental quality is very strong. When Leo saw Bucky's clear eyes, he knew that Bucky had sorted out the clues in just 1 minute. Bucky didn't attack Leo immediately, which proved that he had his own plan in mind. Very good, Bucky. It seems that you are fully awake. Time is precious, so I will make it short. In this base, I am the only one who is willing to make you awake, and I also have the ability to make you awake. Therefore, I need you to obey my orders unconditionally when you are awake. After the matter is done, I will give you complete freedom. Why should I believe you? You are a lackey of Hydra. Bucky obviously didn't believe it. Think about it with your smart brain. If I really do what you said, will you have a chance to wake up? Or are you willing to continue to be muddle-headed and controlled by others? Leo suddenly put on a playful smile. Oh, you can still enjoy Sienna's favor every night. Could it be that you have fallen in love with this kind of life? I don't know which of Leo's words hit Bucky's sore spot. Bucky's emotions suddenly became excited for a moment, and then quickly returned to a blank expression. After thinking for a long time, Bucky said in a deep voice, I can trust you, but the premise is that you have to tell me your plan. I want to know what I need to do for you. Believe it or not, you have no room for bargaining. Time is running out, you continue to be in a daze, and we will continue to talk when I wake you up next time. After that, Leo pressed the button in his hand, and the interference signal stopped abruptly. Under the control of the control chip, Bucky shuddered all over, and the secondary personality regained control of the body and became quiet. Leo cleaned up all traces that he might have left in the laboratory, patiently waited for the robotic arm to be fully charged, and then reinstalled the robotic arm on Bucky. Leo completed all the procedures as usual, and then let Bucky leave, and then Leo returned to his exclusive laboratory. At this time, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Today is a perfect day, and Leo seems to have seen his bright future. Things worth being happy about come one after another. Leo was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep, and turned around to vent his energy on the workbench in the laboratory. As Leo wrote and drew on the blueprint, a mechanical blueprint shaped like an arm slowly took shape. The next day, in the morning, in the conference room. The morning meeting was over, and most of the participants had left to do their own things. There were only 4 people left in the huge conference room, which seemed a bit empty. Sienna sat in the main seat, with the 6 snake-legged Hydra emblem under the skull behind her. Against the backdrop of the emblem, the charming Sienna added a touch of majesty. Leo still had desire in his eyes, sitting in the second row to Sienna's right, peeking at Sienna from time to time. In front of Leo was Dr. Zora, who stood in front of the conference table because his robot body couldn't let him complete the sitting action. Miss Sienna, why did you keep me here? You know, I have a lot of things to take care of today. Although Dr. Zora was afraid of the Red Skull, he was much tougher in front of Sienna. Maybe because his consciousness was immortal at this time, he seemed a little presumptuous and crazy. Dr. Zora, I don't mean to waste your time. It's just that the Winter Soldier seems to have some problems, and you are the only expert in this area. Sienna was also used to Zora's attitude, so she got straight to the point. Winter Soldier, what's wrong with him? Dr. Zora looked at Bucky standing next to Sienna and said, is his thing broken? I can't repair it. Listening to Dr. Zora's teasing, Sienna was not only not ashamed, but licked her lips and said seductively, it's not the problem there, it's fine there. This morning, I found some abnormal messages displayed on the Winter Soldier's control terminal, as if the control chip in his brain was interfered by an inexplicable signal. Hearing Sienna say that the Winter Soldier really had a problem, Dr. Zora also became serious, the electronic synthesized voice became low, and the expression on the display became serious. Taking the control terminal from Sienna's hand, Dr. Zora carefully looked at the historical records. At this time, Leo, who was sitting behind Dr. Zora, heard that Sienna had discovered the abnormality of the Winter Soldier last night, and his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. But immediately, Leo controlled his heartbeat, and then calmly glanced at the control terminal in Dr. Zora's hand. System prompt, mechanical analysis cannot be performed due to the distance. Leo was slightly disappointed, and then he secretly shifted his gaze to Sienna's face, covering up his disappointment with a fanatical look. Dr. Zora carefully checked the control terminal, and even used the robot's own detection unit to detect the historical signal, and then threw the control terminal to Sienna unhappily. It's nothing serious, it's the Winter Soldier's autonomous consciousness that is resisting. This is something that has been expected for a long time, but his resistance is earlier than expected. The Winter Soldier still has autonomous consciousness? Hasn't he been controlled by the chip? Humph, technology is not omnipotent, and nothing can permanently control a person's mind. Just like your ability, can you control a person permanently? Man is the most wonderful creature created by God, and the brain is the most magical organ of all human organs. Especially consciousness, whether it depends on the human brain or originates from the human soul, the academic community has not explained it yet. Just like you, doctor, although the body has long died, but the consciousness can be preserved in the machine forever? You still have some scientific thinking. Dr. Zora was a little proud of being praised by Sienna for his greatest achievement, and his tone was raised a few degrees, so don't try to simply use a chip to control the Winter Soldier forever. Then, doctor, according to what you said, the Winter Soldier will become more difficult to control in the future. How do you think this problem should be avoided? Brainwash, freeze, and only wake up the Winter Soldier when he is on a mission, just like the plan I made when the Winter Soldier was first created. I have always insisted that that is the correct way to contain the Winter Soldier. But you insist on having the Winter Soldier carry out daily activities in the base. Hehehaha. Sienna heard Dr. Zora's complaint and laughed seductively. In the entire base, only the Winter Soldier's physical fitness can meet my needs. Didn't you find any other solutions? Mr. Schmidt doesn't want to see you like this. But he's gone, isn't he? Now I can control everything about myself. Pleasure is the source of my ability, and I like that feeling very much. That's not the source of your ability. It's just a negative effect of your ability. Sienna, you have to try to break through your own limits. Sienna didn't respond. Dr. Zola used his mechanical arm to spread his hands, sighed on the screen, and exhaled a white gas ball. Forget it, I won't persuade you. Do you want me to take the Winter Soldier away now? The sooner the containment plan is implemented, the better. No, wait another day. After the regular meeting tomorrow morning, the Winter Soldier will be yours. Now, he still belongs to me. Sienna smiled wickedly again, and walked out of the meeting room with the Winter Soldier. Leo was watching the whole thing, and when he heard that Dr. Zola had found a reasonable reason for Bucky's abnormal signal, Leo couldn't help but secretly praise him for his assist. The next morning, Bucky was rarely absent from the morning meeting. More than an hour after the meeting ended, Leo and Dr. Zola were working in the laboratory when they saw Bucky. For some reason, Bucky, who has always had a strong body, had weak steps and dull eyes today. But Dr. Zola didn't care about this. He brainwashed Bucky according to standard procedures, and then froze Bucky in the cold storage on the bottom floor of the base. After this incident, Leo's plan to escape with the help of the Winter Soldier suddenly became a distant prospect. 2 months later, in a laboratory. Messy drawings were scattered on the floor, and large and small parts were piled high on the operating table. A hollow mechanical arm skeleton lies quietly on the mechanical frame, while a young man is working hard around the mechanical arm. The young man was Leo, and the mechanical arm to be assembled was a new generation of auxiliary mechanical arms suitable for people with arms, which was modified by Leo based on the Panbionic Power mechanical arm as a template. Parts disappeared from the operating table one by one, and the mechanical arm gradually became fuller. As the last 7 micro high-compression batteries were stuffed into the slot by Leo, the mechanical arm made a slight hum and began to flash. The battery was modified by Leo to be detachable, which indirectly increased the endurance of the mechanical arm. The lighting effect was added by Leo himself, which can be turned on and off at will, and there are several sets of color matching to switch at will, so that the mechanical arm has added a bit of handsomeness out of thin air. Congratulations on the successful development of a new type of blueprint, please name it. Light-equipped power arm. Named successfully. Light-equipped power arm, attributes, expand/collapse. Leo looked through the attribute parameters of the light-equipped power arm in detail and nodded with satisfaction. If Leo is equipped with a power arm and the power is fully turned on, his maximum attack power should be comparable to Buggy's ordinary attack, reaching the level of punching through a wall. However, the energy of the 7 micro high-compression batteries was only enough for the mechanical arm to attack 7 or 8 times in a row when the power was fully turned on, which was no match for Bucky's endurance. After all, Bucky had been transformed by the serum, and the micro high-compression batteries in his mechanical arm only provided auxiliary power. The real power source was Bucky's own strength. Leo touched the surface of the light-equipped power arm with his hand, and couldn't wait to try its power himself. Taking off his shirt, Leo stretched his right hand to the hollow slot of the light-equipped power arm. The power arm magically floated into the air and automatically covered his arm. With a mechanical sound of caca, the tail of the light-equipped power arm was tightly stuck on Leo's shoulder, and the forearm and upper arm were automatically tightened by the muscle sensors. The light-equipped power arm automatically flew up because Leo was using mechanical force to control it. After another 2 months of hard training, the upper limit of the mechanical force that his body could withstand was increased again. It was naturally not a problem to complete the movements of wearing the mechanical arm, and there was even a lot of mechanical force in his body. At the same time, his physical fitness was greatly improved under the influence of the passive effect of mechanical force. Leo has tested it and now he can barely lift 100 kilograms with both hands. This is just strength. At the same time, his physical strength, speed, and mental strength have all been comprehensively improved. Leo waved his right arm a few times, and the weight of the power arm was just right. His right hand controlled the light power arm to do elbow bending, fist clenching, punching, and other movements. Driven by the muscle sensor, each movement was completed very well and met Leo's expected standards. Taking out the 2 cm thick steel plate that had been prepared long ago, Leo turned on the power of the light power arm and punched a hole in the steel plate. Well, the power also met expectations. Leo looked at the light power arm on his right arm and a gratified smile appeared on his face. 2 months of hard work, and the joy of harvest was washed away. After removing the power arm, Leo sorted out the materials at hand and prepared to build another left-hand light power arm. I don't know how many hours have passed, Leo is immersed in the pleasure brought by creation. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded in the laboratory, and Leo was awakened and stopped his work. According to the type of alarm, he hurried to the control room. From the type of alarm, Leo knew that someone had broken into the base, and the threat was quite big. The alarm lights in the corridor were flashing rapidly, and Leo hurried through the corridor and rushed to the control room. Opportunity, this must be an opportunity to get rid of Hydra's control. The Winter Soldier was frozen in the cold storage at the bottom of the base, which made Leo's plan to escape from the Hydra base with the help of Bucky difficult to implement. In the past 2 months, Leo has come up with one plan after another, but either the plan itself is not feasible or the time period required is too long. Today, an outsider suddenly sneaked into the base. Similar things have never happened in the memories of the original owner Leo and the current owner Leo. This base is located in a remote manor in New York State, USA. On the surface, it is a manor rich in cotton, but secretly it is a secret base of the Hydra organization. This base has existed for decades, and the confidentiality measures are quite good. It is unknown which organization or individual discovered the abnormality of the base and came to investigate. Leo secretly hoped that it would be best if the person who sneaked into the base was a powerful character, so that Leo could escape from the base in the chaos. At that time, he would find a city to drill in, and I believe that the people of the Hydra organization would not be able to find him at all. Walking to the end of the corridor and down another staircase, Leo arrived at the control room. Most of the senior executives of the base, including Dr. Zola, had gathered here, but Sienna was not there. Several senior executives crowded together, looking at the monitoring screen in front of them, and were discussing fiercely. Oh, God! Does anyone know this woman? She is so powerful that she can knock out a well-trained agent with one punch. Orson, the security director of the base, touched his bald head, opened his mouth and shouted, Dr. Zola, do you know this woman? Is she a super soldier transformed by one of your colleagues? Shut up, Anson. I don't know her. I'm looking up the database for comparison. Don't make a fuss. The Winter Soldier is not weaker than her. Hearing their discussion, Leo quickly got behind Dr. Zola and saw the picture on the monitoring screen clearly. I saw a Slavic woman with long platinum hair and wearing a tight leather jacket, punching and kicking 2 Hydra agents. The pixels of the surveillance cameras in the base are generally not very high, but Leo can also see from the surveillance screen that this fighting woman has a devilish figure. The next moment, the woman walked under a camera, and Leo immediately saw her face clearly. She looked like a pretty girl. Natasha Romanoff was born in Stalingrad, the former Soviet Union in 1928. Her body was transformed by the former Soviet government in the secret facility Red Room. She has strong physical fitness and combat skills. She is called the Black Widow, like a deadly poisonous spider. At this time, Dr. Zola also found out Natasha's identity, and introduced to everyone how terrible the woman on the surveillance screen was according to the information. Oh, my God. Dr. Zola, you said this woman is over 60 years old? It's unbelievable, why don't you use the serum to transform me too? Orson just turned 40 this year, but his physical function has begun to decline. The hidden injuries caused by the hard training of the early agents are eroding his health. Orson, you still want to be transformed by the serum? Not to mention that the serum is still under research, even if it is developed, it will kill you first after injection. Don't be delusional. Look at the agents you trained first, how vulnerable they are in front of this woman. I really doubt whether your security director is qualified. A director who didn't get along well with Orson began to sneer at Orson. "Shut up, a bunch of idiots. If you keep arguing, I will send you up to resist this former Soviet agent." A pleasant and seductive female voice suddenly sounded, but her words were cold and cruel, and the noisy senior executives were suddenly silent. Sienna appeared, and she walked to Dr. Zola with a charming step, followed by the expressionless Winter Soldier. It turned out that after Sienna found out that Natasha was not easy to mess with, she immediately went to the bottom of the base to wake up the Winter Soldier. "Dr. Zola, I just heard everything. You said that this woman was a former Soviet agent. Our faction has a close relationship with the Soviet Union. Can you find out from the database what her purpose is for invading our base? Black Widow betrayed her country several years ago, then fled and disappeared. Now no one knows which organization she is loyal to or whether she is acting independently, so it is impossible to guess her purpose. But as of now, she doesn't seem to know that this is Hydra's secret base, otherwise she would have turned around and fled instead of thinking about continuing to explore the secrets in the base. Leader, this woman has found the secret entrance to the underground base and has entered the underground floor. What should we do?" Bald Orson had been staring at the surveillance screen. When he found something unusual, he quickly asked Sienna how to stop Natasha. Sienna ignored Orson and looked at the monitor on Dr. Zola's chest and asked, "Dr. Zola, what do you think? According to your calculations, if the Winter Soldier and I join forces, can we kill or subdue this former Soviet agent?" Dr. Zola was silent for a while, as if he was making a deduction based on the known information. When a bright light bulb appeared on the screen on his chest, Dr. Zola said, "Absolutely. But you must be careful not to let her escape. I suggest waiting until she reaches the second underground floor before taking action. At that time, I will seal the entrances to the first and second underground floors of the base." In a few words, the two of them formulated a brief plan to deal with Natasha. Then the Winter Soldier and Sienna took the secret elevator. One went directly to the first floor, and the other went directly to the third floor, ready to surround Natasha and kill or subdue her. Leo stood behind Dr. Zola, thinking about the problem seriously, without saying a word. Since he crossed over, he has never left the Hydra base, so this little butterfly, has not had time to flap his wings. So Black Widow's sudden visit to the Hydra base is naturally not due to the effect caused by him. According to this idea, Black Widow must not die today. On the contrary, maybe today is the beginning of the demise of this Hydra base. After all, in the Marvel universe that Leo is familiar with, there is no such Hydra base. The fact that this Hydra base does not exist in the Marvel universe is also one of the reasons why Leo has always wanted to escape from the base. After all, no one knows whether a dozen missiles will hit the manor directly one day. Sienna and the Winter Soldier have already set off, and Orson and a group of people are eating melons with peace of mind across the monitoring screen. Black Widow is worthy of being a figure who can join the Avengers later. In just a few minutes, she touched the second underground floor from the first underground floor of the base. However, from the monitoring screen, Black Widow, who entered the second underground floor, seemed to have discovered something wrong just after exploring the environment. She suddenly turned around and quickly ran back along the original route. But at this time, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, had walked from the first underground floor to the entrance of the second underground floor. A thick steel plate suddenly dropped behind him, sealing the entrance to the second underground floor. At this time, Black Widow happened to run to the entrance and met Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Black Widow was shocked when she saw the appearance of the person coming. A familiar name came out of her mouth, Winter Soldier, Bucky Baston. But Bucky did not answer Black Widow. He raised his mechanical arm, took a fighting stance, and was about to attack Black Widow. Although Black Widow was very surprised why Bucky did not remember her, she also understood very well that the Winter Soldier in front of her was now an enemy. She tensed her body and waited for the battle. At the same time, Sienna also rushed from the third underground floor to the entrance of the second underground floor. The two worked together to block Black Widow in the long and narrow corridor. As expected of a skilled and courageous person, Black Widow found herself surrounded by two enemies without any fear. Instead, she clenched her fists, smoothed her hair, twisted her neck, and put on a boxing style. Then, she suddenly pulled out two pistols from her waist and shot at the Winter Soldier until both magazines were empty. The Winter Soldier raised his left hand and swung his mechanical arm dazzlingly, blocking all the bullets as if he was protected by a halo of luck. Then he used his legs to force the mechanical arm in front and hit Natasha head-on. Natasha stepped on the wall and her body was parallel to the ground, avoiding the Winter Soldier's brutal collision. Then she quickly flashed behind the Winter Soldier and stretched out her right hand to strangle the Winter Soldier's neck. The Winter Soldier was unable to dodge and was caught by Natasha. But Natasha underestimated the Winter Soldier's physical fitness. She used her right arm to force the Winter Soldier, not only failed to strangle the Winter Soldier's neck, but was caught by the Winter Soldier's right arm. The Winter Soldier held Natasha with his right hand to prevent her from escaping, and bent his left mechanical arm to strike back fiercely, hitting Natasha's ribs. Although Natasha tried her best to bend back to relieve the force, she was still hit by the elbow and shivered in pain. Natasha endured the pain and was not to be outdone. She stomped her feet hard on the wall of the corridor and flew into the air. Her right hand seemed to be boneless, twisted into a strange angle, and her right leg bent and hit the Winter Soldier's head with a bang. The Winter Soldier was hit in the head and felt dizzy. He involuntarily let go of Natasha's right hand and staggered forward. Natasha and the Winter Soldier quickly exchanged a few moves and fought evenly. If it was just the Winter Soldier alone, it would not be sure that he could stop Natasha. However, there were more than just the Winter Soldier on the Hydra side. Sienna herself was also a super soldier and had strange abilities. Seeing that the Winter Soldier could not take down Natasha alone, Sienna also began to join the battle. But she did not rush up to fight Natasha directly, but opened her arms and raised them above her head. As her arms were raised, Sienna's long purple hair suddenly moved without wind, flying behind her as if alive. At first glance, Leo thought there were several snakes twisting irregularly behind Sienna. With Sienna's weird behavior, Natasha didn't know what was going on. Her attention suddenly began to lose focus and her reaction ability also decreased. The Winter Soldier seized the opportunity and hit Natasha with several steel straight punches. Natasha retreated while fighting, and happened to retreat right under the surveillance camera. Leo saw Natasha's face clearly this time. At this time, Natasha's eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes confused, as if she was in great pain. Leo logically deduced that Sienna should have the mutant ability to control people's hearts, and at this time she was using this ability to deal with Natasha. The Winter Soldier's left mechanical arm clenched his fist and accumulated power to the end, and a fierce straight punch hit Natasha's face. Leo and other spectators on the surveillance screen couldn't help but tighten their hearts. Natasha's beautiful face was about to bloom. Just ask, how can a group of grown men not feel distressed? Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! The lingering curses continued and echoed in the control room. At the critical moment, Natasha regained her clarity, caught the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm with both hands, and threw the Winter Soldier to the top of the corridor. The surveillance camera on the top of the corridor was directly shattered, and the surveillance screen turned into a snowflake. A group of spectators had nothing to eat, and there were angry curses from the crowd. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Sienna didn't come back, and the Hydra executives in the control room gradually felt a little worried and a little irritated. Who do you think won in the end? It's been so long, even if I've been running, I would have collapsed a long time ago. Not to mention that they are fighting fiercely every minute and every second. Bald Orson broke the silence in the control room and started to complain. Orson, can't you just wait for the news? No one has appeared on the other surveillance cameras so far, which only means that they are still fighting. If you are anxious to know the result, go and see it yourself. Bald Orson's old rival began to mock and ridicule him again. I'll go up there only because I'm tired of living. Bald Orson glared at his old rival, then ran to Dr. Zora and said, Doctor, who do you think will win? My deduction is correct. Of course, the Winter Soldier and Miss Sienna will win in the end. On the display screen on Dr. Zora's chest, the old man with glasses looked confident. But Leo, who was familiar with Dr. Zora, had seen through Dr. Zora's inner worries and irritability from the robot's constantly changing multifunctional manipulator. Because the battle had dragged on for too long, and the outcome had not been decided, far exceeding Dr. Zora's expectations, and he actually didn't have much confidence now. Moreover, before seeing whether the outcome was decided, a group of Hydra high-level officials dared not send a soldier or a robot to investigate the situation. If Black Widow won, it would be fine, and the soldiers and robots could just go and die. But if Sienna's side won, sending soldiers up would mean they didn't trust their leader. Sienna, who is known for her moodiness and cruelty, will squeeze the person in charge dry. A group of senior executives were discussing one after another, but only Leo was silent. He was thinking about what might happen next. Whether Black Widow wins or loses, lives or dies, it is not good news for Leo. In other words, the appearance of Black Widow today is doomed to be bad news. Leo suspected that Black Widow had been recruited by Nick Fury, the Black Man. If Black Widow has really become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., this base has been exposed and is definitely no longer safe. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. finds out that Black Widow is missing or she wins and takes the initiative to tip off, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s follow-up troops will follow one after another until this small base is flattened. And Leo was thinking about how to save his life in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. But unfortunately, he has not thought of a way yet. After a group of people waited for more than 10 minutes, finally, a figure reappeared on a surveillance screen on the second floor underground. Sienna was in front, and the Winter Soldier was behind. They were a little staggering, and looked seriously injured. The Winter Soldier dragged a humanoid figure with one hand and slowly moved forward. Judging from the clothes, it was Natasha Romanoff. It seemed that Natasha lost in the end. After all, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. In the control room, everyone gathered at the elevator entrance on the 6th floor, standing in a neat line, quietly waiting for Sienna's triumphant return. "Hey, Hydra!" When Sienna walked out of the elevator, everyone shouted the slogan in unison. Leo noticed that Sienna's face was blue and red, and her clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white skin. Obviously, she had finally engaged in a physical fight with Natasha. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, was in a worse state than Sienna, with a red head and his mechanical arm almost scrapped. Sienna nodded to everyone, as a greeting. "Dr. Zora, stay, and everyone else, go and do your own things." The senior executives dispersed, but Leo, as Dr. Zora's assistant, could not leave if Zora stayed. The Winter Soldier exerted force with his hands and threw Natasha in front of Dr. Zora, face up. Leo looked down quickly. Oh, it was really horrible. The beautiful face of the Black Widow was now swollen like a pig's head, her long platinum hair was also stained with blood, her tight leather jacket was almost torn into pieces, and the exposed skin was blue and purple. It was horrible, really horrible. So Leo closed his eyes. Because a line of system prompts suddenly appeared in front of Leo, but the content of the prompts was too long, Leo had to close his eyes and read carefully to avoid Sienna and others finding out that he was distracted. The long list of system prompts described a task, which surprised Leo greatly. Because since he crossed over, this was the first time the system issued a task. It seems that the system still has many unknown functions, and Leo needs to slowly explore them. System prompt: you have triggered the task, the life and death of the Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff, the former Soviet agent Black Widow, was instructed by an unknown organization to come to Mukyiantang Manor to investigate a missing case, but accidentally broke the secret of the manor and discovered the secret base of Hydra. Now she has been captured by the Hydra organization and is in danger. Optional task content: 1. Rescue Natasha Romanoff. Required to ensure her survival and help her escape from the secret base of Hydra. 2. Kill Natasha Romanoff personally. Task reward: unknown accept/reject. Sure enough, Natasha has surrendered to the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, and her coming to Mukyiantang Manor was instructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe at this time, other agents responsible for the response have reported the abnormality of Mukyiantang Manor to their superiors, and dozens of missiles have been deployed and aimed at this small base. Leo thought for a while and silently clicked to accept. In his opinion, this task issued by the system is completely to give rewards. How could Black Widow die? It might be him, Leo, who died. Leo seemed to be thinking for a long time, but in fact, only a moment had passed. At this time, Sienna spoke. "Leo, remember to repair the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm later. Dr. Zola, the Soviet female agent, lock her up first. I'm going to take a shower first. When I come back, you and I can interrogate her together." Sienna briefly explained the task to Dr. Zola and Leo, and then left with the Winter Soldier. Before leaving, Sienna smiled charmingly at Leo. Because of this charming smile, Leo had to respond with a gushing saliva and a fanatical expression. Looking at the backs of Sienna and the Winter Soldier who were leaving, Leo suddenly had a bold idea in his mind, and then was stunned. In the end, he could only sigh, super soldiers are really capable. An hour later, Leo waited for Bucky, who had been washed clean, in the maintenance room. Bucky, with an expressionless face, sat on the chair next to the mechanical table as usual. Leo's hands flew, and he quickly dismantled the mechanical arm that was on the verge of being scrapped. Leo can repair this mechanical arm, but he can't. Because the mechanical arm was too seriously damaged, it was not reparable by the original owner Leo's skills. As a qualified actor, he needed to seek help from Dr. Zola. But Leo was not in a hurry to find Zola at this time, but reset the interference program in place and awakened Bucky's main consciousness. After a few dozen seconds, and with the help of 2 loud slaps from Leo, Bucky quickly woke up. Bucky woke up and immediately shouted to Leo impatiently, "Please, save me." Bucky and Leo were sitting and standing in the small maintenance room. "Please, save me." The first thing Bucky said after waking up was to ask Leo for help. Leo was stunned when he heard this. He thought he would need to spend some time to convince Bucky. "Why do you suddenly want to cooperate with me? I am a Hydra agent. You were still questioning me last time. Why do you choose to trust me now? Because I choose to trust you, I still have a chance of survival. If I don't cooperate with you, I'm afraid I will be squeezed dry by Sienna soon. I can act according to your arrangement unconditionally, but you must help me get rid of Hydra's control afterwards. As soon as Bucky finished speaking, a new task suddenly appeared in front of Leo. System prompt: you have triggered the task Save the American Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Task prompt: Bucky Barnes was transformed by the Hydra organization and his consciousness was forcibly controlled by a chip. You accidentally awakened his main consciousness and expressed your desire to save him. After Bucky Barnes weighed the pros and cons, and because he couldn't stand Sienna Schmidt's exploitation anymore, he chose to cooperate with you. Mission content: save Bucky Barnes, and ask you to help him escape from the Hydra base and solve the chip problem in his brain so that he is no longer controlled by the Hydra organization. Mission reward: unknown accept/reject. Leo thought for a while and nodded with a strange look on his face. Okay, I promise you, and I wish you a happy cooperation. But it's not time to leave yet, and I'm not ready yet. Please wait patiently for a while. After that, Leo turned off the shielding signal, and the Winter Soldier's secondary personality took over his body again. He sat in the chair obediently and didn't move. Leo returned to the mechanical table, used the instrument to detect the parameters of the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, then printed a copy of the parameter data, and turned around and walked out of the laboratory. He was going to find Dr. Zola and let Dr. Zola decide how to repair the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. A laboratory was transformed into a temporary prison. Natasha's hands and feet were fixed with steel hoops, tied to a steel chair, and wrapped with special metal wires all over her body. Sienna and Dr. Zora didn't know how to restrain Natasha. After all, neither of them had experience in imprisoning super soldiers. In the end, Dr. Zora came up with a solution. He used special metal coils to wrap around Natasha's body. In this way, as long as Natasha struggled a little, the metal wires would release a strong current. Even Sienna thought she couldn't bear the intensity of this current. In this way, the cage for imprisoning Natasha was completed. Although it looked very simple, it was very effective. At this time, Sienna was sitting on a chair in the laboratory, with a table in front of her. Dr. Zora was also standing behind the table, and the two were looking at Natasha trapped in the center of the laboratory. Dr. Zora had no experience in interrogation, but he saw that Sienna had no desire to interrogate, so he coughed twice and said to Natasha, "Beautiful lady, please tell me your name, age, and purpose of coming here, or you will suffer." Natasha closed her eyes, not even bothering to lift her eyelids, as if she was asleep, and turned a deaf ear to Dr. Zora's words. Natasha Romanov, born in 1928, a former Soviet agent, a serum-transformed soldier, now betrayed the country, and is being wanted and hunted. Miss Black Widow, I know you very well, and I hope you can cooperate and explain your purpose of sneaking here. Otherwise, not only will you suffer a lot here, but I will also send you back to your original country in the end. I believe you will be extremely warmly welcomed. Dr. Zora emphasized the word extremely warmly. This was the most severe threat he could think of. Perhaps the threat really worked. Natasha gently opened her eyes. She looked at Dr. Zora carefully, and then said, Adam Zora, a famous scientist, later served John Schmidt of Hydra, was captured by SHIELD, and then disappeared. Your lifelong ideal is to study how to transfer consciousness to another body. Now it seems that you have succeeded. Sienna Schmidt, the daughter of John Schmidt, is now the leader of the new Hydra organization. Just as you know me, I also know clearly who you are and where this place is. So don't waste your energy, I won't say a word. Dr. Zora was choked and felt very angry. The monitor on his chest was burning with rage. In this case, I will let you taste the bitterness first. Dr. Zora turned the button of an instrument on the table, and the special metal wires on Natasha's body began to crackle and flash arcs. The next moment, Natasha couldn't help but groan, but after biting her teeth, she became silent again. Dr. Zora continued to increase the power. Natasha couldn't stop shaking all over. Her torn leather jacket began to turn black. The air was filled with the smell of burning protein. Okay, Dr. Zora, you can't get anything out of interrogating her like this. Forget it. Try brainwashing her. Sienna saw that Natasha was about to die, and stopped the crazy Dr. Zora in time. But brainwashing is likely to make her lose her memory, just like Bucky. In fact, after being brainwashed, the main personality often hides in the depths of the soul for self-protection, giving birth to a secondary personality with incomplete memory to control the body. Dr. Zora's research on consciousness is not deep enough, so he doesn't know this yet. It doesn't matter if we can't find out why she came here. It's good for us to add a new super soldier. Also, remember to increase the intensity of brainwashing several times. This woman's mental resistance is very strong. I can't control her with my ability. If you want to increase the intensity of brainwashing, it may be too late today. We have to wait until tomorrow to debug the equipment. Then let's do the brainwashing at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If it succeeds, it would be the best. If not, just kill this Soviet female agent. Also, this base is at risk of being exposed. I plan to arrange for the top brass of the base to start moving tomorrow, and it must be completed within 3 days. You, me, and the Winter Soldier will leave here tomorrow night, and the other ordinary personnel will be moved out one after another within 2 weeks. What do you think? After thinking for a few seconds, Dr. Zola said seriously, "Your concerns are very reasonable, so let's do as you say." Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the temporary prison. A young man was holding a thick printed paper and knocking on the door. The young man was Leo, who had the parameters of the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. He searched the only interrogation room on the base, and finally asked Bald Orson where Dr. Zola was. Dr. Zola opened the door for Leo, and Sienna stood behind Dr. Zola, staring at Leo silently. "Aren't you checking the mechanical arm for the Winter Soldier? What's the result? Is there anything?" "Teacher, it's like this. The damage rate of Winter Soldier's mechanical arm exceeds 50%, including the energy transmitter, which is also destroyed. I can't repair most of it, so I came to you for help. Here are the relevant parameters of the test results, take a look." Dr. Zola took the test report and quickly browsed through it. The old man with glasses on the display screen on his chest frowned. "Is it difficult?" Sienna asked behind Dr. Zola. "Winter Soldier's mechanical arm is almost scrapped. It will take more than 2 hours to completely repair it. Then do it quickly. Winter Soldier is one of our strongest combat forces. We must do our best to keep him in peak condition." "Okay, Miss Sienna, I will go to repair it right away." "Well, you go ahead, I'll go find other people to tell them something." Sienna walked out of the door, then suddenly remembered something, turned her head and smiled at Leo seductively, and said, "Boy, I'll arrange a good job for you. There is no manpower available in the base now. You stay here to watch over the Soviet female agent first. Although she is not young anymore, she still looks very young." After saying that, Sienna walked away with a charming step, and Dr. Zola hurried to repair the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. Suddenly, only Leo and Natasha were left in the entire temporary prison. Squeak, squeak. In the empty temporary prison, there was a continuous, overloaded sound of chairs. Leo was sitting on an old chair in the laboratory, crossing his legs, touching his chin, and thinking about the problem. He was thinking about how to successfully rescue Natasha and save his life in the next attack by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thanks to Dr. Zora's habit, there are no surveillance cameras installed in all the laboratories in the base. For this reason, Dr. Zora also severely taught Bald Orson a lesson. So now Leo can talk to Natasha at will and do anything to Natasha without worrying about being discovered by others. Leo will not have any unreasonable thoughts. He only thinks about how to design a plan to maximize his own interests. First, he must gain Natasha's trust, and then he will quietly release Natasha and let her find a chance to escape from the base. But if Natasha is given freedom directly, Natasha can't break out of this base? It seems that we need to find a way to increase her force. Leo would not do a business that would make him lose money. It would be better if he could make a profit from it. Leo was thinking about the countermeasures step by step, and gradually he was a little lost in thought. Suddenly, Leo heard a strange sound coming from the temporary prison. After careful identification, he found that the weak breathing sound was actually coming from Natasha's direction. What's going on? Is Natasha injured too badly? Leo thought as he approached Natasha and looked at her carefully. It must be said that the physical fitness of super soldiers is abnormal. It was only a little over 2 hours later, and Natasha's pig-headed face had returned to normal. But at this moment, her face was still covered with blood and she didn't look beautiful at all. The tight leather jacket was not only torn, but also faintly smelled of burning. The purple on the skin had faded and was slowly returning to its original color. Natasha now had her eyes closed, bit her lips lightly, and twisted her body uneasily, looking very painful. "How is it? Are you okay?" Leo walked around Natasha and found no fatal injuries. But Natasha's breathing became more and more rapid, and Leo couldn't help asking. Suddenly, Natasha opened her eyes and looked into Leo's eyes. There was a red light flashing in her eyes, which was very strange. System warning. You are under the mental control of Natasha Romanoff, primary. Judging. The last picture in Leo's eyes was a pair of red and strange pupils, and then he began to feel dizzy, and it seemed that a kaleidoscope was blooming in his vision. When his vision was clear again, Leo found that Natasha was still tied to the steel chair in front of him. But at this time, her face had returned to its original beautiful appearance, and she was wearing the tight leather jacket she used to wear. There seemed to be infinite attraction in her eyes, which made Leo couldn't help but surrender. The resistance in Leo's eyes became weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of losing his mind. Suddenly, it was as if a cool spring flowed through Leo's mind, and this coolness made Leo regain consciousness. Natasha in front of him suddenly became translucent, as if it was an illusion world, overlapping with the real world. At the same time, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Leo. Judgment successful, you successfully resisted the mental control from Natasha Romanoff, primary. Leo was secretly afraid, and almost fell into the trap of the Black Widow. He felt the mechanical force in his body and found that it was consumed by at least half. If he had not possessed special energy, he would have become a puppet of the Black Widow at this time. When Leo watched Marvel movies in his previous life, he did not find that Natasha had mental control skills. Sure enough, the character settings in the movie cannot be copied to this world. This is a real world. Every super soldier cannot be underestimated. Maybe there are hidden skills. Natasha released mental control on Leo. Obviously she treated Leo as an enemy. It seems that Natasha is not powerless to resist. She is still thinking about ways to save herself. Thinking quickly, Leo played along and pretended that he had been successfully controlled by Natasha. Thanks to the fact that the original owner Leo had always been obsessed with Sienna, Leo, who came from the other world, pretended to be obsessed and acted like a true character without any flaws. In the real world, Natasha frowned, took a few deep breaths, and suppressed the dizziness in her brain. She was beaten all over by the Winter Soldier's iron fist, and her spirit was severely destroyed by Sienna. Coupled with the electric current damage from Dr. Zora, Natasha was really seriously injured this time. She finally recovered a little strength, and then she forcibly used her mental control ability to try to control Leo, and she paid a great price. But in Natasha's view, the price she paid was worth it. The Asian youth in front of her seemed to have been hit. Natasha just heard his conversation with Zola and Sienna. It seems that this Asian youth has a high status in the base. She took a few deep breaths again, barely regaining some energy, and then cheered up to interrogate the Asian youth in front of her. "What's your name?" Natasha was a little too tired. Although her voice was still nice, it was a little hoarse. From Leo's perspective, Natasha in the real world and the illusion world began to speak at the same time. The difference is that Natasha in the real world had a painful face and eyes, while Natasha in the illusion world was like a queen, making people submit. "My name is Zhao Ritian Yi Liangchen." Leo made up a name casually. Natasha didn't doubt it, but she thought Leo's name was a bit Chinese. Maybe he was really Chinese. Where is this? On the surface, this is the Kapok Pond Manor in New York State, USA, but in fact, this is a secret base of Hydra. As far as I know, since Captain America and Red Skull died together, Dr. Zola was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Wasn't Hydra wiped out? How come it still exists? If you cut off one head, 2 new ones will grow. Hydra will never die. It was the leader, Sienna Schmidt and Dr. Zola, who created the new Hydra. Natasha thought it was true inside that she was really unlucky. After defecting from the Soviet Union, she was not only captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., but also encountered the notorious and lingering Hydra on her first mission. "What is your position in the base?" "An ordinary agent, Dr. Zola's assistant." "Mr. Zhao Ritian, I need your help now. Do you have any way to open the shackles on me?" As Natasha's voice fell, the illusion world in Leo's eyes dissipated, and only Natasha, who was wrapped all over her body with special metal wires, was left in front of him. After pretending to walk around Natasha, Leo said, "This is a special metal wire array designed by Dr. Zora. When it encounters external stimulation, it will release a strong electric current. You can't break free by yourself." "Of course I know I can't break free," Natasha replied unhappily, wondering whether there was a problem with her expression or the Chinese youth in front of her had a deviation in her understanding ability. "I can't break free, but poor Natasha still has the gentleman Mr. Zhao Ritian now, right? Can you disassemble this device?" "I can't. Aren't you Dr. Zora's assistant? This is a temporary facility designed by Dr. Zora. It is very complicated. I don't know how to disassemble it." "Then how about you find a pair of pliers and directly cut off the power supply wire?" Leo knew that he couldn't lie anymore. The device that trapped Natasha was actually very simple. Leo only needed to go behind the door and unplug the power supply. But Leo would never let Natasha out so easily. Because once Natasha regains her freedom, I'm afraid the first person she will kill is the Hydra agent, Mr. Zhao Ritian. Even if Natasha is kind enough to spare his life, Sienna will definitely discover Leo's betrayal. No matter whether it is because he is controlled by Natasha's mind, in Sienna's hands, Leo's ending is only death. Thinking of this, Leo felt that he could not pretend anymore. He put away his pig brother look and said seriously, Miss Romanoff, I can save you, but I will never let you go so easily. If you want to listen, I have a mutually beneficial deal here. The empty temporary prison suddenly became very quiet. You could almost hear a pin drop. After hearing what Leo said, Natasha was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After a long while, she tentatively asked, You are not bewitched by me? Miss Natasha has a very beautiful figure, which almost makes me unable to control myself. But in comparison, I still think my life is more important to me, isn't it? Natasha fell into deep thought, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a while, she made up her mind and said, Tell me, what kind of mutually beneficial deal do you have? Also, if you want to make a deal, you'd better hurry up. Because tomorrow, I will be brainwashed by that crazy robot, or killed by that cruel woman. Are you in such a hurry? But I haven't thought about the terms of the deal yet. Are you kidding me? It's not what you think. I just need you to tell me first, how long will it take for the SHIELD troops to blockade the entire base? In this way, I can formulate a more mutually beneficial deal. This time, Natasha seemed even more shocked, looking at Leo with wide eyes. Don't worry, Natasha, I can't read minds. I just happen to know that you have joined SHIELD. Mysterious Mr. Zhao Ritian, who are you? Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Ivan Avatar. I am indeed an agent in the Hydra base and Dr. Zola's assistant. I have answered your question, can you answer mine now? Leo made up a name for himself and then interrogated Natasha, obviously not wanting to reveal more secrets about himself. Natasha was silent for a longer time this time, and then she slowly said, As soon as I found myself blocked by Sienna and the Winter Soldier, I destroyed the communicator in my hair. According to the regulations, SHIELD will take investigation actions within 1 hour after I lose contact. Now they should have discovered the abnormality of the base. This place is relatively remote. If we mobilize the army, it will take time. I estimate that we can surround this place as early as tomorrow morning. However, I guess that at this time, at least double-digit agents are watching Mukiantang Manor from afar. In other words, even if I don't save you, you can successfully escape tomorrow morning? Leo's tone suddenly became a little stern, as if he had some bad intentions. Natasha's breath was choked, and then she slowly let out a breath and said, Originally, it was, but now with you, it's not certain. Natasha stared at Leo's eyes, as if she wanted to kill Leo with her eyes. Leo was a little frightened by Natasha's stare. He took the initiative to shift his gaze and coughed twice. Ahem. Miss Romanoff, please don't think so badly of me. After all, you originally wanted to kill me too, right? It's the same for us. After listening to Natasha's words, when Leo knew that the SHIELD troops would attack the base tomorrow morning, Leo's first thought was to kill Natasha, and then notify Sienna and Dr. Zora to move overnight. As his thoughts flowed, Leo unconsciously released a bit of murderous intent, which was actually noticed by Natasha, who had a keen sixth sense. But Leo thought again, Sienna might not believe what he said. If Leo couldn't explain the source of the news clearly, then Sienna would definitely try to use her supernatural power to control Leo's mind and make Leo reveal all the secrets. It was very difficult for Leo to survive Natasha's mental charm, and he had no confidence that he could resist Sienna's charm. The final result must be that Leo died, and Sienna and the others got the news and ran away safely. Sacrificing oneself to make wedding clothes for others in vain has never been Leo's style. Don't be nervous, Miss Romanoff, we still have room for negotiation on our deal. Then I'd like to thank you for not killing me. Let me put it this way. I can give you a chance to escape the base in advance, and I can also provide you with powerful weapons. But you have to agree to my 2 conditions. Do I have the right to refuse? Ahem, sorry, no. Natasha didn't answer this time, but stared at Leo coldly, obviously wanting to hear what Leo meant by the 2 conditions. Leo cleared his throat and began to circle around Natasha in a square step. First, if I am captured by SHIELD, you need to do your best to ensure my safety. After all, I haven't done anything to harm the world, I'm just an ordinary assistant. I don't believe you. Do you think this is human talk? How can an ordinary assistant know so many secrets? This was the thought that subconsciously popped up in Natasha's mind after she heard Leo's first condition. I'll try my best, but don't expect my words to work. Natasha thought about it and agreed. It's okay, just do your best. Leo nodded lightly, without forcing Natasha to make any promises. Because there is a great possibility that when S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked the Hydra base, he had successfully escaped. The next condition is the second condition. When you leave, I will give you a memory device and a bank card number. You can plug the memory device into any networked computer, and I will contact you one way depending on my mood. Please let S.H.I.E.L.D. deposit $1 million into the bank card. That's your life money. Of course, this condition is based on the premise that I am not caught by you. Are you crazy? How can I be worth $1 million? That's simply impossible. Miss Romanoff, don't get excited. I think you are worth far more than $1 million. Of course, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks so too, we will know after we see it. I can't promise you this. I can't guarantee that S.H.I.E.L.D. will give you $1 million. Besides, I will have returned safely by then, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will have no reason to give you money. Aha, Miss Romanoff, do you know that you are cute? I'm just used to keeping my word. This is a really good habit. When the time comes, you just need to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. what I said. If they are unwilling to pay, don't feel bad in your heart. I won't blame you. Then, Leo told Natasha some things, including when Natasha can escape, where to find powerful weapons, how to leave the base, etc. After explaining everything, Leo said, "That's it. Beautiful lady, your chance to leave is tonight, please wait patiently." After that, Leo left the temporary prison and closed the door. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours passed quickly. Dr. Zora has repaired the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. Just in case, the Winter Soldier was not frozen in the cold storage this time, but was taken away by Sienna. After finishing the work at hand, Dr. Zora returned to his exclusive laboratory. Leo had already debugged Dr. Seki's hibernation device early and was waiting for Dr. Zora to come back in the laboratory. "Teacher, all the equipment has been debugged, you can sleep peacefully." "Okay, it's getting late, after everything is ready, you should go back and rest early. Also, tomorrow night, Sienna will take me to evacuate the base, then you should follow me closely, I believe she won't mind taking one more person." "Okay, I will. Thank you, teacher." Leo said this thank you sincerely. To be honest, in the base, Dr. Zora treated his students and assistants like an upright scientist. If Dr. Zora didn't have countless clones and was basically immortal, Leo really wouldn't have the heart to plot against him. The laboratory was filled with instruments of all sizes, full of mechanical beauty. Dr. Zora, as usual, lay down on the dormant equipment. Leo pulled down the control handle and sent Dr. Zora to sleep. Looking at the robot body in front of him, Leo subconsciously used his skills. Mechanical force analysis. Found the target autonomous consciousness multifunctional robot that can be analyzed. The current analysis completion rate is 69%, and it is being analyzed. After so many days of accumulation, Leo has taken another big step towards conquering Dr. Zora's body. As the mechanical force was consumed, plus the accumulation of the previous few times, the current analysis completion rate of the robot body jumped to 70%. Leo found a chair in the laboratory and sat down, and started to operate the mechanical force refining method on the spot, refining the discrete mechanical force in the environment, and slowly restoring the mechanical force in the body. After the mechanical force was restored, Leo did not analyze Dr. Zora's robot body again as usual. Instead, he began to fiddle with Dr. Zora's dormant equipment. Dr. Zora's dormancy equipment can help Dr. Zora delete a large amount of redundant information generated in the robot's body, and can also communicate with other clones around the world online to determine the dominance of Dr. Zora's consciousness. By the way, it also has a part-time charging function. In addition, the dormancy equipment has other strange, historical functions, which seem very bloated. Therefore, every time Dr. Zora hibernates, the energy consumed is naturally very large. The electricity in the base is supplied by the base's own small nuclear power reactor power station. Every time Dr. Zora hibernates, the power station will give priority to supplying more than half of the electricity to Dr. Zora's dormancy equipment. Correspondingly, if Leo makes a little move and relies on Dr. Zora's dormancy equipment, Leo can temporarily overload the nuclear reactor. If he wants to recover, he can only shut down and restart. At that time, the entire base will be out of power, and the special metal wire array that imprisoned Natasha will naturally lose its function. At that time, it is Natasha's best chance to escape. And this unexpected power outage can only be classified as an accident, and it cannot be blamed on Leo. Because according to the original owner Leo's memory, before Dr. Zora asked Leo to debug the dormant equipment every day, the base would have power outages 5 or 6 times a year. In the 6 years when Leo started to debug the equipment for Dr. Zora every day, the base had power outages as many as 5 times. As Leo continued to fiddle with the dormant equipment, the equipment's indicator instruments began to shake non-stop, and various alarm lights began to flash. Leo hurried back to his cabin, took off his coat, turned on the light and lay down on the bed. After calculating the time, he began to count down silently in his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. The ceiling light in Leo's room went out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded in the base, and various emergency lights also lit up. Leo turned over, without putting on his coat, and went straight to Dr. Zora's exclusive laboratory. Bang! Leo broke open the door and entered the laboratory. At this time, Dr. Zora had been awakened by the emergency program on the dormant equipment in the laboratory. Teacher, the dormant equipment has a problem again, and the power in the base has been cut off. It's all my fault. I didn't debug the equipment properly last night. Leo apologized to Dr. Zora with a fearful look, and his expression was very lifelike. Because his current expression and movement were Leo's real reactions when the base had power outages due to dormant equipment 5 times before. So he pretended to be very easy this time, without any difficulty. Don't blame you. This is not the first time, you have done well enough. As usual, Dr. Zora also comforted Leo. But the next moment, the display screen on Dr. Zora's chest suddenly changed. Something bad is going to happen. JPG, it's broken, the base has a power outage, and the Black Widow's containment device will fail. Go and remind Miss Sienna. After Dr. Zora finished speaking, he ran out with his feet. The 2 mechanical legs ran very fast. Leo hurriedly followed behind and ran out. Just as the 2 ran to the door of the laboratory, a scream suddenly came from the corridor on the right. Leo and Dr. Zora stopped to see that Black Widow was wheeling an agent to the ground. Then she took out the military water bottle that the agent carried with him and began to drink it in big gulps. Teacher, come this way. Leo saw that Black Widow did not notice him and Dr. Zora, so he whispered, then pulled Dr. Zora's mechanical arm and turned to run to the other end of the corridor. Black Widow has escaped, but why didn't she run outside the base, but came down 1 level instead? Dr. Zora was not afraid of death, so he kept calm and careful thinking. At this time, he was pulled by Leo and asked in confusion while running. Teacher, I don't know either. There's no time to say more, run for your life. In fact, Leo knew why Black Widow came to the laboratory, because that was what Leo told her. Leo's exclusive laboratory was next to Dr. Zola's laboratory, and the pair of lightweight power arms Leo made were placed in the laboratory at this time. The pair of lightweight power arms were the powerful weapons Leo prepared for Black Widow. But Leo didn't expect Black Widow to come so quickly. Fortunately, Leo slipped away early, otherwise he would not be embarrassed and smile to forget the grudges. I don't know if Black Widow would kill him in anger. The moment Natasha found that the base suddenly lost power, she mustered all her strength to break the steel hoop, and then ran quickly to Leo's exclusive laboratory according to the map drawn by Leo. At this time, there were only dim emergency lights and flashing alarm lights in the corridor. Natasha didn't see a single figure at all, so she ran all the way to the vicinity of her destination without any obstacles. At this time, she saw an agent on patrol. The agent obviously did not expect to encounter a monster-like enemy on the 6th floor of the base. He was subdued by Natasha before he could even fire a shot. Natasha grabbed the agent's arm, swung it in a circle, and slammed it hard on the floor. The agent screamed and then fell silent. Natasha was thirsty and hungry at this time. She took out the water bottle from the agent and began to swallow it in big gulps. So she ignored the mastermind behind the door of Dr. Zola's laboratory. Natasha walked to the door of Leo's laboratory, turned the door handle lightly, opened the door, and pushed it in. Then she went straight to the 3rd drawer from the right on the 2nd layer of the mechanical table in front of her. In the drawer were 2 bottles of high-compression nutrient solution prepared by Leo in advance. Natasha drank 2 bottles in one breath, which relieved the hunger in her stomach. Then, according to Leo's arrangement, she found the storage device and other things that Leo mentioned, and of course, more importantly, a pair of light power arms. After groping for a few times, Natasha equipped the power arm. She tried to bend her elbows and clench her fists with both hands, and felt that the movements were very smooth and natural. A wave of reassuring power came from the mechanical arm. Natasha nodded with satisfaction and said to herself, "What a good thing, it seems that guy is not talking nonsense. Now even if I meet Bucky, I can defeat him." Then she swung her arms, looking super fierce. "I've been locked up in this base for long enough, it's time to break out." In the dim base, fierce gunshots, heart-wrenching screams, and rumbling collapses could be heard from time to time. When Natasha got a pair of lightweight power arms, she smashed the door of Leo's laboratory with a punch, and then began to run quickly out of the base. With Leo's secret instructions, Natasha did not take a detour in the base this time, and quickly and accurately ran straight to the entrance between the floors. At this time, the security force of the base had gradually recovered under the reminder of the alarm. The personnel on duty at night were more vigilant, and the personnel who were originally resting also began to walk out of the dormitory and go to the corridor to check the situation. When Natasha just ran back to the 5th underground floor from the 6th underground floor, the originally empty corridor was now scattered with Hydra agents who came out to check the situation because of the alarm. Many of the agents living on the 5th underground floor were scientific researchers, logistics personnel, etc., and did not have much combat effectiveness, and many of them did not even have weapons. Therefore, these agents began to be unlucky, and one after another, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Natasha waved her light power arm and rushed forward like a locomotive out of control. The Hydra agents were killed if they touched her, and they were injured and couldn't stand up. It took less than 3 minutes for her to rush from the 5th underground floor to the 4th underground floor. At this time, the agents on the 5th floor who were lucky enough to survive rushed over to find the base security supervisor Bald Orson and reported the emergency situation in the base. This base has not been discovered by the enemy for decades, and it has been comfortable for too long. Bald Orson originally thought that it was just because of the alarm caused by the power outage in the base, so he was still lying in bed. But when he heard his men report that they had encountered the Black Widow, he was immediately scared. He hurriedly used the emergency contact phone powered by the backup power supply to notify Sienna. However, he called several times, but no one answered. Bald Orson was afraid from the heart, and he was frightened from the side. While arranging the base security forces and asking the agents to desperately intercept the Black Widow, he picked up the heavy machine gun beside him and rushed out of the base. He definitely couldn't stop her, and he would even die if he ran into Black Widow. But if he didn't pretend to stop her, he would only die more miserably. So he picked up the heavy machine gun, because this would ensure that he couldn't catch up with Black Widow. Without super soldiers like Sienna or Winter Soldier as opponents, and with 2 powerful lightweight power arms as auxiliary weapons, Natasha was invincible and rampant in the base at this time. Accompanied by the screams of the Hydra agents, Natasha got closer and closer to the manor on the ground of the base. The 3rd underground floor. The 2nd underground floor. The 1st underground floor. Suddenly, the lights in the entire base were on, and the power of the base was restored. Vegata, the logistics director of the base, who was also the old rival of Bald Orson, arranged for professionals to restart the equipment in the nuclear reactor power plant as soon as he found out that the base had lost power. But according to the corresponding restart steps, the whole process would take more than an hour. When Vegata received the news from his men that Black Widow was about to escape from the base, he decisively turned on the connection switch between the base circuit and the U.S. national power grid. In this way, the advantage is that the power of the base is quickly restored, and all functional modules can be used normally. But the disadvantage is also obvious. The state grid will definitely find that the power consumption of Mukhiantang Manor is abnormal, and then the base will be exposed. Vegata has been laughing at Bald Orson, which shows that he really has the capital to laugh. He dared to pull down the power switch without asking Sienna, and he did not hesitate to expose the entire base. This courage alone is something that Bald Orson can't compare with. After the power of the base was restored, the surveillance camera began to function again and quickly locked Natasha's current location. At the same time, the communicator on the waist of Bald Orson, who was carrying a heavy machine gun, suddenly rang. "Boss, we have locked the location of Black Widow, and now she has reached the basement level of the base. Please give instructions." "Oh, she is destroying the camera, and we have lost her trace again, but she just reached the basement level, and is still far away from the ground entrance." Although Bald Orson is afraid of death, he is still a good hand after all. Although he was surprised why the power supply was restored so quickly, he quickly issued the correct order: seal the entrance door for me. In addition, send all the security agents in the base, half of them take the elevator directly to the ground, and the other half go to the underground floor to prepare for battle. Yes. The staff on duty in the central control room quickly executed the order. So when Natasha ran to the exit, she saw the entrance of the base slowly closing from top to bottom. Although she tried her best, when she arrived at the entrance of the base, the door was still sealed. After destroying the camera at the door, Natasha stomped her feet in anger and bit her lip. It's really abominable, everything was calculated by that. Facing the sealed door, Natasha was not helpless. The light power arms she wore on both hands were the key to breaking the deadlock. However, just because all this was calculated by a certain mastermind behind the scenes, she was quite ashamed and annoyed, and secretly afraid. Natasha stepped back and clenched her fists. The light power arm made a slight mechanical humming sound under the auxiliary energy, and the light on the power arm became brighter and brighter, as if slowly accumulating power. When the light effect exploded, Natasha exerted force on her feet, rushed forward, and bent her arms backward and punched. Of course, she was not aiming at the 20-centimeter thick steel plate closed door, but the wall next to the door. When she had enough power, Natasha no longer had the steel plate door in front of her, because at this time, all the walls in her eyes were doors. Boom! The wall shook 3 times and cracks appeared, but it did not collapse. The quality of the base's walls was still very strong. Natasha didn't even make a hole in the wall with one punch. She accumulated power again, and with the light power arm fully turned on, she punched hard with both fists again. Boom! This time, she directly punched a large hole with a diameter of about 1 meter in the wall, the steel bars broke, and the cement rolled all over the floor. She climbed out using her hands and feet, and after climbing up another flight of stairs, she finally rushed to the ground of the base. In the central control room, the agent on duty found Natasha from the ground surveillance and exclaimed, "Oh, my God. Boss, Black Widow has already rushed out, and the closed door didn't stop her." Bald Orson had just walked out of the elevator entrance on the underground floor, dragging his heavy machine gun on the ground. The incredulous scream of the agent on duty in the central control room suddenly came from the communicator on his waist. How is it possible? Did she rush out before the closed door was closed? No, the door was closed in advance, because the surveillance camera saw her just reaching the door before it was destroyed. But now, the ground camera actually captured her. I don't know what's going on. What should I do now? Notify the special forces still underground to all go to the ground floor. The agents already on the ground, opened fire to intercept Black Widow. After saying that, Bald Orson carried a heavy machine gun and ran straight to the entrance of the surface base. In the suburbs of New York State, on a hillside 2 kilometers west of Mukhientang Manor, a group of people were quietly lurking. The leader was a handsome white man, holding a compound bow in his hand, with a quiver on his back, sitting upright on a big tree to rest. He had superb eyesight and could ignore darkness and strong light. So when the light of gunfire flashed in Mukhientang Manor, he noticed the abnormality at the first time. His eagle-like eyes swept across the entire manor, and in just 1 second, he locked his eyes on Natasha Romanoff, who was being chased and intercepted by unknown armed personnel in Mukhientang Manor. If Leo was here, he would be able to recognize at the first time that this man was an agent of SHIELD and a member of the Avengers, Hawkeye Barton, Agent Clinton Barton. Barton estimated the distance, reached out and took out a special arrow from the quiver behind him, and then pulled the bow to a full moon. The arrow flew towards the target under the ejection of the bowstring. The missing new agent Natasha Romanoff is under fire from unknown armed forces. The situation is urgent, and I have begun to provide support. After putting away the bow, Barton reported the situation to his superiors through the communicator and issued an order. All agents, please note that an attack on the Mukhientang Manor 2 kilometers to the east will be launched immediately. The tactics are mainly harassment, and assist Agent Romanoff to break through. With an order, all the lurking agents began to act. Natasha was leaning against a wall at this time to avoid the dense bullets in front of her. She tried to break through many times, but the firepower of the Hydra agents was too fierce, and she was pushed back every time. The Hydra security forces have come to their senses and assembled into a force. The 3 heavy machine guns on her southwest side have become her biggest threat. Natasha tried to break out again. Fierce firepower poured towards her again. She blocked most of the bullets with her light power arm, but a few bullets still hit her body and were then caught by her muscles. After holding on for a few seconds, Natasha found that it was hopeless to break out and gradually began to be unable to resist. She retreated behind the wall again and began to become impatient. The light power arms in her hands had been deformed and were on the verge of being scrapped. Now they could only be used as shields. If no one came to help, she would definitely die when Sienna and her group chased after her. Suddenly, an arrow flashed through the night sky like lightning, penetrated a heavy machine gun operator, and pierced into the bunker in front of the Hydra agents. The arrow, which was still dripping with blood, flashed red light a few times, and then suddenly exploded, blowing up all the agents. Natasha was happy to find that the biggest trouble was suddenly solved, and she hurried to break out to the west. She just heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air and the explosion, and knew that Hawkeye Barton must be in the west preparing to pick her up. Sure enough, after she passed several more firing points with the shields in her hands, fierce fighting sounds came from the west side of the manor. At the same time, an arrow flew through the air and stabbed the Hydra agent who had just appeared behind Natasha to death. "Agent Romanoff, are you okay?" Barton's voice came first, and the next moment he appeared in front of Natasha.
I'm fine, thank you, Agent Barton. Do you know who these armed men are?
This is a secret base of the Hydra organization.
Report it to Commander Fury and ask him to send troops here.
After hearing Natasha's words, Barton seemed very shocked and quickly reported this explosive news to his superiors through the communicator. After a few brief and rapid exchanges, Barton looked up and said to Natasha, "Commander Fury asked us to evacuate quickly. He has deployed missiles and can bombard here immediately." After Barton finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave, but Natasha quickly stopped him. "No, there is a nuclear reactor power station underground. Bombarding with missiles will cause nuclear leakage. You listen to me, use bows and arrows to destroy the transformers around the manor first."
Natasha thought again and again, and finally decided to follow Leo's instructions and destroy the transformers around the manor first.
"Boss, where are you now? An unknown armed force suddenly appeared in the west of the manor and is fighting fiercely with our people.
Now Black Widow has joined them."
The communicator on Bald Orson's waist suddenly rang, but he did not answer, because he was standing at the entrance of the base, staring at the big hole in the wall in front of him.
Boss? Boss? Are you there? Please report your situation."
The communicator urged one after another. Bald Orson closed his mouth with his hand and replied, "Don't shout, I'm still alive. I'll go back to the control room immediately. Please copy the surveillance footage and put it in the portable player. I'll use it later." Then, Bald Orson hurried to the bottom of the base. He didn't dare to go outside the base. Black Widow was too scary. In the underground base, Leo and Dr. Zora left the laboratory, bypassed Black Widow, and ran all the way to Sienna's residence. But when the two of them just walked to Sienna's bedroom door, the power in the base suddenly recovered.
Exclamation point. Dr. Zora cursed, and then said angrily, "That's it.
The base is definitely exposed."
Bang bang bang. The door of Sienna's bedroom was banged on the ground by the very angry Dr. Zora with his metal arm.
However, there was no sound in the bedroom, and no one responded. Dr. Zora continued to bang the door, and called Leo to bang together. After a long time, the door was opened.
Sienna was only wearing a thin translucent gauze skirt.
She stretched her body exaggeratedly and yawned. The Winter Soldier followed her with his bare chest.
"What's wrong? My Dr. Zora. I'm really tired today. I'm sleeping."
After a battle with Black Widow in the evening and in battles with Winter Soldier at night, Sienna looked a little tired, plus being woken up by someone.
"Miss Sienna, Black Widow ran away." Dr. Zola didn't waste any words and told Sienna the details of what happened. Finally, he concluded, "This is just an accident. I didn't expect the dormant equipment to have problems tonight." Sienna looked at Leo, who was following Dr. Zola and secretly looking at her perfect figure, with a little dissatisfaction. Dr. Zola quickly said, "I don't think it has anything to do with Leo. After all, it's not the first time that my hibernation device has problems. The most important thing now is how to deal with this mess." Sienna retracted her gaze and asked, "You said there was a power outage, so why are all the lights on now? Could it be?" "Yes, the circuit of the base should have been connected to the outside world now." "Waste." Sienna cursed angrily, then turned around and took the Winter Soldier back to the bedroom. Soon, after the two dressed up, they took Dr. Zola and Leo to rush to the control room. But the four had just walked a few steps when Bald Orson hurried over, dragging a heavy machine gun, and shouted, "Chief, Dr. Zola, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Black Widow has escaped from the base. The outside of the base is also under attack by an unknown force, and that force has already reached Black Widow." After hearing Bald Orson's words, the four people, except for Bucky who had no expression on his face, all looked the same. Sienna and Dr. Zola were shocked, while Leo was shocked by a series of system prompts that appeared in front of him. Because Natasha successfully escaped from the secret base of Hydra and had been picked up, so the system determined that the Black Widow's life and death mission was completed, and a line of system prompts appeared in front of Leo. "The Black Widow's life and death mission has been completed, and the mission evaluation is excellent. The mission reward is now being settled, and the settlement is in progress. You get a Black Widow character card X1, and you can also randomly get a skill or expertise of the mission target Black Widow. The rewards are randomized. Please choose one of the following three options as a reward. 1. Charged Burst, active skill. It takes 2 seconds to charge when used, and the attack power doubles in the next attack, and each time it consumes a lot of physical strength. 2. Advanced Mental Resistance, expertise. Black Widow has developed extremely strong mental resistance during training, which can resist the negative effects of mental skills. 3. Serum Transformation of the Body, expertise. Black Widow was transformed by the former Soviet organization Red Room with serum,
and her physical fitness has been greatly improved. Leo was happy at first, and then he fell into entanglement. This was the first mission Leo had completed, and he didn't expect the mission reward to be so generous. It looked like a novice gift pack. All 3 options looked so tempting, Leo wanted them all. Since it was difficult to choose, Leo was not in a hurry to make a choice. He flipped out the panel and looked at the so-called Black Widow character card first. Black Widow character card, use times 1 out of 1. After using this character card, the host can temporarily obtain the physical fitness of Black Widow, which lasts for 60 minutes. After Leo read the attributes of Black Widow's character card, he had already made up his mind. He made up his mind and chose Advanced Mind Resistance. Although the first active skill is very powerful, Leo's basic attack power is weak now, and he can't play the maximum effect of the skill. The Black Widow character card can temporarily replace the third option, so Leo is not so urgent. In comparison, Leo prefers the second option because he has tasted the taste of being almost controlled by Black Widow, and now he is still a little scared when he thinks about it. In the Marvel Universe, there are many kinds of mind control and mental shock abilities. Leo felt that there was an ability to enhance mental resistance, at least to be prepared. When Leo made his choice, the system prompt in front of him turned into a light spot and dissipated. At the same time, a special force suddenly appeared in his body out of thin air and was transforming him. Leo felt that his mental power was gradually becoming stronger, and a barrier that seemed to be there and not there was formed in his mind. What was surprising was that with the growth of mental power, Leo felt that the mechanical force in his body was gradually becoming active, accelerating the improvement of his physical fitness. Yes, this is a real world, not a game. The formation of high-level mental resistance must be because the individual has extremely strong mental power, and mental power affects the mysterious mechanical force in Leo's body. Leo was feeling the mysterious mechanical force in his body, and suddenly, an unexpected system prompt was refreshed. It is detected that the host's mental strength has reached the minimum standard of mechanical force deduction inspiration, and mechanical force deduction inspiration has been unlocked. Mechanical force deduction inspiration, active skill, can consume mechanical force and mental force to deduce a mechanical drawing, parts, etc. in the mind, with a certain probability of generating fantastic ideas, like a stroke of genius. Seeing that he had obtained a new active skill, Leo was overjoyed. He thought it was just a simple choice of a reward for advanced mental resistance, but who knew that unexpected surprises came one after another. In general, the reward of a mission directly raised Leo's comprehensive strength to a higher level. He was not only full of expectations for the mission of saving American soldier Bucky Barnes. It seemed that Leo spent a lot of time to settle the mission reward, but in fact only a few seconds had passed. At this time, Bald Orson had just run to Sienna. He pulled the heavy machine gun to his body, saluted Sienna, and was about to speak, when suddenly, the communicator on his waist rang, "Boss, they are attacking the Transformers around the manor, and our people can't stop them." But before the agent on duty finished speaking, the base fell into darkness again, and then the emergency lighting devices lit up again. Without the signal relay between the floors of the base, the wireless signal could not be transmitted in the base full of metal. Bald Orson suppressed the panic in his heart, calmed down and said, "Chief, as I said just now, the Black Widow has escaped, and the base is now under attack. Please give me your instructions. Can we still see the surveillance video on the ground from the control room now?" Based on Bald Orson's few words, Sienna could not grasp much useful information at all, and could not make a direct decision. The base has lost its power supply, so it should be impossible to see the surveillance outside. But before I came to you, I had backed up a surveillance video on the ground. Bald Orson quickly took out a portable player from his waist bag. "Chief, please take a look." The content of this surveillance video was the video clip of Hawkeye Barton responding to Black Widow. As the leader of Hydra, Sienna of course recognized Barton, the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After watching the video, she gritted her teeth and said angrily, Black Widow is actually from S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing this, Orson and Dr. Zora exclaimed one after another. "Miss Sienna, I suggest that the base enter the highest state of emergency immediately." Dr. Zora weighed the pros and cons and quickly gave the most appropriate advice. Sienna thought for a while, nodded, and agreed to Dr. Zora's proposal. Then he said, "Orson, notify everyone that the base has entered the first-level combat readiness state and implement Emergency Plan A." Bald Orson received the order and left in a hurry. Emergency Plan A means that everything in the base needs to be packed up and evacuated quickly. Sienna waited until Bald Orson walked away, glanced at Leo standing next to him and said, "Leo, go back up the important experimental data in the laboratory, destroy the original data, and then prepare to evacuate with the main force."
But after hearing Sienna's order, Leo stood there without moving, as if he didn't hear it. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Leo ignored her words, Sienna seemed particularly angry. At this time, Dr. Zora took a step forward, and the old man on the robot's chest adjusted the frame, looking particularly serious. Miss Sienna, Leo knows what we are going to do next. I told him in advance. Leo is my student, and as his teacher, I want to fight for his right to live. Moreover, I think Leo's future achievements will not be lower than mine, and the organization needs him. Sienna looked at Dr. Zora, her eyes full of anger. But Dr. Zora stood straight and did not give in at all. After a long time, Sienna retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Since you insist, let him evacuate with us." But, as soon as she finished speaking, Sienna suddenly looked up at Leo, her long purple hair fluttering behind her without wind. Leo, who was standing in silence, suddenly felt his brain become drowsy, and an external mental force wanted to pierce deep into his brain like a needle. At the same time, a line of blood-red system prompts refreshed. System warning. You are under strong mental control from Sienna Schmidt. Judging. Unlike the last time Leo was enchanted by Natasha's spirit, this time the scene in front of him was sometimes fragrant and boundless, and sometimes terrifying like hell. At the same time, a tingling sensation emerged in his head, making it impossible to concentrate. At this time, Leo felt that the Sienna standing in front of him was sometimes as majestic and dazzling as a queen, and sometimes as frightening as the devil of hell, making people want to surrender. Fortunately, Leo's recently acquired, advanced mind resistance, played a powerful role, protecting his consciousness when he was about to surrender to Sienna. Judgment successful, you successfully resisted the powerful mental control from Sienna Schmidt. As the system prompts appeared, Leo instantly regained clarity, and then began to be afraid. Although Leo was conscious, Sienna's mental power was still rushing around in his mind. This made Leo feel very uncomfortable. However, he did not dare to use his mental power to resist. Instead, he used mental power and mechanical force to manipulate the mental barrier to wrap his consciousness, slowly disappearing into the depths of his mind, and only maintaining a vague connection with the outside world. As Leo gradually let go of the control of his body, he began to show a look of obedience to Sienna on his face. Sienna smiled proudly. She was proud in her heart and thought she had controlled Leo. The mental confrontation was very fast and ended in an instant. When Leo was controlled, Dr. Zola reacted and understood what happened. The next moment, Dr. Zora jumped up in frustration and started to curse. Miss Sienna, you might turn Leo into an idiot. You are disrespecting scientific researchers and jealous of excellent scientists. Why do you treat my students like this? At the critical moment of imprisoning the Black Widow, the base happened to lose power because of a malfunction of your hibernation device. Don't you think everything is too coincidental? Leo is the only person in charge of the hibernation device. I suspect he tampered with it. You're talking nonsense. Both his parents are agents of the organization, and he grew up in the organization. What reason does he have to betray the organization? In addition, this is not the first time that my hibernation device has failed, causing a power outage in the base. Why can't all this be a coincidence? If you insist on saying it is a coincidence, what were you doing when the Black Widow escaped? Why were you indulging in and didn't notice that there was a problem with the base at the first time? That's just a coincidence. Dr. Zora seemed very angry, with anger burning on the display screen. The mechanical arm pointed at Sienna and shouted, "It's a coincidence that you delayed your work due to indulgence. Why can't the power outage be a coincidence? Dr. Zora, don't be so angry. You will know if it is caused by your precious student if you ask now." Sienna was not angry when she heard Dr. Zora's dirty words. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Leo again, and said lightly, "Leo, did you deliberately cause the malfunction of the hibernation device? Are you related to the escape of Black Widow?" Leo stared at Sienna with a submissive and lustful expression and said, "It wasn't me who caused it. It was the dormant device itself that had a problem. I had nothing to do with Black Widow's escape. I have been loyal to Hydra my whole life." Hey, Hydra! Did you hear that? Did you see that? You are questioning the loyalty of an excellent member of the organization. Hydra has been in a mess for so many years because of you. To be honest, Miss Sienna, I am very disappointed in you. Okay, since Leo is fine, let's take him and evacuate quickly. Sienna obviously didn't want to argue with Dr. Zora, who was so angry that her emotional logic program had been confused. She turned around and walked to the bottom of the base with the Winter Soldier. Leo was now controlled by Sienna, so he followed Sienna with a submissive look. Dr. Zora found that he was the only one left standing there alone, so he calmed down a little and followed with a display screen.
There is a secret passage at the bottom of the base, which can lead directly to 3,000 meters north of the base. If we look at the surface, there is nothing but a wasteland 3,000 meters to the north of Mukyiantang Manor.
At this time, the wasteland ground was cracked like an earthquake, with a huge dark hole.
When the hole was fully opened, a metal runway gradually rose from the ground, and a black plane was ready to take off at the start of the runway. In the plane, Sienna sat in the driver's seat, and Dr. Zola, Winter Soldier, and Leo sat in the seats behind. The ejection device gave the plane an extremely fast initial velocity, and with the help of the runway, the black plane quickly took off and climbed higher and higher. At the same time, Sienna, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly operated the panel in front of her several times, and finally pressed a blood-red button with a wicked smile.
Boom!
In the Hydra base 3,000 meters to the south, a violent explosion sounded in the next moment, with flashing flames and mushroom clouds rising into the sky. At this time, all the Hydra agents who were still in the base were buried in the sea of fire without exception. At the same time, all scientific research data were destroyed.
The small nuclear fuel pile under the base was also dispersed by the huge explosion wave, causing a nuclear leak.
The Hydra organization doesn't care about any international conventions, otherwise Hydra wouldn't be so notorious. And now the person in charge of the Hydra organization, Sienna, is even more ruthless. In order to prevent the secrets in the base from being exposed, she did not hesitate to kill all the agents in the base, leaving no one alive. 2 kilometers west of Mukyiantang Manor, the SHIELD team, which had just experienced a fierce battle and lost several agents, was repairing here. Hawkeye Barton was using the tools in the first aid kit to help Natasha remove several bullets that were drilled deeper, and then he skillfully cleaned the wound and applied gauze. Suddenly, a dazzling fire lit up in the direction of Mukyiantang Manor, and then the earth began to shake, followed by a huge explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Hawkeye Barton's face changed, and he quickly climbed to the top of the tree, then used his super eyes to scan the ruined Hydra base. Unfortunately, he found nothing.
Barton, come down quickly. There is nuclear fuel in the base. It must have leaked at this time. Let's evacuate quickly. Natasha shouted to Barton under the tree.
Barton quickly went down to the ground, organizing the evacuation of the SHIELD agents and contacting Chief Nick Fury.
Chief Fury, this is Level 6 Agent Clinton Barton, codenamed Hawkeye. I have successfully rescued Agent Romanoff.
But there was a sudden explosion at the Hydra secret base.
We suspect that the nuclear fuel inside has leaked. Report completed. Please give instructions.
The next moment, a deep voice came from the communicator. All agents evacuate 5 miles away from the target location.
You and Agent Romanoff come directly to the headquarters to find me. SHIELD headquarters, Trident Building.
The weather near the Potomac River is always good. At this time, the sun has just risen from the east, and the sky is blue.
After a long journey of more than 8 minutes, the sun shines into an office, illuminating the office.
2 scrapped light power arms are lying quietly on the desk in the office.
There are 3 people in the office, discussing something.
In addition to Black Widow and Hawkeye, there is a strong black man, who is Nick Fury, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, Fury's left eye is not blind, and his hair is not bald. At this time, Natasha, who has rested for a while, is reporting to Fury what she saw and heard in the Hydra base. Natasha said, in summary, this Hydra base must be one of their most important strongholds.
You said that in addition to Original Sin Sienna Schmidt and the robot Zora, there is also a serum-transformed soldier whose left hand has been replaced with a mechanical arm? Do you know who he is?
Fury didn't know that Natasha knew the Winter Soldier, and Natasha didn't want Fury to know, so she chose to conceal it. I don't know him.
But he is very strong in combat.
I have fought him and the odds are 50-50.
Fury rubbed his forehead and seemed to remember something.
After a long time, he continued, you just said that you were captured by the Hydra organization, so how did you escape in the end? Natasha did not hide anything, and told her conversation and transaction with Leo in detail, and emphasized the second content of the transaction.
After listening to Natasha's words, Fury was silent for a while, then rubbed his forehead again and said, Agent Romanoff, from what you said, you want S.H.I.E.L.D. to pay the $1 million? I am a man of my word. Since I promised him, I have to fight for it.
Impossible, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never pay such a large sum of money for this.
We don't have extra funds.
Besides, there is no reason for S.H.I.E.L.D. to aid the enemy. Fury put his hands behind his back and continued lightly, moreover, I have organized a rescue team. At the latest, we can occupy the entire base and rescue you by the next morning.
The so-called money for buying your life is simply a joke.
A joke? You rashly sent troops without caring whether I am dead or alive, and you keep saying that it is to rescue me.
Isn't this a joke? You just want to destroy the enemy. Natasha's words were sharp and hit the nail on the head.
Because S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know whether you are dead or alive.
Fury was choked by Natasha and told the truth without thinking.
Then, Fury comforted her in a slightly gentle voice. Natasha, you have to understand my difficulties. This is how S.H.I.E.L.D. carries out its missions. We cannot sacrifice the interests of the country for our own selfishness.
I've had enough of indifferent organizations.
That's why I betrayed my country. Now it seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the same as them.
So what reason do I have to agree to your recruitment and continue to work for you? Because if you don't work for S.H.I.E.L.D., you will be imprisoned for life and will never be free for the rest of your life.
Fury told the cruel truth in a calm tone.
Natasha snorted coldly and chose to remain silent.
Agent Romanov, S.H.I.E.L.D., is actually much better than you think. After discovering that you were missing, Commander Fury immediately sent dozens of agents including me to investigate intelligence near the Kapok Pond Manor, and…
Hawkeye, stop talking.
I did not do that out of loyalty and righteousness as you said.
You, me, and she all know it.
Nick stretched out his hand to interrupt Barton, and then continued, Agent Romanov, you can only continue to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., you have no other choice. Let's put it this way, you took a great risk in carrying out the mission this time, and helped the United States eliminate a great potential threat.
The organization has decided to directly upgrade your agent level from level 4 to level 6.
If you don't want to be used by others anymore, perform well in the next mission. When your agent level is high enough, no one can control you. In addition, Hawkeye, after the review of the Bureau, your agent level has also been upgraded by 1 level, and it is now level 7.
This operation has been assessed as a level 6 operation.
Please be careful not to leak the information to agents with insufficient levels.
That's all for today. You two should go and have a good rest.
After saying that, Fury grabbed the 2 lightweight power arms on the table with one hand and turned to leave the office.
Hello everyone, this is New York TV, News 30 Minutes.
A few days ago, a huge explosion occurred in Mukyiantang Manor, which caused a forest fire. Fortunately, the fire in the forest has been brought under control. However, the area near Mukyiantang Manor has been under martial law as of 9/11.
Unrelated personnel are requested not to stay nearby to avoid accidents.
According to people familiar with the manor violated fire regulations and privately built a large-scale cotton processing station, which caused the line overload and thus caused the disaster. The surviving person in charge of the manor has now been arrested by the police.
Leo,
who was sitting on the leather sofa watching TV with his legs curled up, stood up and stretched. It seems that the US officials are also very skilled in making big things small and small things disappear. Such a huge explosion and even a nuclear leak occurred, but in the end the US officials found a random excuse to cover it up. For this reason, they even set fire to the forest within a radius of 5 miles.
TSK.
After Leo sighed, he picked up the remote control and turned off the TV, and sat back on the sofa in a daze. At this time, 3 days had passed since Leo and his group left the secret base of Mukyiantang. Now he is staying in another secret base of the Hydra organization, located in the famous American city of Boston. Leo doesn't know how many bases the Hydra organization has, he only knows that this time he finally doesn't have to live underground all the time.
This time the base is an 18-story building, and he is now living in a luxury suite on the 10th floor of the building. He was able to have such good living conditions thanks to Sienna's mental control over him last time. Sienna thought she had successfully controlled Leo, so she decided to train Leo as the future chief scientist.
Of course, the promotion of this matter was also inseparable from the old man Zora, who was blowing his beard and staring at Sienna, who kept muttering in Sienna's ear.
In the end, Dr. Zora saw that Leo's intelligence level did not show a trend of decline, so he was relieved and let Sienna go.
In the past 3 days, Leo stayed in his bedroom in the name of recuperation, occasionally reading the news, and most of the time he was sorting out his thoughts. Suddenly, Leo seemed to remember something and jumped up from the sofa. He picked up a laptop beside the bed and hacked into a foreign bank website. After entering the verification information, Leo saw that his bank account still showed 000, and thought to himself that it was true. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not pay Leo the life-buying money of the Black Widow, but Leo did not feel disappointed, regretful, angry, etc. because all this was within his expectations. $1 million is not cabbage, of course S.H.I.E.L.D. will save as much as possible.
However, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not aware of the seriousness of the matter yet. How can they owe Leo money?
Exiting the webpage, deleting all his browsing traces, Leo changed his clothes and prepared to go out.
It was getting late, and he was a little hungry.
He heard that the cafeteria would limit the supply of Boston lobsters today, so he had to go earlier. After dinner, he still had to attend the regular meeting at the base. After eating 2 large lobsters and drinking a large glass of Fat House Happy Water, Leo, who was full of food and drink, picked his teeth and walked to the top floor of the building from the fire escape staircase without taking the elevator. After swiping his ID card and verifying his fingerprint, Leo entered the top floor of the building.
It was almost evening at this time.
Through the glass window, Leo took a look at the densely packed, high and low buildings outside, as well as the vehicles coming and going on the street. He couldn't help but admire the horror of the Hydra organization again. Even in the center of Boston, the oldest city in the United States, there is a Hydra building. Moreover, according to Leo's understanding of Marvel, he knew that this organization had infiltrated the interior of SHIELD.
It was so terrifying.
Leo thought and walked, and before he knew it, the conference room was close at hand. He pushed the door and found that only Dr. Zola was in the conference room at this time. Dr. Zola didn't need to eat, so he was waiting here early.
Leo, you're here. Come here and derive some quantum mechanics formulas for me. Leo curled his lips secretly. Here we go again.
Then he sighed helplessly and walked over obediently. In the past 3 days, every time Dr. Zola saw Leo, he would find ways to test his intelligence, fearing that he would be turned into an idiot by Sienna. Leo picked up the pen, casually splashed ink, quickly derived several formulas on the paper, and then said, "Teacher, you can see that there is no problem with my IQ. The leader's ability has not affected me. I am very healthy now, and my appetite is incomparably good.
I ate 2 big lobsters this morning."
Leo first showed off his increasingly obvious biceps, and then patted his stomach.
"Leo, you never called Sienna the leader in front of me before.
You either called her by her name or even called her an annoying little goblin.
But now, don't you find something strange? The leader is a light that illuminates the future of the organization.
I was young, ignorant, and frivolous before, and I didn't understand the greatness of the leader.
But now, I have changed." Dr. Zora was stunned by Leo's high-sounding words. Then, he sighed.
Leo saw that Dr. Zora stopped asking questions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Leo felt ashamed to brag about Sienna so mindlessly.
But Leo wanted to give everyone in the base the impression that he was devoted to Sienna.
As a cultured actor, he must always pay attention to his words and deeds.
Next, Dr. Zora began to chat with Leo casually about academics.
After chatting for about 10 minutes, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 2 people walked in one after the other. The one walking in front was naturally the charming Sienna, and the one following behind was a respectful tall and thin white man. He was the general manager of the building, Katar Zaitsev, a Russian.
The building was disguised as a pharmaceutical company, and even most of the employees were ordinary people.
Katar was nominally the CEO of the company, but secretly controlled the entire company. In the entire building, only Tar could be called a high-ranking member of Hydra, and the Winter Soldier had been frozen again.
Therefore, after the 2 men arrived, the meeting was about to begin. "Tar, how is my simple dormancy equipment prepared?"
"Dr. Zora, we are a pharmaceutical company after all, and we lack the various mechanical materials you need. These few days, I barely collected them secretly, and they all arrived in the afternoon."
Without the necessary dormancy equipment, Dr. Zora's daily dormancy time doubled from 6 hours to 12 hours.
Moreover, the computing speed of Dr. Zora's robot body was also greatly affected. If there is a simple dormancy device, in theory, not only can his daily dormancy time be reduced to 9 hours, but it can even ensure that he can work at a high speed every day, so Dr. Zora is very concerned about the progress of this matter. "Dr. Zola, although the materials are in place, please process and assemble them yourself.
The people here are not good at this job."
After saying this, Kotar turned to Sienna and told her about another more important matter. "Chief, I have secretly contacted the agents who have infiltrated SHIELD. It has been confirmed that they did not know that SHIELD had recruited the Black Widow. After their subsequent investigation, they found that the Black Widow was secretly recruited by a senior SHIELD agent named Nick Fury. Nick Fury was a U.S. Army colonel who became a SHIELD agent. He has considerable power, and our people can't find much information about him."
"Nick Fury? I know this guy. He's quite capable."
"Notify the undercover agents and ask them to find a way to approach and monitor Nick Fury. There may be unexpected gains in the future."
"Okay, Chief, but this takes time. I will try my best to arrange it. Notify them as soon as possible. They have failed once, and I don't want it to happen a second time." Sienna lightly put some pressure on Kotar, and then continued, "Besides this, have those hidden agents sent out any other valuable intelligence?"
"There is one more, which sounds very important.
About 3 months ago, didn't the hidden agents send out a message saying that Howard Stark was suspected of trying to restore the super serum?
Sienna recalled and remembered that this incident did happen. At that time, in the Mukhiantang base, she also proposed a plan to deal with Howard at the meeting.
Sienna nodded and motioned Kotar to continue.
The hidden agents reported yesterday that Howard Stark has indeed successfully restored the super serum and has contacted SHIELD and is preparing to conduct human experiments.
I knew it. I figured it out a long time ago.
In the paperclip project, I designed the Insight project, and I figured out that Howard Stark is a threat to the new Hydra organization, and the organization should have sent people to eliminate him a long time ago. After hearing what Kotar said, Dr. Zora started to shout and stand up and dance, looking very excited.
Dr. Zora, please be patient.
You have calculated too many people who are a threat to Hydra, including a little boy who is still in junior high school.
It is unbelievable. If all these people are killed, the cost to the organization will be too high.
The new Hydra organization is still growing and there is no need to take such a big risk.
Sienna raised her hand to hold Dr. Zora down, calming him down, and then asked, Dr. Zora, how is your super serum research going? Can we conduct human experiments now? Not yet. The experimental materials have been destroyed in the explosion a few days ago.
I have backed up the experimental data and can continue to study it.
It won't delay much progress.
But it is still a long way to go before conducting human experiments.
Dr. Zora broke free from Sienna's control and spread his hands to answer Sienna. Dr. Zora felt that he was outdone by Howard and was very angry. He said angrily, how detestable.
If the cosmic cube was still there, I would have developed the super serum long ago. The Hydra organization could have used it to achieve its goal and change the world.
How detestable. Okay, stop talking. The cosmic cube has become history with my father and Captain America.
Now we have to focus on the present.
Sienna raised her hand to stop Dr. Zora's complaints.
After thinking for a while, she said, regarding the super serum, I have a plan here.
Now everyone listened carefully and analyzed the feasibility.
Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Sienna slowly spoke, since we have no hope of producing super serum in a short period of time, why don't we seize Howard Stark's achievements?
He successfully restored the formula of the super serum. Isn't that making wedding clothes for us in vain? What do you think of this idea? This is a good idea. We can seize his formula and the serum he made. In order to ensure the success of the mission, I propose to send the Winter Soldier to carry out the mission.
By the way, we can kill Stark and solve this major threat of Hydra. SHIELD has just destroyed one of our important bases. We can turn around and kill one of the founders of their organization, and we can get rid of this bad breath.
After a little calculation, Dr. Zola confirmed that the feasibility was extremely high, so he nodded in agreement with Sienna's plan. Sienna nodded and agreed to Dr. Zora's proposal. Okay, it's decided.
Tar, this plan requires your cooperation. You must hurry up and contact the agents lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask them to find a suitable time and place for us to implement the plan. Also, the plan must be kept secret and must not be leaked.
Of course, I will do it. After several people discussed it again, the details were determined one by one. Leo also pretended to make suggestions.
After a long time, everything was discussed.
Sienna said, this is the end of the meeting tonight.
I wish our plan goes well.
Long live Hydra. Meeting adjourned. After that, Sienna stood up and walked out of the meeting room.
Kotar respectfully watched Sienna walk away, then turned back to Dr. Zora and Leo and said, Dr. Zora, Mr. Irwin, the materials and instruments you need are all piled up in the warehouse on the second underground floor.
I have transformed 2 large laboratories on the second underground floor.
Please come to me, I will show you. So, the 3 of them took the special elevator and went directly to the second underground floor. When they arrived in the warehouse, Leo saw the materials and various instruments piled up, and couldn't help but sigh again that the Hydra organization was rich and powerful. Kotar took the 2 to the warehouse, chatted casually for a few words, and then said goodbye. He had several jobs and was almost exhausted every day. He wished that every second would be spent in half, and there was not much time to waste here. After Kotar left, Dr. Zora took Leo to survey the size of the 2 vacated laboratories, and then made a preliminary plan for the layout of the laboratories. Then, he and Leo started working with the help of various instruments and machinery. While working, Leo occasionally used the skill, mechanical force analysis inspiration, that he had just acquired, which provided Dr. Zora with many new ideas. In the following days, apart from eating and sleeping, Leo stayed in the laboratory on the second floor underground, manufacturing various parts.
Dr. Zora was even more ruthless. He didn't need to eat, so apart from the necessary 12 hours of sleep, he never had a moment to rest. Time flies, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the two laboratories have taken shape, and Dr. Zora's simple hibernation device has been built. On this day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, in the underground laboratory, Dr. Zora looked at the beautifully crafted hibernation device in front of him, which was shaped like a bed, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, "Leo, you have worked hard these days. Thanks to the various wonderful ideas you provided, the simple hibernation device can be built so quickly. There is no need to rush for the next work." It was Leo who suggested Dr. Zora to design the new hibernation device to look like a bed, because he thought Dr. Zora's previous lying posture was ugly. Moreover, every time Dr. Zora took out a design drawing of a hibernation device component and introduced its basic function, Leo could use the skill, mechanical force deduction inspiration, to get a little inspiration and then simplify the components. This greatly improved the work efficiency of the two. A hibernation device in the Mukyiantang base was designed and produced by Dr. Zora decades ago. It was only repaired a few times in the middle, and there was no major upgrade, so many design ideas were outdated. Moreover, many units are not very useful in Leo's view now, and are simply a burden. These cumbersome units are the main reason for the frequent power outages at the Mukyiantang base. After Leo's improvement, the performance of the new dormant device has been greatly improved. "Teacher, this is what I should do. I can think of so many ideas because of your good teaching." Leo was appropriately modest, and then hurriedly said, "Teacher, why don't you lie down and try the effect of the device? Tomorrow morning, we will collect the equipment parameters and then carry out the subsequent debugging and improvement." Dr. Zora smiled with relief, and then followed Leo's advice and lay on the dormant device. Leo skillfully connected various sensors to Dr. Zora, then fixed Dr. Zora's robot body and began to enter instructions on the computer screen next to him. After all the detection programs were debugged, Leo pulled down the handle and started the dormant device. When designing a new dormant device, Leo strongly suggested that the handle be kept because of familiarity. As the mechanical hum sounded, the dormant device began to work, and Dr. Zora slowly fell asleep. Leo was also working seriously. He checked the monitoring equipment first, and then he couldn't wait to attack Dr. Zora's body. As Leo began to concentrate and mobilize the mechanical force on his body, a system prompt appeared in front of him. The target autonomous consciousness multifunctional robot was found to be analyzable, and the current analysis completion rate was 70%. Since leaving the Mukyiantang base, this is the first time that Leo has analyzed Dr. Zora's robot body again. Mechanical force analysis. As soon as the analysis began, Leo felt different. This time, he felt that the speed of analysis was many times faster than before. After a little thought, Leo found the reason. This change can only be caused by the advanced mind resistance obtained from Natasha. Advanced mind resistance greatly strengthened Leo's spirit, making the mechanical force in his body more active. Therefore, when analyzing the mechanical force, the analysis speed naturally became faster. This unexpected surprise made Leo secretly excited. In total, he has spent more than half a year on Dr. Zora's robot body, but he has great expectations for this body. As the mechanical force was consumed, the mechanical completion rate jumped from 70% to 72%. This speed has increased by dozens of times compared to before. It seems that Leo is about to conquer Dr. Zora's body. The accelerated analysis speed gave Leo endless motivation. He went into another laboratory, found a hidden place, operated the mechanical force refining method, and began to slowly restore the mechanical force. Sure enough, even the recovery speed of the mechanical force became much faster. After 10 minutes of refining, the mechanical force in Leo's body has been fully restored. Originally, he had other things to do, but he couldn't suppress his excitement and ran back to analyze Dr. Zora's body. Seeing that the progress had increased by another 2%, Leo smiled. After restoring the mechanical force to full again, Leo suppressed his excitement and began to improve and manufacture the light-duty power arm in his own laboratory. Last time, Leo gave a pair of light-duty power arms to Natasha for free. This time, he decided to make a better pair. The next day, in Leo's laboratory, Leo woke up from the lab table in a daze. After wiping the mysterious liquid from the corner of his mouth, he stretched and rubbed his face. Then, he immediately felt his right arm was a little sore, and his neck was a little painful. After rubbing his arm and neck briefly, he glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and found that it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. In Boston in December, at this time, the sky was probably just getting light. But Leo stayed on the second floor underground, and it didn't matter to him whether it was light or not. Last night, when Leo was designing a new lightweight power arm blueprint, he kept activating the inspiration skill.
Perhaps it was because of the right time, right place, and right people, his inspirations burst out one after another, and he couldn't stop it.
He kept revising the blueprint in his hand and was busy until very late.
In the end, his spirit and mechanical strength were exhausted, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He was ready to lie on the lab table for a nap, but he slept until now.
Thanks to Leo's strong physical condition, he would have caught a cold. Thinking of this, Leo smiled and shook his head.
He thought to himself that he would still go back to bed to sleep in the future. The luxury suite was so comfortable, so there was no need to go against the enjoyment. However, Leo felt that it was worth it to pay the small price of staying up late, sore arms and neck pain. Because last night he had thought about it many times and worked hard for half the night to design two amazing things. The new lightweight power arm not only has a much better performance than the original version, but Leo also added two particularly interesting designs. Thinking of this, Leo wanted to take a closer look at the two drawings he designed overnight last night. He remembered that before going to bed last night, he put the drawings on the experimental table.
Hey, where are my drawings?
Leo searched the messy desktop several times, but found nothing. Then he looked under the chair and the table, but found nothing. What the hell? The drawings he worked hard to draw in the middle of the night disappeared. The entire underground second floor has been set up with access control. Only Leo, a living person, and Dr. Zora, who has no body temperature, can enter and exit.
Could it be that Dr. Zora woke up early?
Just as he thought of this, the door of Leo's laboratory was suddenly pushed open, and then Dr. Zora's voice came in. Genius.
Genius idea, genius design. Leo, did you design these two drawings?
Dr. Zora waved two drawings at Leo with an excited look on his face.
Yes, teacher, that's exactly what I designed. I got the inspiration from the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm.
Leo saw that Dr. Zora had discovered his secret, and he admitted it with a stiff upper lip.
In order to divert Dr. Zora's attention, Leo quickly continued, Teacher, why did you wake up so early? Is the hibernation device comfortable to use?
Very comfortable. The improvement suggestions you provided are very effective. The current hibernation device can not only charge me quickly, but also speed up the processing of the redundant data stream generated in my body. Now I only need to sleep for 7 hours, and I can completely recover. After a while, when we have perfected the equipment, I think I only need to sleep for 4 or 5 hours a day.
Leo, I was right about you, you are really a genius.
Dr. Zola expressed strong affirmation of Leo's contribution, and then began to admire the mechanical arms designed by Leo. The design ideas of these two mechanical arms are really unique. Although I think it's nothing big after I understand it, your innovative ideas and courage to try are exactly what I have lost. Since Dr. Erskine invented the super serum, the scientific community has been thinking about how to restore his formula, hoping to create more super soldiers. However, your pair of mechanical arms are different. The power of external mechanical armor can also give ordinary people the power that is not inferior to super soldiers.
It seems that we, the older generation, have fallen into a dead end. There are many ways to achieve the goal. Sometimes you just need to change your thinking to break the deadlock. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. This is all because of your good teaching. I can make this design, and you, teacher, have also contributed a lot.
Leo smiled modestly, feeling a little guilty. This idea was completely plagiarized by him.
No,
it was just borrowed from the future Iron Man. Dr. Zora smiled with relief. The more he looked at Leo, the more he liked him. There are not many students now who are not complacent with amazing results and respect their teachers. Leo, I understand most of this drawing, but there is still one thing that I am confused about. The old man on Dr. Zora's chest supported his eyes and continued, You drew a snowflake here on the jet tube of the robotic arm. What is it for?
In addition, why is the robotic arm on the left hand called Frost Decay? Is there any particularity in this name?
Oh, teacher, it's like this. Snowflake means freezing, and I plan to let the jet tube emit low-temperature gas or rays, so that the enemy will be frostbitten and look very weak. So the name is Frost Decay.
Well, is that so? What about the right hand? The same design?
But why is it called Fire Joy? Leo suppressed his laughter and explained to Dr. Zora seriously, the design is different.
Look, there is a flame drawn here on the right jet tube.
I plan to let the right hand emit high-temperature flames or rays, so that the enemy will be burned. People who are burned are generally alive and kicking, and look very happy.
Well, if you put it this way, everything makes sense.
Dr. Zora said as he thought seriously, and then continued, however, your design has a fatal flaw. Such a powerful energy source cannot be installed on a small robotic arm to support the two types of rays you mentioned.
Moreover, have you found materials that can emit low temperature or high temperature rays?
Dr. Zora suddenly became academic, and Leo became serious unconsciously. Teacher, the two questions you raised are exactly the biggest bottlenecks I'm facing now.
At present, I haven't thought of a perfect solution, but I just have an idea.
Prepare everything for the future. Several decades ago, when John was still in control of the cosmic cube, I was the chief scientist of the team. At that time, with the help of the cosmic cube, I developed two types of crystals that could release extremely cold and extremely hot rays. However, without the assistance of the cosmic cube, the crystals synthesized under the existing conditions can only be slightly cold and slightly hot, and do not have much lethality.
Leo was surprised when he heard this.
Dr. Zola is worthy of being someone who has come into contact with the cosmic cube, and he has hidden a lot of private goods.
He quickly asked, how cold is it? How hot is it?
Under the stimulation of high voltage electricity, the cold is -30 degrees and the hot is almost 80 degrees. Moreover, the effect drops sharply when the distance exceeds 3 meters, and it has no military value.
This temperature is enough. What is enough? The cold is bad enough to get hurt, and the hot is hot enough to make me happy.
Teacher, please give me the synthesis method of the two crystals. Hearing Leo asking him for the formula of two crystals, Dr. Zora thought for a while and said, of course I can give you the formula of crystals, but I can't solve the problem of energy. You still need to solve this problem yourself.
Leo agreed repeatedly, no problem.
Originally, the idea of freezing rays and scorching rays was just an idea that Leo came up with casually because he was too deeply poisoned by online games in his previous life. He just gave two interesting names for fun and had no intention of actually making the imagined drawings. But now, it happened that Dr. Zora had two crystals with corresponding properties, so Leo certainly wanted to try to complete his work.
Dr. Zora was not hypocritical.
He directly checked his database, called up the drawings of the two crystals, and projected them on the display screen on his chest. Then he explained to Leo, the crystal that can release low-temperature rays is called frost stone by me. Its crystal structure is shown in the picture on my chest, and its working principle is similar to that of a laser diode.
As Dr. Zora explained, Leo began to focus on Dr. Zora's chest.
The next moment, the mechanical force analysis started. Found the analyzable blueprint frost stone, analyzing. Analysis completed, you have obtained the blueprint of frost stone. Dr. Zora was still talking, but Leo had already mastered the principle and production method of this material.
After introducing the frost stone, Dr. Zora introduced another crystal stone that can release high-temperature rays.
As expected, Dr. Zora called it the flame stone.
No wonder Dr. Zora looked surprised when he saw the name Leo gave to the light power arm. Leo used the mechanical force analysis skill again, got the blueprint of the flame stone, and then patiently listened to Dr. Zora's explanation.
Finally, Dr. Zora concluded, I know that you may not be able to understand the principles of the two crystals after just a rough explanation.
But it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute, I will organize the information and drawings into a document and print it out for you, and you can study it slowly. The production method is very simple, but it takes some effort.
Well, teacher, you are still thoughtful.
I will definitely learn the production methods of the two crystals as soon as possible and live up to your teachings. Leo pretended to be humble and learned humbly. Well, you can keep the production methods of these two crystals and learn them slowly later.
Now I want to discuss other things with you.
I just studied the drawings of the two mechanical arms you designed, and found that if you remove your fancy designs, the main part of the remaining mechanical arms can be used in actual combat in theory.
Do you have the simplest version of the design drawings?
Yes, here. Leo took out the drawings of the lightweight power arm he originally designed from the messy pile of drawings on the experimental table and handed it to Dr. Zora. After Dr. Zora carefully examined it for a while, he nodded and said, well, the robotic arm designed in this blueprint can already be used in actual combat.
However, the biggest bottleneck is still in the energy aspect.
Although you improved the miniature high-compression battery in the Winter Soldier's robotic arm into an easily replaceable external type, this robotic arm can only throw a few punches when it is fully powered.
Dr. Zora is indeed an outstanding scientist.
He saw the fatal flaw of this light-powered arm at a glance. After a few seconds of hesitation, Dr. Zora said as he drew, Leo, look, if this design is okay.
Then, Dr. Zora and Leo looked at the drawing and had a heated discussion. Scientists who are obsessed with research are terrible.
Dr. Zora didn't need to eat, so Leo simply had something to eat at noon. The two discussed for a whole day before they reached a consensus. In the end, a brand new drawing was drawn by Dr. Zora. The next moment, a system prompt flashed in front of Leo's eyes. Congratulations on the successful development of a new type of drawing, please name it. Because this drawing evolved from the drawing of the light-powered arm, Leo and Dr. Zora made countless small revisions and 6 major revisions to the drawing.
So Leo gave the new drawing a name, Light-Powered Arm Type 6. Naming successful.
Light-powered arm type 6, properties, expand/collapse. Leo unfolded the properties of the light-equipped power arm type 6, and the next moment, what caught his eyes was a set of 3-dimensional mechanical models. In addition to the 2 mechanical arms, this model also includes half-body armor, which plays the role of fixing the entire set of mechanical models. Behind the model is a square box, which is the energy module of the mechanical model, made of micro-high-compression battery packs, and the total battery capacity is hundreds of times that of the original. Leo's original design focused more on the beauty of the light-equipped power arm. After Dr. Zora's improvement, the new power arm is more practical. Leo also compared the power parameters and energy parameters of the light-equipped power arm Type 6 and the original model. He found that the maximum power of the Type 6 was not only increased by 20%, but the energy module could also support its full power for 20 minutes of combat.
In general, this transformation was completely successful. Dr. Zora looked at the drawings in his hand and seemed very excited, saying repeatedly, "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it.
I worked so hard to study the super soldier plan for so long, and I actually found a breakthrough from another direction. Leo, let's go find Miss Sienna right away and report this exciting good news to her. I believe that with this set of equipment, the armed forces of the Hydra organization will be greatly improved." Leo moved his sore and extremely tired body, and after a little hesitation, he said, "Teacher, I don't think we need to be so anxious.
Your body is made of iron, but mine is made of meat. I feel very hungry and tired now, so I think I need to eat something and have a good sleep. How about we report this good news to the leader at the meeting tomorrow morning?"
Okay, let's talk about it in the evening. You should go to rest quickly, your health is important."
Dr. Zora was a little embarrassed after hearing what Leo said. But the next moment, he came up with a good idea. "Actually, Leo, how about I transfer your consciousness to the robot as well? In this way, you won't be troubled by physical problems and can concentrate on research."
"Teacher, no. I just need to rest for a while, I still miss my body." After saying that, Leo said goodbye to Dr. Zora and ran away in a hurry. Leo ran to the cafeteria, had a good meal, went back to the bedroom and fell asleep, and had a sweet dream. The next morning, in the meeting room on the top floor of the new base, there were still 4 people, Dr. Zora, Leo, Tar and Sienna, and the meeting had just begun. Sienna sat in the main seat and was flirting with Leo from time to time. The Winter Soldier was frozen in the underground cold storage. No one relieved Sienna's desire. She was almost a little hungry. Leo felt a little tingling under her gaze, and quickly reported to Sienna, "Chief, Dr. Zora and I have good news to tell you."
"Oh, what good news? Tell me."
Her voice was numb and soft to the bone. Tar, who was sitting next to him, had already started to breathe rapidly. Leo also pretended to swallow his saliva, panting, and was almost unable to speak.
"Enough. Sienna, restrain your desire, we are talking about business." Dr. Zora taught Sienna a lesson, and Sienna turned her head to Dr. Zora and made a wronged look, as if she was about to cry.
So, Dr. Zora softened his tone and said, "Okay, you can let the Winter Soldier out to use it tonight.
But now please be more formal, I will introduce you to the invention of Leo and me."
Hearing that the Winter Soldier would be available in the evening, Sienna corrected her attitude a little. Dr. Zora saw Sienna, Leo, and Tar gradually recovered, and then he told them in detail about the Light Power Arm Type 6.
Light Power Arm Type 6 was the name given to the blueprint by Leo, and Dr. Zora called the blueprint half-body armor. Miss Sienna, this half-body armor blueprint is a mechanical weapon designed by Leo and me.
Theoretically, after being equipped with this armor, a well-trained soldier can also use it to resist the super soldier for a while.
In fact, if the half-body armor warriors are organized, their lethality and destructive power are no weaker than super soldiers. Sienna seemed very interested after listening to Dr. Zora's explanation.
She took the drawing and looked at it carefully, then nodded, "Although I don't quite understand it, it sounds really impressive when you talk about it."
"Do you mean that we can use this half-body armor to create a quasi-super soldier?" "It's almost what you said.
However, this half-body armor has just been designed, and it will take some time to achieve mass production. In addition, our agents still need sufficient training if they want to operate this half-body armor skillfully."
"Those are not a problem.
As long as this half-body armor can enhance our military power, you can test it with confidence.
I look forward to your good news." Sienna seemed very happy and praised Dr. Zora and Leo. Then, she said to Catter, "Agent Catter, do you have any good news?" Katter stood up hurriedly and said respectfully, "Chief, I have good news here too."
Sienna held her chin with one hand, stretched her body lazily, and made a look of listening attentively. Kotar swallowed secretly, and continued, "I have two relatively important pieces of news here. First, according to your instructions last time, we have successfully placed personnel next to Agent Nick Fury, who can monitor his movements at any time. Second, our people have sent back news from S.H.I.E.L.D. that on December 16th, Howard Stark will quietly bring the prepared serum to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base in New York City for human experiments. In order not to attract attention, Stark will pretend to be traveling and will not bring any bodyguards. At that time, it will be our best chance to seize the super serum." "Is there only the prepared super serum, but no formula for the super serum?" Dr. Zola has been studying the formula for more than 10 years and is very concerned about it, so he asked Kotar a question.
Stark is unwilling to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. the formula and is only willing to help them transform their soldiers.
S.H.I.E.L.D. is not newly established now, and Stark needs to protect his own interests. We tried to get the serum formula, but failed.
"It doesn't matter, the serum alone is enough."
Sienna licked her lips and continued, "You all did a great job.
December 16th?
There are still 5 days left, enough time for us to deploy the operation. If we succeed in getting the serum and creating a group of super soldiers, coupled with the half-body armor designed by Dr. Zola and Agent Irwin, Hydra will be able to rise to the top in one step. This time, it will be the best chance for our Hydra to rise.
Everyone, go for it, long live Hydra."
Sienna raised her hands and made the standard funny movements of Hydra members.
"Long live Hydra." Dr. Zola, Leo, and Star echoed. "That's it for today, let's adjourn the meeting. I will make the detailed arrangements for the tasks." Sienna could not wait to announce the end of the meeting, and then said, "I'll go wake up the Winter Soldier first. The plan for 5 days later cannot go wrong.
I need him to stay awake every day these days and assign him tasks properly."
After saying that, Sienna walked out of the conference room quickly and rushed to the underground cold storage impatiently. Time passed quickly, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of December 151991, Boston, Hydra Base, underground second floor, Leo's laboratory.
Since Dr. Zola has been busy with the manufacture and mass production of half-body armor recently, the maintenance of the mechanical arm of Winter Soldier Bucky before the mission can only be done by Leo alone. Just like Leo helped Winter Soldier Bucky repair the mechanical arm, Leo first arranged for him to sit down, and then skillfully disassembled his mechanical arm. After connecting the mechanical arm to the recently debugged instrument for testing, Leo played with a portable signal transmitter in his hand and fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and decided to give up awakening Bucky's main consciousness tonight. Because Winter Soldier Bucky will go to perform a mission that is crucial to the history of the Marvel Universe tomorrow. If Howard Stark doesn't die, it is not certain whether there will be Iron Man in the future. Therefore, before he has strong self-protection ability, Leo still thinks that he should not rashly change the original history of the Marvel Universe. Thinking of this, Leo pulled a stool and sat opposite Bucky, who had an expressionless face. He looked at Bucky's handsome face and began to be dazed. In fact, since he came to this new base, Leo could have found an opportunity to escape long ago. This base is in a big city, and Leo's entry and exit in the base are not restricted. He even went out to the mall the day before yesterday and bought a set of clothes. So, if he wants to escape, it is really easy. The reason why Leo didn't leave is very simple. He was thinking about the task issued by the System - Save American Soldiers, Bucky Barnes. After completing the Black Widow's Life and Death task, Leo received a generous system reward. He not only got a Black Widow character card that can be used for explosive species, but also obtained the powerful Advanced Mind Resistance feat. This expertise not only saved his life, but also improved his overall strength. So he wanted to kidnap Bucky, complete the mission, and get another wave of mission rewards. But the matter about Howard Stark gave Leo a reminder. If Leo rescued Bucky, the storyline of the Marvel Universe would be messed up by Leo. The story in Captain America 3 will inevitably be changed, and many events that Leo is not aware of will also be changed. This butterfly effect will lead to many unknowns, and may even be so serious that it will lead to the destruction of the Earth and the destruction of billions of lives. Leo lived in a society ruled by law in his previous life. Let alone destroying billions of lives, he has never even thought of hurting people. After arriving in this world inexplicably, in order to protect himself, Leo's mentality has changed a lot and he knows how to make profits for himself. And because the Hydra organization has been doing evil, Leo has no psychological pressure to pit them. But as Leo's influence on the Marvel Universe grows, what may happen in the future will involve the life and death of countless innocent people. So, Leo is struggling. However, the next moment, Leo suddenly figured it out.
What am I struggling with?
I came to this world inexplicably, and I have no sense of belonging to this world. In order to achieve my goal, I must become stronger. Then the future events of this universe will definitely be disrupted by me, so what if I save Bucky? There are still many things I want to change in the future, although it may lead to the death of many innocent people. But, even if that happens, what does it matter? After passing this level in his heart, Leo suddenly felt that his body and mind were comfortable, as if he had crossed a bottleneck, and the mechanical force in his body seemed to be more active. Leo stared at Bucky's expressionless face and made up his mind secretly. He must strive to complete the task of Save American Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Moreover, he can be more selfish. However, maybe because he stared at Bucky's forehead for too long, Leo suddenly found that his eyes seemed to penetrate Bucky's body and directly saw the inside of Bucky's brain. At this time, there was a thumb-sized chip in Bucky's brain, which was attracting Leo's attention. Leo was shocked when he found that he could suddenly see the chip in Bucky's brain. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses from his daze. At this time, he found that at some point, dense and translucent system prompts had appeared in front of his eyes. You are in a special mental state, and the frequency of your soul begins to match this world.
The special mental state has ended.
Congratulations on passing the bottleneck period of crossing. Your soul has been completely accepted by this world. Your soul and spirit have received gifts from this world, your soul strength has increased, and your mental power has increased. System prompt: it is detected that your mental strength has reached the minimum standard of Mechanical Force Insight.
Mechanical Force Insight has been unlocked.
Mechanical Force Insight, active skill. Consume mechanical force and mental power at the same time. You will gain a special mechanical force perspective, and you can see the flow of energy and the internal structure of the machine.
Note, this skill can be used in conjunction with mechanical force analysis.
Leo looked at the system prompt in front of him, and his eyes were slowly filled with shock. He originally thought that he came to this world just because of an accident that no one could explain. But now, Leo saw this kind of system prompt that revealed strangeness, especially the words such as soul frequency, this world, crossing the bottleneck period.
Leo always felt that all of this was full of conspiracy.
He thought about his past life and present life carefully, and finally found nothing abnormal.
As long as I get stronger and stronger, I will be able to figure everything out one day. Leo secretly made up his mind in his heart. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it anymore. Now, getting stronger is the hard truth. Leo stared at Bucky's head and tried to activate the mechanical insight skill.
The next moment, Bucky in front of him became translucent, and a thumb-sized chip appeared in his eyes again. The chip was flashing fluorescence in the special mechanical vision, attracting Leo's attention. As soon as the thought turned, Leo remembered that the note of mechanical insight said this skill can be used with mechanical analysis. The next moment, Leo activated the skill on the chip flashing with fluorescence in his eyes.
Mechanical analysis.
The target mind control chip that can be analyzed was found.
Do you want to start analyzing? Begin.
The mechanical force in Leo's body began to decrease, and the speed was extremely fast. It would be consumed in a short while. Fortunately, while the mechanical force was being drained, the analysis completion rate also jumped to 100%.
Analysis.
Analysis successful, you get the blueprint mind control chip. Leo's brain suddenly had a piece of knowledge, which was the method of making a mind control chip, as well as the method of making and using the matching chip control terminal.
Now, Leo has completely understood the working principle of the control chip in the brain of Winter Soldier Bucky. This also means that if Leo wants to block the chip in the brain of Winter Soldier Bucky, it will be easy. After carefully keeping this discovery in mind, Leo sorted out his thoughts from beginning to end, and finally he felt that he didn't need to interfere with anything about tomorrow's action. The most urgent task now is to find a suitable time to take Bucky out of the base safely. After Leo was able to perfectly solve the chip problem in Bucky's brain, leaving the base suddenly became easy. However, Leo was still thinking about Dr. Zola's robot body.
In addition, his light power arm Type 6 has not been manufactured yet.
So, it will take some time.
However, the day of leaving the Hydra base is getting closer and closer. Leo estimated that it would be a matter of a few days. After making a plan, Leo checked the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm again and helped Bucky reinstall the mechanical arm. Finally, Leo drove the Winter Soldier out of the laboratory and returned to the laboratory table to do his own things.
On the evening of December 161991, it was a sunny day.
Howard Stark was driving a Ford sedan, speeding on the deserted road all night. On the co-pilot sat his wife, Maria Stark. Howard was driving attentively, and Maria was vigilantly paying attention to the situation around the vehicle. In name, the two were going to drive to the beach for vacation. In fact, both of them knew what their real purpose was.
Howard, I think we should not work for S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore.
Now the composition of S.H.I.E.L.D. members is getting more and more complicated.
It's time for you to get out. There are too many people staring at S.H.I.E.L.D.
Especially since you started to restore the serum formula, I always feel flustered. Maria looked at her husband, thought of her children, and then said gently, Howard, we now have our own children and our own business, and your energy is limited.
After helping S.H.I.E.L.D. this time, let's stop caring about it, okay?
Maria, don't worry, it's okay, I can handle it. I am one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. is still developing.
I think I need to make more contributions. I think you have done enough.
Over the years, you have often traveled for S.H.I.E.L.D., and sometimes you stay outside for a long time.
Remember that year when you led the team to search for Captain America Steve in the Arctic Ocean?
That time, you were gone for 3 years.
I couldn't even contact you for several months in a row. I am really worried about you.
Later, you have been working all these years since Tony was born. I know you love Tony deeply, but you don't have time to spend more time with him, which has led to your relationship not being very good. It's not that I don't support your ideas and career, I just hope you can spend more energy on our family. Howard was silent for a while after listening to his wife's words, then smiled gently at his wife and said, Okay, Maria, I'll listen to you. I will spend more time with my family.
Honey, I promise.
Maria smiled sweetly at her husband, feeling full of happiness in her heart. At the same time, in New York City, in the secret scientific research base of S.H.I.E.L.D., all the experimental equipment has been debugged. Several agents who have been selected and voluntarily accepted the serum transformation are also ready. Now, we are waiting for the super serum restored by Mr. Howard Stark. Dr. Sinnott, the scientific research director of the base, was reporting the preparations for the experiment to a black man with his hands behind his back.
Dr. Sinnott was a scientific research fanatic.
At this time, he was excited and said, Today is such an exciting day. Mr. Stark actually restored the formula of the super serum.
The legendary figure like Captain America may see the light of day again today.
I feel honored to cooperate with Mr. Stark and witness this great history. The black man turned around and showed his cold face. This black man turned out to be the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. attaches great importance to the super serum restored by Howard, and even sent Agent Fury to supervise the experiment in person. Hearing Sinnott talking about Howard, Fury, who is always known for his seriousness, also showed a faint smile on his face. Fury said, Mr. Stark is a trustworthy and respectable man.
He has never let anyone down.
Today is a significant day, and I am honored to witness history with you. The two chatted casually for a few more words, and Dr. Sinnott turned around and went back to the laboratory. As the director of the scientific research department, he needs to keep an eye on all matters, big and small. Especially at this critical moment, he must not take it lightly.
Agent Fury took out his pocket watch and checked the time.
It was 9:32 p.m. Fury estimated that Howard had just left downtown New York and was driving to the base. Calculating the time, it would take about 2 hours, and he hoped that he would have a smooth journey. Afterwards, Agent Fury put his hands behind his back again, quietly waiting for Stark's arrival.
In the fields outside New York City, Howard was driving fast on the road.
In the car, Howard and his wife Maria were chatting with each other, looking forward to a happy future. Suddenly, Maria saw from the right rearview mirror that a motorcycle was coming quickly from the right rear of the car. The motorcycle was chasing her and Howard at a very fast speed.
Maria worriedly reminded Howard, Howard,
be careful, there is a motorcycle behind, and it looks like it is not a good person. Without his wife's reminder, Howard had already noticed the motorcycle following closely behind the car. The strong light from the motorcycle's high beam, reflected by the rearview mirror of the car, had flashed Howard's eyes many times. Howard's mission was carried out in secret, and only people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about it. It should not attract the attention of others. However, the motorcycle following behind him did look menacing, and Howard could not help but start to think wildly. The motorcycle was getting closer and closer to the car, and the more Howard thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Maria, hold on tight. I'm going to try to get rid of this motorcycle. Howard stepped on the accelerator and the car began to accelerate. A car and a motorcycle started chasing each other on the road. The car was going too fast, and Maria was so scared that she held the handrail in the car tightly, comforting herself in her heart. When the two cars passed an inconspicuous small town, the road suddenly became narrow, and Howard didn't dare to speed up again.
The motorcycle had no scruples and suddenly accelerated again and caught up. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, rode on the motorcycle and caught up with Howard's car by turning the accelerator. With Maria's scream, Bucky raised the mechanical arm of his left hand and punched the door of the car hard. The car was driving at high speed and was subjected to a huge external force, and it was out of control. Although Howard tried his best to control the direction, he was helpless because the road was too narrow, and he still didn't have time to stabilize the car. With a loud bang, the car crashed directly into a wall in front, and the front of the car was smashed to pieces. Bucky took back his left hand, used his great strength to stabilize the motorcycle head, and slowly stopped in front. Howard, who was driving the car, was hit on the head and bleeding, although he was wearing a seatbelt. Fortunately, because there were other protective measures in the car, Howard was not knocked unconscious directly, and he remained conscious. At this time, the motorcycle turned back from the right front of him, flashed past his eyes, turned a corner, and stopped next to the car. Howard's heart tightened, and he was immediately filled with regret and despair. He first looked at his wife next to him, and found that his wife was still alive, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Howard endured the pain and said to his wife weakly, "Maria," the man turned back. "But don't worry, they are specifically targeting me, you will be fine." "Don't worry, everything will be fine." After that, Howard struggled to open the car door and climbed out of the car. At this time, the Winter Soldier Bucky got off the motorcycle and approached Howard expressionlessly. "Save my wife, please, save her. She knows nothing." But the Winter Soldier did not react to Howard's words. He reached out and grabbed Howard's hair, who was lying on the ground, and asked Howard to raise his head. Howard suppressed his fear and saw the man's left arm raised high, reflecting the metallic luster. The next moment, he saw the man's face clearly, and then he was shocked and said, "Sergeant Barnes." Then, Howard seemed to have figured out something, and his eyes began to be filled with prayers, praying that Barnes would let his wife go. At this time, Maria seemed to feel something and called her husband anxiously in the car. However, the Winter Soldier Bucky was not moved at all. He raised his mechanical arm and punched Howard in the face hard, and then punched him again. With Maria's crying shouts, Howard collapsed to the ground softly and died. Bucky lifted the back collar of Howard's shirt and put Howard back in the driver's seat, with his head pressed on the steering wheel. Maria saw her husband's body so close, and all the emotions of grief, sadness, fear, anger, etc. came out in an instant. Her mind was blank, and she could hardly breathe. But Bucky, the Winter Soldier, still had a blank expression on his face. He went around to the passenger seat, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Maria's neck, strangling her to death. Then, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, walked to the camera that had been checked long ago and destroyed it with one shot. Before shooting, he made a provocative gesture. Bucky put the gun back to his waist, returned to the car and began to search carefully. Finally, Bucky took out a sealed box from the back seat of the car, rode on a motorcycle, sped along the road, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At 11:45 on the evening of the 16th, Fury paced in the office of the secret base, feeling a little irritable and worried. At this time, the base security director also walked into the office quickly and said to Fury, "Sir, we have contacted Mr. Stark's car communication many times, but no one has responded. I am afraid that they will. Don't guess, it's meaningless. Send half of the agents in the base to drive along all possible routes to the direction of New York City to find Mr. Stark." Fury interrupted the security director and directly issued an order to go out for a search. After listening, the security director hurried out of the office and quickly arranged for the relevant personnel. Fury was in the office, waiting and fidgeting. An hour later, the base security director hurriedly ran into the office, shouting as he ran, "Captain Fury, it's bad, something happened. Mr. and Mrs. Stark had a car accident on the way, and both of them have died." The next moment, Fury's face was full of shock. He grabbed his coat and ran out of the office. Then, he and the security director drove a car to the scene of the accident. At the place where Stark had a car accident, Fury arrived late and watched the Starks being put into body bags, with a sad look on his face. Since Fury was transferred to SHIELD, Howard Stark has always taken good care of Fury. In addition, Howard is one of the founders of SHIELD, so Fury respects and loves him very much. Fury took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked around and said to the security supervisor standing behind him, "Have the agents who came here early found out the cause? Why did Mr. and Mrs. Stark have a car accident?" The forensic doctors and investigation agents accompanying the team have summarized the situation. There are several key points that need to be paid attention to. There are traces of being hit by heavy objects on the right side of Mr. Stark's car. The cause of Mr. Stark's death was a blunt blow to the head, and Mr. Stark showed signs of getting out of the car before his death. Mrs. Stark's neck was purple, proving that she was strangled and died of suffocation. In addition, there were traces of a motorcycle at the scene, and footprints of a third party were found. It was determined to be a male weighing more than 100 kilograms. In addition, the agents did not find any samples of super serum in the car. The security supervisor told Fury the details of the scene one by one, and finally concluded, from the above points, it can be concluded that Mr. and Mrs. Stark were murdered. Moreover, the suspect did not intend to make any disguises at all. He came here just to seize the serum. Fury thought for a moment and then asked, since the suspect did not prepare to disguise himself, did he leave anything at the scene that could identify him? It's strange. According to criminal psychology, such unscrupulous people usually leave items at the scene to identify themselves. However, our agents did not find such items. That only proves that you are stupid and need training. Fury coldly taught the security director a lesson. The security director lowered his head and did not dare to talk back. Fury continued, "Don't think I wronged you. Look at what that is." The security director looked in the direction of Fury's finger and found a broken camera. He immediately lowered his head in shame. The agents he led stayed in the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific research base for too long. The nature of their daily work was like that of a security guard. They basically did not perform any tasks. Many of the skills they had trained and learned before were becoming less and less familiar. Fury did not scold the security director again, and said lightly, "Take a few people with me and find the owner of the surveillance camera." Half an hour later, Fury had obtained the backup of the surveillance video and watched it alone, deleting the original data. Although the security director expressed his desire to see the video many times, Fury refused. Finally, Fury drove a car alone and immediately returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base. Then he took a helicopter and returned directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At this time, it was not yet dawn, but Fury did not rest. Instead, he used his authority to enter a secret office and applied for an emergency meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s senior management. Half an hour later, more than 20 people had connected the voice communication channel to this office through the security line. Agent Fury did not wait any longer and announced the start of the meeting. Agent Fury's first words made many participants who had just gotten out of bed suddenly alert. "Everyone, I have bad news for you. Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., was killed by the Hydra organization last night." All the senior management were shocked and began to ask what happened. Fury ignored them and then threw out the second piece of news. In addition, Mr. Stark's restored serum was stolen. At this time, someone smart enough finally deduced the course of events from the two sentences. "Agent Fury, you mean that Stark was killed by Hydra last night while transporting the serum to the secret base in New York?" Fury answered with silence. "How is that possible? How did Hydra know that Stark had successfully restored the serum? And also knew on which day and where we would conduct human experiments?" Another person asked the doubts in the hearts of all the participants. There is only one answer. There is a traitor of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is in a high position. Fury coldly told the truth. After hearing Fury's words, a group of senior executives remained silent and fell into thought. They were not stupid, and they all understood that what Fury said was the only possibility. For a moment, a figure flashed in their minds and they became suspicious of each other. It was Fury who broke the awkward silence. Fury went on, "Let's not talk about the matter of the traitor for now. That is not something that can be resolved in a short time. The purpose of calling you all here for a meeting today is to discuss with you how we should announce Stark's death. I suggest concealing the truth. In the public's impression, the Hydra organization has long been destroyed with the end of World War II, and the truth must never be made public." I second the motion. But Stark has his own big company and is a very famous public figure. We have to find a reasonable reason and not cause public panic. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to Congress. I second the motion. But I have another concern. Since Hydra can send people to kill Stark, it can also send people to kill anyone attending the meeting now. After all, we don't usually have special guards. I suggest that before we find the traitor and completely eliminate Hydra, the Bureau should send more special personnel to protect the personal safety of us and our families. Second. This time, except for Fury, everyone in the meeting seconded the motion, and everyone felt insecure. Don't worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely send more personnel to protect the personal safety of you and your families. In addition, Hydra has already figured out the cause of Mr. Stark's death, which is a car accident. I will arrange everything for the follow-up, and you can go back and continue to rest. After saying that, Fury stretched out his hand and cut off all the security lines, his eyes revealing disappointment. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been developing for so many years, and its members are mixed.
Many selfish people have sneaked into the upper echelons based on their qualifications. Fury feels that it is time to find a way to rectify the atmosphere in the bureau. Just after dawn, S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly spread the news that Howard Stark had died in an accidental car accident through its internal public relations department. Various media rushed to report. Friday, December 178 am. The New York Times, it has been confirmed by many parties that last night, the famous scientist, inventor, and founder of Stark Industries, Mr. Howard Stark, died in an accidental car accident. At the same time, his wife also died. Mr. Stark is regarded by many as an American hero. He participated in the atomic bomb project and the Washington Daily, Howard Stark has passed away, and the Stark Group has lost its helmsman. Who will be the next person in charge of Stark Industries? Tabloid, Howard Stark died unexpectedly? Was it because of God's jealousy of talent, or was it God's will? Stark Industries mainly deals in arms and weapons, and is called the arms boss by many people. Some people have long questioned that the guns and cannons produced by Stark Industries are the root cause of the prevalence of American gangs, the sponsors of terrorist organizations around the world, and have caused the deaths of countless innocent people. Some people regret the death of Mr. Stark, while others applaud. What do you think? In a luxurious villa by the sea in California, USA, a man and two women are sleeping soundly on a 5-meter-wide bed. The three of them fought hard for half the night last night, and it's already 8:30 in the morning and they haven't gotten up yet. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The harsh phone ring rang in the house, and one of the women was woken up first, sat up, and rubbed her eyes. As her body swayed, the sheets slipped down, and her perfect upper body was exposed, without any cover. The next moment, she got up and sat on a young man who looked to be in his 20s, shaking her body coquettishly and said, "Tony, your phone is ringing, get up and answer it, it's so noisy." Tony Stark woke up, patted the beauties, pushed her aside, and sat up. He looked back at the two beautiful twins sleeping in the bed, one with sleepy eyes, and said with a smile, "If I take a picture of you two in your current pose, you will definitely be the cover girl next month." Hate the cover girl who woke up gave Tony Stark an embarrassing punch, then covered her head with the bedsheet. Tony casually put on a coat, walked to the phone, sat on the leather sofa and picked up the receiver, saying, "Hello, this is Tony Stark. Who are you?" "Tony, it's me. Abidia Stan." "Sorry, Tony, I need to tell you something. Are you free now?" "Oh, Obi. What's the matter? Just tell me, I'm free now." There was a pause on the phone, and then a slightly low voice sounded, "Tony, I'm sorry to tell you that your parents had a car accident last night. When they were found, they were gone." Bang! Tony's hand shook, and the phone receiver fell to the ground. The next moment, Tony quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, "Obi, tell me, are you kidding me? Today is not April Fool's Day. And how can you play such an outrageous joke? Although I really want to take it as a joke. However, the facts are facts and cannot be changed. You can watch the morning news for details." Abidia heard a silence in the microphone and paused for a while. After a long time, he continued, "Tony, Stark Industries needs you, please come back as soon as possible." On the morning of the 17th, Boston. Taking advantage of the night, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, returned to the new Hydra base with the looted serum with the help of Hydra agents. At this time, Leo and his group were gathered in the laboratory on the second floor of the basement, patiently waiting for the results of Dr. Zora's analysis of the serum sample. In the looted box, after Dr. Zora confirmed, the large and small test tubes were only the amount of one serum sample. Moreover, the Winter Soldier did not find the formula of the super serum in the car. When Dr. Zora knew that there was only one serum, he strongly suggested that Sienna give the serum to him for research, hoping to successfully restore the formula with the help of the complete serum. But Sienna felt that 10 birds in the forest were not as good as one bird in the hand, and directly ordered Dr. Zora to take out a little serum first, do a simple authenticity test, and then plan to use the serum to strengthen the soldiers. Therefore, Dr. Zora was particularly careful when analyzing the sample. Dr. Zora took out a test tube from the box, carefully poured out a drop of serum sample, and divided it into two. Half of it was placed under a special instrument, and the structure and chemical composition of the serum were tested first through physical detection and then through chemical reactions. The other half drop was directly injected into the body of the experimental mouse by Dr. Zora using a small syringe. After working for half a day, Dr. Zora came out of the laboratory with a large stack of test reports and said to the people waiting in the hall, "Good news, good news. The sample composition of the serum is basically consistent with the data left by Dr. Erskine. Moreover, after the experimental mice were injected with a trace amount of serum, their physiological state was good within 3 hours. I tested the wound healing speed and virus resistance of the mice, and they were effectively enhanced. The main components of the serum are as follows. The anatomical research data of the various organs of the mice are as follows. Dr. Zora began to introduce the results and parameters of the experiment to everyone, but except Leo, who could understand everything, everyone else was confused.
Finally, Sienna couldn't help but interrupt Dr. Zora, who was talking incessantly and eloquently, and said, "Dr. Zora, please speak human language."
Oh, okay. The result is that, in my opinion, the super serum has been successfully restored.
Howard Stark deserves his name as a genius. A dead genius is not a genius, but a fool.
Sienna showed a sneer of contempt on her face, and then said, "There is only one greatest genius, and that is you, Dr. Zora."
Doctor, what do you think we should do next? Should we start human experiments directly? Human experiments should of course be carried out immediately. But, what's wrong? Is there any problem? However, when the super serum is used on humans, there is always the possibility of various accidents. We are now in a downtown area.
If an accident occurs, we will expose ourselves. I'm afraid it is not suitable to conduct experiments here. Moreover, the set of enhancement equipment used by Erskine in conjunction with the super serum consumes more power than my original dormant equipment. Therefore, we need to change to another place and prepare the enhancement equipment again.
All of this takes time. That's not a problem.
Bring everything with you, and we'll move to base 033 tonight, where all your requirements will be met, Dr. Zora. At the same time, tell Tar what instruments and materials you need, and let him prepare them. Sienna felt that it was urgent to create a new super soldier. Therefore, she agreed to all of Dr. Zora's requests, hoping that the super soldier could be trained quickly. "Leader, I volunteer to be transformed by the super serum. Please give me this rare opportunity." At this time, Tar suddenly jumped out and took the initiative to become the object of serum transformation. Sienna looked up and down at Tar's figure, then looked at his face, licked her blood-red lips and said, "Okay. You hand over the follow-up matters of this base, and move with us tonight." After that, Sienna didn't know what good thing she remembered, and she left the laboratory with Bucky, the Winter Soldier, with a smile on her face.
Tar also followed Sienna out with excitement, and at the same time began to look at Sienna's curvy figure furtively.
Seeing that everyone else had gone far away, Leo stopped Dr. Zora, who was about to go back to work, and asked, "Teacher, when I just heard you introduce the experimental parameters of the mice, you mentioned that the muscles in the mice showed rapid growth.
Is this normal?"
Dr. Zora was silent for a moment, and whispered, "Actually, I don't know if this is normal. After all, Erskine deleted most of his experimental data before he escaped. However, the serum restored by Stark can indeed enhance the cell activity in the body, and a series of test results are consistent with the remaining experimental data. However, I can't guarantee whether a super soldier can be successfully created. I still have to wait and see the final result."
Leo thought for a while, and asked tentatively, "Then, teacher, can I see the super serum with my own eyes?"
"Of course.
When conducting the experiment, I still need you to be my helper. It's okay for you to take a look now."
After that, Dr. Zora took Leo into the laboratory, took out the sealed serum test tube, and handed it to Leo.
Leo took the test tube in his hand and looked at it carefully.
The super serum looks like a dark red liquid with purple threads mixed in it. This magical serum can actually create a super soldier. It is impossible for Leo not to be jealous. When completing the Black Widow's mission, Leo missed the serum transformation body and felt very sorry. Perhaps this is another opportunity to become stronger.
Mechanical force analysis.
The next moment, Leo tried to analyze the super serum in his hand.
Analysis in progress. Analysis completed. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint thickened plexiglass test tube and the knowledge plexiglass material. Leo.
After finding that mechanical analysis was ineffective for the serum in his hand, Leo tried the mechanical insight skill again, but he could only observe that the serum contained energy far exceeding that of ordinary liquids and was moving irregularly. Apart from that, he found nothing. Leo curled his lips, put the serum back into the cryogenic box for preservation, turned his head and spread his hands to Dr. Zola, indicating that he could not see anything. Dr. Zola took Leo out of the laboratory, and then said to Leo, "We will evacuate at night, and you should go back and pack the things you need to carry. You don't need to bring so much. This time we will go to a base that is not inferior to the scale of Mukyiantang Manor, and there are everything in it."
After listening to this, Leo's heart moved, and he said with a slightly complaining tone, "Are we going to live underground again? We won't leave the United States directly this time. This time it's not underground, it's a cave. In addition, we will not leave the United States for the time being.
The new Hydra was born out of SHIELD, and we still have to rely on SHIELD to obtain a lot of resources and secrets.
Teacher, how many secret bases does the organization have? And who are our Hydra people in SHIELD?
The organization has many secret bases, all over the world. And who are our people in SHIELD are all secrets. At present, only Miss Sienna and I know, and I can't reveal this information to you yet. However, as long as you perform well, one day you will know. I am very optimistic about you. Leo found that he could not get any secrets out of Dr. Zora, so he said goodbye to Dr. Zora and prepared to go back to his laboratory to pack up. When Leo walked to the door, Dr. Zora suddenly said, "Leo, remember to come to help me debug the sleep device in the evening. Because I don't have time to sleep at night, I have to go to bed 2 hours in advance."
Leo agreed and left Dr. Zora's laboratory. In the afternoon, in Dr. Zora's laboratory, most of the items in the laboratory remained the same, and Dr. Zora did not plan to take away many things.
Including the hibernation equipment under him, which had been modified, he did not plan to take away.
According to Dr. Zora's explanation, there are 2 reasons for doing this. One reason is that after Leo's modification, the current hibernation equipment is very convenient to manufacture.
If you work overtime, 2 or 3 days are enough to make it. Another reason is that Dr. Zora may come back to this base in the future, and it is also good to keep these instruments and equipment as spare tires.
Teacher, are you ready?
Dr. Zora, who was already lying on the hibernation bed, made the old man on the display screen in front of his chest nod.
Leo pulled down the handle skillfully and sent Dr. Zora into a dream. Looking at Dr. Zora, who had lost consciousness, Leo smacked his lips. As usual, he launched an offensive against Dr. Zora's body. After the accumulation of these few days, Leo's analysis of Dr. Zora's body has reached 97% complete. There was only one, mechanical force analysis, left to completely master Dr. Zora's robot body.
The next moment, Leo activated mechanical force insight, and Dr. Zora's robot body began to glow. At the same time, Leo used mechanical force analysis on the luminous body in front of him. As the mechanical force was slowly consumed, the progress bar began to grow little by little, and finally reached 100% successfully. As expected by Leo, the system prompts filled his field of vision in the next moment. System prompt, analysis completed, you get the drawings autonomous consciousness multifunctional robot, consciousness storage chip, you get the knowledge robot manufacturing, consciousness coding language. It's worthy of Dr. Zora who can sing and dance. After Leo successfully analyzed his robot body, he got a lot of messy drawings and knowledge.
There were a lot of new drawings and knowledge.
And they all appeared in Leo's mind in an instant, making him feel a little dizzy. But fortunately, the next moment, the system triggered some protection mechanism, and all the knowledge was sorted out by the system in different categories, which could be consulted by Leo at will. After Leo sorted out the sudden extra knowledge in his head, he found that he now had a complete insight into the secret of Dr. Zora's body.
This means that if there is enough time and materials, he can completely copy Dr. Zora. After careful consideration, a series of plans suddenly popped up in Leo's mind.
If these plans can be successfully implemented, Leo feels that he can get great benefits from them.
Thinking of this, Leo left Dr. Zora's laboratory, went back to his room to pack his luggage, and prepared to move at night.
Hydra Secret Base, number 033. Leo has been transferred to this new base with Sienna and others for 10 days. In the past few days, the Light Power Arm Type 6 has been produced by Leo. Leo has tested its performance, and everything is similar to the parameters described by the system. Prove that what he produced is not a defective product.
In addition, Leo also took the time to remake a portable signal jammer.
As long as Bucky always carries this jammer with him, he can get rid of the control of the chip in his brain and control his own body.
Leo worked with Dr. Zora most of the other time. In the first 3 days, Leo helped Dr. Zora to remake a new dormancy device.
In the following days, Leo and Dr. Zora have been constantly improving and manufacturing enhanced equipment for use with Super Serum.
Dr. Zora gave the enhanced equipment a name, called the Super Combat Breeding Chamber.
After 7 days of hard work, and with Leo occasionally using the skill, Mechanical Force Deduction Inspiration, to help Dr. Zora improve the equipment drawings, the Super Combat Breeding Chamber was finally completed ahead of schedule. Leo, you are such a genius. Your thinking is so jumpy, and you always have some fantastic ideas, like a stroke of genius. Dr. Zora was particularly happy to complete the manufacturing of the Super Combat Breeding Warehouse ahead of schedule. He continued, you have made a great contribution this time. I will tell Miss Sienna your contribution truthfully. Leo was as casual and modest as always. Teacher, your contribution is greater. I have achieved these achievements thanks to your guidance.
Dr. Zora seemed even happier and said, It's getting late today.
You have worked really hard these days.
You are a living person and can't fight with my robot body. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct human experiments. Remember to get a good night's sleep and get enough energy.
Okay, teacher, I'll go back and rest. By the way, I'll check your dormancy device again. After you finish your work, remember to have a good sleep. Dr. Zora's old face on the display screen was smiling like a flower, and he waved goodbye to Leo.
Leo walked out of the room that Dr. Zora called the Super Soldier Laboratory and went straight to Dr. Zora's dormancy device. After Leo's improvement, this dormancy device has become fully automatic. Dr. Zora only needs to lie down on the bed, and various probes and interfaces can automatically connect to Dr. Zora's body, saving him a lot of trouble.
For this, Dr. Zora also praised Leo greatly, almost treating Leo as his own son.
However, what Dr. Zora didn't know was that Leo had done more with this dormancy device.
Since the analysis of Dr. Zora's robot body was completed, Leo knew the working principle of Dr. Zora's robot body. Dr. Zora's robot body is just a shell, and a lot of his memories are stored in a database inside his body.
At the same time, in one or more corners of the internet, there is a larger database that contains all the secrets that Dr. Zora knows. Dr. Zora exchanges information between the local library and the remote library every night through the dormant device. Leo tinkered with the new dormant device.
He bypassed the robot security system and quietly copied all the data and saved it in a hard drive.
After a week, the hard drive was almost full.
At the same time, Dr. Zola's knowledge base had been copied by Leo. Since then, there was nothing that Leo coveted in the Hydra base. Leo walked to the side of the dormant device, pulled out a huge hard drive from the side of the device, kicked it into his arms, and quietly returned to his bedroom. In his spacious bedroom, Leo carefully checked all his equipment again, and then sighed in his heart, I have been in this world for more than half a year, and I have been staying in the Hydra base.
The world is so big, it's time to go out and see it. Early the next morning, many people had gathered in the Super Soldier Laboratory in Base 033. Most of them were scientific researchers and logistics personnel.
They were busy doing various preparations before the experiment and once again checking to confirm whether all the experimental instruments were normal. At this time, led by Sienna, 4 people were standing in front of the Super Soldier breeding chamber. In addition to Dr. Zola and Qatar, there was a strong black man. He was the director of this base, named Shadeen.
Sienna didn't know what she remembered, and suddenly ordered Shadeen, the safety of the base is in your hands. Today is a special day, and no one is allowed to enter or leave the base. Leader, leave this task to me, don't worry.
After receiving the order, Shadeen left the laboratory and began to arrange people to strengthen patrols outside the base and prepare to block the base. After Shadeen left, Sienna looked around, as if looking for someone, but she didn't find anyone. She asked Dr. Zora, Dr. Zora, why didn't I see your student, Mr. Irwin?
Miss Sienna, it's like this. Leo and I have been busy day and night these days building various equipment. We have put in a lot of effort and it's been very hard. I have a body of iron, but he has the body of an ordinary person. He said that because the super combat breeding chamber was built ahead of schedule last night, he was too excited to fall asleep, and he was too tired these days, so he caught a cold. He was afraid that the cold virus would affect today's experiment, so he chose to rest in the bedroom and did not come to participate. Dr. Zora explained to Sienna why Leo did not come, and at the same time did not forget to praise Leo's contribution.
Mr. Irwin has worked hard during this period.
I will go to comfort him after the experiment is over. Sienna nodded and continued, in that case, let's not wait for him. How is the preparation for the super soldier experiment? Can we start it, Dr. Zora? 2 inspections have been completed and it can start at any time.
Then let's start. Kotar, I have high hopes for you. It's up to you to do it later.
Kotar nodded excitedly to Sienna and shouted, Long live Hydra.
Then, he took off his coat, bare-chested, and lay in the super war breeding chamber. The researchers next to him quickly fixed him tightly with belts and steel hoops.
Then, a researcher dressed as a nurse came and injected Kotar with a shot of penicillin.
Then, Dr. Zora personally put the serum test tubes into the injection tank one by one, and then directed a group of researchers to fix the injection machine to Kotar's body. Then, under the power of the machine, the lid of the strengthening equipment slowly closed. After the lid was closed, Dr. Zora raised his multifunctional robotic arm and knocked on the metal cover of the biochemical equipment, and asked, Tar, how do you feel now? Can you see anything? Tar's excited voice came from the coffin-shaped reinforcement device. Dr. Zora, I feel better than ever. I see Miss Sienna, I see Mr. Schmidt, and I see a bright future. After hearing what Kotar said, Dr. Zora was a little confused. He knocked on the metal cover again and confirmed with Kotar, shouldn't you see a black mass? Is there something wrong with the instrument? Kotar's voice was choked, and after a long time, he said, I did see a black mass, and there was nothing wrong with the instrument. Dr. Zora, you should improve your emotional module. You really don't understand humor. That's good, you get ready. The next process may be a little painful, you have to persist. The longer you persist, the more obvious the effect of the serum will be. After Dr. Zora replied to Kotar's previous sentence, he turned back to the operating table. Attention, all departments, the experiment will start now. Dr. Zora gave an order and pressed the start button on the operating table. At the same time, the logistics team of the base kept a close eye on the power supply module, and the relevant scientific researchers paid close attention to various parameters and adjusted them from time to time. Everyone's attention was drawn to the ongoing super soldier experiment, so no one noticed that someone had walked all the way to the cold storage at the bottom of the base and opened the door with his ID card. With a beep, the door of the cold storage opened. Leo was shocked by the sudden surge of cold air and couldn't help shivering. He walked along the corridor to the end of the cold storage and found the special equipment for freezing the winter soldier, the cryogenic hibernation chamber. The door of the chamber needs to swipe the corresponding identification card to open, but Leo had already figured out the structure of the cryogenic hibernation chamber with mechanical force analysis skills a few days in advance. Therefore, it is easy to forge an identification card. He took out the identification card and swiped it, and then operated a few buttons. With the sound of puffing deflation, the temperature in the cryogenic hibernation chamber gradually increased. 5 minutes later, Winter Soldier Bucky suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the door of the cryogenic hibernation chamber opened automatically, and Winter Soldier Bucky walked out. Leo took out the prepared portable signal jammer from his pocket, turned on the switch and waited quietly for a few seconds. Under the effect of the interference signal, Winter Soldier Bucky quickly woke up. The next moment, he looked at Leo next to him, with a happy look on his face, and said, Mr. Irwin, are we leaving? Leo nodded and threw the portable signal jammer in his pocket to Bucky, the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier reached out to catch it and looked at the thing in his hand with a puzzled look. This is a portable device that interferes with the chip in your head. If you carry this thing with you, the chip in your brain will not be able to control you. You keep the thing close to you and follow me. I will take you out of the base. Leo explained a few words to Bucky and turned to walk out. Bucky hurriedly followed and asked as he walked, Can we just leave? Where is that Sienna? We won't be discovered, right? After arriving at the 033 base, Bucky was put back into the cold storage by Dr. Zola for hibernation. He had no idea what was happening outside. Leo explained to Bucky as he walked, Remember the super serum you snatched back from Howard Stark? Today is the day they are conducting super soldier experiments, and no one will care about the two of us. After Leo's reminder, Bucky found the memory of the night he snatched the serum from his confused memory. The next moment, he shouted in a low voice in disbelief, I killed Mr. Howard Stark? I actually killed Mr. Howard Stark. Bucky seemed very impatient. The next moment, he suddenly thought of something and subconsciously shouted again, Mr. Irwin, you can stop me, why don't you stop me? After listening, Leo stopped the script, his face changed, and he stared at Bucky coldly and said, Sergeant Bucky Barnes, you killed Howard Stark. It was instructed by Hydra, and it has nothing to do with me. I am just an ordinary person. I have no ability and no need to get involved in such things. If you don't want to admit the mistakes you made, and dare not blame all the responsibility on Hydra, and want me to take the blame for you, I can let you go back to the hibernation chamber now. You must know that without your help, I can leave smoothly now. I don't need you at all. I woke you up just to help you, not to let you blame me. When Bucky heard that Leo was going to put him back in the hibernation chamber, his face changed, he clenched his fists, and his face was ferocious. The underground cold storage was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. Bucky clenched his fist so tightly that it creaked, and Leo stood in front of him motionless, looking at him coldly. After a long time, Bucky loosened his fist, sighed, lowered his head dejectedly, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin. Please forgive me, I didn't mean it. I just suddenly couldn't accept the fact that I killed Mr. Stark with my own hands, so I seemed a little excited. You actually have another choice. Leo did not forgive Bucky because he apologized, and continued coldly, right now, on the 3rd floor of the base, where Sienna is. You can go up and fight her to the death to avenge Stark. After listening to Leo's suggestion,
Bucky shook his body and seemed a little impulsive. But in the end, he stopped where he was and whispered in a somewhat frustrated tone, "Her mental control is too strong. I don't have a chance to attack if I go up, and I will be controlled. Although I really want to die with her, I guess I can't even do this." Seeing that Bucky has regained his sanity, Leo's expression eased and said, "In this case, you should leave the base with me first. I have other ways to deal with Hydra. As long as you follow me, one day you will be able to kill Sienna and help yourself and Stark to get revenge." Leo turned around and walked out of the base. Bucky followed him silently. The two walked all the way to the garage not far from the entrance of the base. Leo had already prepared an off-road vehicle with the equipment he needed. He let Bucky, the Winter Soldier, sit in the back seat of the car and drove slowly out of the garage. However, as soon as the car arrived at the entrance of the base, Leo suddenly found that the base director Shadeen was organizing people to close the gate of the base. The 033 base is located in the deep mountains, with no village in front and no shop behind. If the people in the base want to go out to buy something, they have to drive an off-road vehicle in the mountains and forests for 3 or 4 hours. Therefore, the base gate is usually not closed. When the people in the base have no tasks, they can go out to enjoy the beautiful scenery in the mountains, pick some mushrooms, hunt some game, etc. How could Leo guess that Sienna would ask Shadeen to temporarily close the bases because of an experiment? But at this time, it was too late for Leo to turn around and go back to the garage. Shadeen had already discovered the off-road vehicle driven by Leo and was bringing 2 people here to check the situation. "Bucky, lower your head and lie down." Leo asked Bucky to lie on the back seat, and he took the initiative to stop the car, got out of the door, walked forward 2 steps towards Shadeen, and said with a smile as he walked, "Director Shadeen, today is such an important day. Why didn't you watch in the laboratory, but come to the gate of the base to watch the gate?" Shadeen recognized Leo from a distance. After all, Leo was the person who came with the leader Sienna, and he was also a student of Dr. Zola. He played an important role in the super soldier experiment. So, when Shadeen found that it was Leo in the SUV, he also smiled. "It was the leader's order, I had to come. Today is such an important day, Mr. Irwin. Why are you not working in the laboratory? Where are you going?" Leo made an excuse and said perfunctorily, "I have been busy making various equipment and instruments these 2 days, and finally finished them yesterday. I am quite tired these 2 days, so I plan to drive out for a walk today to relax." Shadeen frowned and said with a slightly ugly face, "Mr. Irwin has worked hard recently, but you may not be able to go out today. The leader has ordered that the base will be blocked today and no one can enter or leave. Please don't make it difficult for me, Mr. Irwin." "That's okay. Since it is the leader's order, I will not go out today. I will go back to the laboratory now. Maybe I can catch up with the most exciting moment." After saying that, Leo was about to return to the off-road vehicle and prepare to rush over. But Shadeen stopped Leo and said, "Mr. Irwin, I am really sorry. Since you have the intention to go out today, according to the rules, I have to check this off-road vehicle. After all, I have to report to the leader in the evening." As he said that, Shadeen took the lead in walking towards the off-road vehicle. Leo followed him and said, "Director Shadeen, why don't you stop looking? I'll explain to the leader later to save you the trouble." But the more Leo stopped him from looking, the more suspicious Shadeen became, and the faster he walked, and soon he reached the SUV. He first looked at the front seat of the car and found nothing, then looked at the back seat. Suddenly, an iron fist smashed the rear window of the SUV and landed directly on Shadeen's head near the window. With the crisp sound of broken glass, Shadeen's head was smashed like a ripe watermelon, and red and white blood flowed all over the ground. Leo, who had just arrived, looked at Shadeen's headless body that was beaten several meters away, shrugged helplessly, and said, "I told you not to look, but you didn't listen." Alas! The 2 agents who followed Shadeen to check the situation were stunned by the sudden situation, and their brains were blank for a while. But Leo did not stay in a daze. He turned around quickly, and the pistol on his waist flew up automatically and was grabbed by Leo. Fortunately, Leo also has the skill of basic firearms proficiency. Bang bang, 2 shots. The 2 agents were directly shot in the head. The gunshots alarmed the other guards at the gate of the base, but they didn't know what happened, but the smart agents had already sounded the defense alarm. Leo turned and got into the overnight car, and while starting the car, he turned his head and said to Bucky, "Bucky, good job, you blew up the enemy's dog head with 1 punch." Bucky was stunned after hearing this. He thought Leo would scold him for taking the initiative, but after a moment of hesitation, he came to his senses and praised Leo. "Mr. Irwin, you did a good job. Every shot hit the head." Leo stepped on the accelerator, the engine of the off-road vehicle roared, and the whole car rushed out at once, knocking away several agents who had just assembled, and rushed out of the base gate.
After rushing out for several hundred meters, Leo took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button. The next moment, the explosives that Leo had placed in the base exploded one after another. Due to the short time, the explosives Leo placed could not blow up the entire base, but they could also cause some casualties and panic to the Hydra. Leo sat in the off-road vehicle, and with the sound of explosions, a line of system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. System prompt: you have triggered the task Immortal Hydra. Task prompt: the Hydra organization has been destroyed once, but the new Hydra has been reborn. Just like the slogan of Hydra, cut off one head and two will grow out. In unknown corners, conspiracies led by Hydra happened one after another. As an agent of Hydra, you betrayed the Hydra organization in pursuit of freedom. While you choose to stand on the opposite side of it, you also take on the responsibility of destroying it.
Task prompt: this task is a long-term task, and the current task completion rate is 0%.
Task prompt: this task is a mandatory task and is accepted by default. Leo looked at the newly triggered task and silently closed the system panel.
This task was not something Leo could complete in a short time, and it was dispensable. So Leo was not going to complete it specifically, just let it go. I hope you like my work.
A little while earlier, in the super soldier laboratory of Base 033, a group of people were busy. As Dr. Zora pressed buttons one by one, the super serum began to be injected into Tar's body by the automatic syringe that came with the super soldier incubator. As the injection process was completed, Dr. Zora gradually increased the power supply of the ray generator, and the super soldier incubator began to release more and more intense Vita rays. Even people standing outside the incubator could see the dazzling light inside the incubator. At the same time, Tar's heart-wrenching screams came from the incubator. The screams were so creepy that Dr. Zora began to doubt whether to continue the experiment.
Miss Shiana, should we stop the experiment? I think Agent Tar can't hold on any longer. Shiana was standing next to Dr. Zora.
When she heard Dr. Zora's suggestion, she frowned.
Kotar's screams became louder and louder.
Sienna frowned and thought for a moment, then snatched the from Dr. Zora's hand and adjusted the power supply to the maximum. At the same moment, the Super Warrior breeding chamber began to emit dazzling white-blue light, and at the same time, there was a crackling sound of electricity. Kotar suddenly let out a huge scream, and then there was no sound in the breeding chamber. Dr. Zora quickly turned off the power, and the white light of the breeding chamber dissipated, but there was still silence inside. At this time, no one knew whether the Super Warrior experiment was successful. Everyone held their breath and stared at the door of the breeding chamber. The whole laboratory suddenly fell into silence, which was a bit scary. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded in the laboratory, scaring everyone. Sienna angrily picked up the intercom at hand and shouted, "You bunch of idiots, what happened outside? Why did the alarm suddenly sound?" An anxious shout came from the intercom, and someone answered, "This is the central control room. We found through surveillance that Mr. Leo Irwin, he killed Director Shadeen at the gate of the base and drove away in an off-road vehicle." "What? This is impossible." Dr. Zora, who was standing next to him, looked unbelievable and couldn't help shouting out. Sienna wanted to confirm what happened with the central control room, but the next moment, explosions were heard in many places in the base at the same time, and this super soldier laboratory was no exception.
The sudden explosion blew up many Hydra's scientific research and logistics personnel.
Some people were directly killed, but most people were injured to varying degrees because of the sudden explosion. They lay on the ground and began to scream and roll.
The scene was immediately in chaos. Dr. Zora was seriously injured.
One of his mechanical legs was blown off, and his body was thrown into the stone wall. The display screen on his chest was also broken, and smoke was coming out of his body. He was so seriously injured that he couldn't even stand up after struggling for a few times. And Sienna was also covered in dust by the sudden explosion, and her clothes were torn. But she just looked a little embarrassed, and her body was not injured. Sienna coughed a few times, waved her hands to pat off the dust on her body, and seemed extremely angry.
Suddenly, Sienna heard another bang in her ear.
She turned her head and found a metal plate spinning towards her. She screamed angrily and punched the metal plate to the ground. At this time, she realized that the metal plate she smashed on the ground was actually the door of the Super War breeding chamber. She immediately looked in the direction of the breeding chamber anxiously, fearing that something unexpected had happened to the Super Warrior plan.
However, the next moment, she breathed a sigh of relief.
At this time, in the breeding chamber without the door, Qatar, who seemed to have become much stronger, was retracting his fist and struggling to sit up. The steel hoops on his wrists and ankles were directly broken by him. In this way, the Super Warrior experiments seemed to be successful.
Sienna also knew what the door that was spinning just now was.
But she couldn't get angry with Qatar, because it didn't seem that Qatar did it on purpose.
So Sienna put all her anger on Leo. Leo or win.
Sienna's roar echoed in the super soldier laboratory, mixed with the screams of the injured, sounding extremely creepy. At this time, Kotar, who had broken free from his restraints, looked at the mess in the laboratory and seemed very confused.
He ran to Sienna with his upper body naked and asked, "Leader, what happened here?" Kotar's height was 10 centimeters higher than before the experiment, and his muscles became much stronger, like a wall.
He suddenly stood next to Sienna, which made Sienna feel a little pressure. Sienna looked at Kotar's body, which was much stronger than before, and she secretly calculated in her heart. Now it seems that Kotar has been successfully strengthened by the serum, and he will be one of the top combat forces in Hydra in the future.
But Kotar is not like Bucky the Winter Soldier, whose consciousness is controlled by the chip and can be manipulated by Sienna.
Moreover, Sienna felt that this was not the best time to try whether the mental control ability could control Kotar.
In the past, Sienna could order Kotar to do anything at will.
But now, Sienna thought it would be better to show some respect. When the matter at hand is resolved in the future, Sienna felt that she had plenty of ways to make Kotar surrender. Thinking of this, Sienna chose to suppress the irritability and anger in her heart, and patiently explained the whole story to Kotar.
Leo actually did such a thing. After listening to Sienna's explanation, Kotar seemed particularly surprised.
He had been in contact with Leo for a short time, only a month at most. But in his impression, Leo has always been a scientist who worked hard for the Hydra organization. Even before the experiment began, Dr. Zola heard that Leo was overworked and sick in order to prepare the experimental equipment.
How come Leo has become a different person in such a short time? You don't believe it?
Seeing the look of disbelief on Tal's face, Sienna knew what Tar was thinking.
Sienna went on, "Don't say you don't believe it. I, and Dr. Zola, don't believe that Leo would do such a thing. So, Mr. Kotar, are you willing to come with me to capture Leo and ask him face to face why he betrayed Hydra?" When Kotar heard Sienna calling him sir, he became ecstatic for an instant.
He patted his strong chest and said repeatedly, "Of course, beautiful Miss Sienna, of course I am willing to serve you." Hearing that Kotar no longer called her the leader, Sienna felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't get angry. She continued, "Mr. Kotar, you go change your clothes and prepare the weapons and equipment you are going to bring.
I'm going to the underground cold storage to wake up the Winter Soldier now. The three of us will act together, and Leo will be easily captured. If we are just dealing with Leo, there is no need to wake up the Winter Soldier, right? Be careful. There is an old saying in the East, even a lion must use all its strength to fight a rabbit."
After saying that, Sienna hurried to the underground cold storage. She didn't wake up the Winter Soldier because Leo escaped, but because she saw that Tar seemed to have his own little thoughts, and she was ready to take the Winter Soldier with her to deal with Tar outside. At that time, let Dr. Zola also install a chip in Tar's brain, so that Sienna can be completely relieved.
But, a few minutes later, Leo, I'm going to kill you. Sienna's furious roar came from the underground cold storage.
Obviously, she had discovered that Leo had kidnapped Bucky. Sienna quickly rushed back to her bedroom from the underground cold storage and found the chip control terminal of the Winter Soldier. However, she found that the terminal was displaying a familiar error message.
The next moment, Sienna figured out everything.
The error message on the terminal was caused by Leo, the power outage at the Kapok Pond base was caused by Leo, the Black Widow was let go by Leo.
It was Leo, everything was Leo.
At this time, Leo has become a thorn in Sienna's side. Sienna was thinking about the evil deeds that Leo had committed in the house, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
Suddenly, the intercom on her waist rang. "Miss Sienna, this is Qatar. I am ready to chase you and am waiting for you at the gate of the base. Are you ready?" Sienna came to her senses after hearing Qatar's question.
She stuffed the chip control terminal into her pocket and hurried to the gate of the base. She was going to find Leo and kill him with her own hands. Because the garage at the gate of the base was too conspicuous, Leo did not find a chance to place explosives. Therefore, all the cars were still there.
Qatar had already started an off-road vehicle and was waiting for Sienna.
After Sienna came to the garage, she did not even look at the ordinary off-road vehicle that Qatar was driving, but walked to the end of the garage, opened a closed door with her ID card, and drove out an off-road vehicle that looked extremely rugged. She waved her hand and signaled Kotar to sit in the co-pilot seat, then said, "This is an off-road vehicle modified by Dr. Zola. The average speed can reach 18 times that of ordinary off-road vehicles.
This way we can catch up with Leo and the others." "Them? Isn't Leo the only one who escaped?" Kotar didn't know that Bucky had already escaped with Leo, and then asked, "Also, didn't you go to wake up the Winter Soldier? Where is he?" "I'm afraid the Winter Soldier has betrayed the organization with Leo. Leo is definitely not a simple guy. He is definitely not an ordinary person. If the two of us meet them, we may not have much chance of winning. When the battle starts, don't underestimate the enemy." While explaining a few words to Kotar, she turned on the car radio of the modified off-road vehicle and said, "Hello? I'm Sienna. 033 Base Control Room, can you hear me? This is the 033 Base Control Room.
Leader, please give instructions.
Can you locate the position of the off-road vehicle driven by Leo?
The positioning system of that off-road vehicle is offline, and we can't locate him."
Sienna thought that was true, and then she asked, "Is Dr. Zora here? Ask him to connect to the communication channel."
After a burst of noise, Dr. Zora, whose robot body was already half disabled, was helped into the central control room by the Hydra soldiers. He then connected to the communication channel through the built-in communication device.
"Miss Sienna, I am Assam Zora. What can I do for you? Please tell me." Sienna quickly told Dr. Zora about Leo and the Winter Soldier, and asked, "Dr. Zora, do you think the chip control terminal can still control the Winter Soldier now? He even took the Winter Soldier away." Dr. Zora seemed even more unbelievable when he heard that Leo even took the Winter Soldier away.
He was silent for a while and then said, "The control chip in the Winter Soldier's brain has only one program set, that is, loyalty to Hydra. Unless his head is opened and the chip is taken out, the chip will definitely have an impact on him. I don't know how Leo interfered with the chip in the Winter Soldier's brain, but according to my calculations, as long as you can get close to the Winter Soldier at a certain distance, the control terminal will still be effective when the power is fully turned on. At least the Winter Soldier will lose the ability to resist. That's good. This way I will be sure to take them both down." Sienna gritted her teeth, with a fierce light in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she continued, 033 Base Control Room, give orders to send all the existing armed forces in the base, follow me, and set off immediately. The order was passed on, and off-road vehicles began to gather at the gate of the base. At this time, after a long silence, Dr. Zola made a slightly old voice again, "Miss Sienna, if possible, please try to catch Leo alive. I have a lot of things to ask him in person." Sienna thought for a moment and hummed lightly. Then, she followed the tire tracks left by Leo, stepped on the accelerator, added full power, and caught up. In the mountains and forests, Leo had been driving an off-road vehicle away from the base for a while, and had been chatting with Bucky all the way. In order to facilitate the chat, Bucky had climbed from the back seat of the car to the co-pilot seat. At this time, Leo asked Bucky, although I shouldn't mention your sad story, I am still very curious. Do you have a good relationship with Howard Stark?" Bucky fell silent when he heard Leo's question. "Sorry, if you are not convenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. It's okay." Bucky smiled bitterly at Leo, and then said, "I am not familiar with Mr. Stark, but I respect him very much, just like all American soldiers. Mr. Stark and I were both born in 1917. The first time I met Mr. Stark was in 1943, when Steve and I attended the Tomorrowland Science Fair held by Mr. Stark. Steve, you know, Steve Rogers, he is my best friend." Leo nodded and said, "The famous Captain America, of course I know. The first time I woke you up with his name." Bucky suddenly recalled the memory of that time, and immediately wanted to ask Leo something with an anxious look on his face, but was interrupted by Leo. "I know what you want to ask, don't worry, you continue to talk about you and Stark. Captain America is a long story, I can tell you slowly." Bucky suppressed his anxiety, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, "It's embarrassing. At the age of 26, Mr. Stark was already a famous scientist and inventor, and I was just a small sergeant soldier. I am familiar with Mr. Stark mainly because of Steve. Steve accidentally met Dr. Erskine at the expo. Finally, in 1945, I fell off a cliff while tracking down Hydra. You should know what happened next. I never expected that I would become a killing tool for Hydra after fighting against Hydra for the first half of my life." Bucky told Stark about his relationship with him, and most of the things in between were related to Steve. In general, Bucky respected Stark very much and thought that Stark was a hero of the United States and the world. Moreover, Bucky expressed great regret for killing Stark with his own hands. "Bucky, don't blame yourself too much. This matter was instructed by the Hydra organization. You just acted as a knife. The real culprit was still Hydra, Sienna." Leo comforted Bucky, and then in order to divert Bucky's attention, he began to tell the story of Captain America. "In fact, your good friend, Steve Rogers, has disappeared. Also in 1945, after you fell off the cliff, Steve looked for you for a long time but couldn't find you. He thought you were dead. Therefore, he became very angry. In order to avenge you, he broke into the Hydra base and found John Schmidt. In the end, he and Schmidt crashed in the Arctic Ocean and died together. Bucky seemed unbelievable after hearing this, and kept asking Leo why he knew all this and what evidence he had. Most of the stories are written in American history books, and you can verify them at any time. I learned some of the details and secrets of the stories from inside Hydra. Leo gave Bucky sufficient evidence, and then continued, but as far as I know, dying together is just Hydra's statement. They have not confirmed Steve's death. Maybe he is still alive. Who knows? But Bucky remained silent and looked very sad. Bucky was silent for a long time, and Leo didn't know how to comfort him. In the end, Leo still bit the bullet and broke the embarrassment, and secretly regretted talking to him about Howard and Steve for no reason. Bucky Barnes. Leo first called Bucky formally to ask him to focus his attention on himself, and then continued, you are free. The next moment, Leo didn't know whether Bucky had recovered from the sadness of not knowing whether Steven was alive or dead, but Leo had no time to take care of Bucky's emotions. Leo even slowed down the car and distracted himself to the system panel in front of him. Because, the moment Leo finished speaking, dense system prompts were refreshed. System prompt: congratulations on completing the mission Save American Soldier, Bucky Barnes, mission evaluation, qualified. Leo glanced at the mission evaluation and was a little confused. He remembered that the last time he completed the Black Widow mission, the mission evaluation was excellent. Is it because I didn't stop the Winter Soldier Bucky, and let him kill Howard Stark? Does the system encourage me to change history? Or is it because I only temporarily blocked the chip in Bucky's brain, but didn't completely solve the chip? Leo thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find the reason for the low mission evaluation. He put this aside and looked at the mission rewards. The Save American Soldier, Bucky Barnes mission has been completed, and the mission rewards are now being settled. Calculation in progress. You get one Winter Soldier character card, and you can also randomly get a skill or expertise of the mission target Winter Soldier. The rewards are randomized. Please choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. Advanced fighting skills, passive skill, you can skillfully use your body to fight, and your fists and feet are the most deadly weapons. 2. Cold weapon proficiency, passive skill, you can skillfully use various cold weapons and exert their 100% power. 3. Advanced firearms proficiency, passive skill, you can skillfully use various firearms and have super high accuracy. After reading the 3 options, Leo was a little disappointed. Sure enough, the task rewards for qualified evaluations are far less than the rewards for excellent evaluations. These 3 passive skills seem to be useless to Leo. It's a pity to abandon them, and it's tasteless to eat them. These are skills that can be obtained through training. What Leo wants most is expertise like serum transformation of the body, and at least an active skill like charged burst would be good. In the end, after thinking about it, Leo chose advanced combat, which can at least be used with the light power arm 6 that Leo brought in the car. With the advanced combat skill selected, all other options disappeared. At the same time, Leo had a lot of fighting skills in his mind, as if he was born with them. After selecting the random reward, Leo was ready to check the newly obtained Winter Soldier character card. According to the routine of Leo playing games in his previous life, he should find someone who is usually very lucky to absorb a wave of luck before opening the card. But now, besides Leo, there is only Bucky in the car. Leo thought about Bucky's miserable life, and finally gave up sucking him. Opening the attribute panel, Leo clicked on the so-called Winter Soldier character card with his mind. The card rotated several times and finally displayed its attributes. Exclamation point. Leo slammed the steering wheel hard with his right hand, and the speeding car shook and almost hit a big rock. Bucky was startled and woke up from his daze. He hurriedly asked Leo what happened. Leo was silent for a while, then looked Bucky up and down, and said unhappily, "Bucky, in these years at the Hydra base, you have indeed acquired a lot of hard skills." Bucky didn't know what Leo was referring to, so he could only nod blankly. Leo sighed helplessly, then stepped on the accelerator and started to accelerate, concentrating on driving. Seeing that Leo had no intention of continuing the conversation, Bucky continued to be in a daze. Leo drove the car very fast, but the Winter Soldier character card he had just obtained kept appearing in his mind. The attributes of the character card were simply unbelievable. Finally, he called up the attribute panel again and took another look at it without giving up. Winter Soldier character card, use times 10 tenths. Attached skill, Golden Gun Unbreakable. Golden Gun Unbreakable, the Winter Soldier has developed a set of hard skills in the Hydra base, under the nourishment of Sienna. Every time you activate this skill, no matter who the opposite you are facing, you can persist for at least 1 hour. After looking at the skill again, Leo sighed several times and said it was a pity. Then he quickly closed the system panel. Leo secretly made up his mind that he must complete the task perfectly when he receives it in the future. Look at this qualified evaluation task. What are the rewards? Leo put aside the character card and continued to drive through the mountains and forests. Leo only took a rough look at the map of the 033 base and was not very clear about the detailed terrain nearby. Somehow, he drove the car to an uneven section of the road, and the car began to bump. He had to slow down and patiently and attentively select the relatively flat ground. Leo was driving the car attentively, and suddenly, he heard a low roar coming from his right. He turned his head and was surprised to find that Bucky, who was originally in a daze, had bloodshot eyes and grabbed his hair with both hands, looking painful and struggling. Leo quickly stopped the car, shook Bucky vigorously with his right hand, and asked, "Bucky, are you okay? What's wrong?" "Ah, my head hurts. It seems like there is a buzzing sound in my head." Bucky twisted his body in pain and said hoarsely, "It must be Sienna who came, she chased me. I feel a consciousness in my head, trying to control my body." Leo quickly stared at Bucky's head and activated the mechanical insight skill. In the special mechanical vision, Leo saw that the chip in Bucky's brain was shining under the power of bioelectricity. There were some stars flashing inside the chip, as if there was energy flowing. Leo, who already knew the working principle of the chip, knew that this was the control terminal of the chip trying to reactivate the function of the chip. As far as Leo knew, only Sienna had a control terminal. And by observing the frequency of the chip flashing, Leo guessed that Sienna should be not far away from them. Sure enough, the next moment, Leo heard the sound of a car engine coming from far behind him. He turned his head and saw a rugged off-road vehicle speeding towards him. Compared to the off-road vehicle he was driving, it was much faster. Leo looked at Bucky, who was getting more and more painful, and knew that he couldn't be counted on for any help in the next battle. But Leo didn't want him to be controlled by Sienna again, so he shouted to Bucky, "Bucky, take the portable signal jammer I gave you. Think about the innocent and tragic death of the Starks, think about Steve, who is unknown whether he is alive or dead, think about the evil of Hydra, and think about the faith in your heart. Hang on, don't let your mind be controlled again, believe in yourself, you can do it." Leo didn't know if shouting like this would work, but time was almost too late. He got out of the car quickly, opened the trunk of the car, and took out the light-equipped power arm Type 6. Leo's whole body was surging with mechanical force, and the light-equipped power arm Type 6 automatically flew up, and each interface automatically engaged and quickly fixed on Leo. With the help of mechanical force, Leo quickly adapted to the new light-equipped power arm. After moving his hands and feet on the spot, he immediately rushed towards the off-road vehicle that had begun to enter the uneven road section in the distance. Leo felt that he had to stop the off-road vehicle and absolutely could not let Sienna approach Bucky with the chip control terminal. Because if they got too close, Leo could not be sure whether Bucky would be controlled by Sienna again and become a Winter Soldier who only knew. If that happened, Leo felt that his chances of winning would become slim. So, Leo began to rush towards Sienna, preparing to put the battlefield far away from Bucky. At the same time, Leo called up the system panel and activated his trump card, Black Widow character card. Black Widow character card, use times 1/1. After using this character card, the host can temporarily obtain the physical fitness of Black Widow, which lasts for 60 minutes. As the character card turned into a light spot and dissipated, the next moment, Leo felt full of strength. The system was not to be outdone and swiped out dense prompts. Leo took a rough look and found that various skills were activated under the bonus effect of the Black Widow character card. But these skills were followed by the word, temporary, and lasted for 60 minutes. With the help of the system, Leo quickly adapted to his suddenly stronger body. The next moment, his speed suddenly increased a lot, and he rushed towards the off-road vehicle driven by Sienna like an arrow. Sienna had already seen the off-road vehicle parked in front of Leo from a distance, and then she saw Leo wearing the light power arm 6. Then she saw Leo rushing towards them. "Ha! Miss Sienna, Leo is not naive enough to think that he can defeat you and me with the half-body armor on his body, right?" Qatar pointed at Leo, who was rushing towards him, and sneered disdainfully, "Look at him wearing that heavy half-body armor, and his running speed is as slow as a turtle. When he runs in front of us, he won't even have the strength to stand, right?" Qatar suddenly got the serum to strengthen his body, and was in an infinitely conceited state. Pointing at Leo, his sneer turned into a contemptuous laugh. "Don't take it lightly. I think Leo is not a simple person." As soon as Sienna finished speaking, she saw Leo suddenly speed up and rushed over at a speed that surprised her.
In a blink of an eye, he was about 100 meters in front of the SUV. Kotar was also surprised by Leo's sudden speed. But when he calmed down, he found that although Leo's speed was fast, it was about the same as his current maximum speed. It was just because Leo's movement speed changed too much before and after using the Black Widow character card. This sudden change surprised Sienna and Kotar. Kotar, who had calmed down, looked at Leo not far in front of him and shouted loudly, "Hit him!" Sienna's face turned cold at the time, but she changed her mind and held back from getting angry. Kotar didn't notice Sienna's face, still staring at Leo, shouting excitedly, a little mentally ill. Sienna held back her dissatisfaction, stepped on the accelerator, held the steering wheel tightly, and found the right angle to hit Leo. The SUV was moving very fast, and Leo was also running towards it. In the blink of an eye, the two were about to collide. But the next moment, Leo used his legs to exert force and jumped up. Due to the relative speed difference between the two, Leo's body flew over the roof of the SUV. At the critical moment, Leo grabbed the left rear of the SUV with his right hand with a power arm. Then he exerted force with his fingers, and most of his right palm was embedded in the shell of the SUV. Under the action of the huge pulling force, the rear shell of the car immediately began to deform, and the next moment, the entire rear cover was separated from the car body. Leo's body spun and fell to the ground under the combined action of inertia and tilting pulling force. However, his physical fitness was very strong, and he just rolled on the ground a few times and stood up immediately, basically unscathed. At the same time, the SUV driven by Sienna was out of control because of its high speed and was pulled hard by Leo. The entire off-road vehicle flipped from left to right, with the chassis facing up, and slid along the ground for more than 10 meters before being persuaded to stop by a big tree. The moment the car hit the tree, two figures kicked the left and right doors at the same time and rushed out of the car. Leo only noticed at this time that in addition to the still charming Sienna, there was actually a tall and strong white man chasing after him. And this strong man, Leo actually felt a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out who it was for a while. But before Leo could think about it carefully, the white man had already pointed at Leo and shouted, "Leo, Miss Sienna has been good to you, why did you betray the Hydra organization?" Leo heard the familiar voice and finally recognized who this white man was. He muttered in a low voice, "It's so unlucky. This guy Kotar was successfully strengthened. If I had known, I would have buried the bomb directly in the cultivation chamber." But Leo just said it casually to satisfy his desire to relieve his depression. Originally, Leo didn't know if he could beat Sienna alone. Now there was another super soldier. Leo was a little nervous and secretly thought about countermeasures. Suddenly, while thinking about countermeasures, Leo found that a task prompt was refreshed in front of him. You have triggered the task hunt, task prompt. No matter what organization it is, as long as someone betrays, they will be hunted down. Therefore, Sienna, the leader of the Hydra organization, took Kotar to retaliate against you. Task content: get rid of the pursuit of the Hydra organization. Task prompt: this task is a mandatory task, which is accepted by default. Leo looked through the task and found that this task did not help his current situation. Then he silently closed the system panel and continued to think about countermeasures. Kotar saw Leo standing in the distance and did not answer him, but muttered something in a low voice, and he was furious. He pushed hard on his feet and ran towards Leo quickly, intending to teach Leo a lesson. Leo saw Kotar rushing towards him unarmed, and cursed inwardly, "Is Kotar a fool? A man like him, rushing towards Leo without any protection, isn't he a living target?" The next moment, Leo raised his hand to catch the two pistols that flew up automatically from his waist, and quickly fired in the direction of Kotar. The gunshots were continuous, and Leo emptied 2 magazines directly. Then, the spare magazine flew up automatically, and Leo began to pour firepower on Kotar again. Kotar originally saw that Leo was wearing a light power arm Type 6, and thought that Leo would fight him hand to hand. But when the dense bullets were about to hit his face, he realized how fatal a mistake he had made. The speed of the bullets was much faster than Kotar's movement speed, and it was too late for him to hide. In the end, he gritted his teeth, protected his face with his arms, and half-crouched and ran quickly behind a big tree on the right. Kotar finally ran behind the tree, and Leo emptied all his magazines. For magazines, dozens of bullets, at least half of which hit Kotar's arms and chest and abdomen. Most of the bullets were caught by Kotar's strong muscles, but a few bullets penetrated the muscle defense and entered his body, even injuring his internal organs. Kotar began to bleed, and he sat behind the tree gasping for breath, and for a moment he lost his combat effectiveness. Leo knew the truth of the saying, "Kill him while he's weak." The moment he emptied his magazine, he threw away his pistol and rushed to Kotar, who was almost dying behind the tree. As soon as Sienna saw Leo pull out his gun, she hid behind the SUV.
At this time, she saw that Tar was shot and hid behind a tree, and Leo was about to rush over to finish him off. The situation was very urgent. She quickly stepped forward and released her mind control ability on Leo. Leo, who was running, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, forcing him to stop. He glanced at the system panel and found that Sienna had used a strong mind control ability on him. The next moment, Leo's advanced mind resistance from Black Widow began to take effect, offsetting the negative effects of Sienna's mind control.
Sienna also knew that she could not successfully control Leo with mind control.
After using her ability, she immediately drew her gun and shot at Leo. But Leo recovered faster than she imagined. Leo caught all the bullets with his mechanical arm, and then dodged behind a protruding stone. The two chased each other and hid, getting closer and closer. At the same time, Sienna soon emptied all the bullets she was carrying.
Sienna threw her pistol to the ground angrily and rushed forward to fight with Leo.
However, Leo's burst was limited in time, and he was eager to fight with Sienna like this. When he saw Sienna rushing over, he rushed forward without hesitation. Then, the two of them tangled together and started a close exchange of fists and flesh. As soon as they fought, Leo felt how powerful Sienna was. With a light power arm, Leo could barely surpass Sienna in strength. Moreover, Sienna had superb fighting skills. If Leo had not happened to get the advanced fighting skills from Bucky, Leo felt that he could not hold on for a few rounds. The two were fighting fiercely. Therefore, they did not notice that Qatar, who was leaning against the tree, was undergoing strange changes. For some reason, the bullet that had penetrated into Qatar's body was being squeezed out by his muscles, and the wound was blocked by a mass of muscles.
This was not over yet.
The muscles on Qatar's body suddenly began to proliferate uncontrollably, and he slowly grew more and more tentacle-like things, which were getting longer and longer. At the same time, the crazy expressions on Qatar's face piled up more and more, as if he was about to lose his mind. On the other side, Leo and Sienna had been fighting fiercely for several minutes, and both of them were more or less injured. Moreover, because their clothes could not withstand the impact of the two people's strength, they began to crack one after another, and they looked disheveled. Because Leo was wearing a light power arm type 6 similar to a half-body armor, Sienna's every punch and kick was aimed at Leo's head, trying to kill him with one blow. But Leo was wearing an alloy arm, not afraid of pain, and with the bonus of the power arm, he was not afraid every time, and raised his arm to fight Sienna's punches and kicks. Moreover, Leo would look for opportunities to attack Sienna's plump chest from time to time. The two fought hard again, and Leo took advantage of the moment when Sienna's body was stiff and punched Sienna's chest with a straight punch. Sienna barely dodged it, took a few steps back, took a breath for a moment, then licked her lips and said, "Why, you still haven't given up on my body, and you have to touch my chest before you give up. If Dr. Zola hadn't stopped me, I would have done you a long time ago. It's such a pity now, why didn't I realize that you have such a good physical fitness before?" Leo listened to Sienna's teasing, and without saying a word, he aimed at Sienna's chest and continued to attack.
Leo aimed at Sienna's chest and attacked, not because it was as unbearable as Sienna said, but because, in Leo's special mechanical vision, there was a small mechanical creation on Sienna's translucent chest that was emitting a faint light. That was the control terminal that could control Bucky. Leo didn't expect Sienna to hide the terminal in her underwear. But the moment Leo determined the location of the control terminal, he started to attack Sienna's towering chest without hesitation, without any embarrassment. Sienna had long discovered that Leo's real intention was not to drink, and guessed that Bucky should be on the off-road vehicle in front, and the control terminal hidden in her chest might still have the hope of regaining control of Bucky. So, during the battle, she had been trying to get closer to the off-road vehicle. But Leo had been holding her tightly. Although the two had been moving, they kept spinning, and Sienna could not find a chance to get closer to the off-road vehicle. The two were still fighting, and the fight lasted for another 10 minutes. At this time, Leo found that the energy of the light-equipped power arm Type 6 was running out. Once there was no assistance from the light-equipped power arm, Leo's strength would not be able to match Sienna, and the situation was very bad. But for a while, Leo could not think of any way to break the situation, so he could only hold on. The two fought and walked, and unknowingly, they circled around the big tree that Qatar was leaning against. Suddenly, a roar came from behind the tree. This roar did not sound like a human at all, but more like a ferocious beast. Because Sienna was subconsciously protecting Qatar, she stayed closer to the tree. The sudden, huge roar scared Leo and Sienna, and they both stopped and looked behind the tree, and then they saw a monster. A barely human-shaped thing was crawling on the ground, with long tentacles dancing irregularly on his back, chest, and even on his head. As Leo and Sienna looked at the monster seemed to have noticed something and suddenly raised its head. Leo and Sienna were surprised to find that the monster was actually holding Qatar's distorted face. With his extensive knowledge of online novels in his previous life, Leo had some guesses in his mind the moment he saw the monster. When he found that his guess was true, he immediately recalled the test results obtained by Dr. Zola on mice at that time. The muscles in the mice showed rapid growth. At that time, Leo also asked Dr. Zola whether there was any problem with the serum, but Dr. Zola was not sure. Now it seems that the super serum restored by Howard Stark is a failure. Although the super serum strengthens the physical fitness of the injected person, it also turns the injected person into an irrational monster. Because Sienna is not as knowledgeable as Leo, when she saw that the monster covered with tentacles was actually tar, she was much more frightened than Leo. 10 minutes ago, in Sienna's mind, she still regarded Tar as the object of venting her desires in the future. And now, looking at Tar with tentacles all over his body, she was naturally more stimulated. Tar, who had turned into a monster, raised his head and roared again. Stimulated by the roar, Leo quickly recovered from his daze and quickly pounced on Sienna, who had not yet recovered. Leo raised his right fist high and blasted Sienna's chest with excitement. At the critical moment, Sienna reacted, hugged Leo's fist with both hands, and then stepped back. But how could Leo let her do what she wanted? He quickly stretched out his left hand and grabbed Sienna's right arm, and at the same time, he stretched out his right hand and started wrestling with Sienna. The two fell into a stalemate, with their faces less than a foot apart. Sienna was startled when she saw Leo so close. But the next moment, she smiled charmingly at Leo and activated her mind control skill. Leo completely ignored the effect of mind control, stared at Sienna's face, and began to smile insidiously. Sienna saw Leo laughing and didn't understand why. But the next moment, she suddenly felt an itchy feeling in her chest. Sienna felt an itch in her chest, and Leo, who was close at hand, was smiling sinisterly. She was immediately shocked and looked at her chest in a hurry. She saw that the small chip control terminal was shaking constantly between the ravines, as if a hand was fiddling with it. The shaking became more and more intense, and Sienna even felt that her chest was hurt. The next moment, the control terminal suddenly made a crackling sound, and it was twisted and deformed, and it broke. Leo's face immediately showed joy. The control terminal had been destroyed by him with mechanical force, and Bucky should be recovering soon. The two were still wrestling, and no one dared to let go first. But the difference was that Leo's face was full of pride, while Sienna's face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out. Suddenly, Qatar, who had turned into a monster, roared again and rushed towards the two standing still. He waved his tentacles, his eyes were crazy, as if he didn't recognize any relatives, and he actually attacked Sienna and Leo at the same time. The two looked at the fast-rushing Qatar, then looked at each other, then simultaneously let go of their hands and retreated. The next moment, Qatar arrived, and 5 or 6 tentacles directly penetrated deeply into the place where the two had stood. Leo glanced at the tips of the other tentacles and found that they had actually formed a thick stratum corneum, which looked extremely hard. Qatar's attack did not work, so he pulled the tentacles out of the ground, raised his head and screamed angrily. He shook his head and looked at Leo and Sienna on both sides with his scarlet eyes. Then, for some reason, he actually left Leo out, stared at Sienna, and chased after her with his tentacles. Leo stood there, touched his nose very innocently, and spread his hands to Sienna, who was hurriedly parrying more than a dozen tentacles and was in an extremely embarrassed state. Sienna angrily glared at Leo, who was making small gestures to taunt her, and took the risk of being stabbed by several tentacles, roaring and knocking Kotar away. Then, she began to run around the tree, circling with Kotar. Although Leo wanted to chase him and wait for an opportunity to grab the head, he was worried that Kotar would turn around and attack him when he lost his mind. After thinking about it, he turned his head and ran towards the SUV where Bucky was. The control terminal of the chip had been destroyed by him for so long, and Bucky had not come out to help. Leo wanted to see if there was any accident. Leo ran back to the SUV, opened the door on the passenger side, and found Bucky slumped in the chair, staring blankly at the front without even blinking. He looked like he had lost all hope in life. If Leo hadn't noticed that Bucky's chest was still rising and falling, he would have thought he was dead. Bang! Leo raised his right hand and slapped Bucky twice, shouting, "Hey, Bucky, are you okay?" Bucky came back to his senses, saw that it was Leo, let out a long breath, then smiled bitterly. "Mr. Irwin, do you know how painful I was just now? I almost took a gun and shot myself." Leo saw that Bucky was still conscious and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the pursuit mission in the system panel again. The mission required him to escape from Sienna and Tar's pursuit. Now it was basically completed. But Leo's mind moved. If he turned back now and killed Sienna and Tar together with Bucky, would the mission evaluation be greatly improved? After careful thinking, Leo made up his mind. This thing, do it. Leo pulled Bucky out of the car door, let him stand against the car, pointed to the back and said, "You are fine now. The chip control terminal has been destroyed by me. Bucky, cheer up. Sienna is over there. She is in a mess now. It's a good time for us to kill her. Can you still fight?" Bucky was shocked and his eyes lit up immediately. He first bent down to pick up the pistol next to the seat that was almost used to commit suicide, and then immediately called Leo, ready to run to the back, and asked excitedly, "Mr. Irwin, where is that Sienna? Let's go and kill her together." Leo did not rush to chase after her. He stopped Bucky and looked at the direction of the original battlefield. He found that Kotar and Sienna had disappeared. He took out 2 submachine guns and enough pills from the trunk of the off-road vehicle and armed himself and Bucky. Then, Leo set out with Bucky to kill Sienna. Leo told Bucky what had happened as they walked and arranged the next tactics. The two quickly chased after Sienna and Kotar along the trails left by them. Sienna and Kotar ran really fast. After more than 10 minutes, Leo and Bucky caught up. However, Leo and Bucky only caught up with Kotar, who was covered with tentacles, but Sienna disappeared. When Leo and Bucky found Kotar, he was wandering aimlessly among a pile of rocks. Because the two were moving secretly, Kotar did not notice Leo and Bucky approaching. In order to avoid fraud, Leo and Winter Soldier spent another 5 minutes searching around Kotar. However, they still did not find any trace of Sienna. Leo glanced at his system panel and found that the duration of the Black Widow mission card was running out. He immediately whispered to Bucky, "Bucky, there is no need to look for Sienna anymore. Let's kill Kotar and leave." Bucky nodded in response, and the two began to approach Kotar quietly. When they were close to 30 meters away, the two found a good cover, looked at each other, and started to shoot at Kotar with submachine guns. Kotar lost his mind. The moment he heard the gunshot, he did not turn around and run away, but rushed towards Leo and Bucky. The ending was obvious. Leo and Bucky beat Kotar to pieces with submachine guns, and several tentacles were broken. Afterwards, the two of them evacuated quickly and drove away in an off-road vehicle. Let's talk about two different things. After Sienna risked her injury and beat Kotar away, and began to chase Kotar, Kotar caught up with Sienna again with the help of his tentacles. So Sienna and Kotar started fighting again. At the same time, Sienna also began to try to control Kotar with her mental control ability. Kotar's mind was very confused. When Sienna tried to control Kotar, she could not feel Kotar's resistance at all. Logically, Sienna should be able to control Kotar easily. But the fact is that Kotar was still chasing Sienna with red eyes, and he was desperate. It was as if Kotar's body was not controlled by his consciousness, but by the instinct of his muscles. So Sienna felt like an iron fist hitting cotton, and felt extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she risked her injury and beat Kotar away again, then ran away with all her strength, and after circling a few visions, she climbed up a big tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. A strange thing happened. Tar, who turned into a monster, chased Sienna to the tree, but could not find any trace of Sienna, so he began to wander. As Tar walked away, Sienna jumped down from the tree and ran away. But she was not going to let go of Tar, who chased her so badly, nor was she going to let go of Leo and the others. The armed forces in the base should be arriving soon. Sienna was going to meet up with them, and then use machine guns and cannons to severely deal a heavy blow to all those who made her angry. After Sienna left, she quickly followed the way she came and found the armed forces that had set out from Base 033. Dr. Zora also followed the troops. He had already used the multifunctional mechanical arm to repair his body in the car, and now he could walk normally. When Dr. Zora saw Sienna alone and covered in injuries, he was very surprised and asked, "Miss Sienna, how did you get into this state? Where is Leo? Where is the Winter Soldier? Where is Tar?" Sienna briefly described the incident to Dr. Zora, and then led the large force to the direction of the original battlefield. However, they searched the area and did not find Leo and Bucky, but only Tar's broken body. Dr. Zora stayed to clean up Tar's body and prepared to take it back as a sample for research. Sienna led a group of people again and continued to chase the tire tracks left by Leo. However, the time was too long, and Leo and his men had already driven the car onto the road. Sienna and the others chased along the mud marks left by the wheels on the road for a while, and finally lost the trace of Leo and Bucky at a fork in the road. Although Sienna was very angry, she could only return disappointed. On the asphalt road, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, was driving aimlessly. At this time, Leo was lying on the back seat of the car and sleeping. They killed Kotar and ran back to the off-road vehicle. Not long after they drove away, the bonus effect of the Black Widow character card disappeared from Leo. The next moment, Leo felt weak all over and his hands were shaking. As a last resort, Leo asked Bucky to come to the car, and he lay in the back seat of the car to rest. But not long after he lay down, he fell asleep in a daze because he was too tired. I don't know how Bucky chose the road, and the road ahead suddenly became bumpy. The off-road vehicle rushed through a small puddle at high speed and bumped violently. Leo was awakened and stood up all of a sudden. When he found that he was still in the car, he was relieved. He stretched and rubbed his face. After closing his eyes and resting for a while, Leo felt his mouth begin to dry up. At the same time, an extreme feeling of hunger came from his stomach. Fortunately, Leo was well prepared before leaving. He reached out from the back seat and took out a small bag from the trunk. The bag contained dry food and drinking water prepared by Leo. Leo ate and drank at the same time, and it took a long time to fill his stomach. After eating, he moved his body and found that his injuries had recovered a lot after sleeping, so he felt relieved. Bucky, how long have I slept? Almost 3 hours. So long. Park the car on the side of the road, let's take a rest first. Bucky stopped the car as he was told, and Leo handed him some dry food. He was indeed a little hungry, and he ate it in big mouthfuls. Leo got out of the car, stood on the side of the road, looked around, and asked, Bucky, do you know the way? Where are we? Bucky chewed something and said vaguely, after you fell asleep, I tried to go south. I passed several small towns on the way, but to avoid trouble, I didn't talk to anyone and just went around. So I don't know where this is. Cough cough. Leo threw a water bottle to Buggy in a bad mood, preventing the dry food from choking Buggy to death. He picked up another water bottle and began to sip the water. Leo quietly opened the system panel and took a look at the pursuit task and found that the task had been completed. At this time, he was really relieved and let out a long breath. Since the system has prompted that the task is completed, it means that he and Buggy have successfully escaped the pursuit of Hydra. During the time when Leo was sleeping, the system had already refreshed the task settlement message and was waiting for Leo to make a choice. System prompt: pursuit task has been completed. Task evaluation, excellent. Task settlement. After settlement, you can choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. Super serum to strengthen the body, times personal expertise. The super serum that Tar possessed strengthened his body. After the negative effects were purified, the strengthening ability was also greatly weakened. 2. Rage, active skill. After activating the skill, your strength will double in the next 10 minutes, but you may lose your mind and become unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Note 1. The negative effect of this skill can be offset by mental resistance skills. Note 2. After the skill effect ends, you will fall into a weak state for 30 minutes. 3. Intermediate fighting technique, active skill. You can use your body to fight more skillfully, and your fists and feet are your good helpers. Seeing that the task evaluation was excellent, Leo nodded with satisfaction. It seems that his original idea was correct. Killing Tar did increase the task evaluation. If Sienna could be killed at the same time, Leo felt that the task evaluation would be even higher. But Sienna ran too fast, and Leo could only sigh inwardly that it was a pity. After Leo read all the system prompts, he suddenly found that there was no character card in the task reward this time, and he felt a little disappointed. But he was only slightly disappointed. At least there was a reward waiting for him to choose, so he didn't get nothing. Is indeed much better than the qualified ones? Leo first skipped the garbage option 3, and glanced back and forth between 1 and 2. In the end, because Leo was not satisfied with the weakening effect of option 2, he chose option 1. Super serum to strengthen the body, times, has been activated and is merging with your body. The cell activity in Leo's body began to increase, and the muscle strength and bone density began to increase. He felt full of strength and the injuries on his body were completely healed. The changes in the body soon ended. Leo closed his eyes and felt his current physical fitness, and found that it was only about 40% of the physical fitness when he used the Black Widow character card. It seems that the system did not lie. It said that the strengthening ability was greatly weakened, and it was directly weakened by more than half. But Leo was already very satisfied with the strengthening effect. Because his physical fitness was enhanced, it also brought him other benefits. Sure enough, when his body was strengthened, the mechanical force in his body began to become more active, and the upper limit of mechanical force was directly increased by about 5 times. At the same time, a passive skill was also unlocked. Since your overall physical fitness has reached the requirements, mechanical force recovery has been unlocked. Mechanical force recovery, passive skill. The mechanical force refining method will automatically operate in a low efficiency mode and can automatically restore mechanical force. Leo had experienced this skill when he used the Black Widow character card, and the effect was quite good. Leo had already chosen the task reward, and Bucky was still eating dry food. Bucky, are you full? If not, go to the co-pilot, I'll drive. Bucky smiled awkwardly, but still didn't want to throw away the food in his hand. He obediently climbed to the co-pilot and continued to deal with the dry food. Mr. Irwin, these dried meats are really delicious. You know, I have been frozen most of the time these days, living on nutrient solution. My mouth is dry. Don't call me Mr. Irwin anymore, just call me Leo. Don't eat too much dried meat, it's not good for your stomach. Leo started the car and said to Bucky while stepping on the accelerator, Bucky, we have now successfully escaped from Hydra. You now have a portable jammer that can get rid of the control of the chip, and I have basically fulfilled our original promise. So, what are your plans for the future? The car was speeding on the asphalt road, and the engine made a huge humming sound. But if you remove the engine sound, after Leo asked that question, there was only silence in the car. After a long time, Bucky spoke, although I have always wanted to get rid of Hydra's control. But when I really succeeded, I suddenly didn't know where to go. I am familiar with the United States more than 40 years ago, not the present. In this era, there is no one I am familiar with. For now, apart from seeking revenge on the Hydra organization, there is nothing else that can interest me. What's more annoying is that I can't compete with the Hydra organization by myself. Bucky angrily hit his left palm with his right hand, looking very lost. How about you follow me? Seeing that Bucky had no plans for the future, Leo tentatively extended an invitation to Bucky and said, I have some things to do, but I lack the available manpower. Besides, the portable signal jammer is only a temporary solution. Although I destroyed the control terminal in Sienna's hand, Dr. Zora can make another one. If you are alone, there will be the risk of being controlled again. Of course. During the escape from the base, I was a burden and didn't help much. I have always felt guilty. I can even say that it was you, Leo, who desperately rescued me from the Hydra base. I owe you a life. After listening to Leo's suggestion, Bucky's eyes lit up and he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then, he took out a portable signal jammer from his pocket and said, the chip in my brain is indeed a big problem. And I don't know much about these electronic things. If I leave you, if this thing breaks, I won't be able to find anyone to fix it. Thank you, Leo. It's great that you are willing to take me in. Seeing Bucky's initiative, Leo felt a little speechless. The many nonsense in his stomach were useless. He touched his nose, then pointed at the portable jammer and said, there are indeed not many people who can repair this thing, and the power supply inside is only enough for you to use for 1 month. It seems that you really can't leave me now. Then Bucky, you just follow me first, I will find a way to completely solve the chip in your brain. By then, you will probably have adapted to this new era and have your own hobbies. Then you can decide whether to stay or go. Bucky nodded in agreement and thanked Leo sincerely again. Leo chuckled twice, then drove the car with one hand and raised his other hand to Bucky and said, it's settled then. Come on, clap your hands and celebrate our freedom. Snap. The Winter Soldier's iron palm and Leo's right palm slapped tightly together, and then Leo laughed happily. The Winter Soldier thought Leo was happy because he was free again, but he also smiled foolishly inside. Leo, you seem much happier and more optimistic now than when you were in the Hydra base. Really? You too? Maybe Hydra itself is a depressing place, which is why I always wanted to leave there. Leo was happy, of course, not just because he successfully escaped from the Hydra base. What really made him happy was that he kept Bucky by his side, and Bucky looked quite devoted. In this way, Leo not only gained a powerful thug, but also he could use Bucky to connect with Captain America in the future. Captain America is a bug-like existence. No matter how strong the enemy is, he can force a 50-50 fight. And he is upright and loyal. Although he seems a little pedantic for the sake of national interests, he is also a person worth making friends with. Leo is of course happy to have such a good friend in the future. When Leo was imagining the future in drinking with Captain America, Bucky suddenly asked an important question. Leo, you just said you have something to do, so where are we going now? To New York. New Yorkers are in trouble every day. Let's go to help. Leo laughed and drove the off-road vehicle on the road. 20 minutes later. On the road next to a gas station, the smile on Leo's face gradually solidified. He turned to Bucky and asked, Bucky, do you bring money? Bucky. The gas tank in the SUV is empty, and it is estimated that it can't even run 10 kilometers. The sign outside the gas station reads, 100 kilometers ahead, Minnesota. The SUV Leo and his friends drove didn't even have a license plate. And the two of them didn't have legal status, so they didn't dare to take the main road. So, it would take them at least several days to drive from Minnesota to New York. But now, the two of them didn't even have a penny in their pockets. After thinking about it, Leo couldn't think of any good solution. He couldn't give up driving now and walk to downtown New York. Leo gritted his teeth and drove the car to the machine at the gas station and parked it. "Bucky, go open the gas tank and get ready to fill up the gas. I'll go to the counter to talk to the staff." In the convenience store next to the gas station, there was only a mixed-race aunt wearing glasses. She was sitting behind the counter at this time, bowing her head and sorting out the receipts in her hand. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from in front of her. "Machine number 1, fill up the oil. $30 is enough, plus the service fee, it will be $33 for you. The POS machine is broken, and only cash is accepted." But, when she finished speaking, no one handed over the money. She looked up in confusion, and found that there was a gun pointed at her in front of her. The mixed-race aunt was terrified and quickly stepped back with her hands raised high, and the seat was knocked down by her. The hoarse voice sounded again. "Machine number 1, fill up the oil." Okay, fill it up. Fill it up," she said after operating the counter machine. "The machine is turned on, you can fill as much as you want." But the man with the gun did not leave. He still pointed the gun at the mixed-race aunt, without saying a word. "I have money here, how much do you want?" The mixed-race woman took the money from under the counter and piled it on the counter, but she still pointed the gun at her and remained motionless. "Please, don't kill me. You can have whatever you want." At this time, the roar of a car came from outside the convenience store, accompanied by a loud whistle. Leo put away his gun, lowered his head and ran out of the convenience store, and climbed onto the passenger seat. Bucky stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the entire SUV rushed out and disappeared along the road. The mixed-race woman recovered from the shock. She picked up the phone next to her, pressed 911, and shouted, "007 gas station on Luotang Highway, I was robbed here. But when the police arrived at the gas station, they could no longer find any trace of Leo and Bucky. Leo sat in the co-pilot seat, touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "Oh, I didn't expect it. The first thing you do after leaving the Hydra organization is to rob. I can see that your movements are not very good. Why don't you let me go? Are you very skilled in your business? Besides, your mechanical arm is too conspicuous. It will be troublesome if you are spotted by S.H.I.E.L.D. But your clothes are tattered, which is not much better." Bucky's words reminded Leo. He looked at his shirt and pants that were torn into strips, and then looked at Bucky's exposed mechanical arm. He smiled and said, "Your words reminded me that we have to change clothes and get some money by the way. What do you want to do? What else can we do? Just keep robbing." One day later, in the 5th floor office of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was working on some documents at his desk, scratching his hair from time to time in a hurry. Ding-ling-ling, a piercing phone ring suddenly sounded, and Fury picked up the phone and put it to his ear. But before he could say anything, a loud roar came from the microphone. "Agent Nick Fury, it's been almost a month. Have you found the murderer of Mr. Stark? Have you found the secret base of Hydra?" Fury held the microphone away from his ear with a look of disgust, and then answered, "Director Pierce, I'm trying to find it. As you know, most of the agents in the Bureau have been sent to protect the personal safety of senior officials in the Bureau and their families. I am short of manpower. Don't find other excuses. I handed this matter to you because I trust you, give you a chance for promotion, and consider your future. I have such high hopes for you, and you use the excuse of lack of manpower to prevaricate me? Director Pierce, S.H.I.E.L.D. is really short-staffed right now. Otherwise, return the 20 agents you transferred away. I need them to help me collect intelligence. Those 20 agents are used to protect the safety of me and my family. What should I do if I give them to you? But others only need 4 agents, you want 2. Agent Fury, how can you talk to your superior like that? I tell you, I'll give you another month. If you still can't find any information, you can go back to your clerical job." After saying that, Pierce hung up the phone angrily. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Fury shook his head helplessly. He put the receiver back on the landline, put his hands behind his back, stood in front of the window, and stared at the setting sun outside. After a long time, the setting sun was blocked by the tall buildings in the city, and the lights in the office automatically lit up under the control of the light sensor. Fury seemed to have made up his mind, went back to his desk, picked up the phone again and dialed out, "Agent Romanoff, please come to my office." A few minutes later, the Black Widow in civilian clothes pushed open the door of the office and said, "Captain Fury, what do you want to talk to me about?" I want to confirm all the details of your experience at the Cotton Pond Manor with you. Although the Black Widow didn't know why Fury suddenly wanted to hear this, she still patiently repeated her experience at the Cotton Pond underground base. While Fury was listening, he wrote something down in his notebook. When the Black Widow finished speaking, Fury had already written down everything in his notebook. He paused before asking, "Do you believe the man who claims to be Dr. Zola's assistant, Ivan Avatar?" "What do you mean?" "Everything. His name should be fake, but everything else should be real." "Why do you say that?" "Intuition." Black Widow saw Fury frowning and emphasized, "It's a woman's intuition." Fury shrugged in disbelief, then took out a small storage device and a note with a bank card number written on it from the drawer, and said, "I'm going to pay the so-called Mr. Avatar $1 million, which is what he calls life-saving money. Do you think he will say thank you to us?" Black Widow's eyes lit up, and she asked, "You want to get the location of the Hydra base from him?" Fury smiled and said nothing. Black Widow guessed with a little surprise, "Don't you want him to tell you who in S.H.I.E.L.D. are Hydra spies?" At this time, Fury smiled and said, "Why, you think it's impossible?" "It's not impossible, but I think you'll have to bleed a lot. This information can't be bought with just $1 million. Fury smiled and said, "Great minds think alike. I'm ready to bleed a lot." Black Widow also smiled, but after she finished smiling, she seemed to change her face and asked seriously, "Why are you telling me this? You already have a complete plan, you can just let it go and do it yourself." Fury put his hands behind his back again, his eyes seemed to be focused on infinity, and he said slowly, "Sometimes, to do something, you need the approval of others." The next morning, in Minnesota, the morning news channel of the state TV station was broadcasting the news. From noon the day before yesterday to last night, many armed robberies occurred in towns and cities of all sizes in our state, causing great panic among residents in the state. But what is puzzling is that most of the people who were robbed were some local rogues, gangsters, and even gang members. Some gang members who were armed with guns and hated by local residents even had a gunfight with unknown robbers, and were beaten to death by blunt instruments in the end. At present, the police have intervened in the investigation, but the local residents are not buying it. Not only do they not cooperate with the investigation, they also call the robbers knights. After repeated visits and investigations by the police, some basic information about the robbers was obtained. The robbers are two men who looked to be in their 20s. That although the two did not show any malice towards ordinary people, they were armed, robbed, killed, and were unscrupulous. This station strongly advises everyone not to go out at night recently. If you find suspicious people, please call the police immediately. The two knights who robbed the gang were naturally Leo and Bucky. At this time, they had already left Minnesota in a black van. In the car, Leo was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a blue coat. Bucky was dressed similarly, but he wore a pair of gray gloves that covered his steel-cast left palm. "Bucky, you robbed an entire state in 2 days. How do you feel?" "Not very good. This is not the America I'm familiar with. How could those gangs do such a thing as collecting protection money from an old woman living alone? And the local police didn't even care." Bucky seemed very angry and said with a frown, "Leo, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have wiped out the entire gang and even demolished the police station for them. You don't have to do this. If you kill one group of people, another group will appear and continue to do this kind of thing. It's not only like this in the United States, but also in the whole world. We fought hard to win the Second World War and paid with our lives for the United States and the better future of the world. Now, the world has become better and ordinary people are living a prosperous life. Why do some people go astray? Why?" Leo asked Bucky indifferently, "Weren't there any gangsters in your previous era?" "There were. All this is driven by interests. When the gangs were profitable and could enjoy unearned wealth by being ruthless and risking their lives, some people went down this path. Is there no solution?" "Of course there is." "What solution?" "When you become the gang boss of the entire United States, you can customize the Order of the Dark Kingdom at will." After listening, Bucky nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly asked, "When I was in Minneapolis, I heard from their gang boss that all the gangs in the United States are subservient to a man called Kingpin. So according to the rules of the gang, can I become the boss as long as I kill him?" "Leo, do you know where he is?" "Why? You have a new life goal so soon." Seeing that Bucky was silent, Leo continued, "Of course I know where Kingpin is. I am taking you to find him now." At this time, Bucky said, "Thank you, Leo. But why do you seem to know everything? Why do you know so much?" Leo touched his nose, smiled and said perfunctorily, "I am more knowledgeable. A new week has begun. I wish you all a happy week.
In fact, when Leo heard the gangster boss who died under Bucky's iron fist say that the most famous gangster boss in the United States was actually named Kingpin, Leo was very surprised. It seems that this Marvel universe is not a simple movie universe, but a new parallel universe that combines multiple elements. Since there is Kingpin, there may be various other superheroes and super criminals. Leo is more familiar with the movie universe, and he is a little overwhelmed when it comes to other elements. But it is because of this that this world is more exciting, isn't it? The destination Leo is driving to at this time is an area on the west bank of Manhattan in New York City. Its official administrative district is called Clinton, and its alias is Midwest City, but Leo prefers to call it Hell's Kitchen. By dusk, Leo had driven Bucky to the edge of Hell's Kitchen. Gurgle. Bucky's stomach suddenly rumbled. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Leo, it's getting late. What are we going to do next? Just tell me if you want to eat. Why are you so slow?" Bucky smiled awkwardly again and rubbed his stomach. Leo glanced at Bucky and said, "Let's find a place to stay first, settle down, and then find a place to eat. I'm hungry too." After driving around Hell's Kitchen for a few times, Leo finally found a hotel that looked decent. It was called the Harvest Hotel. Moreover, the 4 words Harvest Hotel were actually in Chinese. Leo parked the car in the parking space on the street to the right of the hotel. While unbuckling his seatbelt, he said to Bucky, "Bucky, get out of the car. We'll stay here tonight." After Bucky unbuckled his seatbelt, he pointed to the back of the car with his thumb and asked, "What should we do with the things in the trunk? Should we take them to the hotel or leave them in the car?" In the trunk were the lightweight powerarm 6 that Leo had simply repaired, some guns and ammunition, and valuables such as gold, silver, and jewelry that they had robbed from gangsters along the way. "Let's put most of the things in the car first. The hotel may not be that safe. Besides, it's not convenient to take those things out." Guns and ammunition were indeed inconvenient, but Leo still picked up the more convenient things. What he picked up was a backpack, which contained valuable gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as the hard drive that Leo secretly copied from Dr. Zola's database before leaving the base. Oh, and it also included a heavy laptop. Bucky nodded and followed Leo out of the car. After he saw the surrounding environment and the traditional Chinese characters on the entire street, he asked, "Leo, this place looks like a Chinatown. Judging from your appearance, you are Asian. Are you Chinese? I used to maintain your robotic arm for you at the base for so long, and you don't know my past? My mind was groggy before, and I couldn't remember anything except some particularly important things I did. You didn't have much sense of existence before, so how could I remember your past?" Leo didn't think Bucky was lying, and he felt that there was no reason for Bucky to try to trick him. However, Leo still kept a secret and said, "I am considered Chinese. But I don't want to talk about the past. Don't ask me anymore. Let's start a new life." Seeing that Leo was unwilling to talk, Bucky thought for a while and realized that he might have been a little too nosy. He said, "Leo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. I just asked a few questions. You saved me and I have absolutely no bad intentions towards you." "Ahem. Bucky, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. You make me feel embarrassed when you say that." Seeing Bucky's honest face, Leo smiled awkwardly, touched his nose and said, "Let's not stand by the car. Let's go to the hotel and ask if there are any rooms. After checking in, let's go eat. Since driving in the morning, I have only eaten some bread and I am very hungry." Bucky's stomach grumbled again. Leo laughed and took Bucky to the door of the hotel. But before they entered the hotel, someone blocked their way. "Gentlemen, I have been standing there and observing you for a long time. Excuse me, are you two locals?" Leo did not answer in a hurry, but first carefully looked at the girl in front of him. She looked very young, just the age of a college graduate. She was 165 meters tall, carrying a backpack, with long hair tied behind her waist, and freckles on her face. But the freckles not only did not affect her beauty, but added a little charm. Especially her eyes, which were full of vitality and liveliness, as if she was very curious about everything. But what was even more surprising was that Leo and Bucky were both people with keen senses, and the girl in front of them said that she had been observing the two of them from a distance for a long time, but the two of them did not notice. Leo remained alert and replied, "Hello, beautiful lady. We are not locals. My friend and I happened to come here. We were tired from the journey and wanted to find a place to rest. This hotel looks good, so we want to spend the night here." "Aha! This hotel looks good. Is it its shabby door that attracted you, or its leaky windows? To tell you the truth, gentlemen, this is called Midwest City, the largest slum in New York, and a notorious place of chaos. If you gentlemen don't want to wake up tomorrow with only a pair of underwear on your body, leave here as soon as possible and find somewhere else to live. Leo certainly knew what the environment of Hell's Kitchen was like, but he was more concerned about who the girl in front of him was. Therefore, he was racking his brains to recall and forgot to respond to the girl's words.
Bucky didn't say a word.
Although he was like a chatterbox in front of Leo, he was still cold as ice when dealing with strangers. Seeing that the two remained silent, the girl thought that neither of them believed her words, so she added fuel to the fire and said in a low voice, "In fact, there is another more terrifying name here, called Hell's Kitchen, and it is home to a group of devilish and terrifying people." At this time, seeing that Leo still didn't speak, Bucky couldn't help but asked coldly, "Then why are you here? Who are you?" Seeing that someone finally talked to her, the girl stood up excitedly, took out a business card and handed it to Bucky, saying, "My name is Mary Jane, and I'm an intern reporter for the Daily Bugle.
This is my business card. Nice to meet you too."
Before Bucky reached out to take the business card, Leo took it first, then stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically, "My name is Leo Irwin, and the person next to me is my friend, his name is Barnes."
"Miss Jane, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Irwin."
Mary Jane also shook hands with Leo enthusiastically, turned around and smiled and nodded to Bucky.
So Bucky also forced a smile in response. Leo then asked, "Miss Jane, from your tone, you should not be a local in this place called Hell's Kitchen, right? Then what are you doing here?"
"I came here to collect and organize the daily life of ordinary people in Midwest City for a report. It's very chaotic here, and not many people dare to come here to interview.
And the employment environment is not good recently, and the competition is fierce. So, you know,
I don't want to come either, I feel helpless." Mary Jane spread her hands, saying that she had reasons to come. And Leo knew that it was actually her adventurous gene at work. But Leo didn't point it out, and then asked, "Since it's so chaotic here, my friend and I are going to move to another place. But we are unfamiliar with the place, and we don't know where to live economically."
"Miss Jane, do you have any good places to recommend?"
Mary Jane was about to answer, when the pager in her pocket suddenly rang. She took out the pager and looked at it, then looked at her watch, first made an apologetic gesture to Leo and the others, and then ran to a nearby phone booth to make a call.
"Hi, Peter, this is Mary. Sorry, I was busy with other things and forgot the time of the graduation party. I'll go there now, I should still make it in time."
Leo's hearing was also strengthened by the super serum, so he heard Mary Jane's words clearly. Mary Jane briefly chatted on the phone for a few more words, then she ran back to Leo and said anxiously, "Mr. Lee, drive along this road to the south and you will be out of Midwest City. It's safer there, just find a place that looks decent to live. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Mary Jane hurriedly ran to the side of the road and drove away in her blue pickup truck. Leo watched her leave, looked at the business card in his hand again, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked towards the entrance of the Harvest Hotel, saying, "Bucky, let's go. After we complete the check-in procedures at the Harvest Hotel, we can go to eat." Bucky followed and asked in confusion, "Leo, didn't Miss Jane just say that this place is too messy and suggested that we don't stay here to avoid trouble?" Leo stopped, turned his head and asked, "Bucky, are we afraid of trouble?" Bucky was stunned, then reacted, and said with a smile, "I actually hope there will be more trouble." In the Harvest Hotel, it was a little dark because it was getting dark and the innkeeper didn't turn on the lights to save money. As soon as Leo and Bucky stepped into the hotel, the innkeeper came up from behind the counter to greet them warmly. The boss was a tall and thin Chinese man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He saw Leo's Asian face and asked in Mandarin with a southern accent, "You two guys want to stay in the hotel? Single room is $20 a night, double room is $30, no tip, no tax, it's all included." Leo listened to the familiar and friendly Mandarin, but did not answer in Chinese. He asked in fluent English, "Hi, hello. We want to stay in the hotel. I don't understand what you are saying. Do you speak English?" The innkeeper found that the two did not understand Chinese, and translated the previous words in slightly distorted English. "The price is fine, we can accept it. But, boss, we forgot to bring our ID cards. Can you let the two of us stay here for one night?" One of the reasons why Leo chose to live in Hell's Kitchen was because he and Bucky did not have legal status. And it is precisely because of the chaos in Hell's Kitchen that the innkeepers do not care about who stays. Sure enough, when the innkeeper heard that the two people did not have identification, there was no embarrassment or surprise on his face. Instead, he said very skillfully, "If there is no identification, you have to double the room price." Leo did not bargain much, just double it, he was not short of money now. He counted out three $20 bills from his pocket and exchanged them for a double room key from the innkeeper. The room was 203, and the innkeeper simply pointed in the direction of the stairs and continued to sit behind the counter and smoke. Leo took Bucky to room 203 and opened the door with the key. He found that the room was quite spacious with 2 single beds. What surprised Leo even more was that there was no musty smell or sour smell in the room. At this time, the window was open for ventilation. Although there were several cracks on the window glass, they had been carefully taped. Although the furniture and bedding in the room looked a bit worn out, they were cleaned very well, and the quilts were neatly folded. Leo couldn't help but sigh, maybe this is already the best hotel in the entire Hell's Kitchen.
Bucky, take a look at the environment here. If there is no problem, we will stay here.
This is much better than sleeping in the carriage for the past 2 days, and it is much better than my cold hibernation chamber. The two decided to stay here. They didn't have anything to pack, but out of professional habit, the two still checked whether there were any cameras, eavesdropping devices, etc. in the house. After the inspection, they found that everything was normal in the house, so they prepared to lock the door and go out to eat something. But before leaving, Leo used a little force to lift the entire bedboard. The bedboard was a bit heavy, and the ground under the bedboard was covered with dust. It was obvious that the bedboard had not been lifted for some years. But this was exactly what Leo wanted. A little dirt under the bed meant more safety, and safety was more important than cleanliness in Hell's Kitchen. So Leo stuffed the backpack containing valuables into the bed with satisfaction. After locking the door, Leo and Bucky went downstairs. Since the house was cleaned up relatively clean, Leo still had some good feelings for the hotel owner. When he walked to the counter, Leo asked, "Boss, we are going out to eat something. What delicious food is nearby? Do you have any recommendations?" The hotel owner sat behind the counter smoking, and his voice drifted to Leo's ears with the smoke. "Turn left when you go out, walk to the end of this street, there is a Peace Hotel, the teppanyaki steak sold there tastes pretty good, you can go and try it." So Leo and Bucky decided to follow the hotel owner's advice and go to the Peace Hotel to eat steak. When they walked to the door, Leo also keenly noticed that there was a surveillance camera above the hotel sign. But after discovering that the camera was used by the owner himself to prevent theft, Leo didn't care. The two turned left and walked for less than 2 minutes before arriving at the door of the Peace Hotel. There were 2 big dogs guarding the door, which looked extremely fierce. An hour later, after the two had eaten and drunk their fill, they walked out of the Peace Hotel. The hotel owner was indeed not lying. The steak tasted really good, fresh and tender, but the price was also very expensive, $20 for a small piece. Leo and Bucky spent a total of $200 for a meal, which was like a spendthrift, but their money was not earned by working hard, so they didn't feel bad at all. During the 2 days of robbery in Minnesota, the cash they robbed alone added up to more than $20,000. Not to mention the value of the gold and silver items in their car.
Leo, what are we going to do next? It's getting dark, and Hell's Kitchen should be lively. Let's go join in the fun and find out some things by the way.
Bucky didn't have any plans in mind, so he followed whatever Leo said and played the role of a thug with peace of mind. In this era, if adult men want to have fun at night, they can only have alcohol and women. Especially those who like to get something for nothing. When checking out at the restaurant just now, Leo had already asked the restaurant owner for information and found out where to find some fun in Hell's Kitchen at night. At this time, Leo was following the restaurant owner's instructions and leading Bucky to Manga Street, which is said to be the most bustling street in Hell's Kitchen.
This is indeed the most bustling street.
When Leo and the others just walked to the street, they saw that the whole street was brightly lit, and rhythmic music came from the houses. Along with the rhythm of the music, there were faint gasps and groans from the alley on Leo's left. However, suddenly, the gasps choked, and a woman's scream came from the alley, "Help!
Help!" Then, a low threatening voice also sounded.
The moment the screams started, Bucky and Leo stopped at the same time. Bucky gave Leo a look, and Leo shrugged and spread his hands, then turned into the alley with an innocent look. There were no street lights in the alley, and it was extremely dark because of the scattered lighting from the street lights. Leo took out a strong flashlight from his pocket and turned it on. Under the glaring light, the man and woman with their lower bodies exposed subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. The cries for help and the threats stopped at the same time. Only then did Leo see clearly that in the alley, a woman was lying on a goose-down blanket, and the man was kneeling on her.
This seemed to be a transaction that was agreed upon by both parties. However, afterwards,
during the process, the man seemed to want to tear up the verbal agreement and no longer wanted to pay. Even more outrageous was that he was holding a fruit knife, trying to make more money from the woman under him. The blinding flashlight was still focused on the man and woman, making it impossible for both of them to open their eyes. The man seemed to feel ashamed of being stared at in this position, so he got up, held up his pants, and ran away from the other end of the alley without saying a word. Bucky wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Leo. Leo turned off the flashlight, and the woman who was lying on the blanket got up and slowly put down her skirt.
"Aren't you cold?" Leo walked in front of her and asked lightly.
The woman saw clearly that an Asian man who was a head taller than her was standing in front of her. Moreover, judging by his dress, he seemed to be quite rich. The next moment, as if by magic, the expression on the woman's face instantly turned into a smile. She straightened her dress, smiled what she thought was a charming smile, and said softly, "Hey handsome guy, are you here to have some fun? Come to me, I'm the most popular this street, I only charge $50, I guarantee you will have fun all night." Leo took 2 steps back, avoiding the woman who was approaching him, took out a $5 bill, waved it in front of the woman, and said, "I'm not interested in you. I heard that there are people here who can help others get legal identification. If you tell me who I should find, this $5 will be yours." After hearing this, the woman smiled charmingly, took the $5 bill, stuffed it into her chest, and said softly, "I happen to know this, and it's really effortless to earn $5. Go to the Pure Love Bar in the middle of Manga Street, and find a man named Old Tom on the 2nd floor. He knows how to get a legal identification. But, handsome guy, remember to pay attention to your safety." Leo didn't say anything, turned around and left with Bucky, and the woman followed the two of them out of the alley leisurely. When they got out of the alley and reached the alley entrance, there was a bar on the right called Peach Color.
"Two handsome guys, are you really not going to come and have some fun?"
"I have many sisters here, with all kinds of styles." Leo glanced back and found that the original woman was already lying at the door of the pink bar, half exposed her head and waved to him and Bucky. Leo ignored her and turned his head to walk towards the middle of the street. The woman saw Leo and Bucky walking away, shook her head disappointedly, and walked into the bar.
At this time, a black strong man came up and asked, "Boss, are you okay?"
"I heard your shouting just now, but when I saw Shattered running away, you talked to 2 other strangers, so I didn't rush over."
"I'm fine. Remember to write it down."
"Shattered owes me $50 and a right hand.
Remember to collect the debt tomorrow."
"Boss, don't take jobs outside the bar in the future.
It's too dangerous." "I like it, what's it to you?" Leo took Bucky and walked into the Pure Love Bar in the middle of the street.
As soon as he stepped through the door, 2 charming girls came up to him, one on the left and one on the right, pretending to put their arms around Leo's shoulders. Leo dodged and said, "I'm here to see Old Tom, I'm not in the mood for fun." The 2 girls walked away disappointed, and a sturdy man in a black suit who had been standing by the door came up.
The sturdy man asked in a deep voice, "Brother, who are you from? What do you want to see Old Tom for?"
"I'm from the underworld, I'm here to discuss some business with Old Tom."
Seeing that Leo answered very casually and indifferently, the sturdy man couldn't figure out Leo's true background, and his momentum weakened instantly.
He was just a doorman and didn't have much power, so he took Leo and Bucky through a corridor, climbed the long stairs, and went up to the 2nd floor of the bar. The 2nd floor of the bar was much quieter than the 1st floor. There were not many people, and the music was also a little softer. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, a man who looked even more ferocious came up and asked the burly man who led Leo and the other man up, "Bobby, what are these 2 doing?"
"Brother Manhwa, they said they came to see Old Tom for a business deal." "Were they not noticed by the people in the bar across the street when they came in?"
"I don't know, but they are strangers, so the probability of being noticed should be relatively high. However, the people on the other side should not know whether they are here for fun or for business."
Banu nodded and asked Bobby to continue to answer the door. Banu looked Leo and Bucky up and down and asked, "What business do you want to do when you come to see Old Tom?"
Although Leo was puzzled as to why the 2 were on guard against the people in the bar across the street, this matter had nothing to do with him. In order to avoid trouble, he was not prepared to ask more. So, Leo answered, "I was introduced by someone and came to see Old Tom to apply for 2 legal identity certificates."
"Do you understand the rules?" "Not really, but you can tell me."
"No matter whether you are male or female, old or young, each person will pay $10,000.
A deposit of $1,000 will be paid first, and the balance will be paid after the matter is completed. Also, you are not allowed to spread it outside afterwards." Leo nodded, indicating that he understood.
Seeing that the 2 people did not look embarrassed at all, Banu knew that they had met 2 wealthy people who were not short of money, so he quickly said, "Well, please come this way, I will take you to find Old Tom." Banu led the way, walked along the corridor to the end, and pushed open a door on the right. He glanced inside the door and shouted, "Old Tom, get up from Polly quickly, the sponsor for your next month's squandering is here, get up and work quickly." I don't know how many lifetimes of blessings you have accumulated, but you can actually get a connection and apply for a legal identity certificate, and you don't have to worry about being shot every day, and you can make money by lying in the house." A giggling mixed-race woman with a top and exposed buttocks ran out of the house first, and she blew Banu a kiss. When she saw Leo and Bucky standing behind her, she blew 2 more kisses, and then giggled and ran along the corridor to the front hall. Barno shook his head, motioning Leo and Bucky to enter the house, then he closed the door and turned away. Inside the house, the colorful lights were bright and the tone was warm. A man was standing in front of the sofa, pulling his pants. He should be Old Tom. "Excuse me, sit down, I'll be there soon." Leo looked at Old Tom carefully. Old Tom didn't look old, just a little over 40 years old. But maybe because of excessive drinking he looked listless. In a moment, Old Tom packed his clothes and washed his hands by the water pipe in the house. While wiping with a towel, he said, "Barno should have told you the price just now, right?" Leo nodded. Old Tom continued, "Since you have no problem with the price, let me tell you about the identity documents I can handle. The identity documents I can handle can only be for orphans whose parents have both passed away and who grew up in an orphanage. The age can be between 18 and 24 years old, and the place of birth can only be Manhattan, New York. The documents I handle include social security cards and driver's licenses, a total of 2 types. Leo nodded again and said lightly, "No problem." Then it was Old Tom who started to work. He first led Leo and the others into a compartment, took a photo with a camera, and then gave Leo and Bucky a simple form each. Leo and Bucky only needed to fill in their names and ages. Leo naturally filled in Leo Irwin, 20 years old, and Bucky didn't want to change his name, so he filled in Bucky Barnes, 24 years old. Then, Leo took out his bulging wallet from his pocket, counted out 2,100 denomination bills, handed them to Old Tom and said, "I know it's not easy to spend 100 denomination bills here, but for you, it shouldn't be a problem to spend them." Old Tom frowned slightly, hurriedly took the bills from Leo's hand, and after a closer look, he was slightly relieved when he found that they were not consecutive numbers. He relaxed his brows and smiled, "Of course there is no problem with this small amount of money. You go back and wait for news. Come here in 7 days to pay the balance, and then all the procedures will be completed." Leo stood up and shook hands with Old Tom, and secretly sighed that the order of the gang here seems to be okay. It is not as dark and chaotic as Leo originally thought. The matter has been settled, and Leo is preparing to open the door and leave with Bucky. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that there was a commotion in the corridor outside the door, and it seemed that a dozen people were rushing towards Old Tom. Bucky also noticed the unusual movement. After he and Leo looked at each other, they both took a few steps away from the door. Leo and Bucky heard the noise in the corridor outside the door and took a few steps back. Old Tom also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and was ready to open the door to check the situation. Suddenly, an angry voice from Banu came from the corridor outside the door, "Boss Poison Wolf, our Black Bear Gang and your Poison Wolf Gang have always kept to themselves and made money in harmony. But today, why did you bring people directly into our bar? Although Boss Black Bear is not here today, this is not a place for you to run wild. Don't break the rules, otherwise the consequences will be serious and it will not be good for both gangs." Hearing the name of Poison Wolf, Old Tom in the house was startled and immediately moved away from the door and began to look for a place to hide. "Rules? You broke the rules first," a sharp male voice shouted, and he continued, "According to the rules, all those who come to Manga Street to apply for identity certificates are divided equally between the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang. But what did you do? If I hadn't received the news, you would have wanted to quietly swallow up the 2 fat sheep, right? Who did Poison Wolf Boss hear that? We Black Bear Gang do things openly and honestly, how could we do such a thing? Someone must be trying to sow discord between us. Our 2 gangs have always had a bad relationship, so why do we need others to sow discord? Whether your Black Bear Gang does things openly or with tricks, we can tell at a glance. Poison Wolf, how dare you?" Bang! The door of Old Tom's room was kicked open by someone, and 6 people rushed in with sticks. The leader was a strong man with a long face and beard, who was Poison Wolf. Poison Wolf glanced at Old Tom's room and found Leo and Bucky. He pointed the iron rod at Leo, turned around and yelled at Banu outside the door, "You still say that your Black Bear Gang does things in an open and above-board manner? Then what are these 2 people doing here?" "Ha!" Banu was silent, and Old Tom was frightened and hid in the compartment at this time. Poison Wolf became more and more angry. He turned his head, shook forward with the stick in his hand, and yelled at Leo and Bucky with gritted teeth, "You 2 idiots, don't you know the rules of doing things here in Manga Street? Don't you know that you have to notify the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang at the same time before doing anything? You broke the rules,
Do you want to die, you?
Leo frowned, took a step back, and avoided the flying spit of Poison Wolf.
However, Poison Wolf's anger did not subside because of Leo's concession. Instead, he became more aggressive and ferocious. You still dare to hide?
Believe it or not, I will slap you silly. 2 yellow-haired boys actually dared to break my rules.
If you don't pay double the price today, don't even think about leaving this street. Leo frowned even more.
Facing Poison Wolf's aggressiveness, he said lightly, Bucky, beat him to death.
Bucky couldn't bear it any longer.
He heard Leo's order and rushed out directly.
He raised his left arm and punched Poison Wolf in the face.
With a metal collision sound, Poison Wolf flew out of the door and fell heavily on the wall of the corridor outside the door, his face covered with blood.
Poison Wolf is worthy of being the boss of the Poison Wolf gang.
He is still quite capable. At the critical moment, he took back the iron rod in his hand, held it in front of him with both hands, and blocked the straight punch of the Winter Soldier. But Bucky's strength was too great, and the iron rod held by Poison Wolf was directly broken by Bucky's punch.
Poison Wolf's hands were also broken by the huge force, and the broken iron rod finally hit Poison Wolf's face. But the iron rod also played a buffering role. Although Poison Wolf was hit and bleeding, at least his head was not broken, and he could even speak. Poison Wolf sat on the ground, trembling and pointing at Bucky, shouting to the younger brother who came with him, Quick, quick, use a gun, shoot him to death, use a gun to kill this monster. But everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the gang of younger brothers had no reaction to what happened. Bucky saw that his punch didn't work, so he stepped up and chased him and punched him again. This time, Poison Wolf was not so lucky. His head was flattened by Bucky's punch, and he lay limp on the ground, dead. At this time, everyone except Leo reacted. The 5 brothers brought by Poison Wolf were ready to draw their guns in the house. But how could they be faster than Leo? Bang 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 bang. 5 shots in a row. Leo completely ignored the recoil of the pistol and accurately shot the heads of the 5 brothers of Poison Wolf.
Leo had long been dissatisfied with these lawless thugs. On the way to Hell's Kitchen, he and Bucky killed so many of them that they naturally didn't mind killing a few more bastards. At this time, the few members of the Black Bear gang who were still outside the door reacted and prepared to draw their guns.
Everyone, don't move. People from the Black Bear gang, put away your guns.
At the critical moment, Banu reacted. He first stopped the younger brothers who were ready to move, then turned to Leo and said in awe, Brother, I don't know and don't want to care who you are. But my Black Bear gang absolutely has no ill will towards you. You are here to do business with us, we are not enemies. Leo slowly put the gun back into his waist, took out a piece of paper to wipe Bucky's fist, and said lightly, I am actually a person who is afraid of trouble and rarely makes enemies.
Banu finally put down his heart.
Leo continued, I don't have time, you guys help me deal with these bodies on the ground. Also, I will come to get my ID in 7 days, I hope you don't forget it. After that, Leo took Bucky and stepped over the bodies on the ground, ready to leave in style. However, things did not go as planned. A series of gunshots suddenly came from the first floor of the bar, and then the music downstairs stopped, leaving only noisy screams. With the sound of bangs on the stairs, Bobby rushed to the second floor and shouted, Brother Manhwa, what happened upstairs? Why are there gunshots?
The people from the Poison Wolf gang downstairs have blocked the door of the bar. The guns have gone off.
I want to see their leader, Poison. The next moment, Bobby saw the body of Poison Wolf, and he swallowed the unfinished words.
Bobby looked at the 6 bodies lying on the ground, swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Manhwa, what should we do now?
The leader of the Poison Wolf gang is dead, and the Poison Wolf gang members are blocking our door.
Boss Black Bear is not here, you must make a decision.
Manhwa is the second in command of the Black Bear gang, and he is considered to be a bit smart.
He calmly asked Bobby, how many Poison Wolf gang members are downstairs? There are more than 30 now.
But they seem to have gone to call for help. If it is delayed until the end, even more than 80 of them can gather here.
How many brothers do we have now?
Only 28 in total. 30 brothers followed Boss Black Bear to the banquet to show off, and the remaining dozen or so are probably sneaking around the streets. After listening, Manhwa thought for a while, and finally he made up his mind and decided to destroy the Poison Wolf gang. He took 2 quick steps and came to Leo, who had been watching coldly, and whispered, Although I don't know your true identities, judging from your style of doing things, you should be gangsters. Today, my Black Bear gang and the Poison Wolf gang have a conflict, and Poison Wolf died on the second floor of our bar. The 2 sides have no chance to make peace and can only fight to the death. I, Banu, on behalf of the Black Bear gang, sincerely beg for your help.
After the matter is done, there will be a handsome reward.
Leo said coldly with a blank expression. I said, I'm not a person who likes to cause trouble. so I won't get involved in your conflict.
I hope you can win this battle. I will come to get my ID in 7 days.
Bucky interrupted at this time and said coldly, if you take our money, you have to do things well.
We don't want to make a wasted trip in 7 days. My Black Bear gang is reputable. Since we have taken your money, we will definitely do our best. It doesn't matter if you are unwilling to help us. Please pay attention to your own safety and leave as soon as possible. After all, bullets have no eyes. Next.
Banu was annoyed when he saw that he could not persuade Leo and Bucky and was threatened. But he did not dare to get angry with them and could only give in. He turned to Bobby and said, notify the brothers, bring your guys and prepare to defend the bar. I will notify Black Bear boss and ask him to come back quickly. Then we can attack them from both sides and wipe out the Poison Wolf gang in one fell swoop. The members of the Black Bear gang took their weapons and went down to the first floor. In a blink of an eye, only Leo and Bucky were left on the second floor, and there were 6 bodies lying on the ground.
Oh, right.
There was also an old Tom hiding in the house.
Bucky asked, Leo, what should we do now? Should we just leave here? No hurry.
Leo waved his hand and turned his head to go into old Tom's room. At this time, old Tom had just sneaked out of the compartment and was about to find an opportunity to slip away.
He was shocked to see Leo coming back again, and quickly raised his hands and said, Hey, man, I have no ill will towards you, don't kill me. I haven't done anything to harm the world, and I haven't even shot a gun. Don't worry, old Tom, I'm not a bad person. I just suddenly feel that it takes 7 days to apply for an identity certificate. That seems too long, and I may not be able to wait. How soon can you complete the identity certificate procedures?
Although Leo said it well, he kept playing with the pistol he had just taken out from his waist. Old Tom blurted out without thinking, 5 days, at the fastest, I can complete all the formalities in 5 days.
Leo frowned, and old Tom's face changed again, crying, this is really the fastest time.
From submitting the materials to getting the social security card and driver's license, even though I have internal staff to help, it will take at least 4 days, and it will cost a lot of extra money.
So, you only really need 1 day? You can think so. But the internal staff only believes in my account, and others can't go.
Old Tom emphasized this sentence, highlighting his importance.
Okay, since you are so important, I don't want you to die accidentally in the next conflict. Why don't you follow me tonight to spend the night?
As long as you help me complete the formalities tomorrow, I will let you go. Old Tom hesitated a little, but suddenly there was a continuous sound of gunfire downstairs.
At the same time, at Leo's instruction, Bucky took a step forward and clenched his fist. Seeing that Leo was going to use force, old Tom immediately gave in and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. As long as you can get me out of this bar, I'll listen to you in everything. Leo nodded with satisfaction.
He smiled and approached old Tom, grabbing old Tom's wrist. He felt around old Tom with his hand, and after making sure that old Tom didn't have a pistol on him, he nodded to Bucky. Bucky walked to the side wall of old Tom's house, and at old Tom's puzzled look, he raised his left hand and punched the wall with all his strength. The wall made a loud noise and was directly knocked down by Bucky in half. Bucky looked out and observed the situation downstairs, turned back to signal Leo that everything was safe, and jumped down first. Leo pulled old Tom, who was opening his mouth, and jumped down the stairs. Leo and Bucky were both in good physical condition, so they were fine after jumping down. But poor old Tom, unfortunately, sprained his ankle.
But old Tom didn't dare to say anything.
He endured the pain and limped along the alley with Leo and the others, walking towards the end away from Manga Street. The 3 of them were about to leave the alley. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, stepped on a few fire escapes to relieve the force, and finally landed steadily in front of the 3 of them.
The man was wearing a red tights with 2 overlapping D letters embroidered on his left chest.
He was wearing a black mask that covered half of his head, and 2 small corners protruded from the forehead of the mask. The first time Leo saw this man, he confirmed the identity of the man. He was the famous Lawyer Ma in Hell's Kitchen who fought against violence and brought peace to the people. Lawyer Ma's name is Matt Murdock, a superhero born and raised in Hell's Kitchen. He was blind since childhood and his father was killed, so he vowed to avenge all innocent victims. During the day, he served as a lawyer to uphold justice for others. At night, he put on a red tights, transformed into Daredevil, and did his best to maintain the order of Hell's Kitchen at night. He was blinded by a radioactive waste, but he gained super hearing, touch, smell and taste. After hard training, he was very good. But at the same time, his weakness was fatal. Strong and continuous noise could make Matt lose his superpowers instantly, and even make him weaker than ordinary people. Therefore, Leo and Bucky were not afraid of him at all. It was even easy for them to take him down. But Leo didn't want to cause more trouble, so he didn't want to be an enemy of the night demon, so he pretended not to know Matt.
Friend, who are you? We are just passing by and are about to leave. You stopped us. What's the matter? Leo asked politely.
Unexpectedly, Matt took out the double-section metal stick on his right leg without saying a word, shook it into a long strip, and pointed it at Leo diagonally. Leo stretched out his arms, palms forward, and pressed down slightly, saying, "Oh,
friend, don't be impulsive or impatient. We are not enemies."
Matt, the middle school student, shouted, "Anyone who disrupts the order of Hell's Kitchen is my enemy." At this time, old Tom, who was hiding behind Leo and Bucky, poked his head out. You are Daredevil? The superhero who specializes in fighting criminals in Hell's Kitchen at night."
"I'm not a hero."
Matt still pointed at Leo and others. "I'm just an ordinary person who tries his best to keep Hell's Kitchen safe." Leo curled his lips slightly. "Then, Daredevil, I think you have found the wrong enemy. You should really go to the battlefield behind, not to stop the three of us. It was the fight between the two gangs that caused the current chaos. My friend and I came here just to spend money to avoid disaster, but we suffered a sudden disaster."
"You still want to quibble?"
Matt interrupted Leo. "This conflict is entirely because of you.
If you hadn't killed the poison wolf, how could there be the current fight, bringing such chaos to Hell's Kitchen? You mean, I should just stand there and wait to be killed by the poisonous wolf?"
Leo was a little confused by Night Devil's logic. "Listen, Night Devil, I'm just a person who came to Hell's Kitchen to do business. I just want to apply for 2 legal identification documents, which is very common in Hell's Kitchen, at least a few times a month. I didn't intend to cause any disturbance, but trouble took the initiative to find me."
"I am innocent, I am not a bad person. Matt has extraordinary hearing and can hear every move in Hell's Kitchen."
He already knew everything that happened in the Pure Love Bar, and he knew that Leo was not lying.
In a sense, Leo was indeed innocent.
However, Leo did bring great chaos to Hell's Kitchen, which was exactly in conflict with what Matt was pursuing. After weighing the pros and cons, Matt said loudly, "You are not wrong, but you have indeed brought great trouble to Hell's Kitchen.
You leave old Tom behind. Hell's Kitchen does not welcome you. Go somewhere else to get your ID."
Seeing that Matt's tone had given in, Leo, with the cowardly attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble, also took a step back in tone and negotiated. "I am in a hurry.
I am not familiar with this place. It is difficult to find other people. I will only use old Tom for 1 day. I will release him after the formalities are completed tomorrow. When I get the certificate, I will leave Hell's Kitchen." But after hearing what Leo said, Matt shook the metal stick in his hand, obviously disagreeing. Leo shrugged, spread his hands and said, "Is there really no way to talk about it anymore?" Matt answered Leo with practical actions.
He put force on his feet and rushed towards Leo and the other two. In the dim alley, with the sound of gunfire from Mingda Street behind as the background music, the battle between Matt and Leo and others has begun.
As Leo's gold medal fighter, Bucky naturally took the lead in meeting Matt. Matt raised the metal stick in his hand and slammed it towards Bucky's chest. Bucky did not show any weakness.
He did not even try to dodge and reached out to grab the metal stick.
Matt obviously did not expect Bucky to fight like this.
With a metal collision sound, his metal stick was tightly held in Bucky's hand.
Matt's strength was certainly far inferior to Bucky's.
He slammed the metal stick hard and found that the metal stick did not move at all. The next moment, his sensitive hearing saw Bucky's fast punch. Matt decisively gave up the metal stick in his hand, jumped back a step to avoid Bucky's fist, and his face was full of doubt. Bucky rushed forward, using both fists and feet, and launched a continuous attack on Matt. Matt knew that he was no match for the humanoid monster in front of him in terms of strength, so he could only move left and right, or even dodge in the air. The two men tangled together, and it was unclear who would win for a while. But it was obvious that Bucky had the absolute upper hand and was suppressing Matt. Leo felt a little annoyed as he watched Matt flexibly dodge Bucky's attack. It felt like Matt was obviously incapable of solving the problem of the Hell's Kitchen gang, and he had to put the blame on Leo. But Matt's original intention was good, and he wanted to make a little contribution to the stability of Hell's Kitchen and make ordinary people live a more stable life. In this way, Leo felt that the battle between him and Matt was meaningless, and the sooner it ended, the better. Thinking of this, Leo exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the two people in the battle, ready to end this boring battle quickly. Bucky is a fighting master, and Matt's kung fu was all practiced by himself, without a system, so of course he couldn't beat Bucky.
He relied on his excellent balance and flexibility to hold on under Bucky. Moreover, Matt's movement speed was not as fast as Bucky, and he couldn't even get away.
Leo got Bucky's advanced fighting skills, and his boxing and kicking skills were not bad at all. After Leo joined the battle, he and Bucky joined forces, and Matt was immediately at a disadvantage. He could only keep rolling on the wall and the ground to avoid danger. Leo seized an opportunity and reached out to grab Matt's ankle when Matt's body was in the air. Although Leo's strength was not as good as Bucky, it was still much greater than Matt's. He exerted force on his hands, swung Matt in a circle, and smashed him to the ground. Before Matt landed, Leo cleverly withdrew a little force and let Matt land on his back to prevent Matt from being seriously injured. But despite this, Matt still lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. "You are so cunning and slippery. I hate people like you. Let me take off your mask and see who you are." Bucky and Matt had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't touch Matt's body. He was very annoyed. Seeing that Matt was subdued, he wanted to take off Matt's mask. Matt, who was lying on the ground, seemed particularly excited. He struggled to roll away from Bucky twice, and finally stood up on his knees, raised his fists, and made a defensive gesture. Seeing this, Leo reached out to stop Bucky and said, "I've heard of this man. He's not a bad guy. He is called the Night Devil. He fights villains in Hell's Kitchen every night, and therefore has countless enemies. Many people want to know his identity and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Speaking of which, this person is consistent with your current life goal. Since he wants to hide in the dark, you should not expose him. We are just here to get an identity certificate and not cause so much trouble." Bucky listened to Leo's persuasion, took a step back, and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just think this guy called the Night Devil is quite suitable for my temper. I just want to see who he is. I don't want to really hurt him." Matt, who was on high alert, saw that Bucky was no longer going to take off his mask, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. "Night Demon, we really don't mean to provoke any conflict. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. I hope you will learn from this and stop trying to get involved in everything. Just be careful," Leo said, and together with Bucky and Old Tom, they passed Matt and gradually disappeared at the end of the alley. Matt stood up with his hands on his waist and also limped out of the alley. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. The slightly wider roads were all lit with dim streetlights. Leo and the other two were walking on the street, chatting casually. Leo said, "Bucky, what do you think of what happened tonight? How does it compare to when we were in Minnesota?" Tom heard Leo's words and shouted in surprise before Bucky, "Minnesota? Are you two the knights who robbed all the gangs in Minnesota 2 days ago?" Leo glanced at Old Tom and said, "Old Tom, you know too much. It's easy for you to get into trouble." Old Tom was frightened by Leo, his head shrank, he made a closing motion on his mouth with his hands, blocked his ears, and stopped talking obediently, limping behind the two. Bucky also glared at Old Tom, then said, "This so-called Hell's Kitchen is more chaotic than Minnesota, and there are more gangs. The Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang have been fighting each other for so long, and we didn't even hear any sirens along the way. The patrol police dare not come here at night. Even if someone calls the police, those people from the NYPD will only come in a police car to check the situation after the gunshots stop. In their eyes, Hell's Kitchen is full of villains. Only when they all fight to death, New York City will be more stable. Didn't I tell you to stop talking?" Bucky grabbed Old Tom's collar, raised his fist, and threatened viciously, "Do you really want to die?" Old Tom shrank his head again, trembling with fear. "Bucky, don't scare him. As a native of Hell's Kitchen, he should be telling the truth here. If you want to deal with the gangs in New York, you really have to ask him about the difficult forces here." After hearing what Leo said, Old Tom opened his mouth wide, not even caring that he was still in Bucky's hands, and said in surprise, "You want to deal with the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, or even all of New York?" Old Tom struggled to pull his collar back from Bucky's hands, and said excitedly, "Don't dream. That's impossible. All of New York, and even half of the gangs in the United States, are controlled by Kingpin. And Kingpin is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. If you two want to go against him, it's like fat meat sent to the mouth of a hungry wolf. You will be swallowed up in one bite, without even spitting out the bones." Leo first asked Old Tom not to get too excited, and then asked, "Old Tom, it seems that you know a lot. Do you know who Kingpin is? Do you know where he lives?" "Of course I don't know who Kingpin is. But in the Underground Kingdom, there has been a legend that Kingpin controls the underground forces." Bucky then asked doubtfully, "Leo, didn't you say you knew who Kingpin was?" "Of course I know who it is, I just want to confirm a few more things from Old Tom." In Minnesota, when Leo first heard the name of Kingpin from the gangsters, he didn't know whether this Kingpin was the Kingpin in Daredevil or Spider-Man. During the day, when Leo saw Mary Jane, he thought Kingpin was the Kingpin in Spider-Man. But tonight, reality slapped him in the face.
Daredevil suddenly appeared and had a boring fight with Leo and his friends. So, this Kingpin is the Kingpin in the Daredevil movie? Now Leo has almost given up using his experience of watching movies in his previous life to guess this real universe. This should be a universe mixed with many elements of Marvel. Leo can only pray now that no mutants from Marvel appear in this universe. In that case, this universe is really too dangerous. When Leo finished saying that he knew who Kingpin was, the suicidal old Tom couldn't control his mouth again. He said, "You know who Kingpin is? You're not bragging, are you? Tell me and I'll see if you really know." Leo grinned at old Tom and said, "Old Tom, you really can't shut your mouth. I seriously doubt whether you can keep all the secrets of today's secret. How about I help you shut up?" Leo said and laughed as if he was joking, but old Tom couldn't help but tremble in his heart and felt cold all over. A man's sixth sense told old Tom that Leo was definitely not joking. Now old Tom was completely honest and really shut his mouth. After old Tom shut his mouth, only Leo and Bucky were left talking. Moreover, Leo and Bucky deliberately quickened their pace. Although old Tom's feet hurt, he didn't dare to say anything. He cried and limped after the two of them, enduring the pain. Although Leo didn't like old Tom's chatter, he still had to take care of old Tom's strength. So, more than 30 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Harvest Hotel. Hell's Kitchen is not a safe place. It was already late at night, and the hotel owner had already closed the door. If the three wanted to go in, they could only knock on the door and ask the owner to open it. But when Leo took a step forward and was about to knock on the door, he suddenly stopped. Bucky keenly noticed Leo's abnormality and asked, "Leo, what's wrong?" Leo pointed to the parking space on the right side of the road and said, "Look carefully, has our car been moved?" Bucky looked carefully and said uncertainly, "It seems. The wheel moved forward about 20 centimeters. Let's go and have a look." Leo and the other two walked to the car and knew that something had happened, because the four doors and trunk of the car had obvious signs of being pried. Leo quickly opened the trunk and found that the light power arm Type 6, guns and ammunition and other items in the trunk of the car were all gone. Bucky smiled and shook his head, "A little cruel. I didn't expect that there would be a little thief who stole from us." Old Tom interrupted at this time, "Your car has a license plate from another place, which is a sign of fat sheep with no trouble in the eyes of the thugs in Hell's Kitchen. I'm afraid that the person who stole your things is a local from Hell's Kitchen." Leo also shook his head, "The car is full of big stuff, and these thieves dared to move it. They are really bold." Old Tom muttered, "The bigger the stuff, the more they like it, because the bigger the stuff, the more territory they can grab." After hearing this, Leo knew that he had underestimated the bottom line of the Hell's Kitchen gang. Bucky looked at old Tom and said ferociously, "Don't talk nonsense, just tell me, can the lost things be found? These little bastards stole from me, I will make them regret it." It depends on the situation. This is Chinatown, at the junction of four gang areas. If you want to get the things back, you must first determine which gang stole them. Bucky added, "There are four gangs in such a small place." "Old Tom, don't talk useless nonsense. Just tell me the names of the four gangs and how to find them." Old Tom had been frightened by Bucky's explosive strength before, and now he still had the sequelae. He trembled and said, "You already know two of the four gangs, the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang. Their lairs are the Innocence Bar in the east and the Nightmare Bar opposite the Innocence Bar. The other two gangs, one is called the Wheel Gang, and its base is an auto repair shop 8 blocks south. The other gang is called the Black Boxing Gang, and its base is in an underground boxing ring 10 blocks north." Bucky thought that four gangs were not too many, so he suggested, "Leo, do you want to do another job? Let's act separately, and we can wipe out these four gangs in a short time, and then make a big profit." Leo laughed dumbly. Bucky was addicted to robbing gangs. However, Hell's Kitchen is different from those gangs in Minnesota. Hell's Kitchen is located in New York, and New York is the center of the Marvel Universe. Leo still wants to develop here quietly. Therefore, violently destroying the four gangs is too conspicuous and easy to cause unnecessary trouble. However, it is a pity to lose those weapons, especially the light power arm Type 6. If that thing is lost, it will not be easy to build another one under the current conditions. And it was really annoying that the little thief had landed on their heads. Suddenly, Leo had a flash of inspiration and remembered that when he left the hotel in the evening, he saw a surveillance camera installed on the upper side of the sign of the Harvest Hotel. Sure enough, Leo turned his head and saw the camera. It was emitting a faint red light, and it was obviously working normally. Leo smiled slightly, pointed at the camera with his hand, and said to Bucky, "I think we don't need to go through so much trouble. Look at that camera." Bucky saw the camera, smiled, and felt relieved. In fact, among the lost weapons and equipment,
except for the lightweight powerarm 6, the other things are not very valuable to Leo. He had already placed those valuable items that were easy to take in the hotel. Seeing the hotel's reliable attitude, he thought the hotel should not be stolen, right? In the backpack, the hard drive is the most important thing for Leo. What secrets are stored in it? Leo has not studied it carefully. But since it was stolen from the Zora database, it is definitely priceless. Thinking of this, Leo was a little worried about the backpack under the bed, so he looked at Bucky. Let's go back to the room to see if it is safe, and then check the surveillance from the hotel owner, and then try to find the things we lost. Bucky nodded, and pulled Old Tom, and the others walked towards the hotel. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door was heard far away in the empty street. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard in the Harvest Hotel. Then, Leo heard the familiar voice of the hotel owner. Who is it? My hotel is closed after 8 p.m. If you want to stay, please find another place. And I suggest you go a little further to find a place to stay. At the same time as the owner's voice came from the hotel, Leo actually heard the sound of a gun bolt being pulled in the room. Bucky and Leo's faces changed, and they pulled Old Tom to the side of the door. Leo shouted loudly, "Boss, we are the guests who checked in at your hotel this evening. When we went out, we asked you for advice on where to eat. You suggested the steak at the Peace Hotel, do you remember?" After Leo finished shouting, the hotel fell into silence. After a long time, the innkeeper asked again, "There were 2 of you when you left, why did you become 3 when you came back?" It sounded like the innkeeper had just gone to check the surveillance footage. So Leo explained, "The third person is a friend of mine. He sprained his foot and it was late. He couldn't go back today, so he planned to spend the night with me. You ask him to stand at the door of the hotel and look up at the camera on the sign of the Harvest Hotel. I want to see what he looks like." Leo had no choice but to tell Old Tom to do it. Old Tom was very afraid that the innkeeper would shoot him through the wooden door, but in comparison, he was more afraid that if he didn't do it obediently, Leo would punch him to death. So, Old Tom stood at the door of the hotel in fear and looked up at the camera. The hotel became quiet again, and the innkeeper didn't speak for a long time. And the less the innkeeper spoke, the more afraid Old Tom became, and his body began to tremble. Just when Leo was about to lose control and wanted Bucky to smash the door open, the light suddenly came on in the hotel. Then, the door opened a crack, and the innkeeper whispered, "I thought you 2 were dead outside. Since you are still alive, come in, and move quickly." Leo and the other 2 entered one after another, and then the innkeeper closed the door again. After the hotel owner locked the door, he turned around and said, "The newcomer can't share a room with you. You must get a single room for $20. Leo took out 2 $20 bills and slapped them into the hotel owner's hand, saying, "He doesn't have a driver's license either, so the room rate will be doubled." "I know that. I'm really sorry to bother you so late at night." However, the owner took out one of the 2 bills in his hand and handed it back to Leo, saying, "His name is Old Tom, and I know him. So, you don't need to double the room rate, just give me $20. Old Tom looked at the hotel owner and asked in surprise, "Why do you know me?" 10 years ago, when I first smuggled into New York, I also asked you to help me with my identity card. I thought I could live a good life here, but who knew that I would end up living in Hell's Kitchen for 10 years? The hotel owner said quietly, and then didn't want to say anything more, so he changed the subject. "It's getting late, you should go to bed early. This is the key to room 205, a single room, just opposite room 203. The innkeeper was about to leave when Leo realized that he almost forgot something. He reacted immediately and stopped the boss in time, saying, "Boss, our car parked at the door was pried open by someone and the things inside were stolen. You have surveillance cameras, so I want to check the surveillance video to find out who stole our things." "What's the use of knowing who stole it? Do you dare to go and look for it in the middle of the night? Do you want to die?" These 2 bosses are not simple. Not only did they find the things back, it's not uncommon for them to double the value of the things. Old Tom said quickly. He thought he was flattering, but in fact he was madly courting death without knowing it. Leo pushed Old Tom's head and drove him aside. Old Tom smiled awkwardly, but he dared not get angry or say anything. The innkeeper saw Old Tom, who was quite famous in Hell's Kitchen, being respectful to Leo, and couldn't help wondering who these 2 unfamiliar guests were. Leo turned to the innkeeper and said, "Boss, you just need to let me see the surveillance footage, and you don't have to worry about other things. I guarantee it won't cause you any trouble." The innkeeper said nothing, frowned, and looked tangled. Leo took out his wallet, took out a thick stack of banknotes and handed it to the innkeeper, and said in a slightly cold voice, "Boss, since you have chosen to open a hotel, you are also a businessman, so I will use this money to buy information from you. This money is already a lot. In Hell's Kitchen, it should be enough to buy a life, right? The innkeeper heard the threat from Leo and didn't dare to refuse Leo again. Compared to ordinary gangsters, the innkeeper felt that the man in front of him, who was not sure whether he was good or evil, was more terrifying.
The innkeeper did not dare to take all the money.
He carefully took a brand new $100 bill from the top of the stack of money and said angrily, "This money is enough.
My information is not so valuable and not worth a life."
Then, he took Leo to the counter and prepared to call up the surveillance video of the past few hours at night.
On the electronic tube display, a black pickup truck appeared in the picture with snowflakes.
Then, two sneaky men in black casual clothes got out of the car. They circled Leo's car parked at the door of the hotel for several times. Then, they took out tools from their pockets, pried open Leo's car, emptied all the things in the car, and finally drove away. The time on the surveillance screen showed that the theft happened half an hour before Leo came back, which was not too long.
After watching the surveillance footage, Leo noticed that Old Tom looked different and immediately asked, "Old Tom, do you know these two people?"
I know them. These two people, one is called Monkey and the other is called Crow. They are from the Black Bear Gang."
"Oh, so you should be familiar with them?" Old Tom waved his hand and said, "I'm not familiar. I just know them, I have nothing to do with them."
"Then do you know where they usually sell the stolen goods?"
"The Black Bear Gang has very strict gang rules, so they dare not sell the goods privately.
All the stolen goods must be handed over to Black Bear himself in the end, and he will deal with them in a unified and special way."
Leo nodded and went upstairs.
After unlocking the door and entering the house alone, Leo lifted the bedboard and found that the backpack was still there, and he felt relieved. So, 10 minutes later, Leo and Bucky returned to Manga Street. Old Tom was placed in the Harvest Hotel by Leo. Before leaving, Bucky had a friendly exchange with him. "I believe that Old Tom must not dare to run around at night."
Manga Street was no longer as lively as it was an hour ago.
Now all the bars were closed, and there were 10 police cars lined up in the middle of the street. Seeing so many policemen, Leo and Bucky quietly hid in the alley, observing secretly, and did not act rashly. The police seemed to have been here for a while. At this time, there were 7 or 8 body bags on the ground at the door of the Pure Love bar.
Several policemen were working in groups of 2, moving the bodies to the body transporter.
There were already several bodies in the body transporter.
Leo counted them from a distance and conservatively estimated that at least 20 people died in this fight.
Suddenly, a large number of policemen rushed out of the nightmare bar, pressing more than 30 people with their hands handcuffed behind them.
These people were both men and women, and Leo didn't know whether they were from the Black Bear Gang or the Poison Wolf Gang.
The prisoners were put into the police car one by one, and the police removed the cordon and prepared to leave the scene. Leo didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he and Bucky waited patiently until the police car disappeared along the street, and then they walked out of the alley. The door of the Pure Love bar was in a mess. The door was densely covered with bullet holes, and the blood in the house had not yet coagulated, leaving a human-shaped bloodstain. It seemed that everyone in the bar had run away.
The entire first floor was empty, and it was quiet all around.
Only the pale lights were on, highlighting the bleakness and sadness here.
Bucky glanced at the lobby on the first floor and asked, "Leo, what should we do now? It seems that the people from the Black Bear Gang and the Lone Wolf Gang are gone."
Leo was also a little annoyed.
Did he make a wasted trip tonight?
After a night of delay, who knows where the people from the Black Bear Gang will sell Leo and his people's things?
Leo didn't know what to do next for a while.
Suddenly, there was a movement on the second floor of the bar, and Leo faintly heard the sound of someone talking. Leo heard noises coming from the second floor of the bar, and the sound was getting louder and louder, which made him feel very confused. When he and Bucky were hiding and spying on the police, a group of police officers only wandered around the door of the Pure Love bar from beginning to end, and never stepped into it once. When Leo saw the police escorting a group of people out of the nightmare bar, he thought that the police had dealt with the Pure Love bar a long time ago, and the people from the Black Bear Gang had been taken away long ago. However, it now seems that the situation is not what Leo thought. Could it be that the people from the Black Bear Gang are colluding with the police? Leo took Bucky and found the stairs to the second floor based on his memory. The two of them quietly went up the stairs and gradually heard the sounds from upstairs.
"Brother Banuo, those cops have gone far away. We are safe.
The boss is really capable." After he came out and talked to the detective for a few words, those cops actually believed that we were innocent and only took away the Lone Wolf Gang. We all stayed on the second floor, but not a single cop came upstairs to check the situation.
"Ilby, are you a fool? It is obvious that the detective and our boss have reached a private deal, okay?
I told you to use your brain in normal times, don't be stupid to death one day." The dark and thin young man named Ilby said yes repeatedly, and then was assigned a task by Manhwa to go to the staircase to watch. Leo and Bucky hid sideways at the corner of the stairs, listening to the sound of Ilby getting closer and closer, holding their breath. The moment Ilby turned around, Leo quickly reached out and put his arm around Ilby's neck, covering his mouth at the same time. As Ilby whimpered in fear, Leo punched him on the back of the head. Leo couldn't judge the strength of his punch, anyway, Ilby seemed to be unconscious. Leo and Bucky quietly climbed up the stairs until they reached the second floor. They didn't meet anyone else and reached the second floor smoothly. Leo quietly looked at the second floor hall from the stairs and found out why no one was guarding the stairs. There were more than 20 people in the second floor hall at this time. They stood in a circle loosely. A huge black man was sitting on the single sofa in the middle of the circle. In front of the black man, Banu was tying the hands of a naked mixed-race woman with a rope, preparing to hang her up. The mixed-race woman was stuffed with a cloth in her mouth and whimpered. She looked terrified, clamped her legs tightly together, and swayed her body from side to side. But how could her strength be comparable to Banu's? In the end, Banu tied her hands tightly with a rope. The rope passed through a hanging lamp rack hanging from the ceiling and lifted her up vertically until she could barely stand on her toes. In this position, the mixed-race woman's body was fully exposed. More than 20 people focused their attention on the woman's body, so no one looked at the stairs. Leo felt that this mixed-race woman looked familiar. He thought about it and remembered that this woman was the naked woman who ran out of Tom's room when Leo came to find Tom. At that time, she blew a kiss to Banu, Leo, and Bucky. Leo still remembered her name, which seemed to be Polly. Snap! The sound of the whip hitting the flesh suddenly rang out. After Banu hung up Polly, he picked up the whip next to him and swung it hard on Polly. Holding the handle of the whip, Banu pointed at Polly and cursed, "Polly, you stinky, you dare to betray your own people. Tell me, why did you collude with the Poison Wolf gang?" Polly's mouth was full of cloth strips, and she whimpered in pain, tears streaming down her face. Banu swung the whip hard again, and then took out the cloth strip from Polly's mouth. The first time Polly could speak, she ignored the ferocious Banu holding the whip, but tried to turn her body and begged the black man sitting on the sofa, "Boss Black Bear, please let me go. I was really just confused for a moment, so I was bribed by the Poison Wolf gang. I will never dare to." Banu didn't know why he whipped Polly again. Polly couldn't help but screamed in pain before she finished her words. The man sitting on the sofa grinned at Polly and said, "Do you still want a future? Polly, although you are good in bed and have made some money for the Black Bear gang, what I, Black Bear, can't stand the most is being betrayed. So, you have no future. Boss Black Bear, please don't kill me. I'm still young, I can still make money, and I can make money for you all my life." But Black Bear was unmoved. He lifted his big body from the sofa, took the whip handed over by Banu, and approached Polly step by step. Polly was so scared that she couldn't even shout. She opened her mouth wide, stared at Black Bear and inhaled rapidly. Just as Polly was about to be brutally raped, Leo's voice suddenly came from the stairs. "You must be the leader of the Black Bear gang. I just want to talk to you about something. My business is urgent, so can you put your work aside for a while?" The Black Bear shook his huge body and looked at the stairs, and found Leo and Bucky standing upright at the stairs. Leo was smiling and apologetic, Bucky had a cold face, like a bodyguard. Polly saw Leo and Bucky, as if she saw the last straw to save her life, and she shouted desperately and lost her mind, "Gentlemen, please save me, they are going to kill me, please help me call the police." But Leo didn't even pay attention to her. Leo interrupted the Black Bear from ravaging Polly, not because he wanted to save people, but because he didn't want to see some cruel scenes with his own eyes. At this time, Banu also noticed Leo and Bucky. His face was stern, and he forgot to find out how Leo and Bucky suddenly appeared at the door of the second floor. Banu quickly leaned over to Black Bear's ear and whispered a few words. Black Bear's face immediately became very serious after hearing it. Black Bear was silent for a while, then said to Leo and Bucky in a deep voice, "Brothers, you are the ones who killed the poisonous wolf, right? You two helped my Black Bear gang eliminate our mortal enemy, and I, Black Bear, would like to thank you in advance. But, didn't you two clearly give up cooperating with us? My brothers and I have already wiped out the lone wolf gang. What's the meaning of you two coming back at this time?" At this time, everyone on the second floor focused their attention on Leo and Bucky. Leo looked at the 20 or so people and found that there was no trace of Crow and Monkey in the crowd. So Leo didn't know whether the two guys who stole his things had already transported the things back to the bar, or continued to steal outside. Leo thought for a while, and said bluntly to Black Bear, "Black Bear, don't worry, since I didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of your two gangs, I still won't interfere now.
I'm not here to rob you of the benefits you have obtained. I came to your Black Bear gang at this time because there are two thieves named Monkey and Crow in your gang, who took some things they shouldn't have taken. I don't know, Black Bear, have you seen them tonight? Black Bear is the boss of a gang and is used to bullying others. Now Leo asked in a questioning tone, without much emotion, and his words did not give Black Bear any face. Faced with Leo's arrogance, and Black Bear had not seen with his own eyes how ferocious Leo and Bucky were, so it was no surprise that Black Bear got furious and said, "You two, it seems that you don't understand the situation? This is Hell's Kitchen, everything is ownerless, as long as you get it, it's a skill. There is no stealing here, only taking. What's more, you two still have the nerve to ask me for people? Where is old Tom in my bar? He is a person who can bring me a lot of income every year. Where did you hide him? I haven't had the time to look for you, but you two came to my door first." Black Bear's sudden outburst directly made the atmosphere on the second floor tense. But Leo was very calm. From what Black Bear said, he immediately determined that the two thieves, Monkey and Crow, had not returned to the bar yet. Otherwise, with Black Bear's hot temper and money-loving character, when he heard that Leo wanted to take back the things including a box of gold, silver and jewelry, he should have pointed his gun at Leo and Bucky directly. Leo had not expected that Black Bear would have such a hot temper, and would even start a fight if they disagreed. What Leo had not expected was that Bucky's temper was also extremely irritable because of the Hydra incident and the Minnesota gang incident. Bucky was immediately unhappy when he heard Black Bear say that. He stepped forward, pointed at Black Bear and said, "How can you, a black, ugly and stupid bear man, say such a thing? Hell's Kitchen is so chaotic because of people like you and the gang you lead. You should have been born in the United States decades ago and thrown into the battlefield of World War II. That way, you would know what a luxury harmony and stability is, and that there is a spirit called the American spirit." Black Bear was stunned at first, and then laughed up to the sky. After laughing, he said to Bucky in a teasing tone, "American spirit? What is that? Can you eat it? What does it taste like?" "Brother, I see you are not very old. Why do you talk like an antique? I am old enough to be your ancestor." Bucky was furious and was about to rush up to beat Black Bear. The tense atmosphere on the second floor of the bar escalated again, and a group of people from the Black Bear gang were ready to grab weapons. At the critical moment, Banu stood up to smooth things over. He was a man who had seen how powerful Bucky and Leo were. Although he was very confident in his dozens of brothers, he felt that with more than 20 people, each with a gun, it should not be difficult to take down Leo and Bucky. However, Banu also knew that among the more than 20 people on his side, it was hard to say how many of them would be killed in the end. Banu stood in front of Black Bear, signaled his brothers not to draw their guns, and then said to Leo and Bucky, "Don't be impulsive, be patient. You helped our Black Bear gang kill Poison Wolf, and gave up the benefits at hand. Our Black Bear gang will not treat you unfairly. Although I don't know how Monkey and Crow offended you, I can guarantee that if they take your things, our Black Bear gang will not let them go intact." "What happened in our bar? Why does it seem like it was machine-gunned?" "Crow, go upstairs and take a look." Suddenly, a man shouted in surprise downstairs, interrupting Banu's words. The next moment, footsteps sounded in the stairs, and then another male voice shouted in horror, "Monkey, LB died in the stairs. I think we don't care what happened here, let's run quickly, save our lives first." After hearing the two sentences from downstairs, Leo immediately judged that these should be the two thieves who stole his things and returned to the bar. Moreover, the worst thing is that the thief named Crow actually said that Irby in the corridor was dead. Leo clearly remembered that Irby's chest was still heaving when he was knocked unconscious. But now it is meaningless to worry about whether Irby is dead or unconscious. The words "Irby is dead" are a fuse. Leo and Black Bear will not explain to each other, and there is no time to explain. In a flash, Leo figured out the most likely direction of the next thing. So, he decided to act in advance to seize the initiative. The pistol on Leo's waist flew up automatically and quickly and landed in his hand. He fired 3 shots at the Black Bear gang and shouted decisively, "Bucky, go downstairs." Leo shot decisively and accurately. 3 people from the Black Bear gang fell down in an instant. After the rest of the people reacted, they began to look for cover. Leo naturally understood the principle of catching the leader first. One of his 3 shots was aimed at the head of the Black Bear. But there was a Banu standing in front of the Black Bear. Leo could only shoot Banu in the head, but the Black Bear survived. After the Black Bear hit on the sofa at his feet, he immediately pulled out his gun and led the rest of the Black Bear gang to start a round of shooting at Leo and Bucky. But Leo and Bucky had already run down the stairs at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people, like a locomotive accelerating to the limit. On the way down the stairs, Leo and Bucky also met Crow and Monkey, who were about to escape from the bar. Crow and Monkey suddenly heard the gunshots from the second floor. They were frightened and ran out in a panic. Everything that happened now was caused by these two sneaky thieves. Otherwise, Leo and Bucky should have been lying on the bed in the Harvest Hotel to rest. When enemies meet, they are jealous. Although Monkey and Crow didn't know when they had offended the two evil stars who rushed over, it didn't prevent Leo and Bucky from punching Monkey and Crow one by one. Monkey and Crow flew 10 meters away and slid 5 meters along the floor of the first floor, leaving a long trail of blood. The two were dead and were killed by one punch. Leo and Bucky rushed out of the door of the Pure Love bar and saw a black pickup truck parked at the door. It was the one Leo saw on the surveillance screen of the Harvest Hotel. Leo ran to the side of the car and looked into the back of the pickup truck. He found that his light power arm 6 type and other things were lying inside, and his face was full of joy. Leo, the car keys are not inside. The car can't start for a while. What should we do now? While Leo went to the trunk to check the things, Bucky smashed the car window with a punch. After Bucky found that there were no car keys in the car, he habitually asked Leo. But before Leo could answer, Bucky continued, "How about we take the things in our hands and run away? Or, we go back and kill this Black Bear gang and make a big profit?" As long as the light power arm can be taken back, Leo doesn't care about other things. Leo is based on the principle of less trouble than more in his previous life, and he is ready to run away with Bucky. But just as Leo got the light power arm in his hand, he saw a group of people from the Black Bear gang aiming at himself and Bucky on the second floor of the bar. At the critical moment, Leo got under the car and slid to the other side of the car. Bucky's reaction was not slow either, even faster than Leo, and he also crawled under the car. The Black Bear gang on the second floor began to focus their fire, and the bullets passed through the glass windows and poured onto the pickup truck. The firepower was so fierce that Leo and Bucky could only hide behind the pickup truck as a cover and dared not show their heads. With the clanging sound of bullets hitting the pickup truck, Black Bear began to shout on the second floor of the bar, "You two guys behind the car, don't you think you are high and mighty and look down on us gangsters? And you keep saying something about the American spirit. Humph! If you have the American spirit, don't be a coward. Why don't you show your heads outside the car? Look, Grandpa Black Bear, I won't blow your dog heads off." Leo and Bucky ignored Black Bear's shouting and continued to hide behind the car. The firepower of the Black Bear gang was getting stronger and stronger, and some people had already switched from pistols to submachine guns. In order to have a larger protection area, Bucky stretched out his left hand, pulled hard on one side of the pickup truck, and pulled the entire car sideways. The two were not worried that the pickup truck would be blown up by the Black Bear gang, because the fuel tank of a car was not so easy to explode, and those were all lies in the movies. With a larger protected area, Leo and Bucky don't have to worry about attacks from the second floor. It was very easy for the two of them to leave. They just had to let Bucky carry the pickup truck as a cover, and the two of them could leave. The reason they didn't leave now was because Bucky was constantly urging Leo to kill all the Black Bear gang members on the second floor of the bar. "Leo, I know you brought 2 high-explosive grenades when you came out of the 033 base. Give me one, and it will be enough to kill all those bastards on the second floor." Leo couldn't deny Bucky's suggestion, and he was a little hesitant, thinking carefully in his heart. Bucky urged, "Why, suddenly facing so many people, you can't kill them? These people, they deserve to die, and they don't deserve your pity at all." "No," Leo shook his head, "from the base to here, I have killed at least 50 people with my own hands, if not 100, how can I not adapt? I just suddenly felt that the two of us are just the same." In Leo's original plan, he and Bucky came to Hell's Kitchen just to apply for 2 identity certificates. He had no intention of getting involved in the conflict between the Hell's Kitchen gangs. However, things did not go as planned. Leo did not intend to cause trouble, but troubles came one after another. If this is not a system of trouble, what is it? Leo just lowered his head to think, not hesitating whether to kill these bastards, but thinking whether killing these bastards would affect Leo's next plan. If Bucky was given a grenade, the 4 gangs would immediately become 2, and Hell's Kitchen would be completely in chaos. But Leo changed his mind and thought again, it would be better if Hell's Kitchen was in chaos, because only when it was in chaos would Leo have a chance. So, he handed Bucky a high-explosive grenade and said, "Bucky, blow them up." Bucky took the grenade handed over by Leo, put his hand on Leo's shoulder, grinned at Leo and said, "Leo, in my opinion, people of this era are too cautious and have too many restrictions on doing things, which has led to the rampage of gangs. Rayleigh's popular killing of all the villains is the best way to solve the problem." Leo slapped Bucky's hand away in annoyance, and mechanical force surged all over his body, and he put on the light-equipped power arm Type 6 that fell from the car to the ground.
Although this equipment had been damaged a lot in the battle with Sienna, Leo had simply repaired it and it was more than enough to deal with these ordinary gangsters. Although Bucky could not feel the mechanical force, he could see the light-equipped power arm that automatically flew up and was automatically equipped on Leo. But this was not the first time Bucky had seen this situation. He didn't ask before, and he remained silent this time. After Leo put on his equipment, Bucky said, "I'll throw the high-explosive grenade to the second floor. After the explosion is over, the two of us will rush up to the second floor from the street to finish off the enemy and then collect the spoils. We'll run away after we're done, so we don't have to worry about the police coming back and causing trouble." Leo nodded, and Bucky reached out and pulled out the safety of the high-explosive grenade. He exerted force with his hand and threw the grenade into the second floor of the Pure Love bar like a cannonball. At this time, Black Bear was standing on the second floor, pouring bullets at the pickup truck with the submachine gun in his hand, and cursing at the downstairs from time to time. Suddenly, Black Bear saw a spherical object flying from the back of the pickup truck to the second floor, directly knocking away a little brother next to him, and then bounced a few times on the wall and the floor, and rolled to his feet. When Black Bear saw clearly that there was a grenade under his feet, fear and despair instantly enveloped his heart. All this happened in a flash, only 3 or 5 seconds before and after, but this was the limit time for the high-explosive grenade to delay the explosion. Black Bear didn't have time to say anything, and the grenade made a deafening explosion at his feet. Black Bear didn't figure out who he had provoked until he died. In Hell's Kitchen, the fights between gangs are all about knives and guns. How come these two evil stars used grenades directly? The moment the explosion sounded, Leo and Bucky supported the pickup truck's compartment with their hands. The next moment, a huge shockwave surged over. But both of them were much stronger than ordinary people, so they easily withstood the impact. After the aftermath of the explosion subsided, Leo and Bucky took a few steps, used their hands to gain leverage on the wall, and climbed directly from Mingda Street to the second floor of the bar. At this moment, the second floor of the bar was in a mess, with the bodies of more than 20 people sticking to the wall. Black Bear was closest to the center of the explosion, and his body was almost blown to pieces. Bucky glanced around and found that he and Leo didn't need to finish off the enemy, as everyone on the second floor was dead. "Leo, let's search for the spoils together. We'll leave now to avoid trouble if the police come." Leo nodded, and then began to shrink skillfully, but he suddenly paused and looked at the corner. Bucky walked over and took a look at Polly, who was wide-eyed and terrified before being executed in the corner, and said with disdain, "This has it all to herself. If she hadn't informed on me, nothing would have happened tonight. We should be sleeping in the hotel now, and Mingda Street should still be a street that never sleeps with laughter and music. I guess Poison Wolf and Black Bear will never believe that they were killed by this inconspicuous Polly until they die." Leo still couldn't deny Bucky's point of view. So many people died tonight, not just because of Polly's secret. In fact, Leo felt that the root of all this was the conflict of interests between the two gangs. The conflict between the two gangs has reached a critical point, and it only needs a fuse. Fortunately, it was him and Bucky who came up tonight. If an ordinary person came to the Pure Love bar to apply for an identity certificate, it is possible that this ordinary person would become a victim of the conflict between the two gangs. Polly was not innocent. Her mistake was that she got involved in the conflict of interests between the two gangs. Thinking of this, Leo stopped looking at Polly and turned to follow Bucky to search for loot. 5 minutes later, Leo and Bucky searched the entire bar. Bucky put all the money in a box, and then jumped down the building with Leo carrying the box. Leo walked to the pickup truck again, dug out the box of gold and silver jewelry from a pile of things, picked it up and left Mingda Street with Bucky. The gunfire in Mingda Street has stopped, and the police will probably come back soon. In order to avoid running into the police, Leo and Bucky found an alley to leave Mingda Street. However, they escaped the police, but they could not escape the daredevil Matt's entanglement again. This time, Matt learned his lesson. He did not fall directly from the sky in front of Leo and Bucky, but chose to stand on the fire escape on the 3rd floor, keeping a relatively safe distance from Leo and Bucky. As soon as Matt stood firm, he pointed at Leo angrily and shouted, "You, liar!" Leo looked up with a confused look on his face, looked into Matt's soul, and asked, "Where did I lie? You said that you had no intention of causing chaos in Hell's Kitchen, and you also swore that killing Poison Wolf was an unintentional act. So why did you kill Black Bear this time? Poison Wolf and Black Bear are both dead. Do you know what kind of chaos the neighborhood near Mingda Street will be in the end? Do you know how many innocent people will die? Bucky, you decide on the gangster matters, and the rest is up to you." Leo didn't want to argue with Night Demon, so he took a step back and let Bucky out. Bucky nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, looked up and shouted to Matt,
the one in black clothes upstairs, come down and talk first. I feel tired talking with my head up.
Matt not only didn't come down, but climbed to the fourth floor.
Don't worry, I won't hit you this time. I just like to talk to others at eye level.
Matt leaped again and climbed to the fire escape on the fifth floor.
Bucky's mouth twitched, and he spread his hands and shouted helplessly, Night Devil, this is meaningless. There is nothing to talk about. Then we will just leave.
You continue your cry of the week. Maybe Bucky's last words touched Matt, and Matt saw that Bucky really wanted to pull Leo away, so he jumped from the fifth floor to the ground with a few jumps. But Matt still stayed away from Leo and Bucky, not daring to get close easily.
Okay, since you have good hearing, it's okay for me to speak in a low voice, but please speak louder, I may not be able to hear you.
Bucky shrugged helplessly at Matt and continued, Night Devil, first of all, I want to ask, why do you wear this tight leather jacket every night and jump around in Hell's Kitchen? Matt was not a man who would play tricks, so he followed his heart and patiently answered loudly, because innocent people are persecuted every night in Hell's Kitchen, I want to save them, punish those who commit violence, and provide innocent people with a stable living environment. But what you said is obviously the responsibility of the police, and there are laws to punish those bad guys.
Who are you? Why do you need to be in charge of these things?
The police are dereliction of duty and the law is biased, so I have to use my own way to uphold justice.
That's right. Night Devil, actually you and I are the same kind of people.
We are both using our own methods to deal with the gangs in Hell's Kitchen.
You actually want to wipe out all the gangs,
but you are not capable enough.
As it happens, I have the ability to destroy these gangs, so I wiped out the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang tonight.
So, you should thank us instead of blaming us here. Matt felt that Bucky was quibbling, and brought the topic back to the beginning, saying, You are very capable, you can destroy 2 gangs with just 2 people, but you only see the temporary stability and don't see the long term. The chaos in Mingda Street will tell you that you are wrong.
Bucky replied, Night Demon, according to what you said, the chaos was caused by the gangs, and in the end, the gangs are still needed to maintain stability? What kind of logic is this?
Since you have super hearing, you should have known that the Black Bear Gang and the Lone Wolf Gang are on the verge of a fight because of the conflict of interests.
The 2 of us just happened to become the fuse.
What you did can only delay the conflict, but can't solve the problem at the root.
That's just because I don't know where the root of the chaos is. Do you think I haven't wiped out an entire gang before?
I destroyed them before, but new gangs popped up soon after. It's as if there's an invisible hand regulating the balance of the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, making it neither stable nor in complete chaos.
That's because you're not capable enough. As soon as a gang shows up, we'll just destroy it.
After a few times, naturally no one will dare to mess around.
In addition, the hand you're talking about, do you mean Kingpin?
We happen to know where this hand is hidden.
Bucky continued, so, your goal is the same as mine, so are you willing to join us?
Let's go find the mastermind together, and then chop him off with a snap, Bucky said as he slashed his left hand with his right hand.
Matt was a little confused after listening to it.
He came here to call for punishment, so why did Bucky want to recruit him?
So, Matt asked in confusion, you mean, you won't leave Hell's Kitchen immediately, you are going to get rid of all the gangs here? To be precise, not the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, but the gangs in New York City, and even the gangs in the United States.
Bucky cleared his throat and continued, I, Bucky, am determined to wipe out all the gangs in the United States, eliminate Kingpin, and restore the lost American spirit.
So, Night Devil, are you willing to join me?
Matt listened carefully to Bucky's heartbeat as if he had seen a ghost, hoping that Bucky was lying to him. But after careful identification, Matt found that what Bucky had just said was all true. The next moment, Matt really saw a ghost, and he turned and ran.
Bucky chased him 2 steps forward, shouting, Night Devil, don't go. I admire your.
But Matt ran faster, he climbed to the roof, and disappeared with a few leaps.
Bucky turned around helplessly and walked back to Leo.
He saw that Leo's face was a little weird, and he spread his hands awkwardly and said, Alas, the recruitment failed.
But next time I meet him, I will definitely let him join us.
With such a like-minded teammate, I will definitely be able to wipe out all the gangs in the United States in no time. Leo's mouth twitched, and he looked constipated, and he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Leo took a deep breath and asked Bucky, do you think that your sudden recruitment of Night Demon just now, especially the part about determination, seems very middle school?
Really? No. Wasn't it like this when we recruited people back then?
I have dreams and pursuits, you support me, then you come with me.
That's how we were back then.
Leo looked up and sighed again. Bucky, your way of thinking is already out of touch with this era.
After that, Leo turned and left. Bucky didn't quite understand what Leo meant, shrugged, and followed.
After Daredevil Matt left in a panic, Leo and Bucky finally left Mingda Street smoothly and returned to the Harvest Inn. When they arrived at the door of the hotel, Leo knocked on the door again. This time, the innkeeper quickly opened the door a crack, and Leo and Bucky slipped in. Seeing Leo and Bucky come back safely again, and carrying several bags, the innkeeper was very surprised, but he didn't dare to say much, and could only guess in his heart.
Leo would not explain to the innkeeper. After thanking the innkeeper, he took Bucky to the second floor.
As soon as Bucky opened the door of room 203 with the key, old Tom, who was sleeping in the room, was awakened. When he found that it was Leo and Bucky who came in, he was relieved. The next moment, old Tom saw the big and small bags carried by Leo and Bucky.
But old Tom was not as tactful as the innkeeper. He asked a series of questions in surprise. Did you really get the stolen things back? Black Bear is not such an easy person to talk to. How did you get them back? What happened to the Poison Wolf Gang and the Black Bear Gang now? Bucky thought for a while and replied, the Poison Wolf Gang and the Black Bear Gang are both gone, and Black Bear is dead. By the way, you are a member of the Black Bear Gang, and you have a good relationship with them? Should I kill you to avoid raising a tiger to cause trouble? No. You saw it tonight. The news attitude towards me is not friendly at all. The Black Bear Gang and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. We don't have any feelings. Please spare my life. Old Tom was very noisy. Leo frowned and threatened, if you make a fuss again, I will let you go to see Black Bear tonight. Since you don't care about the destruction of the Black Bear Gang, then go to sleep. If you delay the ID card application tomorrow, I will not let you see tomorrow night. Old Tom shrank back into the corner of the bed in grievance, not daring to speak. On the side, Leo raised his hand and took out his backpack from under the bed, and whispered helplessly, I just want to get an ID, why did I get into so much trouble? Bucky, you should stay with this chatterbox tonight. If he says another word tonight, just beat him to death, and we can find someone else to get the ID. Bucky nodded in agreement. Leo put on his backpack, carried his power arm out of room 203, and opened the door of room 205 opposite. Leo took off his coat and hung it on the wall, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Only then did Leo have the opportunity to take a good look at the big treasure he brought out from the base. He opened his backpack and took out the heavy laptop. Leo connected the laptop to the power supply, took out a thick hard drive, and violently connected it to the computer. After all, Leo also has computer manufacturing and computer expertise, so all this is not difficult. The hard drive capacity is very large, and the performance of current laptops is very poor, so the reading speed is very slow. A good cook cannot cook without rice, and Leo had no choice but to wait patiently. Looking at such a slow and ugly computer, Leo suddenly had an idea. The 1990s was the era of the fastest technological development, and Leo had a vision for the future and the inherent advantages of the mechanic system. So, why doesn't he open a technology company? In this way, he can make a lot of money and be self-sufficient, without worrying about the large expenses of manufacturing machinery in the future, and can perfectly cover up the various mechanical products he has made. A technology company. This is in the Marvel universe, and ordinary people's acceptance nerves are extremely large. So, no matter how amazing the things Leo finally makes are, the 5 words scientist is awesome are enough to explain everything. Although the company will become bigger and have more products in the future, it will definitely attract the peeping of interested people, and even others will discover the true identities of Leo and Bucky. But so what? As long as Leo can get a formal identity certificate to prove that he is innocent, and all the procedures for the company's operation are reasonable and legal, and there is no criminal record, then, according to American law, no one can trouble him through formal channels. If someone wants to cause trouble through informal channels, Leo thinks that by then, it's hard to say who will cause trouble for whom. Leo's idea is very good, but when he thinks about it carefully, he finds something wrong. Because he doesn't have the money to start a technology company. Registering a company is very simple, and it can be done with a few tens of thousands of dollars. But if you want to set up a factory and make things for sale, the cost will be huge, and it is impossible without millions of dollars. Leo still has nearly $20,000 in cash, a box of gold, silver and jewelry stolen from Minnesota, and about $50,000 in cash looted from the Pure Love bar tonight. Roughly estimated, the total value of these things is at least more than $100,000. Although it seems to be a lot, if you want to start a big company, this amount of money is not even a fraction. Leo had a headache and didn't know where the money would come from. With a ding, the hard drive was successfully read. Leo quickly pulled his attention away from his fantasy of how to make money and focused on the computer screen. But what was displayed on the computer screen was a bunch of garbled characters. It seemed that Dr. Zora had set a special encryption method for the database. Leo called up from the system panel a series of knowledge obtained after analyzing Dr. Zora's robot body. There happened to be a decoding module in it, which corresponded to the special encryption method in the hard disk data. So, Leo began to use the laptop computer at hand, and wrote the decoding program according to the knowledge in his mind. Under the slow speed of the laptop computer, Leo was patient and overcame the impulse to smash the computer several times, and finally succeeded in decoding. On the computer screen, English entries were displayed one by one. Leo was patient, endured the freeze of the screen, slowly browsed the information, and simply went through all the information. Weapons. 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 More than 80% of the data stored in the hard drive are design plans for various weapons and equipment. Some design plans have marked the completion of the project, but most of them are semi-finished products. In addition, about 18% of the data records the experimental data about the super serum. Leo is already familiar with these data, so they are not very useful to Leo. The remaining less than 2% of the data records the life memory of Dr. Zola, which is stored in the form of a combination of text and images. Leo is particularly interested in this part and started gossiping excitedly. 2 hours later, Leo finished browsing these memory data, silently removed the hard drive from the computer, and then turned off the computer. There is not much gossip about Dr. Zola in the memory data, but more about the secret data of the Hydra organization. After Leo read Dr. Zola's memory bank, he knew all the secret bases of the Hydra organization and how serious the Hydra infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. was. Fortunately, there are only 2 super soldiers in the Hydra organization, Sienna and Bucky. Now Bucky has been kidnapped by Leo, and Leo is not afraid of Sienna's mind control ability. In this way, although Hydra has a great influence and destructive power on the entire United States and even the entire world, it does not pose much threat to Leo personally. Leo called up his own task panel again and took a look at the Immortal Hydra task, which is still 0% complete. He felt that it would be a long time before he could complete this task. The influence of the Hydra organization is too wide, even affecting the entire world. It is impossible for Leo to destroy it overnight. In this case, Leo put the matter of Hydra behind him for the time being, and turned to think again about the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind just now to establish a technology company. In the single room 205 of the Harvest Hotel, Leo carefully pondered the necessity and feasibility of opening a technology company. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was necessary to open a company. As a mechanic, intuitively speaking, money is very important. It can even be said that the amount of money represents the strength of the mechanic. Since Leo has the mechanic system, naturally, he feels that his future development direction is on the technology side. For example, build Iron Man's armor in advance. These ideas, after Leo crossed over, he had already thought of the first time he discovered the mechanic system. Otherwise, he would not consciously analyze Bucky's mechanical arm and successfully transform it into a light-powered arm. Leo remembered a saying in his previous life that can perfectly summarize the many superheroes and supervillains in the Marvel universe. This saying is that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Leo has a mechanic system, not a big muscle system, so he naturally needs to take the technology route. Then, money is a vital thing for Leo. At the current time node, the Marvel universe already has a lot of black technology. For example, the Pym particles invented by Dr. Pym, the first generation of Ant-Man, the super serum invented by Dr. Erskine. Howard had already perfected the arc reactor energy in the 1960s, the various high-tech technologies analyzed by Dr. Zola from the Cosmic Cube, the high-tech technologies analyzed from the Cosmic Cube by S.H.I.E.L.D. after it salvaged it, etc. Of course, at this time, the most powerful place in science and technology is of course Wakanda, a high-tech kingdom that relies on the magical metal vibranium to develop. Because Leo remembered that in the Black Panther movie, in 1991, Wakanda already had invisible, noiseless, and in-situ suspended aircraft. Its technological level is more than decades ahead of civilian technology. However, I don't know whether it is unfortunate or fortunate that these high-tech technologies are firmly held in the hands of the inventors and have not been popularized for civilian use. The result is that although the development of science and technology in this Marvel universe is a little faster than that of Leo's previous life on Earth, it is not too outrageous, and it is only about 3 to 5 years earlier. For example, the current internet era has begun, and many large companies have been connected to the internet. For example, wireless phones have appeared and high-income people have started using them. There is even an internet search engine called Yahoo.
Leo had been staying in the Hydra base and didn't know the technological development of this world. When he ran out, he found that the scientific research environment inside Hydra was far better than that of the outside world.
For example, the laptop in Leo's hand was made by Dr. Zola 3 years ago, but its performance has greatly exceeded the laptop that IBM just released on the market.
So, for a moment, Leo actually regretted leaving the Hydra base. But he just had a thought, and this thought was quickly forgotten. Because the leader of Hydra, Sienna, was so scary, Leo was really afraid that one day he would be favored by her, and then be squeezed dry, and finally die without knowing how. So, Leo ran out with Bucky. However, it was precisely because all the black technology bosses in this world kept their unique technologies tightly sealed that Leo had the opportunity to make a fortune. Leo has learned a lot of black technologies beyond this era from Dr. Zola. As long as Leo carefully takes these things out and promotes them to civilian use, he will really make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Leo opened his system panel and checked what knowledge and drawings he had now.
Computer expertise, physics expertise, genetics expertise. Bionic power robot arm, autonomous awareness multifunctional robot.
Micro-machining technology, robot manufacturing, computer manufacturing.
After thinking for a long time, Leo finally set his mind on autonomous awareness multifunctional robot.
Dr. Zola's robot body has powerful computing power, and the performance of the computing chip used is far beyond this era. Leo only needs to use high-performance computing chips as the core to push the performance of current civilian computers forward by a big step. And now that the internet is just starting, it is the time when high-performance computers are needed. Therefore, as long as Leo takes out the chip design method, he will definitely make a profit.
However, now the problem comes again. In fact, it is still the old problem. Leo has no money.
Without money, Leo has no way to set up a factory and build an assembly line to mass-produce chips.
Could it be that I want to sell this opportunity that can obviously make a lot of money to the largest chip manufacturer, Intel? Although selling the design drawings will definitely make a lot of money.
But that is a one-time deal, and Leo can no longer find a product more suitable for this era than high-performance computing chips from the system panel.
Hey yawn.
Leo, who was thinking and planning for the future, suddenly stretched subconsciously and yawned. He looked at the time and found that it was already past 3 in the middle of the night. After driving all day and fighting 2 fights at night, even the body strengthened by serum should rest. There is no need to rush to make money.
You can plan slowly in the future. Health is more important, so you must pay attention to rest.
So, after Leo packed up everything, he lay on the bed and fell asleep with the quilt in his arms. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Leo drove Old Tom and prepared to let Old Tom go to apply for the identity certificates of Leo and Bucky as agreed. During breakfast in the morning, Bucky said that he had something to do and was unwilling to tell Leo what he was busy with.
Leo did not force it, and left Bucky alone at the Harvest Hotel.
So now there are only Old Tom and Leo in the car. Old Tom was a little afraid of Leo, and sat quietly in the passenger seat all the way without saying a word.
Leo took advantage of the quiet time to think about starting a company.
If you want to start a large company, even with your own processing workshop and assembly line operation, one problem that cannot be avoided no matter what is that you need a large space. For example, similar to the Stark Industrial Building that is now standing in Manhattan. Of course, the scale does not have to be the same as the Stark Industrial Building, it can be appropriately smaller, or even a mini one. But even if it is a mini one, Leo has also learned that it cannot be bought without hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this is the housing price outside the suburbs of New York City.
If you don't start your own business, you don't know. Once you have this idea, you will know that a penny can make a hero fall. How can you find a suitable space to start a company? Suddenly, Leo thought of Hell's Kitchen.
The area occupied by Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan is not big, but not small either.
Moreover, it is very chaotic here. Maybe there is a big house that can be obtained without spending money?
Old Tom, do you know how to get a big house with an area of more than 500 square meters and at least 4 or 5 floors without spending any money? Old Tom, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, curled his lips after listening to Leo's wishful thinking, lowered his head and said nothing.
Old Tom, weren't you very talkative yesterday? Why are you so silent today? I'm asking you a question, at least you can answer it.
Old Tom muttered in a low voice, if there is such a good thing, I would have lived in a super large luxury villa by myself a long time ago, and there is no need to stay in the bar of the Black Bear Gang. In fact, now that the Black Bear Gang is gone, I can't even go back to the bar. I won't even have a place to live in the future, and I can only live on the streets. The last sentence, Old Tom's voice was even lower, like a mosquito buzzing, obviously afraid that Leo would hear it. Old Tom, that was Black Bear asking for trouble by stealing things from me.
You are homeless, but I am not to blame at all. Leo's body was strengthened by the secondary super serum, and his hearing was extraordinary, so he heard everything clearly.
Leo continued, I asked you this question, not to make fun of you, I am serious.
Is it possible to find the kind of place I just mentioned in Hell's Kitchen?
In the van, old Tom was driven to a corner by Leo, and said with a sad face, how can there be such a free bargain? This is Hell's Kitchen, and anything of value is occupied by someone. Here, you have to rob to get something. Suddenly, old Tom seemed to realize something, and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? You want to ask where there is such a large territory in Hell's Kitchen, or is it controlled by the gangs, and you want to rob it and occupy it? Old Tom finally understood what Leo really meant. However, Leo shook his head and said, how could I rob someone else's things? Don't be so vulgar, I just want to borrow or rent it. In fact, the size of the Pure Love bar and the night banquet bar last night was okay, but there were only 2 floors, which I was not satisfied with.
Tell me, is there any other place that meets my requirements?
After Leo woke up in the morning, he thought about starting a company for a long time. In the end, he made up his mind that the chips must not be sold directly, and he couldn't do things that killed the goose that laid the eggs. With the memory of his previous life, Leo knew clearly that with the development of the internet and the trend of economic globalization, the later the time node is, the harder it is to make money. Therefore, Leo now has a rare core technology that can make money, and he must not give it up.
Once Leo seizes this opportunity, it will play an immeasurable role in promoting his future development.
Even Leo has thought about the various new weapon drawings stored in the hard drive.
The interests of the military industry are extremely huge.
In the future, Leo feels that he may not be able to share the benefits of military products with Stark Industries. Since opening a company now is so important to Leo's future, he is thinking about opening a company as soon as possible. Now that there is no place to open a company, Leo naturally has his mind on the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Other gangs can compete for territory, so Leo can certainly do so. Old Tom, think carefully, is there such a place in Hell's Kitchen? Seeing that old Tom has not said anything, Leo urged him. I really can't remember it at this moment, let me think about it slowly. Old Tom was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he saw the destination and said hurriedly, Mr. Irwin, stop the car. The place to apply for ID is here. I'd better go and apply for your documents first. Leo didn't make it difficult for old Tom. He parked the car, but old Tom didn't get out of the car.
What's wrong? Why are you staying in the car? Go to apply for ID?
Old Tom smiled awkwardly and stammered, I don't have any money. The money was left in the office of the Black Bear Gang. Old Tom meant that the money was left in the Black Bear Gang and now it was back in Leo's hands.
How much do you want? 20,000.
Tell the truth.
2,000. You and the Black Bear Gang are really shady.
Leo pointed out $2,000, not giving a penny more. Now Leo was short of money, and he wanted to spend every penny. When handing the money to old Tom, Leo said, remember what I just asked you, think about it, and ask around to see if there is a house I want in Hell's Kitchen.
Old Tom took the money and hurriedly got out of the car.
As he walked, he thought, I'm afraid this Hell's Kitchen is going to change completely. Leo waited in the car for 3 hours before old Tom returned. As soon as he opened the car door, old Tom said with a happy face, everything goes well. The documents can be obtained in about 4 days. After that, old Tom looked at Leo with a flattering expression. Why, you still want to ask me for a commission? Is your life worth enough to pay your commission? All the members of the Black Bear Gang died, and you are the only one who survived.
Isn't this enough for the commission?
Old Tom immediately shrank in the passenger seat, with an expression of despair. According to old Tom's life principle, life comes first, and money comes 11th. Now there is no money to be made, which is equivalent to losing a life if rounded up.
In fact, it's easy if you want money. As long as you help me find the house I mentioned to you when I came here, I can reward you with $2,200. Old Tom looked at Leo with resentment, nodded helplessly, and said that he would try his best to find it. Time flies, and 5 days have passed. During these 5 days, except for going out to buy newspapers and eat every day, Leo stayed in the Harvest Hotel all the time, and worked nonstop to extract and simplify the technology and drawings related to computer chips and the internet from the drawings of Autonomous Consciousness Multifunctional Robot. During these 5 days, Bucky was out at night and no one knew what he was busy with. Leo took the time to ask, and Bucky said that he was busy with his own grand plan and Leo didn't need to worry about it. After Tom completed the identification procedures for Leo and Bucky on the first day, Leo asked him to deal with the box of gold, silver, and jewelry that was robbed from Minnesota.
Of course, Leo was not sure about Tom's character, so he asked Bucky to go with Tom.
Tom's connections were unexpectedly good, and the box of gold, silver, and jewelry was successfully sold the next night.
There was even a particularly valuable gem in the box, and the box was finally exchanged for $270,000. Of course, Bucky also made a great effort in this process, using violence to raise the price and solve some inevitable troubles. Leo now has more than $300,000 in cash, which can be said to be rich overnight, but compared with the cost of starting a technology company, Leo is pitifully poor. After a few days of hard work, all the core technologies have been prepared. Leo was looking at the thick formulas and drawings on his desk at this time, thinking about how to make money.
Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and then old Tom's voice rang out. Mr. Irwin, this is old Tom, are you in the room?
Leo sorted out a pile of drawings and stuffed them into the box, then sat down on the chair and said, "Just come in, the door is not locked." Old Tom pushed the door open and came in with a plastic bag in his hand. Old Tom first put the plastic bag on the table in front of Leo, and then said, "Mr. Irwin, this is the identity certificate I helped you and Boss Bucky to get 5 days ago. Fortunately, I have completed my mission and the certificate has been successfully issued.
Do you like it?" The bag contained 2 social security cards and 2 driver's licenses. Leo took them out and looked at them for a few seconds.
After finding that there was no problem, he put the documents away.
With these identity certificates, Leo and Bucky have a formal identity and can live a normal life like an ordinary American citizen. Have you found out any information about the big house that I asked you to find for free a few days ago?
Leo asked without hope, just like every time he saw old Tom in the past few days. Who knew that this time old Tom did not say no? He answered excitedly, "I have found a house that meets your requirements. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with that place." Leo became interested, sat up straight, and motioned to old Tom to continue.
Mr. Irwin, I actually mentioned this place to you a while ago. It's the Black Boxing Gang's lair.
That place was originally a 6-story shopping mall, which will definitely meet your requirements.
Didn't you say at the time that the Black Boxing Gang's lair was an underground boxing ring a few blocks north? How did it suddenly become a shopping mall?
Leo emphasized the word underground and expressed his confusion about the contradiction in old Tom's words. Boss Irwin, an underground boxing ring means an irregular boxing ring, which does not mean that the boxing ring must be opened underground. Leo was stunned after hearing this. He originally thought that underground boxing rings were really opened underground.
Then why did it take you 5 days to remember this place?
Leo felt a little embarrassed and found a random reason to question old Tom.
Actually,
I originally thought that it was a basement, but today I found out that it was actually a 6-story shopping mall. I used to work for the Black Bear Gang, so I didn't dare to go to the Black Boxing Gang's territory.
Then why did you suddenly know about it today?
The Black Boxing Gang, in addition to the underground boxing ring, also runs a gambling business. I've been broke lately, so I sneaked in to win some money.
Did you win? I lost it all.
Old Tom spread his hands, looking like he had lost all hope in life.
Leo thought for a while, then asked, I'm more curious, how did the Black Boxing Gang get their current lair?
How can they have a space as large as a 6-story shopping mall? Or, who would have the brains to build a shopping mall in Hell's Kitchen?
Wouldn't that be a sure loss?
Leo was looking for a place to start a company. Now he heard that the Black Boxing Gang's lair met his requirements, so he had to find out the ins and outs of this lair to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future.
I actually found out about this.
Old Tom said excitedly, this matter dates back to 5 years ago. At that time, a nouveau riche came from abroad. It seems that he made a lot of money in real estate in his own country. He came to New York and wanted to speculate in real estate in New York. He was new to the place and didn't know anyone there, so he was fooled into investing money to build a large shopping mall on the northernmost street of Hell's Kitchen. As you can imagine, not only could he not rent out the shops in his mall, but countless hooligans also went there every night to steal and rob. It was useless for him to call the police, and no security guards were willing to work in his mall. Even his life was threatened. In the end, he had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky and ran away in disgrace.
How did the mall end up in the hands of the gang?
Such a big mall, and no one in the New York City government wants it.
Since the rich businessman ran away, the house has become ownerless. Logically, the building should belong to the New York City government.
But this house is in Hell's Kitchen, so no New York City official wants to take care of it, lest they get into trouble. Finally, this mall has been ownerless, and has been fought over by the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. After several changes of hands, it now belongs to the Black Boxing Gang, and they have occupied it for more than 2 years. After listening to Old Tom's words, Leo felt relieved.
According to Old Tom's description, the Black Boxing Gang's lair is indeed suitable for Leo to start a company.
First of all, the place was robbed by the Black Boxing Gang, and Leo borrowed it for his own use without any psychological burden.
Secondly, the place is ownerless.
Once Leo gets it, I believe he can get the title deed of the place by finding someone to use his connections and spending some money. In this way, Leo is the owner of the place not only in name but also in law.
Thinking of this, Leo couldn't wait to borrow the Black Boxing Gang's lair. However, all the gang affairs are now handled by Bucky.
So, Leo said, "Old Tom, this has nothing to do with you. Go out and call Bucky over and tell him that I have something to discuss with him." But Old Tom did not leave. Instead, he looked at Leo with a flattering expression and said, "Mr. Irwin, you said last time that if you found a house that satisfied you, you would give me a bonus of $2,000.
I clearly said 200, didn't I? Please have pity on me.
I lost all my money today and I don't even have a cigarette to smoke.
The Black Bear Gang is gone again, and I don't know what to do in the future. So you want to blame me for losing money? Now that you have helped us with the identification, I have no reason to keep you. You are free."
"Mr. Irwin, Boss Irwin, you can't burn your bridges after crossing the river.
The Black Bear Gang is gone now, and I am homeless.
These days, I have also helped you and Boss Bucky do a lot of things.
Why don't you keep me as an errand boy? I am familiar with Hell's Kitchen, and many things will be much easier with a local.
I don't want money, just food and lodging are fine."
As a native of Hell's Kitchen, Old Tom has a lot of enemies.
In the past, he had the support of the Black Bear Gang, but now that the Black Bear Gang is gone, he lives alone in Hell's Kitchen, and he probably won't have an easy time. Moreover, he also discovered that although Leo and Bucky were usually quite fierce to him, they didn't really mean to kill him, and they even gave him some money to spend from time to time. How could Old Tom let go of such a good thigh so easily? Of course he had to hold on tightly. Leo couldn't stand Old Tom's nagging, and finally gave him $500 as a reward, and agreed to let him follow him and Bucky temporarily, and then sent him away.
After Old Tom left, Leo fell into thought.
Old Tom had already helped Leo find a place to start a company, but Leo needed to think of a suitable idea to get this shopping mall.
It won't work like the last time we wiped out the Black Bear Gang.
If the noise is too loud, the mall will not be suitable for opening a company, and will be targeted by the police and those with ulterior motives. In a short period of time, several ideas flashed through Leo's mind, but he rejected them one by one. At this time, Bucky pushed open Leo's door and walked in, asking, "Old Tom said you have something to talk to me about. What's the matter?" Bucky lived opposite Leo, and he usually stayed in the house to rest during the day. As soon as Old Tom left, he went back to the house to tell Bucky, and Bucky came over. Leo has not come up with any good ideas to quietly take over the 6-story shopping mall from the Black Boxing Gang. So, Leo told Bucky about his plan to start a company in the Black Boxing Gang's nest, and was ready to ask Bucky if he had any ideas.
"No nonsense, just do it.
At night, the two of us will go to their nest and directly wipe out the Black Boxing Gang members, so that the shopping mall will be ours." This was Bucky's idea, which was in line with Bucky's style, simple and rough, and straightforward. Leo was a little speechless for a moment. After a while, Leo reorganized his words, looked up and said to Bucky, "But, Bucky, do you think that if the two of us directly take down the Black Boxing Gang's lair, we can open a company in their lair? Think carefully about the scene when we wiped out Black Bear. The entire second floor of the Pure Love Bar was almost destroyed by us.
We even used grenades. How big a noise did it make?
If we forcibly take down someone else's lair like this, it will eventually be known to everyone in both the black and white worlds. And immediately, we set up a company in that shopping mall.
Do you think our company can survive? Will anyone come to us to discuss cooperation and business?"
Bucky thought about it and felt that what Leo said made sense, and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" "I think it would be great if we could take down that shopping mall quietly. For example, the people of the Black Boxing Gang obediently give up their lair, and we don't need to fight with them. This would be the perfect situation. How can such a good thing happen?
They are not your puppets. They will listen to you obediently and let you manipulate them."
After listening to Leo's idea, Bucky felt that he was daydreaming and was a little powerless to complain. However, the word puppet that Bucky just said instantly made Leo's eyes light up. Leo suddenly smiled and nodded, and said to Bucky, "Bucky, thank you for reminding me, I have an idea now. Do you still remember that when you were in Hydra, you were brainwashed again every time before you were frozen and hibernated?
In fact, I understand that set of procedures."
Bucky's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Leo meant. But the next moment, Bucky nodded his head and asked in confusion, "However, I feel that the brainwashing method has little effect on me, and I can get rid of it easily. The reason why I was finally controlled by Hydra was mainly because of the chip in my brain. How could those thugs compare with your willpower? Don't worry, brainwashing will definitely be effective. Leo touched his chin and said, so, the problem now is that we must first find out who the leaders of the black boxing gang are, and then find a way to catch them one by one. This is easy. I am a professional in investigation. Leave this matter to me. Bucky took the task on himself with confidence. Bucky, I heard from old Tom that you have been hiding during the day and going out at night these days. What have you been doing? Do you have time to investigate these things? Bucky smiled and said, of course I have time. I go out every night and hang out in Hell's Kitchen, and I just happen to investigate the situation of the black boxing gang. These nights, I occasionally teach a lesson to the thugs who steal in Hell's Kitchen at night, but mainly to chat with the Kid Night Demon. I admire him very much and think he has great potential. I have always wanted him to work with me. Kid? Is he very young? Leo noticed the words Bucky used and asked the question in his heart. I have met him every night these days and talked to him every night. Although he deliberately pretended to have a hoarse voice, I can still hear it after listening for a long time. I estimate that he is at most 20 years old, and he can't be older. Bucky said it with a solemn oath, and then asked with a puzzled look, in addition, I found that the Kid Night Demon seems to be a blind man. Can't he see things? Oh? What did you find out? Every time I talk to him, as long as I make gestures, he doesn't respond. Moreover, he often habitually turns his head slightly towards me, which are all suspicious points. Aha, it sounds very interesting. Next time we meet him, I'll try it out. Leo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Bucky was really careful in his observation. Matt's disguise was almost completely seen through by Bucky. But Leo pretended that he knew nothing and passed the topic over. When you are out these few nights, don't play with children anymore. Find out more about the black boxing gang. Tell me every morning. When everything is clear, you can capture the leaders of the black boxing gang one by one and brainwash them. Okay. But do you have brainwashing equipment on hand? I remember that Hydra's brainwashing equipment is quite complicated. I don't have it now, but I can make it myself. This way you will have time to gather intelligence and not delay work on both sides. Also, ask old Tom to find a single-family rental house with a basement in Hell's Kitchen, preferably one that's closer to the black boxing gang. After we find it, we'll have to leave the Harvest Hotel, and we can't build brainwashing equipment here. Bucky nodded and turned to leave Leo's room. 10 days later, in the basement of a rental house in Hell's Kitchen, Leo was doing the final debugging of the brainwashing equipment. This rental house is very spacious, a 2-story single-family building with a large basement. At present, Leo, Bucky and old Tom all live in it. If it were somewhere else in New York City, the monthly rent here would be at least several $1,000s. However, because this is Hell's Kitchen, and old Tom, a local with channels, came forward, Leo rented it at a cheap price of $800 a month. This place is very close to the Black Fist Gang's lair, only 1 block away, so Leo plans to use this rental house as a fixed residence and signed a 2-year contract at once. When the company is opened in the future, the company is a large base, and this can be used as a hidden small base. It was already evening, and Bucky had set out to find an opportunity to catch the leaders of the Black Hand Gang. According to Bucky, in the past 10 days, he has already found out the daily routines of several leaders of the Black Fist Gang. This time, it will be easy to catch him. By the way, it is worth mentioning that there are 7 leaders in power in the Black Fist Gang. Their nicknames are also very strange. From the eldest to the 7th, they are called Red Fist, Orange Fist, Yellow Fist, Green Fist, Blue Fist, and Purple Fist. Therefore, Bucky can only quietly catch one person each time and brainwash them one by one. Since Bucky has already made up his mind, Leo did not go with Bucky, but stayed in the rental house and checked the brainwashing equipment again to make sure that the equipment can work properly. The materials available here are not as sufficient as those in the Hydra base. Although Leo ran all over New York City in these 10 days to collect materials, the results were not satisfactory. The parts and equipment available on the market now are far worse than those in the Hydra base. Leo even found it difficult to buy a few rectifiers alone. In the end, he could only dismantle some electrical appliances and piece together some usable parts by himself. So, the effect of the brainwashing equipment he made this time was a bit discounted, which can be seen from the system prompt. Crudely made brainwashing equipment, a defective product copied from the brainwashing equipment inside the Hydra organization. Due to the uneven quality of the materials used, once the brainwashed person has a strong sense of resistance, the success rate of brainwashing will become extremely low. Therefore, this requires Leo to find a way to reduce the resistance of the brainwashed person so as to increase the success rate. As for how to make the leaders of the black boxing gang voluntarily accept brainwashing without resistance, Leo already has an idea in his mind, and the rest depends on fooling. Leo kicked the various electrical parts scattered in the basement aside, making enough space for the brainwashing seat in the middle, and then pulled a chair and waited leisurely for Bucky to come back. A few hours later, Bucky came back with a white man who had a lot of tattoos on his body, and was only wearing shorts. Bucky threw the man in front of Leo and said, "This is the leader of the Black Fist gang, Red Fist. It's up to you from now on." Although Leo was puzzled as to why the Black Fist gang leader was only wearing shorts, he didn't ask much. He took the stinky socks out of the Black Fist gang leader's mouth with disdain, played with a syringe gun he made by himself, looked at the Black Fist gang leader lying on the ground unable to move, and asked condescendingly, "Red Fist, do you want to live?" The Black Fist gang leader had already finished his daily routine with 2 women and was sleeping soundly in his room. But Bucky actually sneaked into his room, tied him up without alerting others, and brought him in front of Leo. Originally, he was going to be tough and threatened him harshly. But when he saw the whole basement was filled with messy parts and scrapped electrical appliances, and there was a chair in the middle of the basement that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, he was almost scared. Moreover, it was cold outside, and he was naked and frozen after being carried by Bucky all the way. He was startled by the environment here, and his teeth trembled. He answered in a stuttering voice, I want to live. You too, please grab me, what's the matter?" After Red Fist shouted that he wanted to live, in the deserted basement, Leo and Bucky looked down at Red Fist. Neither of them answered, but used silence to put pressure on Red Fist. Red Fist was tightly and could not move, and he did not dare to shout loudly, fearing to anger Leo and the others. So, fear slowly began to grow in Red Fist's heart. After a while, Leo saw that Red Fist was almost scared, so he said, "Since we didn't kill you directly, it means you are still valuable." Red Fist immediately understood what Leo meant, and asked in a trembling voice, What do you want from me?" Leo did not answer directly, but put his hands behind his back and said, "As we are both in Hell's Kitchen, you should know that the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang were completely wiped out half a month ago." I know. Why are you talking about this?" Red Fist suddenly didn't know what he thought of, and instantly opened his eyes wide in horror and asked, "Could it be that you were the ones who wiped out those 2 gangs?" Bingo! Congratulations, you guessed it right. Red Fist's face immediately became very ugly. He struggled to raise his head and asked tentatively, Then what do you mean by capturing me? Do you want to destroy my Black Fist gang as well?" Leo did not answer immediately, but continued to put pressure on Red Fist with silence. Red Fist was very scared, completely forgetting that Leo had just said that he would not kill him, and began to find various reasons to beg for mercy. Seeing that Hong Quan was about to collapse, Leo reminded him, "I just said that I would not kill you. How could you forget what I just said?" Hong Quan was stunned, and then he regained some of his rationality. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt that his life was saved. However, the next moment, Leo suddenly stretched out his left hand to lift Hong Quan from the ground, and held the injection gun in his right hand. He found the right angle and pressed it down on Hong Quan's neck. Hong Quan felt a pain in his neck, and immediately became anxious and frightened, and subconsciously wanted to scream. Leo covered his mouth in time, leaned over and threatened Hong Quan's ear. "Do you know why I want to destroy the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang? It's because they don't listen. I want to take over their gangs, but they dare to resist, so I can only destroy them." Hong Quan suddenly realized what Leo wanted. He hurriedly struggled to shake his head, and Leo took away the hand covering his mouth. Red Fist then said, I am more obedient than them, I will not resist. If you want to take over the Black Fist Gang, I will definitely support you. I will give you the position of the boss." Leo snorted disdainfully and said, "I know that you people have been in the underworld for a long time, and you don't have any integrity at all, and you have a lot of luck. Once I let you go now, not only will you treat your promise as you will even lead your brothers to fight me. So, I don't believe a word you say. If an ordinary person treated me like this, I might fight him to the death like you said. But you have the reputation of destroying 2 gangs, how can I, Red Fist, dare not?" Leo let go of his hand, threw Red Fist back to the ground, and said, "You are speaking so logically and coherently now, do you think I will believe you?" Hong Quan began to rack his brains to find reasons to convince Leo that he was not lying. But before he could come up with a reason, Leo actually loosened the rope that bound him. Hong Quan regained his ability to move, but did not dare to move. Instead, he stood there, looking at Leo in confusion. "Hong Quan, I don't believe your verbal promise, so I have my own way to make you dare not betray me." Leo saw that the doubt in Hong Quan's eyes was even heavier, and then he continued to deceive. "As you can see, I am a person from the East,
and the East has secret techniques that you are far from understanding. For example, just now, what do you think I injected under the skin of your neck? It was a living poisonous insect. No matter how far away, I can control this poisonous insect to kill you silently, so that I can ensure that you will not betray me. After Leo's reminder, Hong Quan immediately felt a little pain in his neck, and hurriedly touched it with his hand. He felt a hard lump the size of a rice grain from the subcutaneous tissue under his neck, and it hurt when touched. Hong Quan, don't touch my neck. You have to know that the goo worm is a living thing. It will become more violent when it encounters your blood. If you keep pressing it recklessly, once the goo worm gets out of control, you will die immediately. Although Hong Quan had been frightened before, he had never heard of such a thing as a goo worm and seemed a little skeptical. Do you think I'm lying to you? Leo saw Hong Quan's expression and immediately understood what he was thinking. He said coldly, "Then I'll let you feel the power of the goo worm first to see if I'm lying to you." Leo agitated his mechanical force and controlled the small thing in the subcutaneous tissue of Hong Quan's neck to start trembling vigorously. Hong Quan immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if there was a living thing trying desperately to drill into his neck. He was terrified and completely believed Leo's words. In fact, Leo was really fooling him. What Leo injected into his neck was just a very small, sterilized metal ball. Leo could use mechanical force to control the movement of the metal ball remotely, making Hong Quan think that there was really a living thing in his neck. As for what Leo said, that he could kill Hong Quan no matter how far away he was, that was even more bragging. It is true that Leo's mechanical force can control the movement of metal, but as the distance increases, the consumption of mechanical force increases geometrically when Leo wants to control metal. It can be said that with the total amount of mechanical force in Leo's body, he can't even lift a metal wire as thick as a hair at a distance of 10 meters, and the mechanical force will be consumed. Moreover, Leo controls metal through mechanical force, and the rules must follow Newton's second mechanics. Simply put, he can't control metal to make himself fly. But Hong Quan doesn't know. He looked at Leo's face and suddenly remembered the Oriental witchcraft he had vaguely heard of when he was a child. This kind of unknown thing can arouse fear in people's hearts. Leo's words scared Hong Quan silly, and he trembled and cast a respectful look at Leo. Seeing that Hong Quan believed his lies, Leo quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "However, Hong Quan, don't worry. Since I didn't kill you now, I won't kill you for no reason in the future. I just need you to help me sincerely. The goo worm in your neck will not have any effect on you." Hong Quan quickly said, "What do you want me to do for you? Just tell me, and I, Hong Quan, will definitely do it. I only ask you not to let that goo worm kill me. There is a saying in the East that a man who knows the times is a hero. You know the times very well, and I admire you very much. Don't worry, you will only be better off following me than you are now." Leo nodded, and continued, "Don't worry about helping me. I will tell you about the precautions about the goo worm first. You must listen carefully, this is a matter of your life." Hong Quan was very nervous, not daring to breathe, and listened carefully to Leo's explanation. The poisonous insect is a living creature, greedy for blood, and highly poisonous. It now relies on your body to survive. In order to get more nutrition, it will follow its primitive instinct and drill into your body. Although it is controlled by my secret technique, its activity will be suppressed and reduced a lot, but it will still move from time to time. When that happens, your neck will be painful and itchy. Leo controlled the metal ball to move at the right time. Hong Quan suddenly said exaggeratedly, "Boss, it moved, it just moved. Boss, I will follow you to do things in the future, we are a family, do you have any way to stop it from moving? This is too scary." Leo took the opportunity to quickly pull Hong Quan to the brainwashing chair and pressed him on the chair. Before Hong Quan could react, Leo quickly put on a helmet and headphones for him, and fixed his hands and feet. Hong Quan did not resist at all. Leo then said in a deep and serious voice, "This equipment is specially prepared for you. It can be used to suppress the activity of the goo worm in your body. Next, you must not have any resistance and let this equipment soothe the goo worm in your body. In the process of soothing the goo worm, you may feel a little dizzy, but don't worry, it's a normal reaction. Just relax your body and don't resist. The more you resist, the more uncomfortable you will be. If you are not careful, the goo worm will even go crazy and kill you." Hong Quan was terrified, and he didn't consider whether the goo worm and the machine were a little unrelated. He listened to whatever Leo said. So he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, indicating that he understood. Leo saw that his deception was successful, and quickly turned on the power switch of the brainwashing device. The moment the power was turned on, Hong Quan heard a strange rhythmic sound coming from the headphones, as if saying surrender. The sound was weird, making people dizzy and drowsy.
At the same time, the helmet on his head began to release electromagnetic waves of a special frequency band, corroding Hong Quan's mind bit by bit. Leo saw that the time was almost right, waved his hand and called Bucky over, saying, "Now it's time to set the activation password."
"What password do you want to use?"
Bucky thought for a moment and said, "Then use Captain America."
Leo curled his lips, but did not refute.
He turned around and took a microphone and handed it to Bucky, saying, "The conditions are relatively simple. Every 10 minutes, whisper Captain America 10 times, and then it's my turn. In this way, the password can be set successfully. From now on, only our two voices can trigger the password." Bucky took the microphone bitterly, and according to Leo's instructions, he cooperated with Leo and began to brainwash Honchwan.
After 5 hours, the brainwashing program ended.
Leo untied the restraints on Honchwan, but Honchwan was still asleep and did not wake up.
Leo slapped Honchwan in the face twice to wake him up.
Honchwan woke up in a daze, his eyes gradually focused, and he saw everything around him clearly. If you only look at it from the surface, you can't tell that Red Fist has changed at all. However, Red Fist can't help but believe in Leo and Buggy in his heart, and will subconsciously obey their orders.
Leo suddenly shouted a command.
As soon as he finished speaking, Red Fist suddenly looked like he had lost his soul and suddenly became dazed.
Leo took the opportunity to start giving Red Fist detailed instructions.
Finally, Leo asked Buggy to send the brainwashed Red Fist back to the Black Fist Gang's lair. Since this place is very close to the Black Fist Gang's lair, Buggy came back not long after.
After returning, Bucky immediately asked, "How long can we control Red Fist after he is brainwashed?"
"Based on his willpower, I estimate that the control time is about half a month. After all, my brainwashing equipment this time is too simple. Then we have to hurry up and brainwash all 7 leaders of the Black Fist Gang within half a month.
We will have to brainwash them again in the future. It doesn't matter. It's a bit tiring in the early stage. When I improve the equipment later, it will be easy."
In the next 7 days, Leo and Bucky used the same method to deal with Red Fist, and successfully brainwashed the 7 leaders of the Black Fist Gang one by one. So, the Black Fist Gang was controlled by Leo silently and without bloodshed. After mastering the Black Fist Gang, Leo ordered this group of Black Fist Gang members to go to Manga Street and occupy the territory of the original Black Bear Gang and Poison Wolf Gang.
And their original shopping mall nest was naturally taken over by Leo.
Leo was very satisfied with this mall. Not only did it have a large area, but it also had a basement, which perfectly met Leo's requirements. After getting the mall, Leo immediately changed the name of this 6-story mall to L Building. At the same time, Leo planned to set up L Technology Company in the L Building.
Originally, Leo's first idea was to name it Elven Building and Elven Technology Company.
But for safety reasons, just in case, to avoid being associated with Hydra, Leo removed the last few letters of his last name. Leo thought that when he had established his foothold in the future, he would change his name back. Standing on the 6th floor of the L Building, he looked at a circle of nearby buildings and the Hudson River in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it were in his previous life, how could he have the opportunity to own such a building? After calming down, Leo told Old Tom standing behind him, "Old Tom, go find some people from the Black Boxing Gang and have them clean up the L Building carefully. Also, find a renovation team to renovate the building inside and out. And, most importantly, find an internet company to connect the internet to the building. It doesn't matter if you spend a little more money, but the internet speed must be fast and stable." Old Tom obediently retreated and did what Leo told him to do.
Old Tom didn't say anything this time but was so obedient, of course, because he was also brainwashed by Leo's brainwashing equipment.
Old Tom has been in contact with Leo and Bucky for the longest time and knows many of their secrets. For safety reasons, Leo hardened his heart and brainwashed Old Tom.
Now, Old Tom perfectly plays the role of a runner, doing all kinds of dirty work for Leo, and it hasn't cost Leo a penny.
After Old Tom leads people to clean up the L Building and complete the decoration, L Technology Company should be able to be established. But Leo has no experience in starting a company, and he doesn't even know where to go to handle the company registration procedures. Bucky knows nothing about this, and Old Tom also has a vague understanding. Therefore, if he wants to successfully start this company, Leo has to find a professional to consult some issues. For example, a lawyer. If a company wants to grow, it will always have to sign various contracts with others in the future.
Finding a lawyer in advance is beneficial and harmless. And Leo has already thought about the candidate for the lawyer. Dear Daredevil Matt, isn't he a lawyer?
Leo retracted his gaze and turned to leave the L Building. He strolled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, preparing to go to the law firm that Matt opened himself.
Hell's Kitchen in the daytime still looks like a New York metropolis. Although most of the honest people here go to other blocks to work during the day, there are not many people in the whole Hell's Kitchen, and it lacks some prosperity. But at least the streets here are very wide and clean. In addition, the traffic coming and going in several main blocks has also added a lot of popularity to Hell's Kitchen. Leo didn't know where Matt's law firm was, so he could only look for it aimlessly and go wherever he went. Before leaving, Leo asked Old Tom. But Old Tom didn't even know where there was a law firm opened by a blind man in Hell's Kitchen. Old Tom's answer made Leo very confused. Because according to Leo's memory in his previous life, Matt was keen on defending the poor and innocent people in Hell's Kitchen. And these poor people generally find it difficult to find lawyers willing to defend them. Matt's eccentricity made his law firm very famous in Hell's Kitchen, and even finally reached the ears of the big entrepreneur Wilson Fisk. Wilson Fisk is the famous underworld kingpin. Leo has seen his name and even his photo in newspapers these days. What surprised Leo was that Kingpin here was not the fat white man like in the Daredevil TV series or Spider-Man, but a strong black man like in the Daredevil movie. On the black and white newspaper, Kingpin's black facial features were not very clear, only his big white teeth were very conspicuous. However, if you look closely, Leo can still tell that Kingpin in the photo looks much younger than Kingpin in the Daredevil movie. Suddenly, Leo remembered what Bucky said. He said that the voice of the Night Devil sounded like a kid under 20 years old. Could it be that the Night Devil is still studying at Columbia University and has not graduated? The so-called law firm has not been opened at all? Leo thought while walking on a main road in Hell's Kitchen, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Otherwise, how could Old Tom, who has a wide network of people in Hell's Kitchen, not have heard of Matt's law firm? Thinking of this, Leo was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to hire Matt as his company's legal advisor. Although Matt is blind and it is a little inconvenient for him to do things. But Leo admires his kindness, integrity, and sincerity. Leo is eager to open a company and is in a hurry. Moreover, Leo has been looking for an hour along several main roads in Hell's Kitchen, and has not found a law firm opened by a blind person. Therefore, Leo can basically conclude that Matt's law firm has not opened yet. So, he is not going to look for it anymore, and he is going to find an agency to handle the application for the company first. Just as Leo was about to turn around and go back, a loud roar suddenly came from behind him, which scared him. "Hey, man, you have to put the sign straight. I paid you, and if you put the sign so tilted, how can I do business in the future?" Leo turned his head and saw a slightly fat young man directing two decorators to hang a wooden sign on the door of a small shop. The decorators were constantly adjusting the position of the sign according to the young man's instructions. And on the sign were a few words, Nelson Murdoch Law Firm. Leo's eyes lit up. Isn't the name on the sign the name of the law firm opened by Matt and his good friend? Leo walked up quickly and greeted the slightly fat young man. After the young man's attention was focused on him, Leo stretched out his right hand and greeted formally, "Hi, hello, my name is Leo Irwin. What is your name, sir?" The slightly fat young man didn't understand, but out of politeness, he still shook hands with Leo and asked in confusion, "Hello, I am Franklin Nelson." "Mr. Irwin, is there anything I can help you with? Franklin Nelson? Isn't this the full name of Matt's good friend Fudge?" It seems that Leo was not wrong. This is the law firm opened by Daredevil. Leo smiled, pointed at the sign that was still looking for the best position, and said, "I saw your sign. You are a newly opened law firm, right? I just happen to have some related business that I need to consult. I wonder if it is convenient now." "Convenient, of course it is convenient. Our law firm has been completely renovated, and only this sign is missing. But now we can open for business as usual. Sir, please come in." Fudge was overjoyed. Business came to the door on the first day of opening. It was a great thing. Fudge hurriedly welcomed Leo into the house. Leo followed Fudge into the house and found that the house was not big, even pitifully small. Leo saw everything in the house at a glance. In addition to ordinary furniture and lore-related books, there was only a blind young man wearing sunglasses sitting next to a typewriter. The typewriter was working at this time, and the braille with paper holes was printed out. Fudge saw Matt as soon as he entered the room and said in surprise, "Matt, why are you wearing sunglasses in the house? Don't you dislike this?" Matt did not answer, and Fudge did not delve into it, but continued, "Matt, this is Mr. Leo Irwin. Mr. Irwin, this is my partner Matt Murdoch. Don't look at him as a blind man, he is the first in every subject in college, and will graduate from the Columbia University Law School as an outstanding graduate this spring. If you have any legal matters, you can consult him directly, and he guarantees that he can solve your problems perfectly."
Fudge enthusiastically introduced Leo and Matt to each other, and then he continued, Mr. Irwin, you will talk to Matt next. I still have to go to the door to watch the installation of the sign.
If there is anything else, you can call me at any time.
Then, Fudge walked out of the door with a happy face, and even the voice of directing the decoration workers was a little lighter.
After Fudge left, Matt fumbled to his feet, pointed to the front right and said, Mr. Irwin, there is a sofa here, please sit down.
Leo sat on the sofa as he was told, and looked at Matt's young face carefully.
Matt wore a big pair of sunglasses, so Leo could not see much expression on his face.
But Leo was sure that Matt must have recognized Leo's voice and knew that Leo was the one who knocked him down in Hell's Kitchen more than half a month ago. However, Matt acted very calm, because he never expected that Leo would recognize him as well.
Mr. Matt, nice to meet you.
Leo was polite at first, and then got straight to the point. I am planning to start a technology company recently, but I lack a legal advisor. And I am not very familiar with the relevant matters of starting a company. I would like to ask your law firm to help me handle the registration procedures for the company.
I wonder if it is possible.
In the law firm, Matt sat on a chair with a cane in his hand, listening carefully to the questions Leo asked.
Matt thought that there was no way Leo would recognize him as Daredevil, and he felt that meeting Leo in the law firm today was just a coincidence.
But Matt also knew that Leo was definitely not an ordinary person, and that Leo had brought great chaos to Hell's Kitchen. So, Matt decided to draw a line with Leo and was not prepared to accept Leo's reassurance. After pretending to think for a while, Matt said slowly, Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for choosing our law firm. However, according to the legal majors that my partner and I have studied, we are only prepared to handle litigation cases, and even more inclined to criminal prosecution. Therefore, we really can't help you with the legal business related to the company you are consulting. In addition, if you want to find someone to handle the procedures for registering a company on your behalf, I suggest that you find a professional intermediary agency. Leo certainly knew why Matt was unwilling to accept his employment, but how could Leo leave so easily?
He had to find Matt today. So, Leo pretended to be surprised and shouted loudly, How can your firm do this? Why don't you make money? I heard from Mr. Nelson that you have just opened your business. You won't reject the first business that comes to you. Mr. Irwin, it's not that we don't want to help you, but there are other agencies that are more professional and more suitable for you than us. I am thinking about your company, so... Matt, what's going on? Why did I just hear Mr. Irwin say that you are going to reject his request? Sure enough, Leo's loud shout attracted Fudge, who was busy at the door.
Fudge said in a tone of regret, This is the first day we opened our business, and the business that came to us actively.
Matt, don't reject it easily, it is related to our future luck. Fudge, it's not that I don't want to take this order, but the matter this gentleman is consulting is not within our business scope. What business?
Matt was about to answer, but Leo repeated what he had just said to Matt to Fudge. After listening to this, Fudge immediately said with a big smile on his face, Mr. Irwin, don't listen to Matt's nonsense. In school, we have learned all the legal knowledge, and there is no so-called specialization. Although we originally planned to be mainly responsible for criminal prosecution, we can also take on corporate legal consulting business. As for your desire to entrust us to help you with the procedures for registering your company, although we do not have relevant experience, we can also handle it. I hope Mr. Irwin can understand that after all, no one is born knowing everything, and there are always many firsts in life. Fudge's implicit meaning is to tell Leo that we have accepted all the work you give us, and you must not look for anyone else, which is completely opposite to Matt's attitude.
Boss, come and see if the sign is put up straight now?
Fudge wanted to continue to persuade Leo, but the decorator urged him outside the door. Before leaving, Fudge said to Matt, Matt, don't be so rigid, be flexible. We have taken over Mr. Irwin's business, you and him should work out the details of the business. If you were blind, I really want you to be responsible for hanging the sign at the door, and I will talk to Mr. Irwin in person.
Fudge turned and walked out the door.
Matt coughed twice and said with a smile, Mr. Irwin, please don't listen to what my partner said.
He only cares about making money now.
You also heard that he also admitted that we don't have much experience. It's a big deal for you to start a company, and the cost of investment will be very high.
Of course, you should find professional and experienced people to do it. We want to help you, but we are really unable to do it.
Fudge had already taken the job unilaterally, but Matt was still trying to refuse, which shows how much he didn't want to cooperate with Leo.
In other words, Matt was very afraid of Leo.
He felt that if he got too close to Leo, it would bring him unexpected big trouble.
Leo searched for an hour in Hell's Kitchen and finally found this law firm. How could he just give up like that? Since soft tactics couldn't convince Matt, Leo could only use hard tactics.
Leo chuckled twice and whispered in a joking tone, Mr. Murdoch, half a month has passed.
I wonder if your waist is better.
Matt's face, which was still smiling, immediately became extremely stiff. The smile gradually disappeared and slowly became extremely ugly.
He finally understood what kind of first business today was.
This was Leo specifically looking for him.
Hey, Mr. Irwin, I don't know what you are talking about.
I was still on campus half a month ago.
How could there be a problem with my waist? Matt was still holding on, not wanting to admit the fact that he was Daredevil.
Leo teased again, Mr. Murdoch, my good partner Mr. Bucky Barnes admires you very much and has always wanted to recruit you. If I tell him your true identity. Mr. Irwin, I have accepted your business, but please keep it a secret for me and don't let others know who I am.
Matt thought of Bucky, shuddered secretly in his heart, and then accepted Leo's business commission without hesitation. Matt felt bitter.
The man in front of him, he couldn't beat him, and he couldn't hide.
Moreover, now this person knows his true identity.
A man who knows the times is a hero, and Matt, a hero, was forced to be. Leo heard Matt's words, smiled and nodded, indicating that he would keep it a secret for him. The next moment, Leo suddenly realized that the person in front of him was a blind man, so he whispered, Mr. Murdoch, it's settled, I will keep it a secret for you. Matt didn't know how credible Leo's words were, but he had no choice now. He took out a piece of paper, sighed and said, Mr. Irwin, in that case, let's get straight to business.
What's the name of the company you want to register? Where is the company's address?
The company's name is Air Technology Company, and the address is Air Building at 3, First Street in Hell's Kitchen. Matt suddenly took off his sunglasses, looked at Leo with his white eyes, and said in surprise, that's not the Air Building, that's...
Matt, what are you shouting about?
Be more respectful, gentle, and patient to the guests. Matt's voice was too loud, and it startled Fudge at the door again. Fudge leaned over and leaned into the door and shouted, interrupting Matt's words.
Leo couldn't help laughing, and chuckled in a low voice, then said, you want to say that it's the lair of the Black Boxing Gang, right? But that was in the past. Now it has been renamed the Air Building, Irwin's Air Building.
Matt didn't answer immediately, he lowered his head and thought about something.
The small law firm fell into silence.
After a long time, Matt looked up and asked, how did you get the Black Boxing?
No, how did you get the L Building into your hands?
As far as I know, several bosses of the Black Boxing Gang are still alive and well, and they have occupied the bar on Manga Street, which was originally the territory of Black Bear and Poison Wolf.
Leo didn't want to explain too much to Matt.
After all, brainwashing was too scary to talk about. So, he said perfunctorily, you don't have to worry about how I got the L Building.
You just need to help me register the company. In addition to the company name and address, do I need to provide other materials?
There are still many materials and certificates required. Matt knew that he had said too much, so he took a deep breath secretly, and after calming down, he continued, Mr. Irwin, I'm afraid I really can't help you register the company now. If you want to register a company, you need to provide a lease contract or title deed certificate for the company's address.
But you also know that the so-called L Building is ownerless.
Mr. Murdoch, the L Building has an owner, and that is me. Leo interrupted Matt and said firmly, although it is ownerless legally, I am the owner now.
I think, as a lawyer, you must have a way to legally get the title deed of the ownerless house from the state government, right?
Impossible. It is impossible for me to get the title deed of that house through legal means in a short period of time.
So that means you can get the title deed of that house through illegal means in a short period of time?
Matt did have a way to get the title deed through illegal means, and he was not a liar, so he said, although lawyers can see through loopholes in the law, I will not use this to seek personal gain, but should use it to help innocent people.
I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin, I won't do anything illegal for you. Please go back.
The small law firm suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became solemn. After a long time, Leo broke the silence and asked in a low voice, Mr. Murdoch, I would like to ask, how long have you lived in Hell's Kitchen? Matt didn't know why Leo asked this, but he still answered honestly, 19 years and 2 months.
I have never left since I was born.
Very good, it seems that you really love this place and have deep feelings for it.
But, 19 years have passed, do you think Hell's Kitchen has changed? Is it still chaotic here, innocent people are still dying in a steady stream, and despicable and cruel people are still at large? Matt didn't understand and asked puzzledly, what do you mean by saying this?
As you can see, I have only been here for less than a month. However, the Black Bear Gang and the Poison Wolf Gang have been destroyed by me, and the Black Fist Gang is now completely under my command. So, listen, Matt, I can change these and completely change the status quo of Hell's Kitchen.
Why do you dare to say that? With your strong force, can you destroy the gangs one by one? This time Matt's reaction was very intense.
He frowned, faced Leo, and questioned him harshly.
Hearing Matt's questioning, Leo was not angry. Of course, he knew why Matt reacted so intensely.
The 4 words incompetent rage were enough to explain his current psychology.
Leo smiled and explained patiently, of course not relying on force.
Force can save Hell's Kitchen for a while, but it can't save Hell's Kitchen forever. Why is Hell's Kitchen so chaotic?
In the final analysis, it is because it is poor. It is backward. In the same Manhattan area, why is the place where you went to college not chaotic? Why is the neighborhood near Stark Industries not chaotic?
Because those places are inhabited by rich people who can pay
taxes on time.
In order to protect their financial backers, the New York City government has spent a lot of effort to maintain stability and promote development there. This time Matt bowed his head and remained silent. Because he knew that every word Leo said was true, and poverty was indeed the root cause of the chaos in Hell's Kitchen.
Seeing that Matt didn't say anything, Leo stopped talking and gave Matt some time to think. After a long time, Matt raised his head and stared at Leo and asked, "What basis do you have to say that you can bring hope to Hell's Kitchen?
What basis do you have to make this place rich? Young man, don't be so aggressive. Since I dare to say it, I must have a feasible plan." Leo comforted Matt first, and then said, as the saying goes, if you want to be rich, build roads first.
Ahem. I'm talking off topic. The road construction in New York City is already very good. But the saying doesn't lie.
Building roads is indeed very important. But after building roads, how can you become rich? ATT shook his head blankly, because he had never heard of that saying at all, and had no idea what Leo was trying to express. After the road is repaired, of course it will attract rich people. If you want to completely change the current situation of Hell's Kitchen and make Hell's Kitchen rich, you must attract rich people to Hell's Kitchen. Leo said in a tone of teaching a primary school student, as for how to attract rich people, this has to be linked back to the technology company I am going to open.
Do you know what my technology company is going to do?
Make chips, high-performance chips. Make high-performance chips that can beat Intel's latest chips by dozens of blocks in computing speed.
You studied in college, so you should know something about computers, right? Then you should understand that if the chips I describe are really put on the market, how much they will promote the entire computer and internet industry.
When my company is opened, it will definitely be very popular, and the chips will definitely sell well. At that time, my company will not only solve a large number of employment problems for Hell's Kitchen, but will also attract many rich people to invest in my company. In this way, rich people will come, the surrounding economy will be driven, and the residents of Hell's Kitchen will have more opportunities to make money. By then, banks, shopping malls, schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure will spring up one after another.
Can you imagine how rich Hell's Kitchen will be? Matt was stunned by Leo's trick, but he did not blindly believe Leo.
After thinking for a long time, he asked a key question. I admit that everything you described is indeed reasonable and possible. However, the premise of all this is that you can really make high-performance chips. But you describe your so-called high-performance computing chip too exaggeratedly, so exaggerated that I can't believe it.
Can you really make such a chip? You are not lying to me, right? Matt didn't believe what Leo said, and even suspected that Leo was deliberately lying to him, which made Leo laugh and cry. Leo lost his patience and said, I lied to you. Why would I spend so much effort to lie to you? According to the situation I just described, if I wanted to lie to you, should I trick you into investing money in my company? But, do you have money? In addition, do you really think that only you can help me get the deed of the L building from the New York City government? There are so many lawyers in New York City, and there are many people with connections.
Any of them is much more powerful than you, a young man who just graduated. I don't want your money, nor do I look down on your power.
What do you have that is worth my deception? Am I still after your...
Mr. Irwin, if you say that, I really want to know why you had to find me.
Is there anything special about me? Why must I be the one? Leo's last sentence did not affect Matt's thinking at all.
Matt's face was normal, and he asked the question in his heart word by word.
Are you special? Don't you have any idea in your mind?
Leo curled his lips helplessly and said directly, Night Devil, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't sleep at home every night, but jumps around on the roof of Hell's Kitchen?
Don't you know why I found you? If I didn't tell you in advance, but directly built a company in the former nest of the Black Boxing Gang, would you sneak in the middle of the night to find out the news? By then, if you accidentally break my precision instruments or equipment or something, should I kill you or not?
Matt was silent this time, because he felt that there was a great possibility that he would do what Leo was worried about.
After being embarrassed for a while, Matt asked the biggest question in his heart, Mr. Irwin, how did you recognize my true identity? Just based on the 2 meetings more than half a month ago, can you really tell who I am? Or, is there any fatal loophole in my disguise? Leo pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers, and then pointed at Matt and said, I come from the mysterious East, and I recognize your soul. Appearance can be covered, but the essence of the soul cannot be covered. Matt laughed out loud, obviously not believing it. Believe it or not, but your disguise is really inferior. Bucky, who chats with you every night, has analyzed from your behavior habits that you are a young blind man. Although I promised you that I would not tell him who you are really not far from being exposed. Matt was really panicked now. He didn't want to be caught by Bucky. But Leo didn't care what Matt thought. He continued, okay, I've explained so much to you. So, stop talking nonsense, tell me the truth, are you willing to accept my commission now? Matt thought for dozens of seconds, and finally nodded. Leo left the information needed to register the company according to Matt's request, and agreed with him on the next procedures, then stood up and said goodbye. Matt escorted Leo out the door and watched Leo walk further and further away. At this time, Fudge had not yet straightened the sign, and the 2 decorators were almost driven crazy by Fudge. Matt felt a little annoyed listening to the quarrel between Fudge and the decorators. He moved his ears a few times, suddenly stretched out the guide stick in his hand, pushed the sign up, and said lightly, Fudge, just fix the sign to its current position. After that, Matt groped his way back into the house. Fudge stared at the sign that was perfectly parallel to the ground, and reluctantly ordered the decorators to fix it. Fudge and Matt had just graduated and had little money, so they rented this cheap little storefront, and the door was crooked from the ground, so Fudge spent so much time and still didn't straighten the sign. But in order to save Matt's face, Fudge let it be. Let the sign be crooked, anyway, it can't be straightened. In this way, Murdoch Nielsen Law Firm was officially established from now on. And he has already received the first business, which is also a business that changed the future life trajectory of Matt and Fudge. Leo walked on the street of Hell's Kitchen, thinking about what he had just said to Matt. Leo did not lie to Matt. In Leo's plan, after his company is opened, these blocks in Hell's Kitchen will definitely be driven to become wealthy, and then the chaos in the kitchen will be solved. However, Leo did not tell Matt, and Matt did not expect that once Hell's Kitchen becomes wealthy in the future, will the original residents of Hell's Kitchen still live in Hell's Kitchen? The answer is no. The growth rate of the original residents' income will not keep up with the growth rate of rent and tax in Hell's Kitchen. In the end, they will be forced to move away from here and make a living elsewhere. But, at that time, can Matt blame Leo for this? No. Because Leo did solve the poverty and chaos problems in Hell's Kitchen, as he said. The original residents of Hell's Kitchen couldn't afford to live here, so it had nothing to do with him. He was not a saint, so he couldn't care about all the sufferings of the world. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. It takes time to register a company, and the L building didn't have a title deed, so it would take even longer. Matt said that it would take at least 20 days to complete all the formalities. Leo had no choice but to wait patiently. However, within these 10 days, the interior and exterior decoration of the L building had been basically completed, and the internet was also connected. For a building as big as this, it would take at least a month to renovate the interior and exterior. But Leo was in a hurry and was willing to spend money. He hired several decoration teams to work together, so he got everything done within 10 days. But this cost was also very high. In 10 days, he had spent $50,000, which was really like spending water. Although the black boxing gang can bring him some income every day, it is really a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of purchasing instruments and equipment in the future. A penny can make a hero fall, and Leo can't think of a way to make a lot of money in the short term. So, he is now sitting in the chairman's office on the 6th floor, using his laptop to connect to the internet, preparing to find some reliable investment institutions on the internet, preparing to contact them, and let others invest in his company. Although Leo really wants to monopolize all the company's profits, sometimes you really need to compromise when doing things. Leo turned on the computer with regret, and prepared to use Yahoo to search for the current well-known investment consortiums. Suddenly, he found that an icon in the upper left corner of the computer flashed wildly. The sudden flashing icon made Leo smile unconsciously. The icon represented a worm virus monitoring program written by Leo himself, which was used to monitor an account opened by Leo in a foreign bank. This account was the bank account that Leo provided to Black Widow last time. Now the icon was flashing. According to the program set by Leo at the beginning, someone had transferred money to the account. Staring at the flashing icon, Leo remembered that he had asked Black Widow for 1 million life buying money at that time. Could it be that Black Widow had already paid him for his labor? With excitement, Leo clicked on the icon, and after verifying a series of information, he entered his bank account. 1 million, a full $1 million was quietly lying in his bank account. In the silent and empty office, Leo's silly laughter suddenly sounded. The current mood made Leo almost unable to resist standing up and dancing. The sudden large sum of money made Leo not rush to search for the consortium. He thought about it, and then opened a program similar to a chat software. After searching, he found that the storage device he had given to Black Widow had been connected to the internet. The storage device contained something similar to a chat software written by Leo himself. Leo could unilaterally choose whether to communicate with the other end in text, and he did not have to worry about the other party discovering his network address. At this time, Leo typed a few letters "thank you" in the chat interface and sent it out. Afterwards, Leo was ready to close the interface and continue searching for a suitable consortium. Although 1 million was a lot, it was far from enough for the initial capital investment of L Technology. But before Leo had time to close the chat interface, dense text suddenly jumped out of the chat interface after a network delay. Null, hello, Mr. Avatar. I am Natasha Romanoff, on behalf of Agent Nick Fury, and I want to discuss some transactions with you. If you see it, please reply. Null, hello, Mr. Avatar. I am Natasha Romanoff, on behalf of Agent Nick Fury, and I want to discuss some transactions with you. If you see it, please reply. Leo looked at the timestamps of these messages and found that for more than 20 days, Natasha had sent more than 50 identical messages at a frequency of 2 messages every morning and evening. Leo couldn't help but complain in his heart, Black Widow is so idle every day, doesn't she have to perform missions? Black Widow, who is far away at the SHIELD base, has been complaining in her heart for a month. Has someone always ignored the 1 million? Natasha was lying on the computer chair in the study room at home, with her feet folded on the computer desk, and was picking her fingernails boredly. For nearly a month, Natasha sat like this in the single apartment in the SHIELD base every day, staring at the computer screen, expecting a guy named Ivan Avatar to reply to her message. Natasha applied to Agent Fury, wanting Fury to find someone else to monitor the computer instead of herself. But Agent Fury said this at the time, Agent Romanoff, in the entire SHIELD, the only people who know about this memory are you and me. Now there are Hydra spies in SHIELD. I don't trust anyone except you, so please work harder. Natasha hasn't felt the feeling of being trusted for a long time. Facing Fury's sincere eyes, Natasha agreed and has persisted until now. Of course, she has been bored until now. Suddenly, the computer in front of her made a beeping message. Natasha exerted force on her waist and elbows at the same time, spun in the air, and then sat straight in front of the computer. On the screen, "Thank you," appeared at the bottom of the message box. Natasha's fingers flew and she quickly replied a message. Natasha, Mr. Avatar, you're welcome. I should say thank you to you, thank you for saving me. After sending the message, Natasha grabbed the phone at hand, dialed a number and said, Captain Fury, I have contacted the so-called Mr. Avatar. Please come quickly. Natasha put down the phone and turned her attention back to the display screen, and found that the other party had replied to the message. Leo, Miss Natasha, I heard that you want to negotiate a deal with me. I wonder what you want to talk about. Natasha, it's not me who wants to negotiate a deal with you, but my boss, Nick Fury, who wants to talk to you. Mr. Avatar, please wait a moment, and Chief Fury will be here soon. It is now broad daylight, and most people in the base are working in the office area. There are very few people in the accommodation area. Nick Fury quietly touched the accommodation area of the base and opened the door of Natasha's house with the password. In the study, Natasha and Leo were talking to each other casually. When she saw Nick Fury coming in, she quickly gave up her seat and let Fury and Leo start to communicate. Fury, hello Mr. Avatar, my name is Nick Fury, and I am a senior agent of SHIELD. I want to make a deal with you on my behalf. Leo, Ivan Avatar. If you have something to say, just say it quickly, don't be so fussy. What deal? Fury, I want to know the location of the Hydra base and find the murderer who killed Howard Stark. Leo, why don't you want to go to heaven? Who am I? A Hydra man. I told you the location, are you waiting for you to bring people to fight me? Fury, let's be frank. If you really wanted to work for Hydra, you wouldn't have released Agent Romanoff before, and you wouldn't be talking to me like this now. Fury, I don't mean to lie to you. I need the location of the Hydra base. What do you need? I will do my best to provide it to you. Fury didn't know that Leo had defected from Hydra. He thought Leo was still in Hydra. So, Fury made another promise.
Fury, in addition, I can guarantee your future safety as long as you are willing to cooperate with me. Leo has already left the Hydra base, and he still has a unbreakable Hydra mission to complete.
If someone can do it for him, that would be great. So of course he wanted to agree to Fury's deal at this time, which would not only complete the mission by the way, but also make Hydra so busy that they would not be able to send anyone to pursue Leo. However, Leo had to think carefully about what he could get from S.H.I.E.L.D. in return.
Leo, what can you provide me?
Fury, it depends on what you want.
Leo, don't play tricks on me, and don't try to trick me. There is no point in pushing it back and forth.
Just tell me what you can give me, so that I can decide how much intelligence to give you.
Fury read Leo's message and felt a little angry.
He turned around and asked, Agent Romanoff, has this avatar always been so arrogant?
Just looking at his message, I want to slap him twice. Fury was very angry, but now he was asking for help, so he could only swallow his anger. Natasha did not answer, because she knew that Fury was just using words to vent his dissatisfaction. Sure enough, after Fury talked to himself for a few words, he continued to talk to Leo.
Fury, I can only provide you with money.
Leo, just now you said that you can provide whatever I want, but now you say that you can only give me money. It seems that your position in S.H.I.E.L.D. is not that high. Why don't you give up S.H.I.E.L.D. and come to our Hydra to play?
Fury, don't talk so much nonsense, and don't tease me.
Just say it directly. Are you willing to trade only with money? Fury was a little annoyed by what Leo said, and unconsciously began to use impolite words. Leo felt that the time was almost right, and waited for more than 10 seconds, pretending to be thinking, and then began to reply to the message.
Leo, one base location is $1 million US.
$1 million each, why doesn't he go and rob it?
Natasha couldn't help but screamed.
But Fury said, $1 million is not a lot. I think what he wants is a little too little.
There might be something fishy going on here.
After thinking for a while, Fury sent out a message tentatively.
Fury, I only want the domestic ones.
I don't want the locations of Hydra bases in other countries. Leo, for the domestic ones, one base costs $5 million.
Sure enough,
this guy really wants to fool me with the foreign Hydra bases.
Fury was a little glad that he was alert and didn't fall for Leo's trick.
Natasha took over the conversation and asked in confusion, but how can he know so many Hydra bases? He can't be trying to cheat us and get something for nothing.
Fury said, we'll know after a simple try.
Fury, what do you have to prove that the locations of the Hydra bases you provided are true?
Leo, believe it or not, forget it.
Just like that, Fury believed Leo. After another round of verbal battles and bargaining, Fury agreed to pay $25 million in peace funds for each Hydra base in the United States. At the same time, Leo needs to provide the specific location of each base and the basic distribution of armed forces.
It is unclear who is $25 million in this deal.
Anyway, Leo thinks that you may not lose money, but I will definitely make a lot of money.
As for Fury's feeling, it is probably the other way around.
Leo, I wish you a happy cooperation. You transfer the money to the same bank account, and you can randomly change the location of a base for every $25 million.
Friendly reminder, there are 23 Hydra bases in China that I know of.
Fury, I actually want to buy the list of Hydra traders in S.H.I.E.L.D.
You name a price.
In addition, I also need the specific whereabouts of the people who killed the Starks.
Leo, of course I have these too. However, these are not things that can be bought with money.
You should deal with the Hydra bases first.
When you can bring out something that I am interested in later, we will continue the transaction.
Fury, what are you interested in? But Leo did not reply to the message. He quickly and unilaterally turned off the chat function of the software and exited the software.
In the empty office, the sound of knocking on the table could be heard from far away.
Leo was lying on the sofa, knocking on the table, thinking silently with a smile on his face, how much money Fury would transfer at one time. At the same time, Fury and Natasha, who were far away in the accommodation area of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, were also thinking about similar things. Captain Fury, the spies inside S.H.I.E.L.D. are still hiding in the dark. Even if we get the location of the Hydra base, where can we find people to eliminate them? Fury smiled and said confidently, before I was transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent, I was at least a colonel in the army, and I knew a lot of military commanders. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. is paying for it again, so naturally there will be a large number of people willing to scramble to make this credit for free.
So this is our first time. How many bases are we going to ask for information at one time?
2 is just right. If there are too many, I'm really afraid that the guy who goes by the alias Ivan Avatar will embezzle our money and not do things for us.
$5 million is not a small amount of money.
With the evidence and reasons we have now, we can't convince the UN Security Council to allocate funds to us.
Didn't those fearful S.H.I.E.L.D. executives ask us to send agents to protect them? It's not too much to ask them to sponsor some protection fees. Once the first batch of startup funds are available, and we show tangible results later, the Security Council will not be stingy with their pockets. This matter is left to you. Within 3 days, take out $5 million from those people's pockets for me. So, 3 days later, Leo's overseas account had another $5 million in deposits. Leo picked and chose from the known Hydra bases based on the information in the hard drive, and finally found 2 bases with average defense strength at random. He sent them to Nick Fury in text form through the chat software. After sending the information, Leo picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Leo said, "Old Tom, come to my office." Old Tom is now the logistics director of L Technology Company, commonly known as the Errand Boy. His office is on the 4th floor. So, within 2 minutes, Old Tom pushed open the door of Leo's office. "Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you transfer the money in the overseas account to our company through some confusing channels? Moreover, it can prevent others from finding out where the final amount owed is? Is the account a black account?" "The account is legal, but someone should be watching the funds in it." "How much money is there?" $6 million US. "Of course I can, but I have to use someone else's channel. If I choose the safest and most reliable channel, I guess the other party will charge a 20% commission." 20% is too much. 6 million will cost 12 million, which is undoubtedly a loss on Leo. Leo said, "I'm only willing to pay 5% at most. You contact the other party. If they are willing to do it, let them do it. If they are not willing to do it, you can take Bucky and the Black Boxing Gang to fight them." In this way, millions of dollars were quietly transferred to Leo's account. Leo now finally has the money to buy advanced equipment and instruments to set up the production line of high-performance chips. Leo is not afraid of ordinary people coming to the company to investigate, because although L Technology has not yet been truly established, its security system has reached the level of a large company. In the past period of time, Bucky has been quietly training the members of the Black Boxing Gang with the standards of training soldiers. Anyone who disobeys the training will be directly pulled into a small black room for brainwashing for 5 hours, and when they come out, they will do it obediently. Moreover, Bucky has recently been inclined to take action against the Wheel Gang and is preparing to expand the security team of L Technology. 7 days later, Matt finally successfully registered L Technology, and at the same time, Leo also got the title deed of the L building. In 2 days, Leo and a group of trained thugs from the Black Boxing Gang made simple arrangements at the entrance of the L building and were quietly conducting a ribbon-cutting ceremony. At the same time, Nick Fury was also quietly acting. After Nick Fury got the news about the Hydra base, he sent Natasha to the base to investigate the situation from a distance. After confirming that the news was true, Fury contacted his former military friends. Of course, he would not foolishly confess Leo's affairs, but said that his agents happened to find the Hydra base, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely short of manpower recently, so he came to seek help. Of course, no one would refuse the fat meat that was delivered to their mouths. In this way, Fury and the US military hit it off and launched a clearing operation against the Hydra base. Not long after the operation began, the 2 Hydra bases whose locations were exposed by Leo had been quietly surrounded. "Sir, all teams are in place, requesting instructions." Action. Although the 2 bases have armed forces, how can they compare with the regular US Army? In a short while, the 2 bases were captured, and only the ruins after the battle were left. Hell's Kitchen, in front of the L building, 9 o'clock in the morning. Leo was standing in front of the company with Bucky, Old Tom, Matt, and Fudge, cutting the ribbon for the company. Matt, Fudge, and Bucky were dragged over by Leo to support the scene, and Old Tom came over by himself. There were no reporters at the scene, and no one took photos. There were only 32 members of the Black Boxing Gang lined up in 2 rows, standing straight, acting as witnesses. Leo stood in the middle, Fudge and Matt stood on one side, and Bucky and Old Tom stood on the other. Leo picked up the scissors and was about to cut the red cloth rope with a red flower in front of him. The completion of the mission Undead Hydra increased by 3%, and the current total mission completion was 3%. Suddenly, the system prompt flashed in front of Leo. Leo paused, and then returned to normal. This was the first time Matt met Bucky without disguise, and he was very nervous, fearing that Bucky would recognize him. Moreover, his senses were the most acute, and no one else noticed Leo's abnormality, only he did. Matt was worried that Leo would go back on his word and tell Bucky that he was the Night Demon, so he asked nervously, "Mr. Irwin, what's wrong?" Leo didn't expect Matt to be so sharp, so he could only say, "Nothing." I suddenly remembered the company's brilliant future,
and I was a little emotional.
I'll cut the ribbon now, let's be happy together.
The big scissors cut the red cloth short with a click, and the 32 witnesses applauded enthusiastically at the same time. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the 32 witnesses instantly turned into free security guards and returned to their posts one by one.
Bucky and Old Tom also said goodbye and went to their own things.
Leo stopped Matt and Fudge, who were about to leave, and took them to the conference room in the lobby on the first floor. In the conference room, Matt was very worried, and Fudge was very confused.
He didn't know why Leo kept them.
The company had just been established, and Leo was in need of talents. Of course, he wanted to talk about hiring them at this time. But Leo also knew that Matt was a stubborn person with too strong self-esteem. So he didn't go to Matt to talk, but went to Fudge. Mr. Nelson, as you can see, our company has just opened. Whether it is purchasing equipment or hiring personnel, we need to sign a contract. Although there are ready-made contract templates that can be applied, I hope that L Technology Company has a professional legal department to provide assistance. Therefore, I would like to hire you and Mr. Murdoch as L Technology Company's legal advisors, and hope that you can help me set up a legal department. Sure enough, after hearing Leo's request, Fudge didn't have time to say anything. Matt shouted, "Mr. Irwin, the two of us have our own law firm to run.
The store has just opened, and we really can't get away."
But Leo ignored Matt, and then said to Fudge, "You can come to work half a day every morning or afternoon, and I can give you an annual salary of $50,000 each."
Fudge's eyes lit up.
If what Leo said was true, Murdoch Nelson Law Firm would not only be able to open, but he and Matt could also get an extra salary that was much higher than most full-time employees. Fudge ignored Matt's cane poking him, and happily stretched out his hands to hold Leo's right hand and said, "Mr. Irwin, we have accepted this job.
On behalf of Matt, I would like to express that both of us are very happy to join L Technology Company. Then you can start working from tomorrow. You first need to customize the rules and regulations within the company. I believe that these must be a piece of cake for you."
Leo took out a thick envelope from his pocket and handed it to Fudge. "This is the commission I asked you to help with the deed of the L building.
It's not much.
You and Murdoch should accept it." This time, Matt did not poke Fudge with his cane, but looked cold and lowered his head, thinking about something. Fudge did not notice Matt's expression, but when he saw the envelope handed over by Leo, he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Irwin, Matt and I can't take this. You have paid us enough commission, and we are already cleared on business." Matt smiled and poked Fudge with his cane, indicating that he should go back with him. Leo grabbed Fudge, who was about to leave, and said with a smile, "Since you don't want it, I won't force you to give it to me. However, I would like to ask you too for another favor. You can also see that L Technology Company has just been established and it is in need of manpower.
Some simple repetitive tasks can be undertaken by local workers in Hell's Kitchen. However, what L Company lacks more is professional and technical talents. You two are students who are about to graduate from Columbia University, so I would like you two to come forward and help me recruit a group of talents from Columbia University. Do you have time?"
Matt was impressed by the words local workers, and he answered first this time, "Since Fudge and I have joined L Company, we should naturally contribute to the company. Now that the company has no recruitment team, it is only right for the two of us to temporarily serve as HR. Don't worry, Mr. Irwin. Fudge and I will do our best to help the company select outstanding talents." Leo handed the envelope to Matt this time and said, "In this case, this money will be used as your project fund. You two go buy suitable clothes and some items for the job fair to bring honor to our company. In addition, you can ask Old Tom for some security guards to assist you in your work." This time Matt did not shirk. He took the envelope and threw it to Fudge, asking Fudge to keep it.
Leo went on, "Time waits for no one.
When you go back today, make a recruitment plan first, and then bring it to me tomorrow to see, and we will discuss the details. The sooner the recruitment work is carried out, the better." Matt agreed, then he and Fudge stood up and said goodbye. Leo watched the two get into the car with a smile on his face. The mission Undying Hydra has increased its mission completion by 3%, and the current total mission completion is 6%. Suddenly, the system prompt was refreshed again. Leo had this experience before, and this time he read the message without changing his expression and turned off the panel. The mission completion increased twice in a row, which should be because the two Hydra bases have been completely destroyed by Nick Fury. But the destruction of the two bases actually increased the mission completion by 6%. In this way, when all 23 bases in the United States are destroyed, the mission completion can reach 69%. However, there are nearly 200 Hydra bases in the world. Could it be that the bases in other countries are not important at all compared to the United States?
Moreover, those undercovers in SHIELD should occupy the majority of the mission completion.
Leo suddenly couldn't understand the Undying Hydra mission.
Is there any mystery in this mission?
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In the first month, Nick Fury bought the information of 8 Hydra bases from Leo and provided Leo with a large amount of funds. In the same month, Leo completed the purchase of relevant instruments and established the core laboratory of L technology. In the same month, the company's first batch of recruitment was basically completed, and most of the employees were fresh graduates from Columbia University. Moreover, most of them now come to the company part-time, and they need to go back to school every week to prepare for graduation-related procedures. In the second month, Nick Fury bought all the information of the remaining 13 Hydra bases at once, and Leo's funds were sufficient again. In the same month, Leo, the chairman of L Technology and the part-time chief scientist, led the Black Boxing Gang security guards to keep their feet on the ground and overcome difficulties and created a new generation of high-performance computing chips, L0 generation. In the third month, Leo really racked his brains and castrated L0 generation, designing 3 grades of chips respectively.
Among them, the highest grade L1 generation high, its computing speed is less than 1/10 of L0 generation.
However, even the lowest grade L1 low has much higher performance than Intel's latest chip. In this way, Leo has left ample room for improvement for the company's future product upgrades. The research and development of the chip has come to an end, and Leo has a rare leisure time.
The next time is to design the chip assembly line production workshop.
At this time, it was already mid-May 1992. Some college students have already dealt with graduation matters and started to work full-time at L Technology.
Moreover, Leo spent a high price to dig out 2 employees with assembly line work experience from Intel.
Therefore, in the next design of the chip manufacturing assembly line, Leo does not need to do everything himself. With free time, Leo finally has time to tinker with his ideas. He set up the entire basement as a private area, and only he had the right to enter and exit. And Leo began to prepare to independently develop a single-person light mecha similar to Iron Man's armor in a private laboratory in the basement. As for how long it would take to research it, Leo had no idea in his mind. The completion rate of the mission Undead Hydra increased by 3%, and the current total mission completion rate is 69%.
A system prompt suddenly popped up.
Leo, who was designing a blueprint in a private laboratory, stopped his work, picked up the cup beside the table and took a sip of coffee. In 3 months, Nick Fury has cooperated with the military to destroy all 23 Hydra bases in the United States.
Leo was very curious whether Fury and his team had destroyed Sienna.
In that case, Leo would have one less big enemy in the future. However, judging from the increase in mission completion, Sienna should still be alive and well. In the director's office on the top floor of the SHIELD base, Director Pierce was slumped in a chair alone, sighing, with a sad face. The Hydras in the country were being eliminated one by the military. How could Pierce, who was nominally the director of SHIELD but actually an undercover agent of Hydra, be happy? Pierce couldn't help but think of the scene a few months ago when he forced Nick Fury to find the traces of Hydra on the phone.
Am I asking for all this? Ding-ling-ling.
The phone rang suddenly, and Pierce jumped up. When he saw that the number was from the United Nations Security Council, he was slightly relieved.
Hello. This is SHIELD, I'm Alexander Pierce.
Director Pierce, congratulations. In just 3 months, SHIELD has found the secret bases of Hydra in the United States one after another, and successfully eradicated them one by one. Your contributions are witnessed by the whole world. This time, the contribution you made is so great that it is unimaginable, and I envy you very much. Pierce had already heard who was on the other side from the voice, and hurriedly said modestly, President, you are too kind. Hydra is the largest terrorist organization in the world, and everyone has the right to kill it. As a subordinate agency of the Security Council, we SHIELD should go through fire and water to maintain world stability.
The credit that belongs to you must be yours, and no one else can take it away.
This time you have made such a great contribution, and the Nobel Committee has temporarily decided to award you the Nobel Peace Prize this year. Please arrange your schedule this year and be prepared to receive the award. In addition, many countries around the world have responded to the application sent by the Security Council, requesting the Security Council to provide the location of the Hydra base organization in their countries. I called here, in addition to telling you the good news, I also wanted to ask, you have captured and interrogated so many Hydra members, have you got any clues about Hydra bases abroad? Pierce looked grim, but he pretended to be calm and said, there are some clues, but not many. I will urge them later and let Agent Fury sort them out and send them to the Security Council. In addition, I think that all the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. have made great efforts in this operation to destroy the Hydra base. It is a bit inappropriate for me to win the Nobel Peace Prize alone. It is better for you to give a suggestion to the Nobel Prize Committee to give the award to the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Director Pierce, I suggest you accept this award.
This is a rare opportunity, an opportunity that allows you to enter the top of the Security Council.
For our country, it is far better for you to win the award personally than for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. to win the award. That's it, remember to attend the award ceremony on time in October.
Beep. The busy tone of the phone rang.
Pierce's face looked extremely ugly. He slammed the phone heavily into the landline socket and said with gritted teeth, Nick Fury. In fact, Director Pierce knew that the person who most deserved the Nobel Peace Prize was Nick Fury. However, how could Pierce give such a high honor to Nick Fury, who was now regarded as a thorn in his side? However, he did not dare to accept the award, because if he accepted the award, he would not be able to explain it to Sienna. So, Pierce decided that he must not accept the award. Since he could not refuse now, he simply did not go to the award ceremony.
In addition, one thing he could not figure out was how Nick Fury knew the secret base of Hydra?
And he knew the location of all the bases in the country. But this time, the ones cooperating with Nick Fury were the US Army and Air Force. Although Pierce was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his military background was not deep, so he could not find out much information. However, Pierce decided that Nick Fury must not be kept in the headquarters anymore. He must find an opportunity to demote him and reduce Nick Fury's power. However, Fury is now at the peak of his career in the Bureau, and Pierce can't find a reason to clear Fury out for a while.
Ding-ling-ling.
Suddenly, the phone rang again, which scared Director Pierce, who was seriously thinking about the conspiracy. When he came to his senses and was about to answer the phone, he saw that the phone number was actually a bunch of encrypted garbled codes. This time Pierce was really a little scared. After thinking for a long time, he reached out and answered the phone resolutely.
Hello, this is Alexander Pierce.
Pierce, do you know? Just today, our last base in the country was also destroyed. Tell me the truth, did you instruct others to do all this?
Chief Sienna, don't get excited, calm down.
These things definitely couldn't be done by me. In addition, you forgot to exchange the code before you talked to me. To your mother's code. The new Hydra organization that I worked hard for decades to build was inexplicably destroyed by more than half.
You still want me to calm down? How can I calm down?
Tell me the truth, did you leak the location of the base? Chief, I have explained to you many times that the instigator of all this is Nick Fury. It was Nick Fury who got the location of the Hydra base from somewhere, which led to all this. You really need to calm down now. Tell me first, all the Hydra bases in the country have been destroyed, where are you now? Pierce didn't realize what he had asked until he was halfway through his words. It was because he was so concerned that he spoke without thinking. Sure enough, Sienna started to get angry on the other end of the phone. Pierce, you want to ask me where I am hiding now so that you can send someone to catch me, right? The locations of all the bases in the country, except for Dr. Zola and me, are the only ones who know. Even Dr. Zola doesn't know you know, and I told you secretly. I trust you so much, and you repay me like this. Good, good, good. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you have been in power for a long time, and you have become powerful. You want to betray your trust and whitewash yourself, right? I tell you, even if you have only been a member of Hydra for one day, you will be labeled as a Hydra for the rest of your life.
Chief Sienna, everything you said just now is slander.
I have never forgotten the purpose of the organization, and I will not take the initiative to leave the organization. Pierce took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then said, Chief, you have lost your rational mind and your thinking is confused. S.H.I.E.L.D. is now under my control, which is equivalent to a powerful Hydra base.
There must be no more accidents here.
Therefore, I have decided that in the future, all the members of the organization within S.H.I.E.L.D. will be deployed by me, and all actions will be commanded by me. You can go abroad to avoid the limelight and calm down. Believe me, I will manage Hydra very well, wait for my good news.
What do you mean? You want to break up with me, right? It doesn't matter.
Chief, I'm tired, that's it, I'll hang up first.
Pierce put down the phone and hung up the phone regardless of Sienna's roar.
After a long time, he sat back in the chair and sighed helplessly. Pierce felt bitter. Sienna asked him how the location of the base was leaked. How could he know? He also suspected that Sienna leaked it herself. After thinking for a long time, Pierce still couldn't figure out how Nick Fury knew the location of the base. However, Nick Fury must not be left in the SHIELD base any longer, and he must be sent out by a reason. Although such a hasty move might arouse Fury's suspicion, Pierce could not care so much now. Thinking of this, Pierce grabbed the phone on the table and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he said, "Agent Fury, this is Pierce, please come to my office." In an uninhabited mountain range in the United States, there is a cave that looks like it has been opened recently. This is the hidden base that Sienna and others temporarily opened up secretly after discovering that domestic bases were exposed one after another. At this time, Sienna and Dr. Zora, as well as nearly 100 armed and scientific researchers, were hiding in this base. Sienna was holding a satellite phone at this time, jumping up and down in hysterics.
After a long time, Sienna calmed down, and Dr. Zora approached quietly. "Miss Sienna, please calm down. You've been too irritable recently.
Now, the Hydra organization is in a state of disrepair and still needs your wise leadership."
"Why should I calm down? It's been almost half a year, and no one has ever satisfied me. How can you ask me to calm down? In half a year, no one has found any trace of the Winter Soldier?" "Miss Sienna, I've said before that pleasure is not the source of your ability, it's just a negative effect of your ability. Moreover, this negative effect can be overcome and got rid of. Once you do it, you will be refreshed." But Sienna didn't even pay attention to Dr. Zola. She was obviously tired of hearing similar words. Dr. Zola continued helplessly, "As for the Winter Soldier and Leo, if they want to hide, it will be difficult for us to find them. The United States is so big, they can just find a corner to hide. Even if they make some noise, we won't get any news. In addition, we only have time to search for their traces in the past few months. In the past 3 months, we have been exhausted by the US military and have no manpower available. So, don't expect the Winter Soldier anymore." Sienna clenched her fist and asked, "It's been almost half a year. Have you researched anything from the remains of Tar's body?" "If I was studying the original super serum copied by Howard, I could try to restore it. But now there are only the wreckage of the failed experimental subject, and I really can't research anything from it." Sienna found that she couldn't find a way to satisfy her desire in a short time, and couldn't help but think of Leo, the culprit of all this. Leo kidnapped Bucky and killed Tar. Moreover, all the troubles started after Leo defected. "Dr. Zola, do you think it is possible that Leo leaked the information about the base? How is that possible? I never told him this. Did you tell him?" "Of course I didn't. That's it. Unless he can read minds, he can't know the location of the base. If it's not Leo, and it's not Pierce, then who else could it be?" Sienna thought about it and couldn't come up with a reliable guess. She just felt upset and hot all over. She took a few deep breaths and finally suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and then said to Dr. Zola, "Now all Hydra bases in the United States have been destroyed, and Pierce no longer listens to my command. So, it doesn't matter whether Hydra is there or not now. What do you want to do?" "I'm leaving alone to try a new life, a wanton, unrestrained and indulgent life." Sienna smiled evilly, "I'm going to find the Winter Soldier, to find a man as strong as the Winter Soldier." From then on, a strange folk legend began to circulate in the United States. It is said that there is a beautiful woman who appears randomly in a certain place every night, such as a nightclub, such as a street, to engage in crazy collection. The United States, Washington, SHIELD Trident Base. Half of the people, represented by Nick Fury, are in excitement and joy, the other half, represented by Alexander Pierce, are in confusion and fear. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the SHIELD director's office was knocked, and Pierce replied indifferently, "Come in." Fury pushed the door open with some fatigue and walked in front of Pierce. Recently, he has been busy cooperating with the army to destroy the Hydra base every day, and he is also responsible for capturing and interrogating Hydra members. He hasn't had a good sleep for a long time. Thanks to his dark skin, his 2 panda eyes can't be seen. "Chief Pierce, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I do have a few small things to trouble you with, but there's no rush. Sit down first." Pierce stood up, pulled a stool over for Fury, and said with a smile, "Agent Fury, you have made great contributions recently. You have worked so hard recently. I was right about you. No matter how annoying the matter is, as long as it is handed over to you, you can solve it quickly and efficiently." "Director Pierce, you are too kind. These are what I should do. It's my job." "Ah, don't be so modest. If this matter were handed over to others, there would really be few people who could do it as well as it is now. It's all because you are smart and capable that you can earn such great credit for yourself." Fury smiled and didn't answer. Pierce said in a half-joking tone, "The Bureau's reward to you will come out soon. Congratulations, Agent Fury, you will be promoted and get a raise. Your current rank is already very high, and in a few years, when I'm older, I think the position of the next director will have to be given to you. Fury touched his hair and smiled modestly, still without answering.
Pierce also put away his joking attitude, coughed to show his seriousness, and then continued, I asked you to come here today, actually for 2 reasons. Just now, the president of the Security Council called, and she said that other countries sent messages, asking us to provide information obtained from the interrogation of Hydra members, especially the content of Hydra bases in other countries.
I have promised her that you will sort out the relevant information later and have someone send it to the president. It's not a difficult task. The information is ready and can be sorted out and sent over soon. Fury nodded, agreed, and then asked, what about the other thing? Pierce pretended to be happy and smiled and replied, the other thing is an easier job. Agent Fury, do you know Hank Pym? Fury certainly knew Hank Pym, because Fury had secretly used his authority to view a lot of secret information within SHIELD. However, Fury didn't want to show it. So, he replied, you are talking about Dr. Pym, right? I know this person, but I don't know much.
I only know that he was originally a member of SHIELD, but later left for some unknown reason. You're right, Dr. Pym left SHIELD 3 years ago. You were still in the army at that time, so you didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. At that time, he suspected that someone inside SHIELD was secretly trying to copy his research results Pym particles. Then he left SHIELD angrily and founded Pym Technologies in San Francisco. Then is it true that someone tried to steal his research results without Dr. Pym's consent? No, all this is because Pym is too sensitive, which led to misunderstandings. Pierce didn't want to tell the truth, so he made up an excuse to get away with it. Then he continued, in the past few years, we have always suspected that Pym was secretly developing weapons in the company, which may pose a great threat to the security of our country. But we have not found direct evidence, so we can only send people to secretly monitor him and his company. But Pym is not an ordinary person. He has already figured out the identity of the people in the Bureau. Therefore, the Bureau decided to send a new group of people to form a special task force to carry out this task. This task is not dangerous, because Dr. Pym does not dare to tear his face with SHIELD now. But if this task is completed, the credit will be great. It just so happens that you have made great contributions recently, so I apply for this coveted opportunity for you, and let you lead the task force to San Francisco to carry out the mission. Fury, I have high hopes for you. You must take this mission seriously and strive to complete it excellently. After saying this, Pierce drove Fury out of the office without saying anything, using the excuse that he had a meeting to prepare for later. Fury agreed as if nothing had happened and left the office. But in the corridor, he had already had many speculations in his mind. Pierce gave Fury this task, ostensibly for Fury's future, so that he could take the credit for nothing. However, Fury knew very well that since 3 years had passed, SHIELD had not found the so-called evidence. When Fury went to San Francisco, it might not be possible to complete this task in another 3 to 5 years. So, it was obvious that Pierce wanted to drive him out of the Trident headquarters in Washington and did not want him to be involved in SHIELD's core tasks. But why did Pierce do this? Fury suddenly had an incredible guess in his mind. But even if his guess was true, he had no way to do it now. So, Fury shook his head helplessly and went back to the dormitory to pack his luggage. Everything needs to be considered in the long run and left for later. 3 months later, in the basement of L Technology Company in New York City, Leo's private laboratory. Leo was wearing a steel armor with a potbelly. He turned around with difficulty, then posed and said to a 1-meter-high spherical object on the wall of the basement, Steam, what do you think of this shape? Buzz. Ugly, Master, this shape looks really ugly. Leo. STEM is an auxiliary artificial intelligence that Leo transformed according to Dr. Zora's autonomous consciousness robot body. The processing chip it uses is the L0 generation chip, the same as the chip in Dr. Zora's robot body. However, Leo initialized all the emotional modules inside the robot and deleted a large number of memory banks. Therefore, although STEM can speak and think like Dr. Zora, he does not have Dr. Zora's emotions and memories. The shape of this armor is so ugly. Isn't it because you are too big to be installed in the armor? All operations need to be manually controlled. Leo was choked by STEM's straightforward complaints and finally forced the blame back to STEM. According to Leo's original plan, he was going to make the Mark series armor in the Iron Man movie. That kind of armor can both fly and fire cannons, and it looks very handsome. But when he actually operated it, he found that making that kind of armor was not as simple as it looked in the movie. If Leo wants to build a battle armor similar to the Mark series, the first thing to solve is the energy problem. The energy Leo is currently using is still the micro high compression battery analyzed from Bucky's mechanical arm, which is already the most efficient micro energy inside Hydra.
If there is a more efficient micro energy, Dr. Zola will not be reluctant to use it for Bucky's mechanical arm.
Although this battery is named high compression, the actual amount of electricity it stores is still much smaller than the consumption of the battle armor. In order to make the big iron battle armor he built fly and release energy cannons, Leo had to design a bunch of high compression batteries into a high compression battery pack. The big iron battle armor has a round belly, and the battery pack is inside. Not only on the belly, but also on the back of the big iron battle armor to balance the gravity of the mecha itself. Although this shape is a bit ugly, at least the energy problem is barely solved. These batteries are enough for this big guy to activate the flamestone in succession and release nearly 100 scorching rays.
But if you want to fly, these battery packs probably won't last even a minute.
Moreover, from the Iron Man movie, we can learn that most of the operations of the Mark series armor are handed over to auxiliary intelligence to control, and even remote control is required. But although Leo now has a high-performance chip, artificial intelligence technology has not yet been miniaturized, and an operating system suitable for armor needs more time to develop.
And he doesn't have that stable remote signal transmission technology. Leo controls the armor by relying on the muscle sensing technology obtained from Bucky's mechanical arm.
However, although muscle sensing technology allows Leo to use the muscles of his limbs to control the power module of the armor for mechanical movement, such as walking, punching, etc.
But Leo can't use muscle sensors to make the armor release its own weapons. Leo can't use his abdominal muscles to control it, right?
Once the armor can't use weapons, Leo might as well swing his fists and fight the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Now, Leo can't find a solution to the energy problem in a short time. Because the miniaturization method of the arc reactor, the Tony Stark probably hasn't had time to study it yet. As for the stable long-distance signal transmission function, this requires global efforts. Leo felt that this problem was not something he could solve personally. After all, the ability Leo got from the mechanics system was only to quickly learn the known knowledge in drawings. Once he needed to create new technology, Leo seemed a little powerless. It seems that Leo still has a long way to go to successfully create a handsome armor like the Mark series. However, although that kind of high-tech armor was not built, Leo also came up with other ways to improve his combat effectiveness in the past 3 months. He took off the heavy iron armor that contained a variety of messy functional modules and walked to an upright glass warehouse.
Inside the glass warehouse was an alloy metal battlesuit supported by an iron bracket.
Light power suit, a new type of suit developed and created through mechanical force deduction, with the light power arm 6 as the core technology. Attributes: expand/fold. Its arms are the original light power arms, but now they have the fire joy and frost decay functions.
The legs are transformed from light power arms into light power legs.
The torso is made of the same material as the bulletproof vest, and the inner layer is densely packed with micro high compression battery packs the size of a fingernail, which can serve as energy modules to power the light power arms. In addition, there is a belt with the outer skin of the bulletproof vest, which is also filled with micro high compression batteries to power the light power legs.
Oh, and add a protective helmet.
Leo thinks this is not cowardly, but safe.
At least, Leo is fully armed and is no longer afraid of the threat of ordinary bullets.
Although, this set of equipment is a bit heavy, ordinary people, such as Night Demon, may not be able to bear it. But Leo is a man with a secondary super serum to strengthen his body, so this weight doesn't matter to him. In addition, for ordinary people, wearing this set of equipment without the help of others may be very cumbersome and troublesome.
For example, Bucky explicitly rejected Leo's set of equipment. He could have smashed the enemy's head with his iron fist in the time it took to put on the clothes. But Leo is different. He has mechanical force, so he can easily put on the equipment in an instant.
This set of equipment is the result of Leo's research in the past 3 months. However, when Leo puts on this set of equipment, he has to fight in close combat with others. Leo feels painful when he thinks of this.
You say I am a good mechanic, why do I have to punch every time?
In addition to designing this light power suit, 3 months is enough for L Technology to assemble the production line. Various supporting mechanical equipment and personnel have been configured in place, and the first batch of chips have been tried. Just 3 days ago, the first batch of chips had been produced from the assembly line and had been taken for random inspection and testing.
The results should be out today. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, music sounded in the basement.
Leo was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was the phone that old Tom bought him for a big price 2 days ago. Leo, who was used to using large screens, touch screens, and smartphones, threw it aside as soon as he got this phone. I didn't expect that after almost 3 days, this phone still had power. Leo threw the phone casually at the time, and the place was too empty and there was some echo, so Leo couldn't find the phone for a while. At this time, Stum shot a beam of light from his spherical body, illuminating a corner of the laboratory.
On. Master, what you are looking for is here.
In the middle of the beam of light was the phone Leo was looking for.
Good boy, well done. I'll give you a new capacitor tonight.
Leo walked to the side of the beam of light, lowered his head and picked up the mobile phone which weighed half a pound.
This mobile phone still used the mechanical buttons popular in this era. The small display screen lit up and showed the incoming call notification. Ha! There is a signal in the basement. Could it be that the telephone company's technology is also black technology?
Leo rarely complained, and then thought to himself that after he opened up the chip market and the company's cash flow was stable, he must make smartphones first.
It's not just because he can't stand the poor performance and ugly appearance of current mobile phones.
But, with the advanced design concept in his mind, producing smartphones is another good way to make money. Suppressing the reverie in his heart, Leo pressed the answer button on the phone, and old Tom's voice came out.
Hello, boss, where are you?
The chip test report is out.
The meeting will start at 10 o'clock. Don't be late.
Since old Tom followed Leo, his status has risen from a small household registration dealer in the gang to the logistics director of L Technology Company. Moreover, since Leo had money, he has never deducted old Tom's salary. In fact, Leo gave all the company's money to old Tom for safekeeping and appointed old Tom to work part-time as the company's financial director. Therefore, old Tom is devoted to Leo and is very concerned about the business of L Technology Company.
He is busy every day and does not even rest on Saturdays and Sundays.
Of course, the above is a high-sounding statement. The real reason is that old Tom was brainwashed by Leo. But no matter what the reason is, since L Technology Company has the hard-working and capable old Tom, Leo has indeed become much more free. Old Tom does things when there are things to do, and old Tom finds things to do when there are no things to do, perfectly playing the role of a secretary.
However, the secretaries of other bosses are all beautiful women. Why is Leo's a bad old man?
So, the matter of hiring a beautiful secretary was put on Leo's agenda. But Leo probably doesn't have time to deal with this recently, so we can only talk about it later.
After Leo packed up his private laboratory, he walked out and headed for the meeting room on the first floor.
In the meeting room, everyone had already taken their seats, waiting for Leo's arrival. Among the participants were old Tom, the head of the logistics department and the financial department, Fudge Nelson, the head of the legal department and the human resources department, Gawain, the deputy head of the technical department, Heather, the deputy head of the sales department, and Bucky Barnes, the head of the security department. Gawain and Heather are both students who graduated from Columbia University this year.
Fudge and Matt went to the school to recruit them.
Gawain Woody, male, majored in computer science in college. Although he ranked above average in the class during college, his basic knowledge was pretty solid, and he was practical and capable, but he was a bit of a homebody. It's not that Leo doesn't want to recruit more outstanding talents, but those outstanding talents have too high standards and look down on the newly opened L Technology Company. Heather Doyle, female, majored in marketing. She was not ranked high in the class either, but she was very beautiful. Fudge said that she was very interested in Matt and had been actively pursuing him all year in her senior year. Leo vaguely remembered that in the Daredevil movie, Matt had an ex-girlfriend before he met Erica.
However, Leo could not remember the name of Matt's ex-girlfriend, and he did not know if it was this Heather.
Leo promoted Heather to the deputy director of the sales department not because of Matt's face, but because Heather had real skills, because her sales planning was better than others, and she worked harder at ordinary times. Leo walked to the door of the conference room, glanced at the subordinates present, and then sat in the main seat of the conference room. He took the chip test report handed over by Gal 1, but did not rush to open it to read it. Instead, he asked first, "Almost everyone has come, but why is Matt not here? The law firm took a case yesterday, and the trial will be held in the afternoon. Time is a bit tight, so Matt is sorting out the files in the office by himself. Boss, if you have something that Matt must attend, I can go and call him now. Anyway, the office is not far away from next door, and it only takes 10 minutes to go back and forth." Fudge coughed twice, looked at Bucky, then looked at Leo, and explained in a low voice. Bucky snorted coldly, and said in a haughty voice, "I think he is avoiding me." Fudge sat up straight, watching his eyes and mouth, without saying a word. 3 months passed, and for the convenience of work, Fudge and Leo persuaded Matt to move the Murdoch-Nelson law firm to the side of the L building. The street where the L building is located is at the northernmost end of Hell's Kitchen, and the geographical location is much better than the original location of the firm. Moreover, the door of the firm is now very upright, which is also an important reason why Fudge wanted to move very much. In addition, during the 3 months, Bucky and Matt would not only meet during the day, but also often see each other at night. Moreover, Matt's disguise skills seemed very immature in the eyes of Bucky, an American soldier who used to do infiltration and assassination. So, Matt was exposed as Leo expected. Ever since Bucky knew Matt's true identity, he has always wanted to recruit Matt into his security department, and he really wanted to train Matt's fighting skills personally. But Matt didn't know what he was doing stubbornly, and he refused to agree. Moreover, Matt would find ways to avoid Bucky every day. This is also the reason why Bucky snorted when he heard Fudge say that Matt was sorting files in the office. Maybe Matt didn't tell Heather about him and Bucky, or maybe Heather cared too much about Matt. Today was the first time Heather heard Bucky say such a thing. Her face was a little confused, even a little weird. I don't know what bold guess she made. However, Leo didn't want to care about the grudges here. He coughed and dispelled the weird atmosphere in the conference room, and said loudly, "Since Matt has something to do, let's not wait for him. Everyone, focus on the materials in your hands." The meeting is now officially starting. 6 months have passed since the establishment of L Technology. In these 6 months, our company has worked together to develop and produce a new generation of high-performance computing chips, L1, from scratch. I just took a quick look at the chip test report and found that this batch of chips fully meets the commercial standards. This also means that our assembly line operation has been precise and qualified. It also means that our L Technology company will really start to face the market and bring out our products in the future. However, a good start is only the first step to success. If we want to develop L Technology into a world-class company, we need to make more efforts. Next, it is time for the market to test our company. Everyone, do you have any plans for the next development of the company? Leo sat in the main seat, with a natural leadership temperament, and gave a few words of lecture in a fluent and high-sounding manner. Wen immediately took over the conversation and answered, "Let me compare the performance of our chip with the popular chips in the market in the past 2 years. In summary, once our chip is put on the market, it will have a dominant position and will definitely not worry about sales." Heather was not to be outdone. As the deputy director of the sales department, she knew better how much impact the L1 generation chip would have on the market. She flipped through the materials in front of her, sorted out her thoughts, and said confidently, "Before our assembly line operation started, I used the L1 generation chip parameters produced by the original laboratory to contact several domestic computer and typewriter companies, such as IBM, Dell, etc. They all gave high praise to the performance of our chip. However, they were skeptical about whether we could produce this kind of chip and were waiting for our official announcement. In addition, we have strong funds and can smoothly pass the buffer period of product launch. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem in market sales. Please rest assured, Chairman." Heather said it decisively and confidently. Sometimes Heather couldn't help thinking that not only did L Technology produce products that were easy to sell, but it also had a lot of money. Even if a pig ran the sales department, it could still produce results that would make its peers jealous. Therefore, Heather always felt that it must be because of Matt that Chairman Irwin gave her the position of deputy director of the sales department. Whenever she thought of this, Heather felt warm in her heart, and Matt's handsome and confident face was all in her mind. However, Bucky's arrogant attitude today made Heather feel a sense of crisis. She kept praying in her heart, hoping that she was wrong. Heather was thinking about how to ask about the relationship between Matt and Bucky indirectly, and she was a little absent-minded. But the meeting was still going on. Everyone present didn't know what Heather was thinking, and they all thought she had finished. Leo thought that Gawain and Heather's speeches were very good, and their analysis and summary were very accurate. Leo thought Heather had finished speaking, so he asked, "Does anyone else have anything to add?" Bucky shrugged, indicating that he had nothing to say. Old Tom smiled, obviously he didn't have any opinions either. And Fudge was still watching, afraid that Bucky would stare at him. Heather came to her senses at this time and realized that she had missed the best opportunity to continue speaking. She was a young person who had just joined the company and had no work experience. She didn't know whether she should continue to interrupt now, so she looked tangled. Leo noticed that Heather looked strange, and asked with a smile, "Heather, do you have anything else to add?" Heather was flattered and said quickly, "I think we should hold a new product launch conference, so that we can better promote our products." Leo's face turned red. He actually forgot about this. This is the disadvantage of being an outsider. In his past and present lives, Leo had no experience in managing a company. Although Matt had recommended some books related to company management to Leo, Leo had been busy with the development of armor and combat uniforms, so he had no time to think about those. Among the people present, only Heather, who was a sales major, considered these. The others, a computer geek, a former gangster, an American soldier, a criminal lawyer, and an inexperienced company boss, all ignored this important matter.
Heather, you are right. We should hold a new product launch conference. Since you have thought of this, with your serious attitude towards work, have you already made a plan for this new product launch conference?
Heather smiled shyly at Leo's praise and handed Leo a plan. Taking advantage of Leo's opportunity, Heather smiled and explained, "Our company does not have a publicity department, so I took over and made this plan in advance.
But I am not a professional in publicity. I also checked a lot of information before making this plan. It is inevitable that there are omissions in it."
"Please don't be surprised, Chairman." After Leo quickly flipped through the plan, he quickly praised, "The plan looks good. Among our group, you are the most professional, you don't have to be modest." Leo tried his best to put on a smile, as if he understood it. In fact, there were a lot of processes in the plan, and Leo had a headache just looking at it. He quickly scanned the information about signing in, choosing a venue, selecting participants, and the significance to the company.
How could Leo know what the significance of all this was? He just thought that the chip performance was so good that it would definitely make money.
As the only shareholder of L Technology, it was enough for him to know these things, and the rest could naturally be handed over to more professional people.
So Leo said, "Heather, just do what you think in your mind.
If you need any cooperation from other departments, just tell us.
This is the first batch of products that our company will launch on the market. I hope everything can be done to the best of our ability. Chairman, thank you for your trust and support. I have planned everything else, but there are two aspects that I need your advice on."
Heather got the affirmation from others and became more confident. She boldly expressed her ideas.
"Which two aspects?"
"First, our new product launch conference cannot just invite some potential customers to attend. We also need some media coverage. But I contacted some big newspapers and TV stations. They all disliked our company's lack of fame and thought that our products were just bragging, so they were unwilling to come.
As for small media, I'm afraid they will cheat us out of our money."
So,
Leo glanced at everyone and found that no one took the initiative to speak. It seemed that they didn't know any friends in the media.
Suddenly, Leo had a flash of inspiration and remembered Mary Jane, whom he met when he first came to Hell's Kitchen.
Leo still remembered that Mary Jane said she was an intern reporter for a newspaper and left a business card for Leo.
I don't know if she has changed jobs after more than half a year. But Leo still has her business card, and he can call her later to ask.
"Heather, don't worry about this.
I used to know a friend who works in a newspaper. I can call her later and ask her.
I can give you an answer this afternoon."
You just said that you can't make up your mind about two aspects of the plan.
Please go on to the second one. Heather nodded happily, and then continued, "The second aspect is the selection of the speaker.
Although we can prepare the speech in advance, the candidate for the speaker should be knowledgeable in both technology and sales speaking skills.
I don't have any recommended candidates, so can you recommend one?"
Of course, the final candidate still needs to be decided by you, the chairman. No one of the participants spoke.
After thinking for a while, Leo asked, "Gao-1, why don't you give it a try?"
"Boss, I'm just a technical geek. You can ask me to write a few lines of code and tinker with some parts, but you ask me to stand on the stage and speak to a lot of people. I'm not good at speaking, and I don't know any sales speaking skills, so I think I'm too suitable."
Since Gao-1 didn't want to, Leo didn't force him.
But through this meeting, Leo got a deeper understanding of the deputy directors of the two companies. In general, Heather can be promoted to the director of the sales department in the future, and Gao-1 will only be a deputy director.
This is because there is no one available in the early stage of L Technology Company.
If Gao-1 doesn't make progress, he won't even be able to keep his current position.
These are all off topic.
What Leo is most concerned about now is to determine the candidate for this speaker. Based on the limited experience Leo gained from the internet bombing era in his previous life, when many companies held new product launches, the promoters were the founders of their own companies. For example, Rice Company, Hammer Company, etc. Leo is of course very knowledgeable about technology, and he can at least figure out some sales speaking skills based on his experience as a keyboard warrior. With a speech script, he managed to fool the conference.
But what is Leo's identity now?
Not only is he being tracked by Hydra, but he has also fallen into the sight of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Leo estimates that Hydra should have been dealt a heavy blow by Nick Fury recently. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Leo feels that he can still grow as long as he can. Therefore, it is impossible for Leo to be the speaker. Once he is exposed in newspapers or on TV, his company will not be open. However, for the future of the company, he does need to find a suitable speaker. But who is suitable? Leo thought about it and didn't find a suitable person to be the speaker. But everyone at the meeting had their own things to do, and they couldn't just sit there in the meeting room like this and waste time. So Leo said, "Heather, I understand your two questions. Although I haven't found a suitable speaker yet, I will find a way to solve it in the next 2 days. You should first rent a venue for the new product launch according to the plan, and contact potential customers." Leo coughed twice again, attracting everyone's attention, and then continued, "Everyone, in fact, we should have started preparing for this new product launch before today. But because we didn't think of this, it's too late now. In the next few days, all departments must actively cooperate with Heather and must quickly complete the preliminary work for this new product launch. Okay, let's end today's meeting here, adjourn." Everyone nodded and left. When leaving, Bucky still put his arm around Fudge's shoulders, obviously wanting to go to the law firm next door to talk to Matt. Heather, who followed the two men, bit her lip and finally went to do her own thing. However, she had already mustered up the courage to go to Matt to talk it out in person in the evening. In the conference room of L Technology, Leo was the only one left in an instant. After stretching, he folded his legs on the long conference table in front of him, and crossed his arms to think carefully. The company is now slowly getting on track, and there are more and more things that need Leo to make decisions. Leo never thought that running and managing a large company would require him to devote so much energy to it. Logically speaking, if a person suddenly has a company that can make a lot of money in the future, he will be excited and full of energy. But Leo is not interested in this. He is still interested in the various supernatural phenomena and high-tech technologies in the Marvel world and the personal combat power of Megatron. No wonder Tony Stark in the movie doesn't like to care about company affairs. Before he invented the Mark armor, his mind was on women. After he had the Mark armor, the armor was like his most perfect girlfriend. It seems that in a while, I will have to find someone to help me manage the company. But where can I find someone who is both capable and loyal? If only I could have a shrewd and capable Pepper Potts like Tony Stark. Thinking of this, Leo suddenly had a bold idea. At this point in time, Pepper should be in her early 20s, and at most she has just joined Stark Industries, and must not have been valued by Stark. Why not? Let's take a long-term view. I haven't even met the person, but I'm going directly to Stark Industries and poaching people by name. I don't know what others will think. Leo shook his head, got up and left the L building. Leo left Mary Jane's business card in his bedroom and was not in the company. Therefore, he had to rush home to get Mary Jane's contact information. Leo's current home is the house he rented when he was brainwashing a group of people from the Black Boxing Gang. It is a 2-story building with a basement. Currently, Leo, Bucky and Old Tom live here. People say that when you are away from home and rent a house outside, as long as there are relatives or friends, it can be called home. But Leo is now in another world, and he is the only one in the entire universe. But fortunately, he is familiar with Bucky and Old Tom, so this place can be called home for the time being. Leo opened the door and came to his bedroom. He searched in the drawer for a while and found Mary Jane's business card. There is no need to go back to the company, there is a phone in the hall of Leo's house. So Leo dialed the number on the business card. "Hi, hello. This is the Daily Bugle. I am Lisa, an intern reporter. Is there anything I can help you with?" The call was connected, but the person on the other end was not Mary Jane. Leo asked tentatively, "Hello, I'm looking for a reporter named Mary Jane. I wonder if she is still working for your newspaper." Fortunately, the person on the other end said that Mary Jane was still there, but she just changed offices. In addition, from what Lisa said, Mary Jane had successfully become a regular employee. Leo dialed the number provided by Lisa again. After the phone rang twice, Mary Jane's voice came out from the microphone. "Hi, hello. This is the Daily Bugle. I'm reporter Mary Jane. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Hello, Miss Jane. I'm Leo Irwin. We met in front of the Harvest Hotel in Midwest City half a year ago. I wonder if you still remember it." There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. It might be that Mary Jane was searching her memory. I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin. It's been so long. Although I've tried hard to recall, I still can't remember who you are." Mary laughed awkwardly but politely twice, and then asked, "Mr. Irwin, is there anything you want to talk about this time?" Leo on the other end of the phone touched his nose, feeling quite embarrassed. If he had known this, he might as well have directly stated his purpose and not tried to get close to him. "Well, Miss Jane, it doesn't matter whether you remember me or not.
We can get to know each other again. My name is Leo Irwin, and I'm the head of a company called L Technology. I'm calling today mainly to invite you in your newspaper to attend the new product launch of our high-performance processing chip that will be held soon. I wonder if your newspaper is interested. Of course, the relevant expenses can be negotiated. Mary Jane on the other end of the phone heard the words L Technology in Midwest City, vaguely remembered something, and quickly searched for some information on the computer. Sure enough, this company was the one that recruited a large number of employees at Columbia University not long ago. Mary Jane just graduated from New York University this year. New York University and Columbia University are both located in Manhattan, New York. Of course, Mary Jane heard about the recruitment. After all, the company's address is in Hell's Kitchen, which is the most chaotic place in New York. Moreover, some time ago, when Mary Jane was an intern reporter, she also did a special report on the daily life of local residents in Hell's Kitchen. Therefore, she knows the situation in Hell's Kitchen better than most people. When she first learned about the recruitment news, the first thought that came to her mind was, how could a company be opened there? Therefore, L Technology Company aroused her great interest at the time. At that time, Mary Jane was going to go to L Technology Company in Hell's Kitchen to do some investigation, but was stopped by her ex-boyfriend Peter Parker. Peter's attitude was very tough at the time, and Mary Jane couldn't resist him, so she agreed. Unexpectedly, the person in charge of L Technology Company actually contacted her by phone today. And, from what the other end of the phone said, this person in charge had met with herself before? Is all this fate? Mary Jane spent a long time looking up information and thinking about things. Leo saw that there was silence on the phone for a long time, so he asked, "Hello, Miss Jane, are you still there?" Mr. Irwin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just suddenly remembered something and was a little distracted." Mary Jane sorted out her thoughts and continued, "Excuse me, is the L Technology Company you mentioned the one in Hell's Kitchen?" "Yes, that's the one. What's the matter, is there any problem?" When Leo heard Mary Jane ask this, he thought that his company had some negative news in the outside world. Mary Jane heard the meaning of Leo's words and explained, "Mr. Irwin, please don't misunderstand. I just happened to have heard of your company before, and you just happened to call me. All these coincidences make me feel a little unbelievable, so I just want to confirm with you. What's more coincidental is that Miss Jane and I have actually met before. You must have a destiny with our company, so you must not refuse to attend our company's new product launch conference." Your words are really interesting. Although I usually can't remember other people's names clearly, I remember their looks and appearance very clearly. Maybe, when we meet again, I will remember who you are. Although Leo mentioned again the embarrassing incident that the two had met before but Mary didn't remember it now, Leo's connection between the previous and the next words was clever. Not only did Mary Jane not feel embarrassed, but she began to be curious about Leo. Leo smiled and replied, "I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Once the date of our company's new product launch conference is confirmed, I will notify you as soon as possible." "The time of your company's new product launch conference has not been determined yet?" "Some related issues have not been dealt with yet, but the approximate date has been determined. It will be held next week, but the specific time has not been decided yet. I'm really sorry that we contacted you hastily before the date was confirmed. It won't delay your subsequent schedule, will it?" No. I'm just an ordinary reporter. How can I have such a long-term schedule?" Mary Jane's eyes turned, and an idea popped up. "Mr. Irwin, I wonder if I can go to your company for an on-site inspection in advance? If the results of the inspection are good, I may be able to help you promote it in the media circle." Mary Jane has always been very interested in L Technology Company. This time, it happens to be a work need, so why not satisfy her curiosity? "Of course, you are most welcome. The sooner the better. How about we schedule this inspection tomorrow afternoon?" "Great, I have time tomorrow afternoon. Can you tell me the address?" "The company's name is L Technology, and its address is L Building, 3, 1st Street, Midwest City, New York City." "Okay, I've got the address. Let's meet at L Building at 3 p.m. tomorrow." "Okay, see you then." Leo was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly Mary Jane's voice came from the microphone again. If Leo's hearing hadn't improved, he might not have heard it. Mary Jane asked, "I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin. I forgot to ask you just now. What is your position in your company? I need to register a reporter's visit." I'm the only executive director of L Technology, and I founded L Technology." Mary Jane. Leo didn't know why Mary Jane fell silent again, so he reminded her, "Miss Jane, are you still there? Any questions?" It's okay.
I just didn't expect you to have such a high position in your company, Mr. Irwin. To be honest, you are really very approachable. Generally speaking, the company's CEOs are disdainful of greeting ordinary reporters like us, and at least they will directly contact our editor-in-chief. Leo on the other end of the phone touched his nose and said with a smile, is that so? Maybe I, as the CEO, haven't done enough. Mary Jane smiled and chatted with Leo briefly. Leo felt that the communication was almost over and said, Miss Jane, that's all I have to say. Then the matter is settled. L Technology Company looks forward to your visit tomorrow. Mary Jane smiled and agreed, and the two ended the call. Sitting on the sofa at home, Leo thought carefully about what Mary Jane had just said about Leo's approachable speech. Leo never felt that his status was superior to others. On the contrary, due to the influence of Marvel movies in his previous life, when he saw the protagonists of ordinary social status, although he did not feel proud of them, he would at least subconsciously communicate with others on an equal footing. If this person has no ill will or conflict of interest towards Leo, Leo would be particularly happy to chat with this person. At least this way, he would feel more accomplished than communicating with unknown people. Leo's emotions are also related to the fact that he was just a nobody in society in his previous life. However, Leo now feels that if he wants to get along well in the Marvel world in the future, he still needs to pay attention to these skills in dealing with people. At least what he says and does should be in line with his current social status. Although Leo felt that he was putting his warm face on a cold at the beginning of his communication with Mary Jane on the phone today, the final result was still good. At least Leo has achieved his original goal. Even Leo has realized that he needs to pay attention to his current social status when talking to others in the future. This is growth. Time flies to the evening, and Mary Jane has returned home after get off work. She took out her notebook and sorted out what she needed to do tomorrow. And based on the information she currently has, she specially designed a few questions that need to be carefully asked when she goes to L Technology Company tomorrow. The person who called today turned out to be the executive director of L Technology Company, which surprised Mary Jane. Although she did not feel flattered, and even felt that this CEO named Leo Owen was definitely a novice with no company management experience. But at least he was approachable and had met her before. Out of courtesy, she felt that she should take tomorrow's interview seriously. Besides, she has been interested in this company in Hell's Kitchen for a long time. Time passed in the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the notebook, and the time came to 11:30 in the evening. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted Mary Jane, who was working hard. Who would call so late? She took a sip of coffee and then picked up the phone on the table next to her. Hi, hello, this is Mary Jane. Who are you? There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Just when Mary Jane suspected that someone had called the wrong number, a male voice said, Hi. Hi, MJ, this is Peter. How are you doing recently? Mary Jane's hand holding the phone suddenly trembled, as if she was a little excited. She pursed her lips and said, I'm fine. How about you? Not bad. You know, I've been doing well, but not much better. Peter spoke a little incoherently. Mary Jane's mouth curled up unconsciously, and she said softly, Peter, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 months. Why did you suddenly call today, and so late? Suddenly, Mary Jane seemed to remember something and asked in confusion, Peter, if I remember correctly, there is no phone in the house you rented, right? Have you moved to a new house? Girls are sensitive, and they associate a lot with a small thing. But Peter couldn't think so much, and he didn't know why Mary Jane suddenly asked this. So he answered honestly, I didn't change my house. I called you from a public phone on the street. Sure enough, what Mary Jane thought was confirmed. The streets of New York City at midnight are not safe. She couldn't help but worry about her ex-boyfriend. But she didn't want to show it so obviously, so she could only say tactfully, Peter, it's very late. You know, I'm usually asleep at this time. If you don't have anything to do, go back to the apartment and sleep. You can call me again tomorrow during the day. I don't know why Peter suddenly exploded with emotional intelligence today and actually understood what Mary Jane meant. He comforted her, don't worry, MJ, I called you from the phone booth at the door of my apartment. You know, the security here has always been good, it's very safe, you don't have to worry. And, I called you today because I have something to say to you. What do you want to say? Both ends of the line fell silent. After a long while, Peter's deep but firm voice rang out, and he said, MJ, I miss you. Why don't we meet, have a meal together, and chat or something? Mary Jane covered her mouth with her hands excitedly. After a long time, she took a few deep breaths, calmed herself down, and then said, okay, we should have a good chat. What time do you want to meet? How about tomorrow afternoon? Mary Jane rolled her eyes cutely and said unhappily, Peter, tomorrow is a weekday, and I have to go to work in the afternoon.
But don't you often run around the city during work hours? That's also a requirement of my job. Besides, I have an appointment with someone tomorrow afternoon, and I have to go out for an interview. So, how about tomorrow evening? Peter on the other end of the phone thought for a while and replied, okay, tomorrow evening is also fine. But, MJ, can you tell me where you are going to do the interview tomorrow afternoon? I will pick you up after you finish the interview. Of course I can tell you, but you can't be angry after hearing it.
After thinking it over, Mary Jane decided to tell Peter the truth.
Why should I be angry?
Because the company I'm going to interview tomorrow afternoon is called L Technology, the company that recruited a group of people at Columbia University. At that time, I was going to take the initiative to interview, but you stopped me. Peter instantly understood what Mary Jane meant, and immediately remembered the real reason why he stopped Mary Jane from taking the initiative to interview L Technology. At that time, when L Technology was recruiting at Columbia University, it was the job fair organized by that stubborn guy. Although Peter and that guy had a childish agreement and would not go to Hell's Kitchen easily, for Mary Jane's safety, he still sneaked into Hell's Kitchen to investigate. It turned out that the security guards of L Technology were all former gang members of Hell's Kitchen. Therefore, Peter felt that L Technology must have a big problem.
That's why he didn't want Mary Jane to take risks. Although Peter knew that there were many strange things about L Technology, he was not convenient to tell Mary Jane.
Because Mary Jane likes to get to the bottom of things and will definitely ask Peter about the source of the information. Peter didn't want to reveal his identity, so he was very tough with Mary Jane at that time and firmly opposed Mary Jane's interview at L Technology. Even now, Peter still doesn't want Mary Jane to go to the chaotic place of Hell's Kitchen.
But now, why does Mary Jane want to go to that company for an interview again? MJ, why do you suddenly want to go to L Technology?
Hell's Kitchen is very chaotic, and there are many news places in New York City, such as the Spider-Man who flies around the streets all day long, and no one knows who he is.
You don't actually need to take the initiative to go to Hell's Kitchen to take risks.
I didn't take the initiative to go, but the only director of L Technology called me personally and wanted to invite me to attend their new product launch.
Peter was even more confused and couldn't help asking for more details.
Because Peter took the initiative to contact Mary Jane and expressed his intention to reconcile, Mary Jane was now at the end of happiness and excitement. So, she told Peter everything in detail.
After a few minutes, Peter had understood the ins and outs of the matter and couldn't help but start to worry about Mary Jane again. How could this man named Leo Owen have the intention to take the initiative to contact Mary Jane? What is he after?
Moreover, this man is mixed with the stubborn night demon and is involved with many gangs in Hell's Kitchen, which seems very weird.
Boys and girls in love like to fantasize.
Although Peter has a physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, the hormones in his body are still very honest.
Subconsciously, he didn't want Mary Jane to take this risk. MJ, I think this L Technology company, including this guy named Leo Irwin, has big problems. Can't you feel it?
Mary Jane knew what Peter wanted to say, and she replied, I understand what you mean and what you are worried about.
Moreover, I had the same worry.
So, not long after I got off work in the evening, I contacted a former Columbia University student through my friends. She now works at L Technology Company. From her mouth, I heard very good comments. L Technology Company not only has high salaries, but also has a very harmonious internal environment. In addition, I heard her say that now that the company has just been established, many senior positions in the company are vacant, and everyone has great opportunities for promotion. From her mouth, I can roughly understand the current situation of L Technology Company.
Besides, I will go there tomorrow during the day, and Hell's Kitchen is still relatively orderly during the day.
Mary Jane patiently explained so much to Peter, just to prove that she was not unprepared before doing things, and wanted to reassure Peter. After Mary Jane explained to him emotionally, she began to persuade him with reason. Peter, you know, I am a reporter, and interviewing L Technology tomorrow is my job. We are no longer children, we have to be responsible for our work, so I have to go to L Technology tomorrow to do an interview emotionally and rationally. Although Peter was still worried, he also knew that he could not quarrel with Mary Jane because of this matter. However, he was also very worried about Mary Jane going to L Technology alone, which was full of weirdness. So Peter came up with a solution. He said, MJ, I happen to have time tomorrow, so why don't I go to L Technology with you?
Screw the agreement with the night demon.
You have people and things you care about, and so do I, Peter Parker.
I'm going there for work tomorrow, why are you going with me?
Mary Jane paused, guessing something in her mind. Oh, Peter. You just asked me out for dinner,
but you wanted to schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Did something happen at your job?
Mary Jane carefully noticed that something unexpected had happened at Peter's job.
Nothing, don't guess, I wasn't fired.
You know, I've been working with Dr. Octavius recently, and there were some accidents in his research recently, and he lost funding from the city government, so
I was just given a few days off.
Peter hurriedly began to explain. Mary Jane felt a little distressed, but she wanted Peter to face reality.
Peter, you've lost your job, you need to find a new one, otherwise, you won't be able to pay the rent. You and I both know that you don't have any savings at all.
Yes, you're right. I do need to find a new job, and I've been trying to interview at different companies these 2 days.
So, how about I go to L Technology with you tomorrow and ask if their company is short of people?
You know, I'm good at physics, and I know a little about computers, so my major is quite suitable.
Peter revealed his real purpose.
Mary Jane sighed in amazement. Obviously she didn't expect Peter to find such a reason that she couldn't refuse at all. Okay, then tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, you wait for me downstairs of my newspaper office, and we'll go to L Technology Company together.
The next day, in the afternoon,
in the chairman's office of Air Technology, Leo, Heather and Matt were discussing the contract for the new product launch venue. Originally, Leo, the CEO, didn't need to worry about these things. But Leo happened to be free at the moment, and he happened to see Heather and Matt talking in the corridor on the 6th floor. So, Leo asked Heather and Matt to come to his office to discuss things, and he sat beside them to listen, ready to accumulate some experience related to company management. But in fact, he played the role of a light bulb perfectly. Heather looked happy today, obviously having had a comfortable and sincere exchange with Matt yesterday,
and ruled out the possibility that Bucky was a third party.
The two happily discussed for a long time and finally determined the details of the lease contract.
And Leo, the light bulb, almost fell asleep while listening beside him.
Seeing that the two had finally finished their discussion, Leo interrupted at the right time and said, "Heather, calculate the time. Mary Jane, a reporter from the Daily Bugle, will be here soon.
You go back to the office to prepare the introduction materials you need. Matt and I will talk about some things alone." Heather said goodbye to the two and left. Only Leo and Matt were left in the office. "Matt, is there anything bothering you recently? Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, what's wrong?" Nothing."
Since Matt joined L Technology, Leo would chat with Matt like this from time to time. There was no other reason.
Leo just wanted to try to trigger a task from Matt. But no matter how hard he tried, he never succeeded.
This made Leo wonder if the task release module of the mechanics system was broken.
"Well, Matt, do you have any ideals in life? If you can't achieve them, I can try to help you achieve them."
Matt blinked his invisible eyes and curled his lips. He couldn't help but wail in his heart, "This guy is here again." In Matt's opinion, Leo and Bucky, the two guys who suddenly appeared in Hell's Kitchen, were real weirdos. Not only did they successfully open a company that was about to make a lot of money in a chaotic place like Hell's Kitchen, but each of them also had many quirks. For example, Bucky was obsessed with training the gang members he had conquered every day, and he insisted on taking Matt as his apprentice, saying that he wanted to train his fighting skills. For example, Leo often stayed in the mysterious basement of the company, and no one knew what he was busy with. Moreover, he would talk to him about his ideal life from time to time. Matt felt that he was really unlucky to meet these two weirdos. "Mr. Irwin, I have already told you that my ideal life is to make Hell's Kitchen better.
Moreover, you have already started to help me solve it.
You see, L Technology Company has solved the work needs of nearly 100 ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, Mr. Barnes has rectified the gangs here, and Hell's Kitchen has gradually started to get better."
Matt explained to Leo as always. "Don't you have any other pursuits? For example, ding-a-ling-a-ling."
The ringing of the phone interrupted Leo's questioning, and Matt breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The phone number was the company's internal line, and it was called from the front desk. The pleasant voice of the front desk lady came from the microphone, and she said, "Mr. Irwin, Miss Mary Jane, who has an appointment with you, is here.
Should I ask if she should go upstairs to see you directly?"
Oh, by the way, she also brought a companion who was not on the appointment list, named Peter Parker.
Peter Parker? Peter Parker. Why did he come suddenly? This was Leo's first reaction after hearing Spider-Man's name.
"Arrange for the two of them to go to the living room to rest for a while, I'll be down soon." Leo made arrangements to the front desk, and then hung up the phone. In fact, half a year ago, when Leo first met Mary Jane, he knew that Spider-Man must also be active in a certain area of New York City. Sure enough, he searched for some news about this from newspapers and TV stations, and indeed found that there was a flying Spider-Man in Queens, New York. Even in broad daylight, they are flying around. New Yorkers have long been accustomed to it. Leo couldn't help but sigh at the time. The psychological quality of New Yorkers is amazing. However, Leo has been busy running his own company and making battlesuits and armors recently, and has never had any intersection with Spider-Man. And in the absence of any disputes or conflicts of interest, Leo doesn't want to have any intersection with Spider-Man. Because Peter is not as easy to deal with as Matt. If Leo and Bucky provoke Matt, they can also teach Matt a lesson and make him behave himself, just like what happened on Manga Street half a year ago. But if the two of them provoke Peter, the three of them will fight a lot. However, Leo was a little confused. Why did Peter suddenly come to his company today? After thinking for a while, after excluding all other possibilities, Leo thought of the most likely reason. Peter is here to be the flower protector? However, Peter's sudden visit made Leo think. Peter is not just an ordinary person who suddenly gained superpowers after being bitten by a mutant spider. Apart from his superpowers, he is also a scientist with a genius mind, otherwise he would not have been able to make the magical spider silk launcher by himself. This little thing can not only be used as an offensive weapon, but also can be attached to most objects, and it is resistant to high temperatures and has excellent toughness. Leo suddenly became a little greedy, not only for the spider silk launcher, but also for Peter Parker. Why not try to recruit him? Leo couldn't help but start to calculate in his mind. If Leo's memory is correct, Peter often goes to the streets of New York to do good deeds, so he himself has no stable job and is very financially tight. According to Peter's daily life, he must not be an excellent employee in the general sense and in the eyes of the boss, so not many people are willing to hire him. But Leo didn't care about these. At most, he could give Peter a high salary and plenty of free time. As long as he could finally get the manufacturing method of the spider silk launcher and the formula of the spider silk material, Leo would definitely make a profit. Mr. Irwin, don't be in a daze. Don't keep others waiting for a long time. Leo was a little obsessed with thinking about things. Matt had been waiting for a long time and interrupted his fantasy without any hesitation. Okay. Matt, do you want to go with me to meet the reporter from the Daily Bugle? I'm not going. I have things to do at the law firm. Okay, I'll call Heather and we'll go downstairs together. In the lobby on the first floor of the L building, Leo and two other people walked out of the elevator. Heather and Matt may have accepted each other. The two were talking and laughing. If they were not in the company, Leo would have thought that they were going to hold hands. Leo felt the familiar smell of dog food behind the two of them, just like he spread it to everyone in his previous life. After getting out of the elevator, Matt and Heather said goodbye to Leo and prepared to go back to the law firm next door. Suddenly, Matt's body paused, his ears moved, and then he returned to his nonchalant look. Heather did not notice Matt's abnormality, but Leo did. But Leo didn't know what Matt had discovered. Although Heather didn't know what happened just now, she saw that Matt had not returned to the office yet, and thought that Matt was reluctant to leave her. So, Heather smiled sweetly and said, "Matt, you should go back quickly. The chairman and I will take others to visit the company in a while, and they have been waiting for a long time. When I get off work, I will go to the office to find you and have dinner together." Matt didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly said, "I just thought about it and found that there is nothing important for me to go back to the law firm. Why don't I go with you to meet the two reporters from the Daily Bugle? Mr. Irwin, is that okay?" Leo was a little confused. What Matt said was inconsistent with what he said upstairs just now. Why did Matt suddenly want to stay? Could it be related to the unknown anomaly that Matt just discovered? Leo suddenly remembered that when Matt paused just now, he was facing the reception room of L Technology Company. And in the reception room, there were only Mary Jane and Peter Parker. Could it be that Matt actually knew Peter and seemed to know Peter's identity as Spider-Man? But when he called Leo at the front desk just now, why didn't he react when he heard Peter's name? Leo couldn't guess the specific reason. But this was the most reasonable hypothesis Leo could think of. Otherwise, why would Matt suddenly find a reason to go with Leo and Heather to meet Jane and Parker? Moreover, looking at the still somewhat stiff expression on Matt's face, it seems that he doesn't have a good relationship with Peter. Of course, these are just Leo's guesses, and whether they are true or not needs further verification. Of course, it won't be much trouble to have one more person. Let's go to the living room now. To verify, Leo just needs to watch the show quietly. So, the three of them walked to the living room on the first floor in front. The closer to the living room, the clearer the heartbeat in Matt's ears, and the more he was sure that the person sitting in the living room was the Spider-Man he met 3 years ago. Matt's eyes can't see, so he doesn't rely on the other person's appearance to distinguish a person, but on voice and smell.
Smell is easy to understand. Everyone has a unique body odor that is strong or weak. Matt can distinguish the subtle differences between smells with his excellent sense of smell. But sound does not just refer to the sound of other people talking. Matt uses voice to identify a person, which also includes that person's heartbeat.
People's physical fitness is different, the strength of their heartbeats is different, and the sounds they produce are naturally different. More than 4 years ago, when Matt was still in high school, a person whose heartbeat was much louder than that of ordinary people and who liked to walk on the roof like Matt suddenly broke into Hell's Kitchen and made a big fuss here. At that time, the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen saw that person and shouted that Spider-Man was coming.
Matt also knew the name of that person.
Since then, Spider-Man has been running to Hell's Kitchen almost every day for half a month, and even forced the gang members to shoot wildly in broad daylight. But Spider-Man usually just subdues the gang members, not killing them directly, but waiting for the police to take them away. But this group of gang members in Hell's Kitchen itself has a relationship with some local police who do not act, so after a while, this group of people was released again. Many gang members who just came out of the police station were very irritable and began to intensify the exploitation of ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen. They even shot ordinary people for a disagreement. The appearance of Spider-Man turned the seemingly peaceful Hell's Kitchen into a mess. In order to maintain the stability of Hell's Kitchen, Matt came out to fight Spider-Man. As a result, Matt found that his rather proud dexterity could not even match Spider-Man, not to mention speed and strength. Fortunately, Spider-Man targeted criminals and did not embarrass Matt too much, nor did he hand Matt over to the police. However, Spider-Man is still active in Hell's Kitchen, making Hell's Kitchen more and more chaotic. Matt had no choice but to chase Spider-Man every night and use his own set of theories to appeal to Spider-Man's emotions and reason. Maybe Spider-Man was annoyed by Matt's words, or maybe Spider-Man found that he really couldn't solve the chaos in Hell's Kitchen. After scolding Matt for being a stubborn donkey, he left Hell's Kitchen angrily. Before leaving, Matt yelled at Spider-Man, "Hell's Kitchen doesn't welcome you, please never come again."
Spider-Man turned around and said okay, then disappeared into the night.
Later, this Spider-Man began to be active in Queens and never came to Hell's Kitchen again.
Matt and Peter's feud was 4 years ago. Moreover, Peter easily defeated Matt at that time and even took off Matt's mask. So, Peter has always known who the Night Demon is. But Matt knows nothing about Spider-Man.
Today, Matt finally heard the familiar heartbeat 4 years ago and learned Spider-Man's name, Peter Parker. During the time Matt recalled, Leo and the other two were almost at the living room. Peter felt someone approaching and pulled Mary Jane to wait at the door early. From a distance, Mary Jane saw Leo, the leader, and felt that Leo's handsome face was familiar, as if she had really seen it somewhere. Mary Jane's memory for faces was better than her memory for names. After a while, she recalled the evening when she met Leo in Hell's Kitchen. Peter, the one walking in the middle of the 3 people in front, is Leo Irwin.
I remember him. He didn't lie. I did see him in Hell's Kitchen half a year ago. However, as far as I remember, it was his first time in Hell's Kitchen. I didn't expect that in just half a year, he would become the sole director of a company. Mary Jane introduced her impression of Leo to Peter. Peter nodded, indicating that he understood. After a while, Leo and the other two had already walked to the door of the reception room. As a reporter, Mary Jane was naturally good at talking. She took the initiative to walk out of the reception room, stretched out her hand and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Leo Owen, hello, I am Mary Jane. I said that I would recognize who you are when I see you. Sure enough, I have remembered the evening when we met in Hell's Kitchen half a year ago.
I remember that there was another gentleman with you at that time.
Why didn't I see him? Ha, that's Bucky Barnes.
He is now the director of the security department of our company.
He is busy with work and can't get away. However, he asked me to bring sincere greetings to you, Miss Jane." Leo shook hands with Mary Jane and said politely, "Let's not stand at the door. Please come in and talk inside." The group entered the reception room, and a special waiter brought a glass of ice water to everyone. "Miss Jane, please allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Heather, the deputy director of sales of our company. This is Mr. Matt Murdock, the special consultant of the legal department of our company. Later, the 3 of us will take you two to visit and introduce L Technology Company. Nice to meet you.
I am Mary Jane, and this is my friend Peter Parker." Mary Jane introduced Peter Parker to everyone.
Peter smiled and greeted everyone one by one.
However, Leo noticed that Peter's eyes stayed on Matt for a little longer.
It seems that Leo's guess is almost right.
Matt and Peter must have known each other before, and they should even have had a deep grudge. But both of them performed well, pretending that they didn't know each other, and greeted each other with a smile. After the two sides introduced each other, they chatted in the reception room for a while, and then the group set out to visit L Technology Company. As time went by, Mary Jane and Peter had visited the laboratory and assembly line of L Technology, and also carefully observed the high-performance chip L1 produced by L Technology. The more they visited, the more curious Mary Jane and Peter became. Mary Jane was very curious about why the students who graduated from Columbia University were willing to work with the local residents of Hell's Kitchen. And Peter was curious about why the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen were honestly working as security guards in L Technology. At this time, the group visited the office area, and the former boss of the Black Fist Gang, the current deputy director of the security department of L Technology, Red Fist, was patrolling here.
Mr. Irwin, good afternoon.
Red Fist stood up straight, greeted Leo, and then left without looking away.
Peter was even more curious because he recognized Red Fist.
4 years ago, when he came to Hell's Kitchen to punish evil, he happened to meet the Rainbow Brothers. Because their names were so weird, Peter had a deep impression of them and could still clearly remember Red Fist's appearance.
But the Red Fist just now, where is the gangster spirit of the original identity? He is even more polite than a professional bodyguard.
Time flies, and although the L Technology Company is not small, there are not many places worth visiting. At this time, the group has visited the open area of L Technology Company and returned to the reception room. At this time, Mary Jane has also had a comprehensive impression of L Technology Company.
Mr. Irwin, I am very surprised by the scale of your company and the performance of your products.
Your company has such excellent products. I believe that no media will refuse your invitation to the new product launch conference. We, the Daily Bugle, will definitely attend your new product launch conference on time. Miss Jane, thank you for your recognition of our company and our products. When we confirm the date of the new product launch conference, we will tell you immediately. You can discuss other details of this cooperation with Heather later. Heather handed over her business card at the right time and exchanged contact information with Mary Jane.
Girls always have more topics to talk about.
After exchanging business cards, Mary Jane and Heather began to communicate in a low voice. Leo listened a little and found that the two of them had already talked about a college classmate they both knew.
Leo was not interested in the emotional communication between the two ladies.
What he was most looking forward to was whether there would be any story between Peter and Matt. However, disappointingly, Matt and Peter each had a smile on their faces, sitting quietly on the sofa sipping ice water. Both of them were competing in dressing deep, and it was obvious that no one wanted to take the initiative to miss the friendship in the past. The conversation between the two ladies next to them gradually became white-hot, and Leo even heard the brands of perfume and skin care products.
It seems that Leo's requirements for employees are still too lenient. This is during working hours. Ahem. Ladies, it's working time now.
Leo clenched his right hand and coughed twice, interrupting the increasingly outrageous communication between the two ladies next to him, focusing everyone's attention on himself, and then began to implicitly state his purpose. Mr. Parker, when I visited the laboratory just now, I heard your evaluation of the L1 chip. Your evaluation is very pertinent and your insights are very profound.
It seems that you have a good understanding of computers. I wonder where you work now. Maybe we can still cooperate in the future. Peter didn't expect Leo to suddenly ask him a question, and it was about his current job. Matt is now a decent man, dressed in a suit. Peter doesn't want to be compared with him.
But it is a fact that Peter has no job now, so the embarrassment instantly filled Peter's heart. It only took a moment for Peter to break his deep and even choked on the ice water he just drank. But he had an unusual physique. For the sake of his reputation, even though the ice water reached his trachea and rushed into his lungs, he endured it, and there was no sign of abnormality on his face.
However, Peter couldn't speak for a while.
Mary Jane sensed Peter's embarrassment and spoke to help him out. After graduating from university, Peter stayed on as an assistant to a university professor. However, the professor's funding has been a problem recently, and he may not be able to continue his research.
Therefore, Peter is currently unemployed.
Mary Jane glanced at Peter and found that he had no intention of stopping her. In fact, he was choked by water and couldn't speak, so she continued, In fact, Peter came to your company with me this time to apply for a job.
Mr. Irwin, do you think Peter can work in your company?
Mary Jane mustered up the courage to speak out the second main purpose of coming to L Technology today, to find a job for Peter. This was also what Mary Jane and Peter had discussed over the phone last night. But in fact, Peter was just worried about Mary Jane's safety, so he used the excuse of finding a job to get her to agree to come to L Technology with him. Although Dr. Octavius now has no funds and can no longer pay Peter's salary, Peter has never thought of giving up the idea of helping Dr. Octavius. But now that Mary Jane has spoken about the job search, it is too late for Peter to stop it.
Leo doesn't know Peter's real thoughts.
When he heard Mary Jane say that Peter was looking for a job, he naturally believed it.
Because the Spider-Man in Leo's memory is often in a cycle of unemployment, re-employment, unemployment.
Moreover, Leo wanted Peter's spider silk launcher, and he originally had the idea of recruiting Peter. This is really a pillow scent when you are sleepy, and there is no reason for Leo to refuse. Okay, L Technology has just started, and it's time to hire people.
I think Peter is very talented, and I think, Mr. Elvin, the company has rules and regulations. Anyone who wants to join L Technology must submit a resume and pass a written test and interview before they can be arranged to join.
Matt, a blind man sitting next to him drinking ice water, suddenly interrupted Leo and told Leo about the company's rules and regulations with a mysterious look on his face. Heather quickly pulled Matt and signaled him not to talk nonsense.
Although Matt was suspected of overstepping his authority, Leo couldn't bring himself to get angry.
Who told him to talk to Matt about his ideal life whenever he had something to do, and tried every means to squeeze a task out of Matt. Matt and Leo are now very familiar with each other, and Leo can't put on the airs of a leader at all. Matt suddenly interrupted Leo, obviously because he and Peter didn't get along, and he didn't want Peter to join L Technology. But although Leo didn't finish his words just now, the meaning of his words was very clear, and it was obvious that he had agreed to let Peter join the company. Now, because of Matt's interruption, things suddenly came to a standstill, making Leo quite embarrassed. Leo secretly decided in his heart that he must find an opportunity to teach Matt a lesson in the future, so that Matt would not be so arrogant anymore. At this time, Peter finally got rid of the mouthful of ice water that choked his trachea, and breathed twice calmly to relieve his chest tightness.
Peter didn't want to be an employee of L Technology at all.
At this time, Matt suddenly rejected Peter, which was exactly what Peter wanted. So, Peter struck while the iron was hot and said, "Mr. Irwin, Mr. Murdoch is right.
Everything in the company should be in accordance with the rules and regulations. Submitting resumes and interviews are both indispensable links.
If you don't look at my resume and don't interview me, you don't know how capable I am at work, nor what position I am suitable for.
Moreover, I don't know much about L Technology, and I don't know what I can do if I join in, so don't rush it." Leo suddenly couldn't understand. Did Peter really want to join L Technology?
If he did, then his tactic of playing hard to get was really unnecessary.
If he didn't want to, why did Mary Jane ask this question? Not only Leo couldn't understand, Mary Jane also didn't understand why Peter suddenly said this. "Peter, this is a good opportunity for you, don't miss it,"
Mary Jane whispered to Peter.
But Peter didn't say anything, obviously rejecting Mary Jane's kindness.
Mary Jane thought that Peter couldn't save face, and glared at Matt Murdoch, who was talking too much next to him. Leo felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a little stiff, and he thought about it and came up with a plan. "Mr. Parker, what you said just now is very correct.
I am very satisfied with your responsible attitude towards our company and yourself.
It just so happens that L Technology's new product launch conference is still short of a speaker.
I wonder if you can take on this role.
You can take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with our company, and I can also take this opportunity to evaluate you." Leo did not wait for Peter to refuse, and continued, "If you finally feel that L Technology is not a good match for you, you can leave at any time after the new product launch conference. Moreover, for the work of being a speaker at this new product launch conference, I can pay you $1,000.
If you perform well, I can also give you an additional bonus." Peter could no longer refuse Leo's suggestion this time. Because Peter really didn't have much savings, or he was now penniless.
In addition, Dr. Octavius's funding had problems, and Peter was completely cut off from financial resources.
He didn't even have the money for next month's rent.
$1,000 can indeed solve Peter's urgent needs. Moreover, according to Leo's statement, Peter was free to come and go and was not subject to any legal constraints. In addition, Dr. Octavius has been in a very bad mood recently and has no intention to continue his scientific research.
It is meaningless for Peter to go to his laboratory now.
It is better to let the doctor calm down alone for 2 days. More importantly, Mary Jane has been quietly pushing Peter from behind, obviously wanting him to accept Leo's proposal. Peter can no longer refuse Mary Jane's concern, so he said, "Mr. Irwin, thank you for your trust and understanding.
I think I can try the job of the speaker. Moreover, the conditions you offer are too tempting for me to refuse." "Then happy cooperation.
You can come to the company tomorrow, and I will arrange a workstation for you. L Technology's new product launch is tentatively scheduled for next week, so you still have enough time to familiarize yourself with L's first-generation chip and prepare the presentation."
I am looking forward to your outstanding performance.
Leo shook hands with Peter cordially, and then shook hands with Mary Jane, who was sitting next to him. Seeing Mary Jane sincerely happy for Peter, Leo suddenly had another idea. Leo asked in a half-joking tone, "Miss Jane, it seems that you really care about Peter.
You must have a very good relationship, right?
We have known each other since we were young.
We studied together in middle school and university.
It is natural for us to care about each other.
Childhood sweethearts, we are innocent. Could it be that you are boyfriend and girlfriend?
I guess so.
Well, we were in the past."
Mary Jane did not expect Leo to ask this question suddenly.
Moreover, her mind was full of Peter.
She replied subconsciously and began to explain immediately. Then her face turned red in an instant. "Mr. Irwin, you always do things that are not in line with your status.
You don't look like a company boss at all."
Mary Jane could not help but complain to Leo to ease her shyness.
Leo replied with a smile, "I am not very old. I am only 3 or 4 years older than you. I have the same interests and hobbies as you.
So you should not only treat me as a boss, but also as a friend.
And friends like to match up with each other randomly.
I didn't expect that. I guessed it right, ha."
Peter was listening to the conversation between Mary Jane and Leo next to him, with a smile on his face.
The purpose of his calling Mary Jane was to make peace with her, and now it seems that his goal has been achieved.
Leo glanced at Peter, whose face was already full of smiles, and suddenly said faintly, "Peter, caring for a lady is not just about sincerity.
You also need to satisfy her materially.
Based on your performance during the visit to the company just now, I am very optimistic about your ability.
So, L Technology Company welcomes you to join at any time." Leo took the initiative to let himself be full of dog food, not for the sake of being abused. His real purpose was to do everything possible to get Peter to join L Technology Company, and then slowly plan the spider silk launcher. Or he could also exploit Peter's genius brain. And Leo could see that Peter agreed to the position of publicist because of the $1,000 in salary. Thinking about it this way, Peter is really short of money now.
So Leo helped Peter think of some places where he needed to spend money. You don't have money to pick up girls.
At the entrance of the L building, Mary Jane and Peter had already sat in the car, and Leo and the other two were waving goodbye to them. Mary Jane's visit to L Technology today was an unexpected reward for Mary Jane.
Of course, for Leo, this visit and interview had already achieved his original purpose.
Moreover, Peter's appearance and his willingness to be the speaker of the new product launch conference were an unexpected surprise for both Mary Jane and Leo. When Mary Jane left, she also told Leo that she would write a report about L Technology before the weekend to help L Technology promote its products in advance. Leo, of course, accepted Mary Jane's kindness. The car started, and Mary Jane took Peter away from the L building.
"MJ, it's getting late, why don't we go eat now? After dinner, let's go to New York University for a walk.
At this time, there will always be some small shows on Washington Square, and we can go and miss them." Mary Jane agreed, and the two of them went to eat a steak-set meal together. After the meal, Peter paid $70 for the meal, and then he had less than $100 left in his pocket. At this time, Peter remembered what Leo said in the reception room, and then he understood what material satisfaction meant.
This also made Peter truly understand how important money is.
Even if he couldn't pay the rent next month, he wouldn't even have a place to spend time with Mary Jane.
He couldn't go to Mary Jane's house every time, right?
Let's talk about it separately, and time goes back to when Mary Jane just drove away from the L building. "Mr. Elvin, if it's okay, I'll go back to the law firm first."
Peter got in the car and disappeared at the corner of the street,
and Matt also said goodbye to Leo.
"Hey, wait.
Matt, don't leave in a hurry. Come with me to the office, I have something to consult with you." Leo first asked Heather to go back to work, and then led Matt back to the chairman's office. In the office, Leo and Matt sat face to face, and Leo didn't say a word, waiting for Matt to speak.
But Matt also kept silent and simply fought with Leo.
Matt couldn't see anyway, so Leo simply closed his eyes, lay on the chair and rested his eyes, and refused to let Matt leave.
After 2 minutes, Matt finally gave in.
He still had to go back to organize a file, and he was in a hurry to go to court tomorrow morning. Unlike Leo, he could work as he pleased and wait as long as he wanted.
"Mr. Irwin, didn't you say you had something to consult me about?
Why did you fall asleep after I came here with you?"
"You know what I want to ask, just tell me directly."
"You don't need to keep any secrets with me except your own private life, because you can't keep any secrets at all." Leo didn't even open his eyes, and he spoke bluffing words.
But Matt was still playing tricks on him. "Are you referring to the fact that I interrupted you just now? Are you angry? If so, I apologize to you. However, the company's rules and regulations are indeed there. I studied law, so I am a little rigid.
I hope you don't blame me. No, I'm not referring to the fact that you interrupted me, but why you didn't want me to finish what I wanted to say.
Don't these two statements mean the same thing? Leo hinted wildly, hoping that Matt would confess on his own initiative. But Matt was still pretending to be confused.
Leo curled his lips and simply told Matt straight. I mean Peter Parker. How did you know him, and how did you have a grudge against him, and why are you targeting him today? Matt saw Leo's tough attitude and knew that he couldn't go on perfunctorily. He sighed and told Leo about the old story between him and Peter, but concealed the embarrassing incident of being beaten at that time.
Walter, you said Peter Parker is Spider-Man? The man who flies around the streets of Queens, New York all day?
Leo pretended to know nothing at all, and even spit out the ice water he had just drunk. Matt shook his head speechlessly, feeling helpless about Leo's pretense. Mr. Irwin, when you lie, your heartbeat will have an abnormal rhythm.
So, you don't have to pretend. You already knew that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, right?
And you pretended so exaggeratedly. Leo didn't expect that he would be seen through by Matt immediately, and touched his nose embarrassedly.
Yes, I knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, so I extended an olive branch to him. In addition, I have decided on this man, so you will be colleagues in the company soon, and you must be more friendly when getting along with him in the future. But he will only mess up everything, just like what he did in Hell's Kitchen. Our company doesn't actually need someone like him.
Matt was still brooding over the beating he got from Peter 4 years ago. Matt, time changes a lot of things. More than 4 years have passed, you've made progress, Peter has also made progress, how can you be sure he's still the same now? Besides, you understand, he didn't have bad intentions back then, he wanted to make Hell's Kitchen a better place in his own way. It's just that the environment he grew up in wasn't as cruel and bad as yours, and he didn't understand how this society really worked at the time. So, he did something bad with good intentions. Leo tried to convince Matt to let go of his grudge against Peter. In fact, you should know that you and Peter don't have any conflicting positions, so cooperation is a win-win situation. If you hadn't driven him away 4 years ago, but had been more patient and chosen to work together, I believe Hell's Kitchen wouldn't be as chaotic as it is now.
But,
Matt stammered, trying to find a reason to explain, but now Hell's Kitchen already has you and me, as well as Boss Bucky. We already have the ability to solve the chaos in Hell's Kitchen,
why do we need Spider-Man to join in?
His sudden joining may disrupt the plan you told me at that time, and will make the future full of uncertainty.
I prefer stability.
At least, I don't want him to wander around in Hell's Kitchen before the chaos in Hell's Kitchen is truly eliminated. Matt made excuses again and again, which made Leo feel a little irritated. It happened that Leo wanted to knock Matt recently to prevent him from getting too complacent.
Matt, you are a little willful.
You are not young anymore, and you need to become more mature. I founded L Technology Company for my own purpose, and I chose to let Peter join, and I also have my own plans. Leo's voice was slightly cold, and he said slowly, as I said before, L Technology Company can help Hell's Kitchen become rich and solve the problem of chaos in Hell's Kitchen from the root. But this is just a marginal benefit of L Technology Company, and my real purpose is not just this. Recently, my amiability may have given you an illusion that I founded L Technology Company just to solve the troubles in Hell's Kitchen.
In fact, you are wrong.
I can allow you to get along with me as friends, but I don't want you to interfere with my decisions on company-related matters. Leo's voice became colder and colder, which made Matt suddenly remember the time when he first met Leo.
On the night of the first interview, Leo threw him to the ground fiercely. Moreover, when Leo asked Matt to help register the company, he also used the form of coercion and inducement.
It was just because Leo came to talk to him too frequently in the past 6 months, which made young Matt have the illusion that he was a particularly good friend of Leo.
But Matt didn't know that it was just because Leo wanted to take the task from him. Matt thought about what he said today and found that it was indeed not what an employee should say.
Even Heather felt something was wrong at the time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Irwin. What happened today was wrong for me. I know I was wrong.
One of the things that makes people like Matt is that he dares to admit his mistakes and correct them when he knows them.
Leo is not a person who cares about trivial matters.
Besides, he is not really angry with Matt.
He just reminds Matt not to do things too much. Matt, what I said just now was just a reminder to you. I didn't mean to blame you. You don't have to take it too seriously.
In the past 6 months, the company has grown from nothing to something.
Everyone has seen the efforts you have made. You are a hero of L Technology.
Therefore, I will not forget the original agreement between you and me.
Hell's Kitchen will definitely get better. I promise. First give a hammer, then feed a sweet date. Leo learned the self-cultivation of a leader without a teacher. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Matt said thank you, not knowing whether it was sincere or false. Please rest assured, Mr. Irwin, I will never target Mr. Parker again in the future. I just didn't control my emotions today. I apologize again for what I did today. Mr. Irwin, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. For the first time, Matt felt the tension and frustration of subordinates facing their superiors since ancient times. He didn't want to stay in this office anymore. Leo waved his hand, indicating that Matt could leave. But when Matt was about to walk out of the door, Leo suddenly stopped him. No, Matt, I think you are hiding the truth. You are not targeting Peter today because you are afraid that he will bring chaos to Hell's Kitchen again. Leo now has enough time and raw materials. He has already perfected the crude brainwashing equipment. It is not a big problem to force brainwashing. Therefore, Bucky has actually controlled Hell's Kitchen in secret for a long time. So, Leo continued to ask, Hell's Kitchen has been almost rectified by Bucky. No gang members dare to touch the brow of Bucky. They can't hide in time. And Spider-Man's coming to Hell's Kitchen will only make it more stable. You can't fail to understand this. You must be doing this for other reasons, right? But Matt ignored Leo and walked out the door with his head down. Leo found that things were not that simple, so he quickly chased after him and stopped Matt. Let me think about it carefully. You are targeting Peter today because you hate him. And today is the first time you have seen Peter again in more than 4 years, so he must have embarrassed you or even humiliated you at some point in the past. With Leo's analysis, a possibility is about to emerge. Matt, could it be that Peter beat you up 4 years ago? By the way, when I saw Peter's expression today, he obviously knew that you were the Night Stalker. Could it be that Peter beat you up 4 years ago and took off your hood? Mr. Irwin, I have promised you that I will not cause trouble for Peter again. The matter has passed, so let it be. Matt used his guide stick to feel the way, bypassed Leo, and was about to walk towards the elevator. Seeing that Matt had already acquiesced, Leo stood there and asked, Do you want to catch Peter Parker and beat him up? Matt kept walking and said without turning his head, It's not like you haven't watched TV. Spider-Man can stop a car with his bare hands, so even 100 of me can't beat him. Matt only said that he couldn't beat him, not that he didn't want to fight, which means that he really wanted to beat Peter up. And Bucky would mention to Leo whenever he saw Leo recently that he wanted to train Matt and urged Leo to help persuade Matt. Leo's ears were almost calloused by Bucky. It just so happened that now was a good opportunity to persuade Matt to learn fighting from Bucky. You can't beat him now, but you can train your fighting skills. Once you surpass him in skills, you can at least punch him in the face twice. Bucky is the most powerful fighting master I know. If you can learn all his fighting skills, I will organize an exchange competition for you and Peter. I think you will have no problem dealing with Peter Parker by then. Matt had already walked to the elevator, fumbled to press the down button, and still said nothing. Leo persuaded again, although Bucky's ideas are a bit conservative and his words may embarrass you, as long as you get along with him for a long time, you will find that he is actually a more suitable person to be a friend than me. He doesn't have that many ideas, and he doesn't do things with a purpose like me. You can try to get in touch with him more. The elevator has reached the 6th floor, the elevator door has opened, and Matt has stepped half a foot in. Thank you for your reminder, I will seriously consider it. Matt said and left the elevator. Leo returned to the office and quickly called Bucky, explaining the whole story to Bucky in detail. Finally, he said, You'd better strike while the iron is hot and convince Matt quickly. This is the best opportunity one have found for you. Also, don't urge me to help you convince Matt every time you meet me in the future. It's annoying. That's it, bye. After the media and speakers were selected, the launch of the L1 high-performance computing chip was ready in just 1 week. The launch was held in Flushing, Queens, New York, a bustling business district in New York City that is much more popular than Hell's Kitchen. It's just that the rent of the venue is a little higher, but Leo doesn't care about that. In a large gymnasium in the center of Flushing, the new product launch of L technology is in full swing. Peter Parker is vividly introducing the performance and advantages of the L first-generation chip on the stage. And Leo is quietly sitting at the back of the guest seating area for the conference, holding a sign-in form in his hand, silently scanning the participants. Although the press conference was high-profile, Leo tried his best to keep a low profile. After all, he was still on the list of unknown colors of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Leo is not afraid of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. now, after all, he and Bucky are extraordinary people. But if you can avoid some trouble, it doesn't hurt to be careful. Not only did he tell Mary Jane not to mention his name when reporting,
and it was pushed out that the person in charge of the press conference of L Technology Company was Old Tom, who was firmly controlled by Leo. It has been mentioned before that Old Tom is not actually old, just in his early 40s. In the past 6 months, he has stayed away from alcohol and worked diligently, and paired with a suit and tie, he looks like a successful person. But despite all the preparations Leo made, he was still not sure that he would not be discovered. So, he quietly came to the venue and used his many years of experience as a Hydra agent to judge whether there were people with ulterior motives who had sneaked into the venue. After a check, Leo did not find any strangers who looked like agents. However, there were 2 names familiar to Leo on the form. As far as Leo knew, neither of them was invited to the new product launch of L Technology. Leo carefully searched the guest area with his eyes and quickly determined the location of the 2 people. It seemed that the 2 people were listening carefully and had no special intentions. However, these 2 people came uninvited, so Leo still kept a watchful eye. And he became very interested in their real purpose. The new product launch conference continued. Leo hid at the back of the guest area, secretly observing whether there were any agents from Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. sneaking in. Suddenly, he saw 2 acquaintances who came uninvited at the venue, and was immediately surprised. The acquaintance here refers to Leo's one-sided familiarity, which is the familiarity brought by Leo from the Marvel series of movies in his previous life. One of them is Otto Octavius, the famous Dr. Octopus. However, it seems that Otto has not yet turned evil. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, has short hair of 2 inches, and is half bald in front of his head. He has the image of a scientific researcher and looks quite amiable. Otto is listening carefully to Peter's introduction of the parameters of the L1 chip on the stage, and from time to time he lowers his head to write something in his notebook. However, Leo noticed that when Otto was taking notes, he would stop and rub his hands for a few moments, as if his fingers were a little inflexible. The other person is Wilson Fisk, the largest gangster boss in New York and even the United States, nicknamed Kingpin. Gene Bing was a black man with big muscles. The person sitting with him might be his assistant. From time to time, the 2 of them would lower their heads and talk to each other. However, they did not make trouble, but sat in their seats honestly, so Leo was not going to take the initiative to go over and cause trouble. He just needed to watch quietly. The new product launch continued and soon came to an end, entering the question and answer session. It can be seen that this new product launch was very successful, and the participants had a strong interest in the L first generation chip. The potential customers sitting in the guest seats were memorizing the parameter details of the chip during the conference, and whispered to each other in 2s and 3s. During the question and answer session, they all rushed to ask questions one after another, and most of them expressed the idea of a long-term cooperation with L Technology. Leo was not surprised by this. After all, he knew his own products well, and the market competitiveness was very strong. This was clearly shown on the gloomy faces of the Intel representatives attending the conference. Soon, the question and answer session ended, and the participants gradually dispersed. At this time, Leo saw Peter walk down from the stage and actually walk straight towards Dr. Octavius, and started to talk and laugh. Leo thought for a moment, stood up, and quietly approached him. "Dr. Octavius, I didn't expect you to come here. I'm really happy to see you get out of the shadow of the research project." Peter smiled and shook hands with Otto. His concern was evident in his words. At the same time, Otto really cared about Peter. "You mentioned something about this press conference to me a few days ago, and as my proud student, I must come to support you. Peter, congratulations on finding such a good company. Although L Technology is not well known, with the chip released today, it will surely develop into a leading company in the chip industry in the future." Otto smiled and said with a little relief, "I will feel less guilty if you can work in such a company in the future. You have been my assistant for so long, but I didn't produce any results in the end, and you wasted such precious time in vain." No, doctor, please don't say that. During the time I followed you to do research, I felt that I had a fulfilling life and gained a lot." Peter waved his hands and explained, "Besides, I didn't really join L Technology Company. I was just hired as a publicist for their company by chance. I still hope to follow you and continue your unfinished research project. Your research project is very meaningful to the entire human society. You and I know that many people become disabled due to various accidents every year. And the prosthesis you are studying, which can be controlled by intracranial nerve signals, can help these people regain their lives once it succeeds. I am very happy that I can participate in such a great project. We will definitely succeed in the end. Peter, there is no longer any of us in this project." Otto sighed and spread his hands helplessly. "Without the funds from the municipal government, I can no longer pay you a salary. Moreover, Norman has confiscated many sophisticated instruments and equipment, and our research can no longer proceed. Otto looked very depressed, as if he had lost his goal in life. Peter had no way to deal with this and could only worry. After all, he didn't even have the rent for next month, and the cash on him was not enough to buy 2 coils. At this time, Leo had been eavesdropping for a while and roughly understood the reason why Otto appeared at the press conference. It turned out that he just came out to cheer for Peter and didn't have any special purpose. However, Leo was a little disappointed when he heard Peter say that he was not going to continue working for L Technology. But the legs are on others, and Leo can't force it. He can only let it go and slowly think of a way. For example, Peter is unwilling to work at L Technology, obviously because his mind is still on Dr. Octopus's research project. Leo thinks he can work hard in this regard and maybe win Peter's favor. It doesn't matter whether Peter agrees to join L Technology. Leo thinks that it will be enough to get the Spider Silk launcher in the end. In addition, Leo vaguely heard from Peter just now that Otto was researching intracranial nerve signal control technology. The name of this technology made Leo very interested. He wanted to know what this technology was and whether it would be helpful to him. Moreover, Dr. Octopus himself also has a lot of black technology. Leo, based on the principle of not letting go of passing by, wants to make the black technology that Otto currently has his own. For example, the mechanical tentacles that Dr. Octopus has after he turns black are extremely powerful, and their energy seems to be endless. If Otto in this universe will eventually turn black into Dr. Octopus, Leo really wants to know what energy the mechanical tentacles use. If the performance of this energy is very superior, Leo thinks it can be used in the armor designed in the future. Although Leo thought about many things, in fact, only a moment had passed. At this time, Otto and Peter were still worried about the withdrawal of research funds. Leo had nothing else, but he still had a lot of money from Nick Fury. Now Otto was worried about the funding issue. If Leo took the initiative to send money, he believed that Otto would not refuse. So, Leo pretended to have just discovered Peter, came to Peter and Otto, and took the initiative to say hello to Peter. "Hi, Peter, you performed very well on the stage today. You were able to talk and laugh on the stage and remain calm. I really didn't misjudge you. You are really serious about your work. Today's press conference was very effective. We are preparing to go back to the company together later and have dinner together to celebrate in the evening. Do you want to come with us?" Leo's suggestion of having dinner together in the evening was not just a random talk, but he had already discussed it with several key management members a few days ago. The company is just starting out, and the current key management members will be the backbone of the company in the future, so it is very important to do a good job in team building. Because the meeting was just about to end and people were coming and going in the venue, Peter took the initiative to suppress his spider sense. So he didn't realize that Leo had actually been standing not far away for a while and had heard most of his conversation with Otto. When Peter saw Leo, he thought he had just come over. At this time, he heard Leo invite him to dinner in the evening, as cordially as he treated his own employees. Peter felt that since he didn't want to stay in L Technology anymore, he might as well make it clear now, so as not to disappoint Leo's respect. "Mr. Irwin, thank you for your compliment. I just did my best to complete what I should do today." Peter smiled modestly and continued, "In addition, I will not attend the dinner party tonight. And, Mr. Irwin, don't be angry, I don't plan to work at L Technology in the future." After Peter finished speaking, he hurriedly explained again, "Mr. Irwin, I don't mean to say that there is anything wrong with L Technology. I just have things that interest me to do. In addition, thank you very much for your recognition and appreciation of me these days, but I really can't stay in your company." Leo laughed at Peter's serious explanation. This cute and serious look probably wouldn't make anyone angry. Besides, Leo had no reason to be angry. After all, Peter did not sign any labor contract with L Technology. "Peter, you don't want to continue working at L Technology. In fact, I knew it a long time ago. More than a week has passed, and you haven't submitted a formal resume and cover letter to the Human Resources Department." "I have been mentally prepared." Peter smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, as if to express his apology again. Leo stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said, "I just invited you to dinner tonight, which is my way of trying to keep you. I am actually very optimistic about your ability and work style, and I believe you will achieve something in L Technology in the future. But everyone has their own ambitions. Since you have something you want to do, I won't force you." Leo took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Peter. "You spoke well today, and here is the reward you deserve. I was going to give it to you when we had dinner together tonight, but since you don't want to go, I'll give it to you now." Here is a total of $2,000, and the extra is the bonus I promised to give you. Although Peter thought in his heart that the money was too much, he took the envelope with his hands very honestly and put it in his arms.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Elvin.
With these $2,000, at least he would have enough money for the living expenses and rent for the next 2 or 3 months.
He could even buy a decent gift for Mary Jane.
Peter, can you introduce this gentleman to me? Otto, who was standing next to them, was left out for a long time by Peter and Leo, so he couldn't help but speak up to show his presence. Peter remembered Otto at this moment, and suddenly reacted, and quickly introduced Otto to Leo. Dr. Octavius, this is Mr. Leo Irwin, he is the actual person in charge of L technology. Mr. Irwin, this is Dr. Otto Octavius, he is one of my university teachers.
Otto took the initiative to greet Leo, and then shook hands enthusiastically.
Leo unexpectedly found that for some reason, Otto's palms were a little weak.
Peter, is this the university professor that Miss Jane mentioned last time, where you worked as a research assistant?
Yes, Professor Octavius is an outstanding scientific researcher. I have been working with him during college. Leo had already prepared a plan in his mind. When he heard Peter's affirmative answer, he asked directly, "But I heard from Miss Jane last time that there were some problems with the funding of the scientific research project you participated in, Peter, and even the research could not be carried out."
Without waiting for Peter to answer, Leo turned his head and smiled at Otto. "Dr. Octavius, is that true? I wonder if I can provide you with some help."
Since Otto saw that Leo gave Peter $2,000 without hesitation, he actually had some ideas in his mind. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to ask Peter to introduce Leo's identity, let alone take the initiative to greet Leo enthusiastically.
You know, successful scientific researchers are mostly arrogant and self-reliant. They will neither take the initiative to suppress anyone nor take the initiative to curry favor with anyone.
Otto was also forced by the problem of funding, and he also had reasons to continue the research on this project. At this time, Leo suddenly took the initiative to ask if he could help, which was exactly what Otto wanted.
Otto's personality made him not be subtle.
Besides, he was afraid that if he was a little euphemistic, Leo would just go with the flow and not mention the help directly.
So, Otto said directly, "Mr. Irwin, do you want to provide me with funds to help me carry out the research project? Thank you so much."
Leo was stunned, and the manuscript he had typed in his stomach suddenly died in his stomach. He didn't expect Otto's desire for money to be so urgent. Leo originally thought that he would need to spend some time to convince Otto to accept his funding. But this also proves from the side how important this project is to Otto. Since Otto took the initiative to ask Leo for help, Leo felt that he had to take the initiative and act appropriately embarrassed. Because people tend to take others' active help for granted, and regard the help they ask for as gratitude. This is also one of the few life philosophies that Leo understood in his previous life. Dr. Octavius, you are right, I do have plans in this regard, but I am more concerned about Mr. Peter Parker's face. Leo calmly gave himself a good guy card from Peter, and then continued, in addition, don't worry, I want to invest in your research project. However, I need to fully understand and inspect your project before I can decide how much to invest. Note that I said investment, not funding.
You know, I am a businessman, so I need your project to bring me benefits.
Leo smiled and comforted Otto, and answered Otto's question ambiguously. Otto calmed down for a while, and then realized that private investment and the city government's scientific research funding support are different.
Because private investment is 100% for making money.
As a university professor and a scientific researcher, Otto's starting point for doing projects is not to make money at all, so he can only tell you everything. I don't know whether my research project can make money. After all, as a scientific researcher, I don't care about the commercial value of the project itself. But I can describe to you what my research project is doing. I believe you can judge it yourself, Mr. Irwin. So, Otto carefully introduced to Leo what he was doing. Just like applying for research funding, Otto methodically told Leo the starting point of his research project, the current progress, and the expected results. Leo listened carefully, so he could tell that the Dr. Octopus in this world was not the character in the movie he was familiar with. The Dr. Octopus in this world was less arrogant and treated Peter as a student sincerely. In addition, what he was studying was not the difficult-to-control tritium nuclear reactor, but was committed to the research and manufacture of mechanical prostheses that could be freely controlled by people with nerve signals. However, in his previous life, Leo had seen various adaptations of Dr. Octopus, and the final ending was that Dr. Octopus would definitely turn evil. Therefore, based on the law that Dr. Octopus would definitely turn evil, Leo felt that Otto was definitely not telling the truth. So, Leo thought for a while and asked, Dr. Octavius, I happen to know more about machinery.
How about you take me to your laboratory for a field visit?
This way, I can also have a more intuitive evaluation and judgment of the commercial value of your research project."
Otto had no objection and directly invited Leo to visit the laboratory now. It was just near noon and it was still very early.
Leo nodded in agreement and prepared to call Bucky, who was still in the L building, to accompany him to visit Dr. Octavius's laboratory.
Leo called Bucky because he was considering safety.
Otherwise, if Dr. Octopus suddenly turned evil today and four mechanical tentacles poked Leo randomly, who would Leo go to for justice? Hearing that Leo was going to invest in Dr. Octavius's project, Peter was of course very happy and naturally wanted to accompany Leo to the laboratory. So, the three of them discussed and prepared to set off now. However, just as the three were about to leave, there was a small commotion in the west of the venue. It had been a while since the new product launch ended, and there were not many people left in the venue.
To the west of the venue was the rest area for the employees of L Technology Company.
At this time, Heather, Old Tom, and others should be there packing up the company's things.
But commotion just now came from the west of the venue.
To be precise, the commotion started because Heather shouted, "What on earth do you want to do?" This shout attracted the attention of everyone who was still in the venue. Leo, Peter, and Otto were no exception. Leo turned his head to look at the west of the venue, and immediately saw that there were 6 people there who seemed to be confronting Old Tom and Heather. Old Tom protected Heather behind him, and the situation looked a bit serious. Among them, Wilson Fisk's dark bald head was particularly conspicuous. He was the tallest and had the brightest scalp in the crowd, and it was impossible for Leo not to see him.
Kingpin was a villain who killed people without blinking an eye.
When he went crazy, he would even kill his own people. Now Heather seemed to be shouting at him, and Leo couldn't help but worry that something had happened to his company's employees. Without time to explain to Peter and Otto, Leo turned around and walked quickly towards the crowd on the west side of the venue. At this time, other people in the venue also began to approach the west side of the venue, including Peter and Otto. Before Leo came up, he saw someone who seemed to be Kingpin's younger brother from a distance, pointing at Old Tom. The younger brother's name was Huduo. When he got closer, he heard Huduo saying some dirty words.
"What is your L Technology Company? We Fisk Enterprises can drown you with just a spit.
Now our boss wants to invest in your company, but you don't even have a decent leader to show up, and you just want to reject us directly.
What a joke! Who do you think you are? Can you speak for your company? Also, do you know how powerful our company is in New York? Those who go against us often end up in a miserable situation." Huduo's face was a little ferocious, implying threats. Maybe Huduo said something he shouldn't have said.
The butler who sat with Jean Bing at the press conference kicked Huduo's leg and glared at him fiercely. However, the butler did not speak, nor did he apologize to Old Tom and others for his younger brother's impolite words. As for Jean Bing, he stood beside him with a solemn expression, and there was no expression on his dark face. After being brainwashed, Old Tom was very loyal to Leo, and naturally subconsciously protected the image and interests of L Technology Company. "I am the logistics director of L Technology Company and the direct person in charge of this press conference. Therefore, I can tell you responsibly that L Technology Company is here to hold a press conference today, and will not accept any consortium or any form of investment on site. If you want to cooperate with L Technology Company in any form, please contact our company according to the method provided at our press conference just now." Old Tom spoke neither servile nor arrogant. Although he was surrounded by 6 people, he was not afraid at all.
Not only that, Old Tom went a step further to defend the dignity of L Technology.
"In addition, it is extremely disrespectful for one of you to insult their company in front of others.
Moreover, speaking ill of a lady will be despised by others.
So, my friend Huduo, please apologize for your words and actions just now." Huduo was stunned at first, and then a grim smile instantly covered his face. While he looked at Old Tom with contempt, he snorted coldly, and ignored the housekeeper's warning just now, and suddenly clenched his fist and hit Old Tom in the face. After all, Old Tom was not young, and his body was hollowed out by alcohol and in the past few years. At this time, facing Huduo's young and strong punch, he couldn't dodge at all. Seeing that Old Tom was about to take a punch, Heather behind him couldn't help but scream. At this critical moment, Leo rushed over. He quickly reached out and grabbed Huduo's wrist, slightly exerted force on his arm, pulled it down, and clenched his fingers slightly.
Huduo's wrist hurt, and he couldn't help but scream.
At the same time, he couldn't keep his balance under Leo's pulling, and knelt down on the ground. Leo glanced at him coldly and said, "What Old Tom meant just now is that you are a shameless domestic dog. Why can't you understand the slightly more subtle words of people, and you have to let people speak directly to understand? Leo raised his arm and threw Huduo's red wrist away. Huduo went from kneeling to lying on the ground, hissing in pain with his left hand covering his right wrist. Old Tom, Heather, are you two okay? Leo no longer looked at Huduo, and asked the two employees behind him with concern. Heather didn't even bother to say anything, patting her chest with her hands again and again, taking a few deep breaths, looking frightened. It's okay, it's okay. Old Tom was not afraid at all. Boss, why are you here? Actually, Old Tom, can handle these small situations. You don't need to do anything. Although Old Tom's fear of death has disappeared after being brainwashed, his habit of flattering Leo is still there. Leo saw that the two were not injured, and he was slightly relieved. At this time, Heather was frightened and speechless, and Old Tom was talking nonsense again. Leo simply ignored the two and turned his attention to Kingpin. Leo knocked Kingpin's little brother down, and Kingpin, who was standing next to him, was not angry. On the contrary, for some reason, he smiled and stretched out his right hand to Leo. Sir, are you the boss of L Technology? My name is Wilson Fisk, the chairman of Fisk Enterprises, and I'm very happy to meet you. Leo didn't know what Kingpin was up to, but he was not afraid of Kingpin, and he calmly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Kingpin. Leo Irwin, sole director of L Technology Corporation. Leo originally thought that Jean Bing would wrestle with him during the handshake, perhaps preparing to embarrass Leo. But the final result was that it was just an ordinary handshake, and Leo could not even feel the slightest anger and hatred from the smiling Jean Bing in front of him. This is actually the most terrifying thing, which shows that Jean Bing hid it too well and too deeply. Leo has read newspapers about Jean Bing, and all of them are positive reports about Jean Bing. A successful entrepreneur, a great philanthropist, a continuous supporter of city government projects. These are the images of Jean Bing in the minds of the public. Who would have thought that Jean Bing, the underground emperor of New York City and even the United States, is the muscle not with a silly smile in front of Leo? Mr. Irwin, I'm really sorry today. My employees had a dispute and even used their hands and feet because of poor communication with your employees. I apologize here for him, and I beg your company and this beautiful lady to forgive him. Jean Bing said apologetically with a smile on his face, and Huduo, who was sitting on the ground rubbing his wrist behind him, suddenly turned pale and trembled all over. However, Leo has been thinking about what Jean Bing wants to do, and Jean Bing's figure is really burly, which completely blocks Huduo behind him. Therefore, Leo did not notice Huduo's abnormality. Jean Bing did not wait for Leo to answer, and continued, I came here today and listened to your presentation. I think your company's products are very good. But I am afraid that you may be short of funds, so I want to ask if you need investment. However, the communication attitude of my employees is a bit bad, and it has caused some misunderstandings with your employees. I hope Mr. Irwin will not be offended. Jean Bing explained to Leo that it was all his younger brother who acted on his own initiative, had poor communication and a bad attitude. In fact, Jean Bing was talking nonsense. His original plan was to forcefully buy the shares of L Technology. Without his instructions, how could his employees dare to act so recklessly? However, Jean Bing just saw that Leo's skills were extremely impressive and his fighting skills were very superb, so he gave up his original plan and prepared to think of other ways. This was not the first time Jean Bing had heard of L Technology. As early as a few months ago, Jean Bing noticed this new company in Hell's Kitchen. The cause of the matter can be traced back to when Leo asked Old Tom to launder money from his overseas account, and the channel used by Old Tom was opened by Jean Bing's men. At that time, Jean Bing's men mentioned to Jean Bing that a large amount of funds flowed into Hell's Kitchen, and the final destination was L Technology after verification. But Jean Bing didn't care at the time, because Leo also paid the fees for money laundering in proportion. Although the amount of money laundered by Leo was not small, a wealthy man like Jean Bing would not break the rules he set for the money. It happened that the venue for the new product launch of L Technology Company was Flushing, Queens, not far from the Fisk building, Jean Bing's old nest. Jean Bing was so eager to join in the fun that he came here uninvited. However, after he saw the products of L Technology Company, he really began to get restless. With the performance of L first-generation chips and the hot demand in the current computer market, Jean Bing could not fail to see the brilliant prospects of L Technology Company in the future. At that time, the money that L Technology Company could earn would be hundreds of millions or even billions. This money was not a small amount for Jean Bing, and it was clean money earned legally and reasonably. Therefore, Jean Bing had the idea of investing in L Technology Company. In his opinion, as long as he casually invested in it, he could use thousands of ways to make L Technology Company his own in the end. However, how could Leo be willing to give his company shares to others, and naturally he would not agree to Jean Bing's investment.
Mr. Fisk, since what happened today was a misunderstanding, let's just forget about it.
As for your investment in our company, I'm sorry, our company doesn't have any financial problems for the time being, so it's not necessary.
Jean Bing didn't force it anymore. He directly agreed with Leo's statement and left with his brothers with a smile.
When leaving, Hu Duo was supported by others, as if he couldn't even walk properly.
The conflict came quickly and went away quickly.
The crowd who came over to watch the excitement had no time to pick up the melon before it was gone. Finding that there was nothing exciting to watch, the crowd who came over dispersed one after another.
In the blink of an eye, only Peter and Otto were left in the place except for the employees of L Technology. What happened just now? What happened?
Peter had been in L Technology for a few days and was still concerned about the company's affairs. Moreover, he had been working with Heather for a few days, so he was familiar with her and had a good relationship with her.
So Peter asked again, "Heather, are you okay?"
With Leo here, Heather has a backbone and has calmed down. She shook her head to show that she is fine. Leo also waved his hand to show that he is fine, and Peter was relieved. The conflict was resolved, and Leo remembered that he wanted to invest in Otto. Coincidentally, when Leo wanted to invest in Otto, Jean Bing actually wanted to invest in Leo.
However, Otto is short of money now, but Leo is not.
Therefore, Leo's money can be invested, but Jean Bing is indeed impossible.
Leo can now roughly guess the real purpose of Jean Bing's investment in L Technology Company. But Leo is counting on making a fortune by relying on L's first generation chip, accumulating enough capital first, and then preparing for the future chaos.
Therefore, Leo will never give up the fat meat in his mouth. Although Jean Bing left just like that, Leo felt that he would not give up so easily. Moreover, although Jean Bing is very generous on the surface, he actually holds a grudge in his heart. It seems that Leo still needs to guard against Jean Bing in the future. Leo put the kingpin's matter aside and started talking to Otto.
This was more important than making money, because having money could not achieve Leo's ultimate goal.
If he wanted to become stronger, he still had to rely on his own mechanic system and the various black technologies in the Marvel world.
I'm really sorry, Dr. Octavius. Some things delayed us just now. We can continue to visit your laboratory now. I hope I didn't make you wait too anxiously. I'm not in a hurry. But if Mr. Irving has nothing else to do, we can really leave now.
Otto said he was not in a hurry, but he was actually in a hurry. Leo was actually looking forward to what black technologies the legendary Dr. Octopus would have. So, according to the original plan, Leo drove Peter and Otto to the company, picked up Bucky, and then rushed to Otto's laboratory together.
Let's talk about two things separately.
After leaving the press conference, Kingpin got into his own car and returned to the Fisk building. At this time, he was sitting in the office, smoking a thick cigar, and his originally smiling face was already covered with frost.
Nodori, go and call Hu Duo over. Nodori was the butler who had always been with Jean Bing. He listened to Jean Bing's instructions and pushed the door open and left. A few minutes later, Hu Duo trembled and entered the office.
Nodori, who followed him, did not follow him in, but closed the door for Hu Duo. The door closed with a snap, and Hu Duo couldn't help but jump in surprise. Hu Duo, come here and sit here. Jean Bing took a puff of his cigar, puffing and pointing to the chair opposite him.
Hu Duo reacted violently.
He didn't dare to sit on the chair, but knelt down in front of Jean Bing. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and trembled and shouted, "Mr. Fisk, please forgive me.
Everything I did today was in accordance with Mr. Nodori's instructions. I wanted to give L Technology a head start. Did Nodori ask you to threaten others? Did Nodori ask you to attack others? Did Nodori ask you to lose face in my eyes?"
3 sentences, each one higher in pitch and more fierce in tone. After saying these 3 sentences, Jean Bing sat on the chair, holding a cigar in one hand and grabbing Hu Duo's yellow hair with the other hand, lifting his head up. "Hu Duo, if you had done things with your fierce attitude as usual, I wouldn't blame you. It's a pity that you were unlucky and met a tough guy today.
It's also because of your bad luck that you are going to die now."
Jean Bing took his hand away from Hu Duo's hair, and then suddenly grabbed Hu Duo's neck fiercely. At the same time, he stood up again, raised his palms high, and Hu Duo's feet left the ground directly. Hu Duo's face flushed, and he desperately twisted Jean Bing's fingers with his hands, and kicked Jean Bing with his feet. But Jean Bing kept this posture, motionless. After a while, Hu Duo lost his strength and suffocated to death. Jean Bing exerted more force with one hand, and there was a crisp sound of Hu Duo's drooping neck, and he drooped even more fiercely. This is actually the real Jin Bing, cruel and murderous, and he regards himself as a high emperor who holds the power of life and death. There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, which alarmed the butler Nadori, who was waiting outside the door.
Nadori pushed the door open and entered, ignoring the corpse on the ground. Nadori, you clean up the room later.
Nadori then took a look at the dead duo, with a look of disgust on his face. However, Nadori did not deal with the dirt on the ground immediately, but continued to wait for Jin Bing's instructions. Jin Bing said that he would deal with it later, which proved that he had something to say. And Nadori never asked, because the butler who asked last time had grass on his grave that was more than 1 person tall. People who follow Jin Bing are actually like living with a tiger when they are with the emperor. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, Jin Bing, who had pondered for a while, said, "We still want the chip technology of L Technology Company.
Since the investment is not possible, we will not cooperate.
You go and call Bullseye back from abroad and let him be in charge of this matter and get the chip manufacturing technology. In addition, remind him that Leo Orwin of L Technology Company is not a simple person, so that he will not capsize in the gutter."
In Otto's laboratory.
Leo, Bucky, Otto, and Peter are all here. This laboratory is not big, it can even be said to be small. There is only 1 compartment inside, and the lighting is very dim. It seems that Otto is really not rich.
Bucky is not very interested in the things in the laboratory,
and he is at ease to play the role of a bodyguard. Otto and Peter are introducing Otto's research project to Leo together, hoping that this project will win Leo's favor. However, just listening to theories and ideas is not what Leo wants. What he wants to see most is the real thing. Dr. Octavius, just now in the car, you said that you have successfully developed a first-generation model sample.
I wonder if you can take it out for me to observe.
Okay, of course.
Mr. Irving, please come this way.
Faced with the request of the sponsor, Otto agreed without hesitation. Otto took Leo into a small compartment in the laboratory, where there was a workbench, and on the workbench was a mechanical prosthesis that looked like Bucky's mechanical arm. There were many threads connected to the end of the mechanical prosthesis, and the threads were finally gathered on an instrument similar to a helmet. Mr. Irwin, this is the first-generation model sample I developed.
I call it the nerve arm.
You can use this neural signal sensor helmet to freely control the actions of the mechanical arm.
Following Otto's introduction, Leo came to the workbench and carefully looked at the nerve arm in front of him.
At the same time, the mechanical force in Leo's body surged, and the mechanical force analysis and mechanical force insight skills were activated together.
Found the analyzable item nerve arm, do you want to analyze it?
Yes. Leo silently gave the order with his mind, and after only 10 seconds of analysis, he immediately forced the mechanical force analysis process to end.
10 seconds was enough for Leo to accurately calculate the time he needed to successfully analyze the nerve arm. 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 38 seconds.
This is the time it takes, and after the analysis is completed, Leo expects that there will be a lot of mechanical force left in his body.
Thinking back to when Leo first came here, he successfully analyzed Bucky's mechanical arm. Leo spent more than 6 months on and off.
Now, he successfully analyzed a similar item in less than an hour and a half. It can be seen how much Leo's strength has improved during this period of time. In particular, the acquisition of the expertise of super serum strengthening body times has greatly improved Leo's physical fitness, allowing his strength to have a qualitative leap. In addition, in the past 6 months, he has been diligently running the mechanical force refining method to temper the mechanical force in his body, and his strength has been further improved. Although he may not be a match for Buggy with his bare hands now, if he wears a light power suit, he can actually fight with Buggy. It's just because of the energy problem that he is not as durable as Buggy. Once there is no energy support, relying only on Leo's own physical fitness to drive the light power suit, he will still be abused by Bucky. However, the above is just Leo's own guess, because he has never competed with Bucky with real swords and guns.
It's not because Leo is timid and dare not compete with Bucky. Leo's fighting skills come from Buggy. If they fight, Buggy will ask in surprise, "Eh? Leo, why are your fighting skills and combat awareness exactly the same as mine?" How will Leo explain it then? Your physical fitness is improving rapidly every day.
You, Leo, are gifted.
I, Buggy, can tolerate it. You can control the movement of metal. There are so many wonders in the world. I, Buggy, accept it.
But Leo, you haven't been trained by me for a day, but your fighting skills and awareness are exactly the same as mine.
I, Buggy, don't believe you.
Otto was still blabbering about the design principles and design purposes of the neural arm, but Leo didn't care about that. In fact, Leo was more concerned about the energy problem, and he didn't see any external energy source for the neural arm. So, Leo asked directly, Dr. Octavius, what energy source is used to drive this nerve arm? It is a micronuclear fission reaction technology, which uses conventional heavy nuclear fission materials, uranium. However, I have solved its radiation problem and instantaneous power supply problem, and successfully miniaturized this technology. Otto said it lightly, but this surprised Leo. This achievement is comparable to the future Tony Stark.
Leo asked quickly, do you have an independent energy module? Can you show it to me?
I currently only have a micronuclear reactor, which is installed in this mechanical arm. After all, heavy nuclear fission materials are not cheap.
And in order to prevent radiation, the entire reactor is sealed.
It is actually quite troublesome to build a micronuclear reactor.
But I can take the reactor out of the nerve arm because its energy module is detachable. Then take it out quickly and let me see it.
Leo urged repeatedly, and Otto disassembled the micronuclear reactor from the nerve arm and put it in Leo's hand.
The miniature nuclear reactor looks like a square, heavy block of iron.
It is dark and looks very pitiful, far inferior to the miniature arc reactor invented by Tony in the future.
How is its power?
The maximum instantaneous power is 30 million joules per second, and the instantaneous output power can be adjusted to avoid energy waste. Well, not only the appearance, but also the power is only 1% of the power of the miniature arc reactor that Tony will make by hand in the future.
It seems that Leo had overestimated Otto just now.
However, although the performance of this miniature nuclear reactor is far inferior to that of the arc reactor, it is much higher than that of the miniature high-compression battery. Leo certainly can't let go of such a good thing. So, the cooperative analysis and mechanical insight skills are activated at the same time, and Leo tries to analyze the miniature nuclear reactor in his hand. The target miniature nuclear reactor that can be analyzed is found. Whether to analyze it.
Confirmed, analysis started.
10 seconds later, Leo calculated how long it would take him to successfully analyze the miniature nuclear reactor.
7 minutes and 13 seconds.
Leo was actually expecting that it would take such a short time to successfully analyze the miniature nuclear reactor. When he was free, Leo would also use the mechanical force analysis skill to analyze some random things, from coins and pens to cars and ships. So Leo had already summed up the rules of the mechanical force analysis skill. The higher the technical content of the item, the more time and mechanical force and mental power it takes to analyze.
The more complex the structure, the more it costs.
The cost of analyzing drawings is the smallest, and the cost of analyzing physical objects is the largest. But when analyzing physical objects, there is actually a little trick to speed up the analysis, that is, to split objects with complex structures into parts. In this way, the cost of analyzing each part will be relatively much smaller. Now the time Leo spends analyzing the energy source of the neural arm alone is actually only about 1/10 of the total time spent analyzing the neural arm.
This is very reasonable.
It doesn't take long to analyze the miniature nuclear reactor, so Leo simply said to Otto that he would take some time to study it carefully, and then continue to analyze it silently. How could Otto have thought that someone could steal technology like Leo, and there was no way to stop it? Just like that, more than 7 minutes later, the technology of the miniature nuclear reactor was stolen by Leo. Successfully analyzed the miniature nuclear reactor, obtained the blueprint miniature nuclear reactor, and obtained the knowledge controllable nuclear fission technology and radiation isolation technology. The miniature nuclear reactor, blueprint, was obtained by Dr. Octavius's successful miniaturization of nuclear fission technology.
It is non-detachable and disposable. Weight, 5 kilograms output power, 0.30 million joules per second.
Nuclear fission material, uranium total capacity, about 1 trillion joules. Leo roughly estimated that this reactor can run for about 10 hours at full power. Therefore, after system verification, this miniature nuclear reactor is real, and Otto did not open the river in his heart.
However, with such black technology, how could Otto worry about money? Shouldn't he have been rich for a long time?
Leo felt that there must be a problem here, but he didn't rush to mention it. He first learned more about the technology of the neural arm. So, after learning the diagram of the miniature nuclear reactor, Leo calmly returned the 10-pound iron block to Otto. This energy source is well made, I like it very much. Leo praised casually, and then turned to ask about another technology he was concerned about. Dr. Octavius, you just said that this neuroarm is controlled by intracranial nerve signals, and its reaction speed is even faster than that of a human arm that is intact.
Can you demonstrate it to me?